Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel or all parts. Chapter 1. The Kingdom of Iron, The Five Shadows Talk. The conference room, which was originally an extremely solemn meeting room, has now become riddled with holes. A man wearing an Uzumaki mask floats in the air, looking down at the 5 cages below. I declare. From now on, the Fourth Ninja War begins. The 5 shadows were all glaring at the man in the sky who called himself Uchiha Madara. The grumpy Hokage is ready to take action on the spot. Boom! At this moment, the air seemed to vibrate. A strange wave spread, and the 5 shadows instantly realized that they were frozen on the spot. Damn it! What kind of ninjutsu is this? Terumi Mei, as the only female figure in the audience, subconsciously panicked. The 5 cage talks suddenly became agitated, even more intense than the announcement of the Fourth Ninja War just now. At this moment, Obito in the air also frowned, because he did not release this holding ninjutsu. He subconsciously wanted to use Hollow to hide in a different space, but found that even he could not break this ninjutsu. Not only the 5 Shadows Conference, but the entire Iron Country and even the 5 major countries were all shrouded in a mysterious force at this moment. Everyone stopped moving, the flowers, birds, fish and insects, even the wind stopped. People were confused at first, and then they were extremely frightened. But fortunately, a huge virtual sound spread throughout the ninja world. The final comparison live broadcast room is here. Binding successful. During the comparison, all creatures stop moving. Questions will be randomly asked to everyone in the live broadcast room, and everyone can answer them actively. Those who answer the questions correctly first can get generous rewards. The system will also create a chat group for members to exchange information. Contrast that the live broadcast room is emitting projection. The comparison live broadcast room is establishing a chat group. Creation successful. Start recruiting members. Just when the cold mechanical sound stopped, everyone in the entire ninja world felt that their brains went blank, and then 2 huge pictures were reflected in their minds. Whether they open or close their eyes, they can clearly see this picture. At this time, messages were popping up on the screen, attracting everyone's attention. Ding! Senju Hashirama joins group chat. Ding! Uchiha Madara joins the group chat. Ding! Senju Tobirama joins the group chat. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke joins the group chat. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto joins group chat. As each member joined the chat group, some people couldn't help it. Uchiha Madara, hey, what happened? How come I was resurrected early? Project Tsuki no Mi started early? Uchiha Obito, no, there seems to be a new incident. Senju Hashirama, ha. I can actually talk to you Madara again. This system is really good. Onoki, why are dead people being dragged in too? Uchiha Madara, hey? Onoki kid? Do you want to dance too? Senju Tobirama, humph, how? Afraid of you? Uchiha Madara, hey? Come out and practice. Senju Tobirama, humph. I fear you. Senju Hashirama, okay. Who is Hokage now? Come out and speak. Shimura dance, that's right. Senju Hashirama, oh? I remember you. You are Tobirama's guard. Senju Tobirama, what's going on? Didn't I make Sarutobi the Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, you finally became a Hokage. Shimura dance, Sarutobi. Under my leadership, Konoha is gradually getting stronger. Uchiha Sasuke, damn Shimura dance. I'm going to kill you to avenge Itachi. Senju Tobirama, oh? The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil brat. Can you say that again? Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke. It's in the past. Don't do anything detrimental to the village. Uchiha Sasuke, brother. Uzumaki Naruto, don't worry. Brother Itachi. I'll keep an eye on Sasuke for you. Uchiha Sasuke, crane tail. I want you to take care of it. Namikaze Minato, Naruto. Seeing you doing so well makes me feel relieved. Uzumaki Naruto. In an unknown place, Minato felt a little disappointed when he saw that his son was not cold or indifferent. Naruto, are you blaming me? That's right. I owe him. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and shook his head, his eyes becoming firm again. He believes that this magical system can restore his consciousness, which will definitely bring him back to life. As the number of members increased, the chat group immediately became lively. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. Comparison projection is completely launched successfully. Chat group members have met the base. Please watch carefully. Careful analysis. Strive for generous rewards. Chapter 2. Uchiha Sasuke, comparison? What contrast? Could it be the method of the 5 shadows? Uchiha Obito, would the 5 Kage have such a method? Just them? Raikage AI, boy. You'd better pray that this comparison lasts longer. Onoki, this kind of ninjutsu is beyond my understanding. Shimura Dans, but the consciousness of the dead in the past has indeed been revived. This cannot be denied. Senju Tobirama, my impure world reincarnation? I have already said that this is not how forbidden technique is used. Senju Hashirama, it shouldn't be impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation cannot connect everyone's consciousness. Orochimaru, hehe. I do believe in this magical power, and I smell the breath of eternal life. Senju Tsunade, stop your wishful thinking, you dead snake. The entire ninja world fell into deep thought. This kind of thing is really incredible. And this powerful force makes people even more frightened. But some people smell the opportunity. There has never been a shortage of gambling dogs in this ninja world. They were already looking forward to starting the comparison. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. The reward for such a powerful ability must not be bad. And in the midst of everyone's chattering, the big screen on the left slowly lights up. Pictures began to emerge. Orochimaru, it's amazing. I had this idea before, planning to develop a ninja tool that can project, but I didn't expect that this thing called a live broadcast room has already been created. Jiraiya, ha ha ha. Orochimaru, you are simply dreaming, this must be condensed with chakra, how is it possible to do it with a ninja tool? Orochimaru, even if I tell you, you don't understand. I plan to name these things scientific ninja tools in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen, humph. I think about useless things every day. Uchiha Fuyu, this picture is from the Uchiha tribe? As Fuyu spoke, everyone finally focused their attention on the screen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this screen actually shows Konoha. Could it be that the target of comparison is in Konoha? Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. Konoha is indeed full of talents. Onoki, humph. At this time, a figure finally appeared on the screen. It was a teenager. The young man has a well-proportioned figure and a dignified appearance. The most concerning thing is the nasolabial folds on his face. Now he is slowly walking towards his clan. Uchiha Mikoto, it's Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke, it turns out the comparison is with my brother. Uchiha Shisui, I really miss that time. Uchiha Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi cannot move at this time, but the corners of his mouth kept twitching. As a person who is used to being low-key, if the comparison was with him, then he would have wanted to die. Although he is dead. But fortunately, the worst outcome did not occur. New characters soon appeared on the screen. A handsome little boy. Harano Sakura, wow, so cute. Yamanaka Ino, yes. I really want to hug him. Uzumaki Naruto, cut. At first glance, it looks like Stinky Sasuke. Uchiha Mikoto, ha! Sasuke was the cutest when he was little. Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was facing the same situation as Itachi. Although he likes his brother very much. But he was praying non-stop at this moment. The comparison must be Itachi. The comparison must be Itachi. The comparison must be Itachi. However, he didn't have the same luck as Itachi. Judging from the degree of appearance later, it's obvious that he is the main character. And the scene in the picture made him want to die. Brother! Come play with me. Brother! Come train with me. Brother! You promised me. Elder brother! In the picture, Sasuke kept pestering Itachi. There is no need to act coquettishly or act cute. And Brockon Itachi was naturally smiling. Nay, he is the hope of the family and the son of the patriarch. He didn't usually spend much time with Sasuke. Snapped. Oops. I saw Itachi flick Sasuke's forehead lightly. With a gentle smile on his face he said. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Hara no Sakura, wow wow wow. Sasuke-kun was so cute when he was little. Yamanaka Ino, I really want Sasuke-kun to act like a spoiled child with me. Uzumaki Naruto, ha 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 ha. Laughing like crazy. Uchiha Itachi, I really miss you. Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke loved Itachi the most when he was a kid. Let me die. Sasuke in the unknown space felt like he was about to stare out Sharingan. He felt like he was going to explode in shame. The toes clawed at the ground frantically. He swore to give him a chance. He must kill the person who released this comparative ninjutsu. Chapter 3. Yay, I didn't expect Sasuke to have such an unknown side. Hatake Kakashi, hee. Now the aloof persona has collapsed. Uzumaki Naruto, humph. Damn it, Sasuke finally showed his true colors. Hara no Sakura, Naruto. You are not allowed to say that, Sasuke. Yamanaka Ino, that's right. Sasuke-kun is so cute. Uchiha Sasuke, that's enough. I swear I will kill anyone who compares this. Senju Tobirama, humph. Just you? Uchiha Sasuke, of course. Just on my whim. Can. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's angry speech did not bring any increase to his authority. I have to say, Sasuke was so cute when he was little. After being rejected by Itachi again, little Sasuke squatted on the spot in despair. But the scene changed. Uchiha Fugaku appears. Itachi is the hope of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke. You need to learn more from your brother. Yes. Little Sasuke was obviously more reserved when facing his father. But there was still a trace of expectation in his eyes. He hoped to get more attention from his father. But it's just these two sentences. Fugaku turned all his attention to Itachi again. Uzumaki Kushina, alas. The Uchiha clan is so strict. Hara no Sakura, it's hard to imagine how much pressure Sasuke endured as a child. Yamanaka Ino, this is a common problem among large families. Uchiha Shisui, it must be very stressful to have such an excellent brother. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke. You are already awesome. Uchiha Fugaku, I did care less about Sasuke before. Cut. Sasuke curled his lips disdainfully, but there was a complex look in his eyes. No one could know how eager he felt at that time. I hope my father can give him more attention. But the scene doesn't end there. After a series of communications, Sasuke finally convinced Fugaku to teach him his first ninjutsu. It is the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Fire style, great fireball technique. Watch carefully, Sasuke. Fugaku waited for Sasuke to come to the river. The hand seal movements were deliberately slowed down a bit. Little Sasuke looked at it very carefully. This was his chance to gain his father's approval. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a loud shout from Fugaku, a huge fireball erupted from his mouth. In a short time, part of the river water evaporated. Do you see clearly? See clearly. Little Sasuke made the seal in anticipation, and then fire style, great fireball technique. In the live broadcast of the entire ninja world, little Sasuke spit out a fireball the size of his fist. Uzumaki Naruto, ha 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 ha. Damn it Sasuke. This is also called fire style. Uchiha Sasuke, shut up. Crane tail. Uchiha no Mizu, Sasuke is already very good at that age. But just as Shisui's barrage floated past, the screen image then changed. That was when Itachi was young. The same demonstration, the same riverside. Fire style, great fireball technique. With Itachi's quick seal, a fireball twice the size of Fugaku was shot out. Although everyone in the ninja world is well informed, at this time, he was also shocked by Itachi's talent. Senju Hashirama, Madara. This kid's talent is no worse than yours back then. Uchiha Madara, humph. I think it's a little worse. Senju Tobirama, starting to talk harshly again. Uzumaki Naruto, brother Itachi is so strong. Uchiha Sasuke, of course. My brother is the strongest. Uchiha Itachi. The big screen picture then stopped. After this series of broadcasts, everyone already knows who the protagonist is. Uchiha's orphan. Uchiha Sasuke. At this time, Sasuke felt very complicated. He didn't want his story to be made public. But looking at what my father and brother said, there was a vague expectation in his heart. And the mood is also complicated. And Uzumaki Naruto. He just stared at the screen in a daze. Although he kept talking on the barrage, but his face was inexplicably calm. It turns out that Sasuke was under so much pressure when he was a child. No wonder you are so cold to others. Naruto seemed to find a glimmer of recognition and resonance with Sasuke. And just then, the big screen on the right suddenly lit up. This immediately caught everyone's attention. It's a comparison, but how? Compare with whom? And most importantly, what about the promised reward for answering the question? The screen on the left is finished. No questions asked. Could it be on the right screen? With everyone's speculation, the screen on the right finally shows the picture. The same Konoha. Same Uchiha clan land, same Uchiha Itachi. Hiden, what are you doing? Replay? Angle, that's right. Put it aside again? Uzumaki Naruto, maybe it will be different? While everyone was discussing, the screen on the right suddenly turned. A pretty little girl with long black hair and straight hair immediately appeared on the big screen. Suddenly everyone was shocked. It is really so cute. Chapter 4. Uzumaki Kushina, wow! What a cute little girl! Namikaze Minato, yes. Simply beautiful. Uchiha Shisui, the same place is replaced by a little girl. Could it be that the so-called comparison is the comparison between Sasuke and this girl? Uchiha Fugaku, why don't I remember that our clan had such a beautiful little girl? Hiden, I have a bold guess. Angle, it feels like the head of the Uchiha clan is green. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Itachi looked at the little girl on the screen. There was no expression on his face. But my heart was already in turmoil. So cute. If this girl calls me brother. Itachi's brother control attribute exploded again, even more than before. When Uzumaki Naruto looked at the little girl on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. This feeling. I feel even more excited than when I first saw little Sakura. Naruto then mentally slapped himself. Uzumaki Naruto. How old is she? You're damned for thinking that. But it's so cute. The picture on the screen still continues. With Itachi's call from the screen. Detonate the group again. Sasuke, would you like to play with me, brother? Sasuke. Brother, let's practice with you. Sasuke. Come on. Hug my brother. Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, Itachi, what's his name? Harano Sakura, it seems. Sasuke? Yamanaka Ino, oh my god. This little girl is also called Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke, impossible. There is no such person in the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru, haha, I seem to understand the meaning of comparison. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, what is going on? Orochimaru, idiot. Use your brain more. All the scenes remain the same and the girl is also named Sasuke. So I have a wild guess. This is a parallel world, and Sasuke in another parallel world is a girl. Uchiha Sasuke, what? Senju Hashirama, very possible. Uchiha Madara, I also agree with this point of view. Uzumaki Naruto, is this true? Orochimaru had a wild guess. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the girl Sasuke on the screen and suddenly had a bold idea. Sakura-chan? Just a replacement. Uchiha Shisui, I didn't expect that the Itachi in this world would actually be the other way around. Actually chasing Sasuke. Senju Tobirama, humph. The Uchiha clan's naturally evil brat. Uchiha Mikoto, it seems Itachi prefers his sister. Uchiha Itachi. At this time, the girl on the screen, Sasuke, slowly turned around as Itachi called. There was no expression on her pretty face. His eyes were also calm. And just when the girl wanted to speak, the screen suddenly stopped. Ding! Start the prize betting. How would the girl on the screen, Sasuke, answer Itachi? A. Okay. I like my brother the most. B. Brother, don't you have anything else to do? C. Brother, I'm going back to rest. D. Sorry Itachi, I will accompany you next time. Forgive me, this is the last time. The first two people to successfully answer will receive rewards. But please be careful when answering. If you answer wrong, you will be punished. Start answering. Everyone in the group fell into silence. At the beginning, everyone was very positive. But after hearing that there was a penalty for guessing wrong, everyone became cautious. But there are exceptions. Uchiha Itachi, I choose A. Uchiha Mikoto, Itachi, be careful. There is a penalty for guessing wrong. Uchiha Itachi, mother. Must be A. It can only be A. I am extremely confident in choosing A. Uchiha Itachi chose without hesitation. Then stare at the screen intently. Scream! Scream! Call my brother quickly. Uchiha Shisui, why do you feel Itachi is a little bit crazy? Uchiha Sasuke, damn it! Is it an illusion? Kisame, it's really not like Mr. Itachi's behavior. Uchiha Fugaku, I don't think it's that simple. Let's briefly analyze it. The girl Sasuke on the screen is obviously not the Sasuke before, and the character of the girl Sasuke can also be seen from Itachi's attitude, combined with the good upbringing of our Uchiha family. I infer. Choose C. Uchiha Fugaku's reasoning quickly aroused everyone's agreement. Indeed, it is very reasonable for Uchiha to choose C as a tutor. But Orochimaru, haha, I choose D. Uchiha Itachi, impossible, Sasuke would never say such a thing to me. Orochimaru, haha, I will choose D. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose D too. Harano Sakura, Naruto, what did you guess too? Uzumaki Naruto, no. I just don't want this girl Sasuke to look good on others. At the same time, Naruto added in his mind. You can only give me a good look. Chapter 5. Hara no Sakura, cut. What a reason. But then again. What should I do if Sasuke-kun turns into a girl? Yamanaka Ino, even if the girl doesn't change, what does it have to do with you? But the girl Sasuke-kun is not bad either. The way you look at her is so sassy. Uchiha Sasuke, boring. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? I don't believe that this girl is me in another world. Sasuke curled his lips and looked at the girl on the screen. Sasuke had an inexplicable feeling. Especially seeing Itachi's attitude towards the girl. Sasuke was even more unhappy. How can my brother have time to play with such a little devil? Time passed slowly. Everyone has their own thoughts. But because of the punishment mechanism, no one spoke after that. They need to see first what the level of punishment is. Is it acceptable? Because the person who created this live broadcast room is really terrible. They feared the punishment would be too much for them to bear. Ding! The answer will be announced next. The picture on the screen continued to move. The young girl Sasuke looked calmly at Itachi, who had a doting look on his face. He said in a voice that was sweet but kept away from strangers. Sorry Itachi, I'll stay with you next time. Forgive me, this is the last time. As she spoke, the girl stood up and lightly flicked Itachi's forehead with her finger. Then he bowed politely. Somewhat disgusted, he walked around Itachi towards the room. But Itachi, who was rejected, was not angry. Instead, he watched the girl follow him with a doting look on his face. When the scene ended, the group fell into a brief silence. In fact, most people can't believe this ending. First, Itachi's image is too serious and does not match the image on the screen at all. But Sasuke from the original world is actually... Ding! Orochimaru, Uzumaki Naruto answered successfully. Reward Orochimaru to repair all soul wounds. Reward Uzumaki Naruto for perfect sage mode, no need to charge. Sure. So amazing. Feel the resonance in your soul. Orochimaru suddenly sighed. I have used the reincarnation technique for a long time. The soul has become very weak. As a result, the resistance to illusion is zero. Otherwise, with his own sun and strength, how could he be subdued by the fledgling Itachi with just one move? But now, he has recovered again. I am at my peak Sunin state again. But this time, Orochimaru decided to give up the reincarnation technique. He stared at the big screen greedily. It seems a better immortality technique has been discovered. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto felt relieved. After watching the girl on the screen, Sasuke ignored Itachi. He didn't know why. It produced an inexplicable feeling of refreshment. At this time, the perfect sage mode is secondary. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the screen carefully. He began to look forward to the subsequent development of this parallel world. Ding! Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku answered incorrectly. Punishment Amaterasu burned for 1 hour. The big screen then turned. In 2 different spaces. Itachi and Fugaku immediately ignited black flames. It is the fire of Amaterasu of the Uchiha clan. Although the 2 bodies will not be damaged. Neither of them even has a body. But the pain of Amaterasu's death was real. Ah! Uchiha Fugaku tried his best to resist. But I still couldn't help but groan. And Uchiha Itachi didn't say a word. But it can be seen that his facial muscles are constantly twitching. Uchiha Mikoto, oh my god! Do not do this! Senju Hashirama, the punishment is so severe. Senju Tobirama, humph! Evil Uchiha deserves it. Nara Shikamaru, I probably figured out the rules, but it seems I really can't choose casually. Uzumaki Nagato, but the rewards are really generous. Onoki, I probably understand too. This will be the biggest opportunity in the ninja world in so many years. Reikage AI, Samui. Record analysis. The screen stops completely. I watched the two of them being tortured by Amaterasu. As if to remind everyone. Don't make choices lightly. The hour passed slowly. This fire seemed to burn in everyone's heart. Wait for the moment when the flame is completely extinguished. Itachi finally took a breath. Although I feel tired and painful. But his eyes were still fixed on the screen. He still doesn't understand. Why did that girl from the parallel world, Sasuke? The screen changed again. It's still a familiar scene. Uchiha Fugaku, the river, and the girl Sasuke. Sasuke. Today I will teach you our Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu. Watch my movements. Boom. As a ball of fire erupted. Uchiha Fugaku turned to look at Sasuke. But before he could completely turn around. I just felt a burning sensation coming from me. Then he saw a great fireball that was more than 5 times bigger than his spurting out. The huge fireball immediately evaporated a lot of the river water. Fugaku was dumbfounded. I learned it. Father. The girl Sasuke looked at her father respectfully. But there is something in his eyes that cannot be concealed. It seems to be saying. Can you change it to something more difficult? Ha 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 ha. He is indeed the strongest genius of my Uchiha clan. Hey. What a pity it's a girl. It would be nice if you and Itachi's genders were changed. Then the Uchiha clan will surely rise. Uchiha Fugaku looked at his genius little daughter. He showed a look of regret. Uchiha Sasuke, how is this possible? Namikaze Minato, how can a girl of just a few years old have such a powerful amount of chakra? Uchiha Madara, this girl is actually scarier than when I was young. Uchiha Fugaku, my daughter from another world is actually such a genius? Uchiha Sasuke, what is the Indra bloodline? Uzumaki Naruto, why is this girl Sasuke so pleasing to the eye even though they are so cold? And Sasuke, the stinky fart, gives people the feeling of being pretending. Yamanaka Ino, wow! What a handsome little girl! I feel like my sexual orientation is. Ding! Guess with prizes. How would the young girl Sasuke respond to her father's compliment? A. Father, brother is still very strong. I feel relieved to leave the Uchiha clan to Uni-sama. B. Father said it is true, but Itachi can barely carry the Uchiha clan on his back. C. Father. Why can't a woman take charge of the Uchiha clan? D. Father, Itachi is weak because he does not seek to make progress. Please let him bother me less and spend more time practicing. Maybe I can barely carry the Uchiha clan. Chapter 6. Uchiha Itachi, choose A. I choose A. It must be A. Before anyone could react. Itachi couldn't wait to make his choice. He stared at the screen obsessively. It seems that he is expecting something. Uchiha Mikoto, Itachi. Be careful. Uchiha Shisui, yes. Itachi, the punishment is very serious. Neither of them was embarrassed to speak directly. Based on the observation of the girl Sasuke just now. The two felt that the girl Sasuke's attitude towards Itachi was mostly disgusting. Unexpectedly, Itachi in another world turned into a dead sister. The key point is that this sister is extremely cold. Uchiha Itachi, I will choose A. I believe this girl must like her brother in her heart, but she is embarrassed to say it. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose D. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto, what do you mean? You are disrespectful to Itachi. Uzumaki Naruto, speaking of facts, I feel that D is very likely. Orochimaru, I choose D too. Raikage AI, damn it. I also want to choose D. Terumi Mei, oops. Got preempted. I also want to choose D. Most people actually have the answer in their minds. But there are only 2 places. Uchiha Sasuke, I choose C. Harano Sakura, hey? Sasuke, why did you make this choice? Yamanaka Ino, yes Sasuke. Be careful. Sasuke didn't answer. His face was a little red at the moment. He just made a bold assumption. If you were a girl. So what choice will you make? Of course, it is combined with Otherworld Sasuke's cold personality. Sasuke was surprised. I will consider fighting for the ownership of Uchiha. Damn it! How could I make such an assumption? Sasuke cursed silently. After all, it is too shameful to lead oneself into a girl or something. No one answered next. To put it bluntly, there was too little information and they could not analyze the girl Sasuke's true character. Ding! Announce the answer. The screen flashed again. The girl's cold face showed a rare serious expression. Father, can't a woman rule the Uchiha clan? Nonsense! Looking at the serious little daughter, Uchiha Fugaku gave a rare reprimand. Uchiha Madara, it's really nonsense. How can the Uchiha clan be controlled by a woman? Senju Tobirama, humph. The evil clan will look the same to anyone. Senju Tsunade, what happened to the woman? Why can't women be the masters? Terumi Mei, that's right. It's not like there are no examples in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, hey? Do you want to dance too? At this time, the girl Sasuke on the screen looked directly at her father. Said softly. But according to Uchiha's ancient records, Uchiha has always respected the strong. This is what that adult said. Joke. Who said that? Why haven't you seen me as a father? The girl Sasuke hesitated for a moment and then spoke out the name. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. Laughing like crazy. Senju Tsunade, humph. My younger generation admires their own theories, but they are demoted as worthless by their elders. How pitiful. Terumi Mei, Chief Fugaku is right. This is simply nonsense. Nagato, got it. The Uchiha clan all depends on background, and strength is not important at all. Uchiha Madara. While everyone was discussing intensely, the live broadcast room also made a mechanical sound again. Ding! Congratulations to Uchiha Sasuke for successfully answering the question. Ding! Reward Manjiki Sharingan to continuously restore eye power. This. Feeling that your eyesight is gradually clearing. Sasuke was stunned. You know, the trauma of Manjiki Sharingan is irreversible. That's all the eye power is, use a little less. And I like to show off. Therefore, the pupil power is consumed quickly. Sasuke figured it wouldn't take long. He is going blind. But now his eye power is slowly recovering. Although very slowly. But at least it gave me hope of battery life. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi chose wrong choices. Get ready to hand out punishment. Ding! Seal Uzumaki Naruto's power of 9 tails. Ding! Seal all of Orochimaru's resurrection skills. Ding! Seal Uchiha Itachi's soul, cannot be resurrected, reincarnated, filthy. 9 tails. Uzumaki Naruto felt that he had lost the connection with 9 tails for a moment. And Orochimaru was indeed more panicked at this time. What does Orochimaru rely on to dominate the ninja world? Unparalleled ninja skills? Professional and powerful ninjutsu? The only status in the ninja world that I am proud of? Fart. All thanks to his various immune to death resurrection ninjutsu. Otherwise he would have died 800 times. But now he has banned them all. Orochimaru suddenly lost his sense of security. Damn it! I thought it was okay to be mindless and passive. I didn't expect this girl to be so ambitious. Orochimaru subconsciously stuck out his tongue. He suddenly gets the body of the girl Sasuke. Of course, it is obtained physically. I'm really curious if I think the same way in another world. An attack as punishment this time seemed to be painless. But everyone knows it. This will be a very painful punishment. From their views on the comparison live broadcast room, resurrection may be common later. An attack lost this qualification. At this point, the screen on the right stops playing. Although very little content is revealed. But everyone still clearly understands the true meaning of this comparison. Uchiha Sasuke. And Sasuke in the other world is actually a girl. And he is a genius that is rare to see in a century. Senju Hashirama, it's really interesting. I'm looking forward to the growth of children in this parallel world. Uchiha Madara, I have a hunch that he will lead Uchiha to a new peak. Uchiha Itachi, I think she has something unspeakable that makes her have to turn a cold shoulder towards her brother. Uzumaki Naruto, play now. Play now. And just when Naruto's barrage just passed by, the screen on the left lit up again. And this time the character in the picture is actually Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 7. Hara no Sakura, it's actually Naruto. Akim Ichichi, could it be that someone is about to be replaced? Uzumaki Kushina, that's okay. I really want to know how Naruto is doing. Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted a message. Namikaze Minato, what does third generation Sama want to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen, nothing, nothing. The screen turned again. Little Sasuke appears again. It seemed like a fateful encounter. Little Sasuke is practicing ninjutsu by the river. And little Naruto was passing by the river. The two of them looked at each other unconsciously. But he quickly looked away. Uzumaki Kushina, what's going on? Naruto and Sasuke don't know each other? Mikoto, didn't you introduce Sasuke to Naruto? Kushina is very confused. After all, she and Uchiha Mikoto were good friends during her lifetime. When she was pregnant, she also agreed that the future children of both parties would be friends. But in the current scene, Naruto and Sasuke clearly didn't know each other. Uchiha Mikoto retracted a message. Still from Sasuke's perspective. Sasuke was already in school at this time. He just stared blankly at Naruto in the distance. Everyone hates him. Spat him. Little Sasuke had the urge to get close to that person. But I remembered the advice from my family. Naruto could only stay away. Look. It's a demon fox. Damn it. Stay away from him. I really don't know why Mr. Third Generation still keeps it. Did you see that? Don't play with that child. Damn you, fox. Get away. Look at the insults from people around you. Little Sasuke felt inexplicably bored with these people. At this time, the voices of fellow ninjas also came to my ears. Master Sasuke, don't forget the clan leader's instructions not to get too close to the demon fox. Oh. The setting sun stretched Sasuke's back. This was the first encounter between Naruto and Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina, why was Naruto Jinchūriki's identity exposed? Third generation old man. I need an explanation. Fury. Namikaze Minato, Master, I also need an explanation. Is this how Naruto will be treated after I die? Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted a message. Shimura dance, humph. What do you know? This can divert the villagers' hatred to the greatest extent. Senju Hashirama, that's enough Danzo. Shut up. Uzumaki Kushina, comparison between live broadcast rooms. My experience applying to play Naruto. Ding. Application rejected. This is Sasuke's comparison space. Uzumaki Kushina, how to play Naruto scenes. Ding. Get your rewards. Uzumaki Kushina, good. In an unknown viewing space. Uzumaki Kushina's hair has exploded. Konoha's blood red pepper has revived at this moment. Naruto. Kushina shed tears, which was a feeling of self-blame. Uzumaki Naruto, forget it. It's in the past. Now I have gained everyone's approval. Sarutobi Hiruzen, very good Naruto. I really saw you right. You might actually become a Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, humph. Idiot, you still speak for others after being taken advantage of. As soon as the comparison is over, I will destroy Konoha immediately. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke no. Always love the village. Hokage AI, as expected of Konoha, the brainwashing technology is truly top-notch. Gaara, is Jinchūriki's pain inevitable? Onoki, who said that? Only hypocritical politicians would use Jinchūriki as a tool. Lao Zi gives Onoki a flower. Deidara, it's so interesting. Naruto. If you are willing to agree to a condition, I can give Konoha an art. Kisame, hehe. I'm really looking forward to the next plot. Naruto's experience was just an episode. A few Jinchūriki were out. Not many people can truly relate to it. But what is unified is, everyone is disgusted with third generation's decision-making. This kind of treatment of the hero's son also chilled the hearts of the people of Konoha. At this time, the picture is also constantly changing. Sasuke's experiences are also presented one by one. Keep training. Longing for the approval of his brother and father. The quarrel and bond with Naruto. When these are presented to everyone one by one, people finally knew about the rebellious ninja who was now famous in the ninja world. When I was young, all I needed was encouragement. The scene finally freezes on a full moon night. Little Sasuke, who has just finished practicing shuriken, is ready to go home. But when I first stepped into the clan land, Sasuke was stunned. In front of him was the corpse of a clansman. Terumi Mei, I understand. Is this the legendary night of genocide? Oh Hanaki, I guess so, Sasuke will become the orphan of Uchiha tonight. Senju Tobirama, what? Uchiha was exterminated? Who did it? Shimura Dans, haha, of course Itachi did it himself. Senju Tobirama gives Uchiha Itachi 9999 cloud-piercing arrows. Kisame, now I seem to be able to understand Mr. Itachi's good intentions. Uzumaki Nagato, it is said that Sharingan is caused by the power of hatred. Sasuke should be able to awaken by now. Terumi Mei, no wonder that handsome boy has the Mangeki blood ring eye. It turned out that he woke up so early. Uchiha Madara, Mangeki should not be awakened directly, but I believe that with such a powerful stimulus, the 3 Megatama will be fine. Hatake Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Shisui, what does it mean? Could it be that there are only 2 Megatama? Senju Hashirama, it shouldn't be possible. This has wiped out the entire clan. Uchiha Itachi retracted a message. Chapter 8. Damn it! In an unknown space, Uchiha Sasuke wanted to dig his toes to pieces. He swore again that he must kill the man who cast the contrast ninjutsu. The picture on the screen appeared again. Sasuke started to run non-stop. However, there were already corpses all over the road. Countless tribesmen fell to the ground, looking extremely gloomy. Little Sasuke was terrified. He ran desperately towards home, because in his cognition, home was the safest. Because there were powerful fathers and brothers. Then the moment he opened the door, the nightmare has just begun. Terumi Mei, tear, what a cruel scene. Hokage AI, humph. So cruel. Uchiha Shisui, Itachi. You chose this path after all. Harano Sakura, I feel sorry for Sasuke-kun. Naruto did not speak, but his pupils were also constricted at this moment. That incident was talked about for a long time at that time. But the young Naruto didn't understand the meaning at all. He only knew that Sasuke became even colder and more annoying afterwards. So, you've been through all this. A glimmer of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes. He must bring Sasuke back. And the little Sasuke on the screen was also stunned. He trembled and stepped back. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. His most beloved brother was holding a long knife. And his parents fell in a pool of blood. At this time, Itachi slowly turned his head. He stared at Sasuke with his strange Sharingan. "My stupid brother! I need your eyes!" Sasuke began to flee frantically. But where could he escape to at only a few years old? Soon Itachi appeared in front of him. As strange patterns appeared in Itachi's eyes, Sasuke immediately entered the illusion. Tsukuyomi. In the fantasy, he witnessed his parents and clansmen being slaughtered by his most beloved brother again. Sasuke's spirit was finally on the verge of collapse. Ah! With Sasuke's roar, everyone also perked up. Here it comes. Itachi can use Tsukuyomi to stimulate Sasuke to open his eyes. It's a good idea. As the whole ninja world watched carefully, Sasuke's eyes slowly grew. One Tomo. Terumi Mei, gone? Onoki, it should be, gone. Raikage AI, 1 Megatama? That means the whole clan died. Gaara, so the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit awakening is so demanding. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku. Senju Tobirama sent 999 cloud-piercing arrows. And Itachi in the picture didn't seem very satisfied. He showed a cold look and said the classic line. "My stupid brother, my stupid Doudou. If you want to kill me, then hate me, resent me, and then live ugly, keep running away, just to stay alive, and then wait until you have eyes like me one day, then come find me." The scene ends here. Everyone in the group fell silent immediately. Witnessed the entire process of the Uchiha genocide. They need to digest it. Terumi Mei, is this the truth behind the Uchiha genocide? Onoki, I smell a conspiracy. Uchiha Sasuke, this is all a conspiracy by Konoha's top brass. It was all because of them forcing Itachi. Shimura Dans, stop spitting blood. It was clearly Itachi himself who was so heartbroken that he slaughtered the entire clan. What does it have to do with Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's right. Uchiha is a very important power in Konoha. How could Konoha break an arm on his own? Raikage AI, humph. You politicians hiding in the shadows. There's nothing you can't do. Uchiha Sasuke, I swear. It will definitely destroy Konoha. Uchiha Itachi, that's enough Sasuke. Everything is my own problem. Don't do anything detrimental to the village. At this moment, Shimura Dans had begun to tremble. When the night of genocide was revealed, he had already started to panic. Fortunately, the live broadcast room did not show the scene of them instructing Itachi. Now they can still be tough. The group began to quarrel. But everyone had a suspicion of Konoha's higher UPS. Especially Namikaze Minato and Kushina. They also began to think about all the strange things that happened on the day of the Nine Tails Rebellion. But at this moment the screen on the right suddenly lights up. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Let's get over this topic quickly. It was still Naruto who appeared on the screen. It's the same opening as the screen on the left. Hide-in. Replay every time. Boring. Angle, that is, I think that arrogant young lady will not pay attention to this boy. Soon the girl Sasuke also appeared on the screen. This is their meeting in another world. The girl Sasuke is also practicing ninjutsu by the river. And Naruto also walked away disappointed. No one pays attention to him, no one plays with him, and everyone hates him. Slowly passing by the river, I raised my head. Little Naruto's eyes were immediately caught. What a cute girl, Naruto's eyes instantly straightened. He didn't know what it felt like, he just felt like he wanted to get close to this girl. The girl Sasuke also turned her attention. She knows this kid. Kitsune Uzumaki Naruto. Her father also told her to stay away from him. Miss, we should go back. An Uchiha guard immediately stopped in front of the girl Sasuke, blocking Naruto's view. And now he was glaring at Naruto sternly, telling him to get lost. Oh! The girl Sasuke said softly, glanced at Naruto and turned to leave. And that's it. But it made Naruto freeze on the spot. What kind of look is this? No discrimination, no disgust, just curiosity. Naruto gritted his teeth. A longing arose in my heart. He wanted to be friends with this girl. This was the purest look he had ever seen. At this time, the girl Sasuke has already gone away. At this moment, she was deep in thought, her brows furrowed. Ding! Guess with prizes. May I ask the girl, what is Sasuke thinking about right now? A. Is this kid a demon fox? It doesn't look like it. B. This guy's eyes are so disgusting, and he doesn't even look at his identity. C. Why does everyone call him the demon fox? I feel, that's not the case. D. Life will be born. Life will die. Life will fight. What is the meaning of life? People always condemn someone for unknown truth. Where is the way out for that young man? Where is the way out for Uchiha? Life has no meaning. Chapter 9. Uzumaki Naruto, she just turned around and left? Not even a little hesitation? Hara no Sakura, nonsense, if not. Yamanaka Ino, I think this little girl is so cool. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose C. Uzumaki Kushina, be careful. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, no need to think about it. She must understand me. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the screen carefully. He remembers all the experiences he encountered as a child. But he was already used to the gossip from people around him. At the same time, he also doesn't care what others think of him. But it's different now. He longs for the approval of the girl Sasuke. This is a very mysterious psychology. He didn't know why. Hara no Sakura, humph. According to my understanding of Sasuke, I choose B. Hara no Sakura made a choice for the first time. She felt that as a girl, she would react like this when she first saw Naruto. Just like her. Uchiha Sasuke, stupid choice. Yamanaka Ino, that's right. Stupid choice. I choose A. The first reaction of a child of this age must be this. Tien, I think this is the normal thinking for such a young girl. Uchiha Itachi, I choose D. Uchiha Shisui, Itachi. Be careful. You can't afford to lose any more. Shisui was worried about Itachi's condition. Ever since this girl Sasuke appeared, Itachi had obviously lost his mind. Uchiha Mikoto, yes. Itachi, how old is Sasuke? How could he think so complicated? Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. I'm afraid the Hokage at that time couldn't think of it that profoundly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Madara, I also think this option is too far-fetched for a little girl. Although she is a genius, it is only based on talent. Uchiha Itachi, I will choose D. At this time, Uchiha Itachi stared at the screen with great confidence. He admits that he did lose his mind a little before. But now he was extremely convinced. Because he was thinking in this way back then. He believed that Sasuke could do it too. Shimura Dance, what a joke. How could a young girl have such thoughts? I also choose B. Although Shimura Dance's reputation in the ninja world is not very good. But this time everyone still agreed with him. Because this is very consistent with the psychology of a normal little girl. Ding! The answer will be announced soon. Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for the correct answer. Reward for lifting the seal of the soul. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how is this possible? Shimura Dance, it's actually. Senju Hashirama, at such a young age, he can actually think about problems with Hokage's thinking. What a terrifying genius! Uchiha Madara, maybe she can really lead Uchiha to prosperity. In an unknown space, Madara showed her expectations for the girl on the screen for the first time. To be honest, he himself had long lost faith in the Uchiha clan. Arrogant. Arrogant. Lack of ambition is simply synonymous with Uchiha. Relying on the remaining power and heritage of his ancestors, he is arrogant. This is because Uchiha has not given birth to a Kage-level strong person for many years. The defection does not count. It can be seen. Uchiha's roots are completely corrupt. This is when a change maker is needed. Ninja talent is not enough for this change maker. It also requires forward thinking. And Madara saw this in the girl. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Shimura Dans answered incorrectly. Ding! The maximum amount of Naruto chakra will be deducted by 1/3. Ding! Haruno Sakura loses her medical ninjutsu talent. Ding! There is a certain probability that Yamanaka Ino will be turned into an idiot when she uses her family's secret skills. Ding! Deduct all Shimura Dan's bloodline abilities. Hey! Feel the amount of chakra in your body decrease significantly. Naruto's face paled a bit. But he has no regrets, he just wants to participate. At this time, Haruno Sakura's face turned completely pale. She was originally a laggard in Class 7. Finally, my talent in medical ninjutsu was of some use. Now it has been abolished for her. Losing her talent, even some of the medical ninjutsu she had learned. There is also a high possibility of failure. It was tantamount to abolishing her status as a medical ninja. And Yamanaka Ino didn't dare to use the secret technique. Without the secret of Yamanaka, she is just a genin. As for Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo still has blood inheritance limits? Senju Tobirama, I remember not. Senju Hashirama, could there be another adventure in the future? Onoki, humph. Your Hokage is the Sharingan with the distinguished heavenly gods. Terumi Mei, still trying to control Iron Country General Mifune. Reikage AI, there is indeed a blood inheritance limit, but it was just stolen. Uchiha Sasuke, Danzo. I must kill you. At this time, Danzo was already trembling. Of course, it wasn't because of Sasuke's threats. These people were so angry when they found out that he had poached Shisui's Sharingan. If you knew you had dug up Senju Hashirama's cells. Danzo felt that he would be beaten to death by the people of Konoha. At this time, the screen changed again. It's still Naruto who starts. The boy who was disliked and reviled walked in despair. It's impossible for him not to care about other people's eyes. But he couldn't change anything. Miss. The patriarch asks you to stay away from the demon fox. The girl Sasuke stared at the boy curiously, seeming very interested. But the guard immediately reminded him. Naruto in this world stared at the screen. He was waiting for the girl to walk over. He swore that he had never been so nervous before when he stole the sealed book. It seemed that God had finally favored Naruto. The girl Sasuke ignored the abuse from the crowd. Slowly walking towards little Naruto. Miss. Step aside. The guard wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Sasuke. But miss. I said. Get out of the way. The girl's voice was a little stern, and she looked directly at the guard of the Uchiha clan for the first time. The scarlet eyes made the guard subconsciously take a step back. That is. Sharingan. Chapter 10. Uchiha Itachi, is that Sharingan? Uchiha Madara, what a genius. Senju Hashirama, this must have been a leader-level existence in the Sengoku era. Senju Tobirama, humph. The Uchiha clan's naturally evil brat. Hitaki Kakashi, how old is she? The guard also seemed startled by the girl Sasuke. I don't know if it's because of Sharingan or because of the girl's aura. The girl Sasuke slowly walked towards Naruto. Little Naruto stood there at a loss. There was hope in his eyes, but also fear. It's obviously a dream, but I don't know why. He had a strange feeling. That feeling is called inferiority. Look. That's the daughter of the Uchiha clan. Oh my god. She's getting close to the demon fox. Stay away quickly. Be careful if he gets angry and hurts someone. Remember. You must not imitate her, you know. The people around him immediately exclaimed. There are also many parents who pull their children behind them. He also used the girl Sasuke as a negative example. Naruto's face turned a little pale. He subconsciously took a few steps back. There is even an urge to escape. He didn't want the girl in front of him to see his embarrassed side. However, the next moment, Sasuke suddenly increased his speed. Appeared immediately in front of Naruto. The girl's face was very close. Seems very curious. Uchiha Sasuke. The girl slowly said her name. The voice was cold, but without any discrimination or other emotions. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto subconsciously took a step back. Then he whispered his name. Then he took a breath subconsciously. The air seemed to be filled with the girl's body fragrance. They said you were a demon fox. Naruto lowered his head subconsciously. Sure enough, she saw herself the same way. So you are? Sasuke continued to ask. I'm not. Naruto raised his face seriously and said solemnly. Death Fox. And just then, a group of children rushed over. The leading child raised a stone and threw it at Naruto. Naruto subconsciously covered his head. But the expected pain did not appear. Snapped. Sasuke caught the stone easily. Then the little hands exerted slight force. The stone was ground into powder. She's so awesome. And she's so nice. He looked at the girl blocking him. Naruto blushed subconsciously. They're going to beat you. Oh. Aren't you angry? Angry. Naruto thought subconsciously, and then said. An old man told me. As long as you endure, you will be recognized by everyone one day. Then everyone won't bully me. Grandpa said this is the will of fire. Sasuke ignored Naruto's words. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, she murmured. Life can be scary. Life will long. It's so pitiful. What did you say? Naruto couldn't understand what the girl in front of him said, and he always felt that it was more profound than what the old man said. Nothing. They're going to hit you. Won't you fight back? Sasuke stared into Naruto's eyes. But Grandpa said they are all partners. Will your partner say nasty things to you? Will your partner call you a demon fox? Are your partners going to beat you up? Every word from Sasuke made little Naruto's face pale. At the same time, it also made everyone in the live broadcast room fall into thought. Is this really something that a child of a few years old can understand? Life. Ignorance. Don't dare to resist fate, don't deserve sympathy. Sasuke shook his head and didn't look at Naruto again. Turned around and planned to leave. Don't. Naruto subconsciously grabbed the corner of the girl Sasuke's clothes. There was a plea on his face. Like a wounded little beast. But the next moment, he was stunned. The girl Sasuke gently brushed his face. Her eyes also became soft. Life should be in your own hands. Go and deal with those who bully you. Shut up all the rumors. You can do it, right? The girl's words were like a magic sound lingering in little Naruto's ears. Little Naruto didn't quite understand, but he only knew that he didn't want to lose the girl in front of him. And if he refused, then the girl would never look at him again. Will you be my partner? Little Naruto asked expectantly. Of course. Sasuke's eyes were filled with encouragement and determination. Okay. Little Naruto clenched his fists. Then he dodged and rushed into the crowd that had thrown stones at him before. The fox is going crazy. Run. Humph. It really hurt people. I said this day would come sooner or later. The people around him immediately started to curse. Their faces were deeply engraved in Naruto's mind. But at this moment he didn't care anymore. Why should I endure it? Why do I need their approval? Do I need the approval of some people who bully me? What the hell is the will of fire? That old man is not a good thing either. Sasuke. Her name is Sasuke. I just need her approval. Bang. Naruto's face was surprisingly calm. But his fist was not calm. The girl Sasuke just watched quietly. There was thought in his eyes. Life. Will resist. Boy. Will resist. Uchiha. Can resist too. I did it. Little Naruto looked at the children who collapsed on the ground. There was a hint of pleasure in his eyes. They are afraid of themselves. Haha, this look seems to be better than disgust. Little Naruto's mentality has changed subtly. But the light in his heart will never change. He looked forward to returning to the girl Sasuke. Just like a child who is looking forward to praise. Very good. How do you feel? Great. Well, we are friends, right? Little Naruto asked a little stiffly. Girl Sasuke was rarely stunned for a moment. Then she showed a sweet smile. At that moment, it was like 100 flowers blooming. Little Naruto knew that he would never forget this smile in his life. Uchiha Sasuke. The girl stretched out her hand very seriously. Uzumaki Naruto. This is the first time that little Naruto has raised his head and said his name. No inferiority. No cowardice. The two little hands are clasped together, and the gears of fate begin to turn. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto in front of the screen fell into deep thought. At that moment, the girl's brilliance illuminated Naruto. Naruto in Two Worlds. Chapter 11. Uzumaki Kushina, wow! What a loving picture! Yamanaka Ino, wow, that is true. Why do I feel more attracted to Sasuke in this world? Hyuga Hinata, maybe Naruto-kun needs her more. Lost. Haruno Sakura, but I don't understand why Sasuke wants to approach Naruto. According to normal people's thinking, this should not happen. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. This is the pull of fate. People who are destined will attract each other unconsciously. Uchiha Madara, no. Just a little experiment on her part. She saw the trapped animal posture in Naruto, which reminded her of Konoha's Uchiha. What a terrible thought! Uzumaki Naruto, impossible! How could this be an experiment? At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto showed a rare ferocious look. He cannot accept Uchiha Madara's remarks. Did the girl Sasuke just do an experiment on Naruto? I guess so. But he didn't want to believe it. He believed or said that the longing girl Sasuke had some sincerity for Naruto. It obviously has nothing to do with me, why am I so excited? Naruto muttered to himself. An inexplicable emotion arose in my heart. That emotion is called longing. If I had such a person when I was a child. That's wonderful. Naruto lowered his head, feeling envious of himself in another world. Also thinking. The will of fire? Is it really that great? The pictures on the screen flowed again. Girls Sasuke and Naruto officially became good friends. Or the only friend. No one wanted to come into contact with Naruto. And Sasuke didn't bother to touch anyone. Just like that, everyone isolated Naruto except Sasuke. And Sasuke isolated everyone except Naruto. Sasuke began to teach Naruto how to train, she wanted to see how much potential this boy could achieve. But Naruto seemed to have some kind of seal inside his body. Ninjutsu is almost impossible to succeed at. Sasuke, am I stupid? Ichiraku Ramen. Little Naruto lowered his head in frustration. He didn't want Sasuke to be disappointed in him. It doesn't matter. If you can't practice ninjutsu, then practice taijutsu. Sasuke silently handed Naruto the barbecued pork in the bowl. The tone was calm, but it made Naruto blush. Miss. At this moment, a guard suddenly appeared. Whisper something to Sasuke. Sasuke's expression immediately changed. Naruto. I have to go back first. Ah. But didn't we say we would go training together later? Naruto didn't even eat ramen. The time he looks forward to most every day is with Sasuke. Whatever you do. Snapped. Sasuke flicked Naruto's forehead lightly. Smiled. Forgive me, Naruto. Definitely next time. The girl winked playfully. Then turned and left. Naruto was left with a red face, covering his forehead in a daze. The Uchiha tribe seems to be a little nervous today. There are even fewer pedestrians wandering around the clan area. Sasuke slowly approached his father. I feel that today's Fugaku is not ordinary serious. Sasuke. Father. Sasuke saluted respectfully, even though she didn't like the interests of these large families. You went to see the demon fox again. Father. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku turned around sharply, staring sternly at Sasuke. But Sasuke didn't look away. Just looking straight at Uchiha Fugaku. Hey! Finally Fugaku sighed. Don't go near the demon again, Naruto. Why? His identity is very special. Uchiha's identity is even more special. Sasuke, father knows you understand. Sasuke fell silent. During this time, she deliberately inquired about the existence of the demon fox. I probably understand a little bit. At the same time, he also knew that Uchiha was too sensitive to touch Naruto anymore. This is not allowed by the higher UPS in Konoha. Yes. Father. Sasuke agreed. Then I heard Fugaku continue. Sasuke, you said before that you wanted to take charge of the Uchiha clan, do you remember? Now it was Sasuke's turn to be stunned. As much as she hated to admit it, it was nonsense for a woman to run Uchiha. The father's attitude was not joking. But Itachi. Although Fugaku always teased Itachi that his talent and thinking were not as good as his own. But Sasuke knew in his heart that Itachi had always been Fugaku's pride. Don't mention Itachi. He has betrayed the clan and is no longer the pride of the clan. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were stern, staring at Sasuke very seriously. His little daughter. He has the ability and vision to carry a family. Ding. Guess with prizes. How would the girl respond? A. Father, as long as Uchiha needs it, I can do it. B. Father, I want to know what happened to Itachi. C. Father, I can do it, I will bring Uchiha to a new peak. D. Father, I believe you won't want to see that day. When I take charge of Uchiha, my butcher knife will be swung at my own people as soon as possible. The roots of Uchiha are rotten. This kind of family cannot go far. I will cut it off with my own hands. Jiraiya, I choose D. Senju Tsunade, hey? So decisive? Have you thought about it? Orochimaru, I believe Sasuke has this vision, but I don't think he will tell the Uchiha clan leader directly. How did you figure it out? Jiraiya, hehe. I discovered a pattern, choose the longest among 3 short and 1 long. Orochimaru. Senju Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto, that makes so much sense, pervy sage. I also choose D. Namikaze Minato, teacher, Naruto, you. Uzumaki Kushina, I told you not to let Naruto have more contact with Jiraiya-sensei. Look, what an impact it has. Nara Shikamaru, hey. That's too hasty. Onoki, according to the rules of their big family, I think we should choose A. Even if Sasuke didn't think so, he would still say that. This is true for all big families. Terumi-me, that's right. I also choose A. The rules of a big family are the most troublesome. Chapter 12. Senju Tsunade, I am optimistic about Sasuke's ambition, I choose C. Orochimaru, haha. Then you may have underestimated her ambition. Everyone in the group immediately started talking. But no one made a choice. They could see from Uchiha Fugaku's attitude. Itachi must have had a problem. And in this world, it seems that the real truth of Itachi's extermination of the clan can be solved. The screen continues to play. Everyone stopped talking. Father, I believe you will not want to see that day. When I take charge of Uchiha, my butcher knife will be the first to swing at my own people. The roots of Uchiha are rotten, such a clan can't go far, I will cut it off with my own hands. The girl Sasuke said this with a firm look. Uchiha Fugaku subconsciously took a step back. Uchiha Fugaku was silent. After a long while, he finally asked a question. Sasuke, in your eyes, which is more important, the village or the clan? Neither is important. Both are important. This answer made Fugaku a little confused. But Sasuke continued. Hypocritical village, politicians in the dark, ignorant villagers. Corrupt family, arrogant clansmen, and lack of ambition. Father. In my opinion, none of them is important. Unless. After a thorough rectification. After Sasuke finished speaking, he bowed respectfully. Then he slowly retreated. But Fugaku stood there for a long time without coming back to his senses. Seems to be struggling with something. Ding! Congratulations Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto answered the question successfully. Ding! Reward Jiraiya is resurrected. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto Nine Tails power is restored. Ding! Punishment Senju Tsunade loses the ability of 100 healings mark to maintain eternal youth. Ding! Punishment, Dunaki's chance of spraining his back plus 80%. Ding! Punishment, Terumi may curse to die alone. Naruto naturally needs no further explanation. He just won back what he lost. But Jiraiya actually felt the existence of his body. Ever since he regained consciousness. Although he has 5 senses. But he only had an illusory feeling. But now, that feeling is completely gone. He really felt his body. It's actually real. Is there really a resurrection from the dead? Jiraiya murmured, but the group had already exploded at this time. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Are you really resurrected? Jiraiya, it's true, I felt the existence of my body, and it was at its peak. Namikaze Minato, it's incredible. Uchiha Itachi, I was just guessing, but I didn't expect it to be true. Senju Hashirama, in other words? Uchiha Madara, I look forward to fighting you again, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, the best body. I'm really looking forward to it. The group was still talking. A large number of the dead were already boiling. Is there anything more tempting than resurrection from the dead? Everyone stared at the screen. There are only 2 spots. This is a must. And no one knows when this comparison will end. All the dead became anxious. And Sasuke on the screen walked straight to Itachi's room. Without knocking on the door, he just walked in. Unexpectedly, there was someone else in the room besides Itachi. Uchiha Shisui. Sister Sasuke. Shisui smiled and greeted. He still liked this friend's sister. And Sasuke just sat in front of the two. Her voice was flat, but what she said was extremely shocking. Uchiha is planning a coup, right? Shisui and Itachi were both shocked. Sasuke couldn't possibly know this secret. There could only be one possibility. Her speculation. It's so terrifying. Shisui and Itachi had this thought in their minds for the first time. And Itachi immediately looked worried. He didn't want his beloved sister to get involved in this chaos. Tell us your plan. Sasuke's voice was still flat. Did your father look for you? Itachi didn't answer, but asked back. He did. Then are you still willing to believe me? Itachi stared into Sasuke's eyes with expectation in his pupils. You should have your reasons. Hey! Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that at this moment, all the accusations in the world didn't matter. As long as his beloved sister believed in him, it was enough. Shisui on the side twitched the corner of his mouth. This dead sister control, wouldn't really want to tell such an important plan. Shisui intends to launch the distinguished heavenly gods to control the Uchiha high level to prevent the coup. What is the distinguished heavenly gods? Sasuke's face did not change, as if he had expected it. A terrifying eye technique that can permanently change other people's minds. Only Shisui can use it. Sasuke was silent. It was hard for her to imagine that there was such a terrifying eye technique. So you choose to stand on the side of the village? Sasuke stared at Shisui. Of course. The village is the most important. We can't just be because of Uchiha. Naive. Shisui was interrupted by Sasuke halfway through his words. Looking at Sasuke with disdain. The good-tempered Shisui couldn't help but show a little anger. To put it bluntly, Sasuke is still a child of a few years old. Do you really think that changing the top management will allow the Uchiha to survive? The thorn in Konoha's side is the Uchiha. Not a few Uchiha people. There is no other way for the Uchiha. Only resistance. Or annihilation. No. The village and the clan can coexist peacefully. Shisui retorted loudly. As long as the Uchiha. Whatever you want. Before Shisui finished speaking, Sasuke waved his hand disdainfully. I can't stop you. I don't want to stop you either. But I hope you don't reveal your terrifying eye technique to others. Otherwise you may die in front of the Uchiha. After saying that, Sasuke turned and left. Itachi wanted to step forward and hold his sister, but finally stopped. Can the village and the clan really not coexist peacefully? Sasuke's words kept lingering in Shisui's mind. He looked at Itachi beside him expectantly. What he got was Itachi's evasive eyes. Chapter 13. Reikage AI, so this is the truth behind the Uchiha genocide. Gaara, is it really the decision of Konoha's top brass? Onoki, at least from now on, Itachi's point of view is quite normal, and he doesn't see the twisted idea of killing the entire clan at all. Terumi Mei, no need to look down, the higher UPS of Konoha must have captured Shisui's eyes later. Otherwise, how can we explain Shimura-dan's eyes? Shimura-dan's, spewing blood. That was Uchiha Shisui's gift to Konoha before his death. Shimura-dan's was now completely panicked. Follow the level of detail on the screen to the right. The secret of the night of genocide is likely to be exposed. But there is no evidence yet, so he still chooses to be tough. Never play those images. Shimura-dan's began to pray. Now the dead can be resurrected. Not to mention whether Senju Hashirama will punish him. If Uchiha Madara saw what he did. Don't play it. Don't play it. But Danzo's voice didn't seem to be heard in the live broadcast room. Instead, as soon as the screen changed, Shisui's figure immediately appeared. Ruined. Looking at that familiar scene, Shimura-dan's felt like he was falling into an abyss. A village, a clan. No. We can definitely coexist peacefully. As long as I use distinguished heavenly gods. Yes. Uchiha will become the power of Konoha. Shisui murmured as he walked on the road. But finally his eyes hardened. He can change everything. In between deep thoughts, Shisui's pupils suddenly opened wide. Someone. Boom. Excellent reflexes and extremely skilled teleportation techniques allow Shisui to easily block the attacker's attacks. But when you see who is coming, Shisui's pupils suddenly tightened. Lord Danzo. Before he had time to think, Danzo's big hand had already poked his eyes. Shisui. Your eyes. I'll take it. Danzo's voice was filled with greed. Shisui's heart sank suddenly. Sasuke, you. A flash of realization flashed across Shisui's face. The next moment his Sharingan lit up immediately. The 3 Megatama stones shone with a strange light. Danzo's movements immediately stopped in place. Is this the attitude of Konoha? Shisui's body began to tremble. What was even more trembling was his will of fire. Just paused for a moment. But he let Danzo go. We can't deny the village just because of Danzo's actions. Boom. Shisui is still thinking. But suddenly he felt a huge force coming from him. Danzo, who was previously controlled by illusion, immediately exploded into a cloud of smoke. Substitute. Shisui was shocked, he was too careless. But it's too late. Shisui felt a pain in his right eye, and then lost sight. Then dozens of root members immediately appeared from all sides. He rushed towards Shisui without hesitation. Take out his left eye. Danzo snorted coldly. Looking at the Sharingan in his hand, there was greed in his eyes. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The huge fireball scattered the members at the root. When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of Shisui. Whoosh! We must dig out his left eye. The screen stops here. The group fell silent immediately. Terumi Mei, Shisui's gift to the village. Ha 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 ha. Onoki, as expected of Konoha, the best at internal fighting. Gaara, it's so sad. I thought about the village but in the end. Senju Tobirama, Danzo, I am very disappointed in you. There's nothing wrong with suppressing Uchiha. But this despicable method is disgusting. Uchiha Madara, Shimura Dans? Hashirama, do you do it yourself, or should I do it? Senju Hashirama, I'll do it myself. Uchiha Sasuke, the original big brother Shisui. Shimura Dans, everyone. This is a parallel world. What Danzo does in this world does not represent me, it is not me at all. Danzo, after thinking about it for a long time, still chose to be tough. But no one believed what he said. Other than the 2 Sasukes, the 2 worlds are almost identical. And everyone doubted his character. At this time, the screen also changed again. Shisui stood on the edge of the cliff with blood on his right eye. And in front of him stood Uchiha Itachi. This image was familiar to Itachi. It is also a painful memory for him. It was here that Shisui died in front of him and he opened the sinful Mangeki. However, this time there was an extra person in the picture. Uchiha Sasuke. Shisui on the screen was a little surprised to see Sasuke's figure. But in the end it was a relieved smile. Sister Sasuke, you were right. I have to admit that you are the most far-sighted person in the Uchiha clan. Danzo didn't believe me and he took my right eye. Uchiha, I'm relieved to have you. I will die believing that there will be a coup in Uchiha soon. I leave my left eye to you. Protect this village and protect Uchiha on my behalf. Look at Uchiha Shisui with a look of death on his face. Itachi quickly took 2 steps forward. Itachi, don't stop me. If you were still my friend. Shisui smiled bitterly and wanted to jump off the cliff. But the girl Sasuke looked at this scene with a calm expression. Ding! Guess with prizes. What did Sasuke say to Shisui before he died? A. Stupid approach. It's really hopeless. B. I will inherit your will and protect everything you want to protect. C. Are you going to make the same mistake again and again? I guarantee that your eyes will become Uchiha's weapon in launching a coup. D. Uchiha Shisui, you are a coward. Want to commit suicide after losing an eye? Are you afraid to face the things you did wrong? Just want to escape? Don't trust this or that. You have hands and feet, but you don't think about trying to change, but you just want to commit suicide? I really misjudged you. Go to hell. Coward. No one handed down your will. Your will is as cowardly as your life. Chapter 14. This. Everyone in the group was stunned. This question is a little bit difficult to ask. But that doesn't stop some people from having an past the precedent of Jiraiya's resurrection. Everyone in the group was already excited. Especially those who died can't wait. But everyone still thinks carefully. If you answer randomly, it is not impossible that you will be punished to death. Uchiha Itachi, I choose D. Kisame, does Mr. Itachi also believe in the theory of 3 short and 1 long? How irrational! Jiraiya, why are you irrational? This is what I have thought about for a long time. Having said that, Jiraiya didn't dare to choose. Only when you have truly died can you realize how precious life is. He didn't want to take any chances. He wants to go back and marry Tsunade after the comparison is over. Uchiha Shisui, I choose B. I think Sasuke will pass on my ideas. Uchiha Sasuke, big brother of water. Are you still obsessed with it? Uchiha Sasuke was a little sad. A person who has died once is still willing to be Konoha's dog. Shisui's behavior instantly increased Sasuke's hatred for Konoha. At this moment, he looked at the girl Sasuke on the screen with a hint of recognition. I have to say that she lived out what she wanted to see most. Deidara, I choose C. Sasuke here is an extreme person, I bet he will use distinguished heavenly gods against Konoha. I'm really looking forward to it. Haiden, I choose C too. I think he will use these eyes to take revenge on Konoha. No one is making a choice. Everyone is frustrated. Why are the options so mysterious every time? And this girl Sasuke is so moody that you can't tell her thoughts at all. Ding! Congratulations to Uchiha Itachi for answering successfully. Ding! Reward Uchiha Itachi is back from the dead. Ding! Punishment Uchiha Shisui soul ban. Ding! Punish Deidara, and people all over the world immediately despise the idea of explosive art. Ding! Punishment the fragments of Haiden's body sank 1,000 meters. Really? Itachi didn't feel his newly resurrected body. Instead, stare at the screen. He understood the girl's meaning. This is the only hope for Shisui to survive. What a smart move to use righteousness to suppress Shisui. Uchiha Shisui felt the confinement of his soul and smiled bitterly. He stared at the screen and murmured. Let me carry the will of fire. I hope you can live a different life. No. In an unknown space, Deidara roared angrily. Although it didn't cause any harm to him. But now it's worse than killing him. Let the whole world despise his art? No. And Haiden only felt that his head was sinking infinitely. Now I'm afraid it won't be dug out for many years. The screen continues. Sasuke didn't stop Shisui. Instead, he shouted similar heart-wrenching words. Sure enough, Shisui's movements stopped. The hand also slowly dropped from his left eye. That's right, he was mostly avoiding at this moment. The belief in my heart collapsed, and death may be the best way to escape. But Sasuke said it nakedly, which made Shisui extremely ashamed. Why not create an Uchiha within ourselves? If you don't like a clan, then build him up instead of slandering him. Sasuke slowly approached. Then he took Zisui's hand. Sasuke. Shisui froze, and his body began to tremble. Okay. But I won't do anything harmful to the village. And from now on, Uchiha Shisui is dead. Good. Sasuke finally smiled. From now on, Uchiha Sasuke has an extra guard. There is no more Uchiha Shisui from the Uchiha clan. Itachi on the side smiled. But then he looked worried again. The coup is probably about to begin. Konoha shinobi Uchiha Shisui died in the Minamiga River. And left a suicide note. Oh my god! How is this possible? That's Shisui. The news immediately spread in the village. The girl Sasuke just listened calmly. I just feel that the atmosphere within the clan is getting more and more tense. Shisui is right. His death would be a trigger. Bang bang bang. And right now. There was a knock on the door of the patriarch's house. Is Itachi here? The ninjas from the three clans walked in with bad looks on their faces. He opened his mouth to see Itachi. Crunch. Itachi walked out calmly and looked at his clansmen with a normal expression. Uchiha Shisui died in Minagawa River. And left a suicide note. Oh. Itachi replied softly. Then he stared into the eyes of the tribesmen. Snort. The three tribesmen snorted disdainfully, left a suicide note and turned around to leave. For some reason, Itachi, who had always been calm, suddenly felt an unknown fire. Look at Shisui's ideals. Look at the village and people they want to protect. Is it really worth it? Stop. Itachi's eyes three Tomo turned crazily. Why don't you just say what you have to say? Are you doubting me? The three tribesmen stopped. Ever since Itachi joined Anbu, he has already lost trust within his clan. That's right. Brat. If you dare to betray Yuji. Bang bang bang. But a few people haven't finished speaking yet. Itachi, who had been patient, suddenly took action. Several people looked at Itachi in disbelief. But it only took a moment for him to be kicked out by Itachi. Keep talking about one clan, one clan. It's your arrogance. Stop. Itachi. The angry Itachi couldn't bear his anger anymore, and he felt worthless for Shisui. But just when he was about to take action, Fugaku's voice stopped him. Looking at his father in front of him, Itachi was stunned. Haha, I am completely disappointed with this boring clan. It seems that a decision has been made. Itachi made a move to kneel down. He chose to surrender to his father for the last time. Snort. The three previous tribesmen smiled disdainfully. What about the patriarch's son? Wrong team. Why don't you kneel down obediently? And just when Itachi's knees were about to fall, a small white hand was placed on the ground, covering Itachi's knees. Sasuke, you. Itachi looked at his sister in surprise and was about to say something. But the next moment, the girl's figure had disappeared before his eyes. Boom! One of the clan members from before was punched hard into the wall by Sasuke. The terrifying force made Fugaku's pupils widen. You dare! The tribesman looked at the young Sasuke in disbelief. Just as he was about to say something, he felt his neck being pinched hard. At the same time, the girl's cold voice sounded in her ears. Do you want to dance too? Chapter 15. Senju Hashirama, oh. I see. This sentence is a legacy. Senju Tobirama, no wonder Madara always said this back then. Onoki, it turns out to be a blood inheritance. Uchiha Madara, this, maybe. Uchiha Sasuke, well done. Watching the girl on the screen push the tribesman who insulted Itachi into the wall, Sasuke exclaimed. He was once again convinced that this girl was him in another world. Because their thinking is very close. But the difference is, girl Sasuke accomplished what he didn't dare to do. At this moment, Sasuke has no prejudice against girls. I hope you can live a different life. The picture on the screen continues to play. Uchiha Fugaku immediately stepped in to stop him. Sasuke! What are you doing? Stop it! Fugaku looked shocked. Although I know that Sasuke is the strongest genius in the clan. But how old is she? What she was holding in her hand was the elite chunin of the clan. Humph! Did you hear that? Uchiha's little princess. The tribesman revealed the enchanted Megatama Sharingan. looking forward to the beautiful face of the girl Sasuke. He expected the girl to show a look of humiliation but helplessness. But he was disappointed. Sasuke's expression remained calm, and he turned a deaf ear to Fugaku's orders. She just slowly stretched out her small white hand and placed it on the tribesman's eye socket. At the same time, a cold voice came. "Can your Sharingan only see so far? Stop!" Fugaku discovered Sasuke's intention and rushed forward immediately. But it's too late. Pug! Ah! A scream echoed through the patriarch's courtyard. The tribesman was already kneeling on the ground and wailing in pain, covering his eyes. Boom! Fugaku's big hand also reached in front of Sasuke. One punch knocked Sasuke away. Ba bang bang! Sasuke was pushed back by Fugaku for more than 10 steps before he regained his footing. She placed 2 Sharingans in the container. Then he calmly patted the dust on his body. "Sasuke! What are you doing?" Uchiha Fugaku looked at his beloved little daughter with trembling eyes. "I couldn't believe my eyes. Father! I am cutting off the roots of Uchiha's corruption." Sasuke's face was still calm, but his voice was cold. "Since his Sharingan can't see far, then don't keep it. You." Fugaku looked into Sasuke's eyes and seemed to understand something. "Both of them are pretentious. You are no longer proud of Uchiha." Fugaku turned and left, ignoring Sasuke and Itachi. "Lord Patriarch!" The other 2 tribesmen grabbed Fugaku's sleeves, seemingly unwilling to do so. "Roll!" With a loud shout from Fugaku, the 2 tribesmen immediately stayed where they were. "What kind of eyes are those? I have never seen such strange patterns before, and just looking at them makes me scared." Fugaku left, and so did Sasuke. Itachi was left alone, lost in thought. His hands were balled into fists. Looking at the traces of bloodline on the ground, I didn't know what I was thinking. Uchiha Madara, so courageous. I was never so decisive back then. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha is indeed rotten like this, but she shouldn't be able to do much as a child. Senju Hashirama, based on the caliber of this child, if she is given some time to grow, Uchiha may be able to truly rise. Namikaze Minato, I'm afraid we don't have enough time. Sasuke has ideas and vision, but he does not have the leverage to make decisions. Jiraiya, hey! It is hard to imagine that this is a village rendered under the will of fire. Shimura Dans, humph, see it. There is a problem within Uchiha. How can such a family help? Danzo seems to have found a way to clear himself up. Sees it immediately. But then the scene changed, and his expression immediately changed. On the screen is a gloomy secret room. A ninja wearing Anbyo costume kneels on the ground. None other than Uchiha Itachi. There were 4 people sitting in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, Udaten Koharu, Mito Kato Homura. It's over. The 4 people in front of the screen suddenly felt cold. It was over, now it was completely exposed. And this scene immediately caught everyone's attention. It seems that the truth is about to be revealed. The Uchiha clan is about to launch a coup. As soon as Itachi said this on the screen, the group immediately exploded. I never imagined that I had gone through so many changes. Itachi still chose the village. Uchiha Sasuke, why? Obviously. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't understand either. Did Sasuke's words have no effect at all? Uchiha Shisui, in fact, Itachi is the one who inherits the will of fire the most. Although he may waver, his original intention will not change. Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Danzo on the screen also spoke. The situation is urgent and we must take action before them. I hope you make a choice. Siding with the Uchiha clan to participate in the coup and destroying the Uchiha together. It's better to side with Konoha and destroy Uchiha. After the coup, the village promises to keep your sister. Itachi was stunned. Kill the entire clan. But you can keep Sasuke. Itachi. Only you are the most suitable to complete this task. Danzo spoke again, his words filled with confusion and threats. Slowly walked out of the secret room. Itachi immediately saw a man wearing a patterned mask. The man calls himself Uchiha Madara. But Itachi didn't believe it. Can you stay? Sasuke. Itachi gritted his teeth. He tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. But he didn't choose to cooperate with the masked man. Maybe he was also shaken in his heart. He was going to do it himself if that failed. Then use death to escape once. Slowly walked towards the tribe. A young girl appeared at the gate of the clan, seemingly waiting for him. Sasuke. Itachi hesitated. There seems to be no courage to move forward. Did you still choose your will of fire? Sasuke drew the long knife from his back and pointed it at Itachi. At this moment, the brother and sister finally faced each other with swords. Get out of the way. Sasuke. Itachi's eyes sparkled with Megatama. Sasuke also displays his 3-tomo Sharingan. Not giving an inch. You do have your reasons. You are indeed confused. You can also rectify Uchiha, but if you swing the butcher knife at the ordinary people of Uchiha. Sasuke held the knife in front of him. There was determination in his eyes. Itachi. How far can you see with your Sharingan? Chapter 16. Hiden, woohoo! Is the fight about to begin? Uchiha Shisui, the current Sasuke cannot be Itachi's opponent. Namikaze Minato, what a shame, this kid has everything figured out but has no ability to change. Uchiha Madara, fight of trapped beasts. She is no longer calm. Uzumaki Naruto, I believe she can do it. Sasuke didn't say anything, he just stared at the screen. He wanted to know. Can this girl change everything? You are no match for me. Itachi seemed reluctant to make a move on Sasuke. His hands were already shaking slightly. Sasuke finally smiled and seemed much more relaxed. Brother. Time is too short. We are too weak. You made the right choice, I understand. But I have my bottom line. Just because I understand you doesn't mean I will watch you slaughter Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes were filled with determination. The aunt who sells vegetables, the uncle who drives the car, and the eldest sister next door. Faces flashed through my mind, and they were all very kind to me. Uchiha is indeed corrupt, but it has nothing to do with them. Sasuke would not let his brother bear such a sin. Compared to this, she would rather take the path of coup d'état and leave a profound history to Konoha. Sasuke. Get out of the way. Itachi finally made up his mind. Only by being ruthless now can he truly save his precious sister. What answered him was Sasuke's hand seal movements and the scarlet Sharingan. Forgive me. Sasuke. Itachi's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared instantly. But just as he was about to rush in front of Sasuke, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was an impossible figure. Father. Itachi looked at the figure in disbelief. The body began to tremble slightly. Itachi. Did you choose a village? Uchiha Fugaku's voice came faintly, but there was no blame. Sasuke was also stunned. In her eyes, her father should be trying to plan a coup. Haha, you look like a child now. Looking at the shocked Sasuke, Fugaku smiled warmly. At this moment, he is not a stern patriarch, but a kind father. Father thought you would be calm no matter what happened. That's good. This way you feel more like a child. Fuyu touched Sasuke's head with determination in his eyes. Itachi just stood there, not knowing what to do. Sasuke, you are the best person Uchiha has had in so many years. Father agrees with your theory. Uchiha's roots are rotten. Arrogant, and unwilling to make progress. It's short-sighted to fight for a little bit of power. But Dad can't change it. Fugaku also had confusion in his eyes. The whole clan and even Konoha regarded him as a thorn in their side. Konoha is afraid of Uchiha's strength. Uchiha wants to seize power in Konoha. Didn't he know that the coup would definitely fail? Not to mention the major families in Konoha, he is the only cage-level strongman in the Uchiha clan. But there was no way, the radicals in the family had already set him up, and he had no choice. But he saw hope in his two children. But at this time their choices went in opposite directions. Father! Itachi! Don't shake your hands! Fugaku interrupted Itachi with a calm expression. Father understands what you are doing. Father also understands what Sasuke is doing. The ordinary people of Uchiha are innocent. If Konoha wants an attitude, I want some peace of mind. Then fill it with the life of the Uchiha clan leader. Fugaku slowly walked towards Itachi. Hug him gently. Itachi! You have always been my father's pride. Don't hesitate, this is the best choice. No. Sasuke grabbed Fugaku's clothes. Finally lost my mind. We'll fight Konoha. Sasuke! Fugaku interrupted her. Hold her in your arms. You will have to bear more than attack from now on. Father hopes you can stay calm. Remember your words and don't let Uchiha rot anymore. Sasuke finally lost his mind beyond his years. She was crying like a child at this moment. She knew that Uchiha had to pay for his actions. The life of the clan leader is the cheapest. Gently put Sasuke down. Fugaku dodged and hit Itachi's sword directly. Pfft! The long knife passed through Fugaku's body. Blood splattered across Itachi's face. Itachi, take care of Sasuke. Fugaku finally smiled. He has lived in the cracks his entire life. Uzumaki in Konoha and Uchiha is going crazy. But today, he can finally choose for himself. Snap! Fugaku's body fell heavily to the ground. Itachi was shaking all over. The same goes for Sasuke. The next moment, their eyes shed 2 tears of blood. Manjiki Sharingan! Open! The brother and sister both opened their eyes. At this moment, they experienced the curse from Uchiha. The plan has changed. Itachi may betray you, report it to Lord Danzo immediately. Not far away. The expressions of several root ninjas who witnessed everything changed immediately. Unexpectedly, the clan leader of Uchiha would do something like this. But just when they were about to go back and report. But suddenly I felt a chill on my neck. A black stream of light flickered between them. In just an instant, most people were already dead and in different places. Who? The leading root ninja immediately became alert. At this time, the person slowly revealed his appearance. He has a slender figure, wearing a mask and a black robe. Although his face cannot be seen, the root ninja has recognized his identity based on his ninjutsu. You are an instant. Pfft! A black light flashed, giving him no chance to speak. Take care of Sasuke. Definitely. I swear. Itachi seemed much relieved as he said his final goodbyes to his best friend. After today, there was no turning back for him. Watching Itachi's leaving figure, Shisui was also confused. Silently returned to the girl. At this moment, Sasuke has quietly carried Fugaku's body. Walking slowly towards home. Miss Zo, Shisui wants to take over Fugaku's body. But he met Sasuke's eyes. The enchanting patterned bloodline shows her indifference and calm. Uchiha Itachi wants to compete for the position of clan leader and colludes with clan members to launch a coup. After being exposed, kill the clan leader and defect. Find someone to report. Konoha. Chapter 17. Uchiha Shisui, Itachi, really left after all. Namikaze Minato, this is already a good result, at least the Uchiha clan is still there. Senjutsu Nade, humph. How disgusting. Onoki, how many times have I told you? Konoha's internal fighting is well known. Uchiha Sasuke, ha 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 ha. Wait. No one from Konoha's top management can escape. Senju Hashirama, this Uchiha Fugaku's size is still respectable. Uchiha Madara, did you see Hashirama? This is the harmonious village you promised. Senju Hashirama was silent. He really felt ashamed at this moment. Terumi Mei, humph. I don't think you big shots in Konoha will let Uchiha go so easily. Uzumaki Naruto, then what else do they want? Jiraiya, Naruto, you. Uzumaki Naruto, pervy sage, is this the will of fire? What's the point of such a Hokage? What's the point of enduring what I endured as a child? This was Naruto's first exposure to these dark dimensions. It all made him sick. Of course it wasn't Konoha who was nauseated, but himself. He asked himself, is such a village really worthy of his protection? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto. Don't shake the will of fire in your heart. Senju Tobirama, monkey. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Witnessing the truth of the night of genocide, everyone in the group was more or less shocked. Especially the ninjas of Konoha. A chill came directly to my heart. The scene at this time is still playing. Hokage office. Problem occurs. Shimura Dan spoke. No one reported it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It was precisely because no one reported it that something happened. I suspect Itachi has turned against you. Danzo stood up immediately, and all the root ninjas he sent were dead. You can know it based on the induction of the curse seal. But at this moment, a hurried warning sound came from outside the door. Lord Hokage. Konoha shinobi Uchiha Itachi just launched a coup in the Uchiha tribe. After the incident was revealed, he killed the clan leader and defected. What? Danzo immediately stood up with a look of surprise on his face. How damaged is Uchiha? Because it was discovered early, there was no damage. But the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku is definitely dead. Damn! Danzo knocked the ground angrily. Something that had been planned for so long was screwed up. Issue a fatwa immediately. Make Uchiha Itachi an S-class rebel ninja, regardless of life or death. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Sarutobi. The person who is waiting for the report will go down. Danzo immediately showed an unwilling look. Now is a great opportunity. I will gather people to destroy the Uchiha clan overnight. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo directly. Now the news of Itachi killing the clan leader and defecting has spread throughout Konoha. Kill Uchiha now? Are you kidding me? Does Konoha's reputation need to be lost? Do you still believe in the will of fire? This is their plan, they want to calm everything down with just one Fugaku. No way. Danzo's eyes were filled with unwillingness. In his eyes, those are Sharingans, they are all wealth. He must destroy this Uchiha clan. That's enough. Uchiha has surrendered. Itachi defected, Shisui died, and Fugaku showed his attitude. Uchiha is nothing to worry about, this matter ends here. Sarutobi still wants to keep Konoha stable. After all, Minato died and Sunin ran away. Konoha can no longer withstand the turmoil. Sarutobi. You'll regret it. Danzo. I'm the Hokage. The two had daily disagreements. Danzo gritted his teeth unwillingly and finally retreated helplessly. Damn! If I were Hokage! Looking at Danzo's back, Sarutobi Hiruzen was thoughtful. After pondering for a moment, he asked Anbu beside him. Who might be the next Uchiha chief? Lord Hokage, the elders of Uchiha are still alive. From what I see, Uchiha is about to fall into civil strife again. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, the messy the better. How much do you know about that Uchiha Sasuke? It is said that he is a genius that the Uchiha clan only sees once in 100 years. Let her come to see me tomorrow. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks out at the entire village from his office. Murmured. Uchiha Sasuke. Wish you had the will of fire. Otherwise. There was a hint of evil in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He just thinks more, but his methods are no softer than Danzo's. When this scene was clearly exposed in front of everyone in the group, all explanations are feeble. Shimura Danz, Uchiha has posed a threat. I am the root of Konoha. Someone should deal with this kind of thing. Those movies from other countries, you have done no less dirty things than me. Danzo said, I won't act anymore, I'm showing off my cards. Anyway, it's all exposed. Onoki, haha, don't compare you to us. How ridiculous. Terumi Mei, Senju Tobirama really made two good apprentices. Gaara, this kind of behavior will result in being buried alive in Sand Ninja Village. Raikage AI, the Kingdom of Thunder also has violent methods, but it will not engage in such a disgusting conspiracy. Senju Tobirama, monkey, do you have anything to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I have a clear conscience. At that time, Konoha was already in ruins and could not withstand any changes. Uzumaki Naruto, that's enough. Don't you feel sick saying this now? Uchiha Sasuke, have you finally woken up? How about it? Do you want to destroy Konoha with me? Uzumaki Naruto, no. I want to be Hokage even more. I want to use my own ability to change everything. Uchiha Sasuke, humph. There is no cure. The scene at this time continues to play. The girl wore a white gauze scarf on her head and slowly walked out of the door. Looking extremely calm. Shisui followed behind wearing a black robe. He seemed to want to say something. So. No need to say it. If I die in the Hokage building, it's up to you. I won't ask you for anything. My death. It means death from heaven, Uchiha. The girl Sasuke's cold face turned soft. From a patriarch who was responsible for the family business, he turned into a little girl who had just lost her father. Come on, third generation. Let me show you the will of fire too. Chapter 18. Look. That's the daughter of the Uchiha clan. What a cute little girl. Have you heard about what happened to Uchiha yesterday? I heard that father and son killed each other. What a tragedy. TCH. Those people Uchiha are not good at all, they deserve what they deserve. Keep your voice down. Are you crazy? On the way to Hokage's office, countless rumors came to mind. The death of the Uchiha patriarch did cause a major blow to Uchiha's reputation. Especially being killed by his own son. It has become an interesting fact in Konoha. Life, go with the flow. The villagers, are ignorant. Sasuke walked by with a sad face. But there was a flash of hatred in his heart. In her eyes, these villagers who only follow the trend have no need to protect them. At this moment, she thought of that optimistic young man. Everything that happened to her today. That boy encounters it every day. I underestimated you. Sasuke murmured, quickening his pace. And just when she was about to arrive. But someone blocked his way. Sasuke. I know it all. Naruto stood in front of her. Looking a little overwhelmed. Naruto was very panicked lately. Because Sasuke ignored him. He had been to the Uchiha tribe. But he couldn't get in. Uchiha's attitude towards him was even worse than that of the villagers. Today he finally found the courage to stand in front of her again. But after seeing her, he became timid. I'm sorry Naruto, there have been too many things going on in the clan recently. Sasuke smiled sweetly and touched Naruto's head. Naruto is satisfied. The previous grievances disappeared in this moment. Become that energetic young man again. Okay. Master Hokage is looking for me. I don't know how long the conversation will take. You should go back first. I'm waiting for you. Naruto, who had always obeyed, rejected Sasuke this time. His face was full of stubbornness. Okay. Then wait until I come out and treat you to ramen. Sasuke smiled slightly, turned and walked upstairs. But the moment I stepped into the Hokage building, she felt locked by countless eyes. There is also a lot of naked murderous intent. Hey! Sasuke exhaled softly and entered the sad little girl state again. Lord Hokage! The people are here. Yet. Let her in. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a complex look on his face. Danzo, there's no need for you to come. Look at Danzo in the corner. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He doesn't like Danzo judging his decisions. Danzo didn't say anything, just sat there with no intention of leaving. Crunch! The door was pushed gently. A very beautiful little girl with long black hair and straight hair walked in. She was pale at this moment, with tears on her face. Lord Hokage! Sasuke bowed to third generation respectfully. No need to be polite. Third generation immediately smiled kindly. Doesn't look like a Hokage at all, more like the grandpa next door. We have taken care of Uchiha's matter. We are sorry that Weasel ran away. But don't worry, the village will give you an explanation. You can always trust the village. Look at the smiles of third generation. Sasuke felt like his teeth were about to break. But in the end she still looked terrified, as if she had found a savior. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Please Hokage-sama, please catch Itachi. I must kill him with my own hands. Sasuke had a look of hatred on his face. This looked in the eyes of third generation and he nodded with satisfaction. After all, he is still a child, what kind of city can he have? As for genius? Are there still few geniuses in Konoha? Can't make any trouble. Don't worry. Sasuke, the village will definitely make the decision for you. And, the village will help you take over the Uchiha clan and make you the new clan leader. Really? Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sasuke immediately looked surprised. A deep bow directly to third generation. But the moment he lowered his head, the mysterious Manjiki Sharingan appeared unconsciously. What a cruel third generation! Promote yourself to the position of leader of the Uchiha clan at this time. It's equivalent to directly dividing yourself from the whole clan. How could those Uchiha clan elders give up? If nothing happens, Uchiha will immediately fall into civil strife. Of course, these behaviors of third generation cannot be hidden from everyone in the group. Ohanaki, the third generation can be said to be the strongest politician in all Hokage generations. Raikage AI, that's right. He has a way of attacking his own people. Terumi Mei, our village was once enveloped in this kind of environment, and then, those people all died. Uchiha Madara, haha interesting. It's enough that people are still alive. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto didn't know what to say at this moment. When the other side of the world was nakedly displayed in front of him, he found that all he could do was remain silent. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the screen spoke again. The next words made Naruto feel even more deeply. Sasuke. What is your dream? That's it again. Everyone in the group nauseated subconsciously. But at this moment, they were all paying attention curiously. Ding! Guess with prizes. How would the girl Sasuke answer? A. My dream is to make Uchiha glorious again. B. Lord Hokage, my dream is to kill the traitor Itachi with my own hands. C. Master Hokage, my dream is to let Uchiha truly integrate into Konoha, so that the tribe will no longer be arrogant, and let people feel disgusted when Uchiha is not around. D. Lord Hokage. My dream is to become a Hokage. Protect Konoha and pass on the will of fire like the Hokage-sama of the past generations. Chapter 19. Uchiha Sasuke, ha, it's such a disgusting question again. Uzumaki Nagato, humph. What an ironic question, but I already have the answer. I choose D. In this dirty place like Konoha, as long as the will of fire is involved, it is the standard answer. Orochimaru, haha. I also choose D. Will of fire is already the standard answer. There was a brief silence in the group. At some point, the will of fire, which Konoha people are so proud of, actually became a derogatory term. Uchiha Madara, I choose C. This is what I used to think too. Uchiha Shisui, I believe this is what Sasuke thinks too, but she may not tell the truth in front of the third generation. Obviously the will of fire statement can dispel the third generation's doubts. Senju Hashirama, no. This is just right. D seems to be the most standard answer. But if everything is too perfect, it will look very deliberate. So I also choose C. Uchiha Itachi, that's right, C's statement can best dispel third generation's doubts. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. But at the same time, everyone was curious. Can Sasuke think so deeply at such a young age? Ding! Congratulations to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara for successfully answering the question. Reward for resurrection from the dead. Ding! Uzumaki Nagato answered wrongly and was punished by soul ban. Ding! Orochimaru answered wrongly and was punished by sealing his hands. Is it wrong? Uzumaki Nagato shook his head indifferently. He didn't have much desire for resurrection. But Orochimaru's mentality collapsed. This familiar recipe, familiar experience. Damn it, can I only use my tongue again? Orochimaru felt like a gambler. The more you lose, the more you want to guess. At this time, across the virtual space, everyone in the group noticed a strong fighting spirit. Motor. Hashi Lama. The resurrection of the god of ninja and Shura in the ninja world represents the beginning of a new era. Even though they can't move now. But there was obviously a lot of silence in the group. The most intuitive manifestation is that the five shadows have all shut up. Hashirama didn't dare to say it, but if they dared to speak rudely again. When the comparison is over, there will be a man kicking his country door to pieces, pinching his neck and asking him, "Do you want to dance too?" Sasuke on the screen also said these passionate words. It can be clearly seen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown immediately relaxed. He was satisfied with Sasuke's answer, which was a normal desire for a little girl. Very good. Go down. If you need anything, you can come to me. Sarutobi thinks it's okay. Uchiha can at least be stable for a long time. Yes. Lord Hokage. Sasuke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Cautiously withdrew. But she clearly felt a killing intent coming from the corner. Shimura Dan's. Sure enough, Sasuke had just walked out. Danzo immediately stood up impatiently. Sarutobi, Uchiha is a scourge after all. I think. That's enough. Danzo. This is the end of the matter, Uchiha has no ability to resist. Sarutobi interrupted Danzo directly. He had no doubts about his judgment. The little girl Sasuke was no threat to Konoha. Then at least send someone to support this Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo spoke. Using Sasuke to control Uchiha in Konoha's hands is also a good choice. That's enough. Do you think everyone in Uchiha is a fool? Danzo. You are not allowed to interfere in Uchiha's affairs anymore. Konoha can no longer withstand the turmoil. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is the best outcome. Uchiha will fall into civil strife and is also a force in Konoha. Without Itachi and Fugaku, Uchiha will only slowly destroy himself. It's not him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks down on Uchiha. A group of self-righteous guys can't achieve anything. The most important thing is that Itachi is now defecting. Although he was working as an undercover agent for Konoha in name, he was ultimately a clampdown on Konoha. Humph. Sarutobi. You'll regret it. Danzo. I'm the Hokage. The two broke up on bad terms again, but Danzo couldn't change Hokage's decision after all. Uchiha Madara, it's done. It seems that Konoha is gone in this world. Namikaze Minato, although she is still under the attention of the top management, she is finally given time to develop. Uchiha Itachi, and this time with the help of the entire Uchiha and Shisui, we should be able to find a different path. Uchiha Shisui, I hope she can withstand the pressure within Uchiha. Shisui is still worried. That group of radical elders is not that easy to deal with. The screen moved again, and the scene was in Uchiha's inner hall. Uchiha Sasuke sits at the top. Sitting below were a group of elders from the clan. But these elders all looked disdainful. Despite Fugaku's suicide note, they don't think a child of several years old is worthy of being the leader of Uchiha. As for the Hokage's orders? This is even more nonsense. Is that dead monkey qualified to interfere in Uchiha's internal affairs? Clan leader. Everyone is here except the three elders. Sasuke looked at the elders below. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. A bunch of old guys sitting in a well and watching the sky. Tian forces Fugaku to make a coup. Do you really think you can seize power in Konoha with just a few retired genin? But she still suppressed her anger. She didn't forget Fugaku's advice. Always stay calm. As well as cut off the rotten roots of Uchiha. Sasuke. Everyone knows about the clan leader's situation. You give the order. We will launch a coup in Konoha immediately. Seize power. Right. That's right. It's our turn in Konoha. Uchiha has the final say. If we don't take action, we will be liquidated by Konoha sooner or later. Look at the cheering elders below. Almost half of it. A few elders with sad faces seem to understand something. But they have no say. These people asked Sasuke to give orders. But they basically just talked about themselves. Turning the meeting held by Sasuke into a prelude to a coup. Everyone. It's better to wait for the third elder about the coup. I want to hear his opinion. Sasuke respectfully gave these people a junior salute. Humph. Then just listen to the clan leader. The great elder snorted coldly. How about the clan leader? Fugaku is dead, and Uchiha has the final say. And the third elder is also the most radical among the radicals. But he didn't notice the murderous intent flashing in Sasuke's eyes. Oh. The third elder is here. Following Sasuke's words, everyone looked towards the door. But their expressions changed. I saw a man in black robe and mask walking slowly in. Then a spherical object was thrown in the lobby. That is Third Elder. Chapter 20. You. Looking at the head of the Third Elder on the ground. The Great Elder subconsciously looked at Sasuke, who was in charge. At this moment, Sasuke looked at him calmly, with disdain in his eyes. Pfft. The Great Elder just planned to form a seal. But the next moment, a black light flashed immediately. The Great Elder's left arm was immediately cut off by the mysterious man in black robe. The expressions of all the elders in the audience immediately changed. Too fast. Could this be the backup plan Fugaku left for Sasuke? Okay. Let's continue the discussion. Sasuke sat there with a normal expression, looking at the trembling elders below. At this level, are you still dreaming of launching a coup? How ridiculous! Sasuke sneered and began to speak slowly. As the new chief of Uchiha, I have 3 things to announce today. First, resign from all positions in the Konoha police force and transfer all Uchiha clan members back. All power is handed over to the village. What? Impossible. Don't even think about it. Sasuke's words immediately detonated the whole clan. You must know that Uchiha got this right after fighting hard for so many years. Are you actually asking them to hand them over now? Namikaze Minato, smart. What a sensible mind. Senjutsu Nade, indeed, the so-called Uchiha guards are used by Konoha to perfunctory Uchiha. They do things that offend people every day, and Uchiha still enjoys it. Uchiha Fugaku, it's a pity that Uchiha's people can't see this. They will only be complacent about the meager power in their hands. Sure enough, everyone below raised objections. Even conservative elders are no exception. Sasuke's expression remained unchanged and he sneered. I am informing you, not discussing with you. You. The elder stared angrily at Sasuke. He was thinking if he could overthrow Fugaku's remaining power if he raised his arms and shouted. But after thinking about it, he found that it couldn't be done. I have to admit that these old guys in Uchiha have lost their ambition. Shocked by Sasuke's first move, he had already lost the initiative. Especially that mysterious man in black robe. Very good. Let's talk about the second point. All clan members will immediately remove Anbu from all positions. And banned from joining Anbu in the future. Originally, Uchiha could not enter Anbu. But in order to win over Itachi, Fugaku had stuffed a group of tribesmen in. But now Sasuke plans to take it all back. These people will not come into contact with the inner circle of third generation in Anbu. Instead, they will be exploited. It's better to take them all back and show hostility to the weak. The people below were silent. This is the same as the first one. It's all about delegating power. The elders are already getting ready to make a move. But he is also worried about the backhand Fugaku might leave behind. Especially the mysterious man in black robe. It's just too fast. Seeing no one objected, Sasuke didn't show any joy. This does not mean that these people agreed. Who knows what these people are thinking? But it doesn't matter. If they dare to make small moves, Sasuke would never hold back. After all, Fugaku really gave her a backup plan before he died. Third. Starting today, restrictions on branch houses will be lifted. Uchiha is a place where capable people live. Once the branch house has a certain strength, it can enjoy the same resources as the clan house or even surpass the clan family's resources. Such as ninja tools, ninjutsu, secret techniques, etc. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately detonated the entire audience. If Sasuke's previous decentralization policy only offended the radicals, so now it has attracted the entire clan. What does Sasuke's third number mean? It is equivalent to changing the structural composition of Uchiha for hundreds of years. No. Impossible. Nonsense. You are betraying your morality and forgetting your ancestors. Many clan elders suddenly became anxious. This shakes their roots. If this changes, then they will not have a good life even if they capture Konoha. The eyes of the branch house elders below lit up instantly. Seems very ready to move. If it were so. Oh no. What the patriarch said is true. Then the people in their branch house have hope of getting ahead. You won't end up being a dog of the Zone family all your life and you won't be able to see the edge at a glance. Even Shisui glanced at Sasuke in surprise. I have to say that her decision was too bold. And this is what Sasuke wants. In fact, Uchiha branch house has many experts. And the fighting quality is also higher. On average, one Genin from a branch house can defeat 2 Genin from a clan. The Zone family has been protected by the branch house since childhood, and has no value at all. And Sasuke now wants the power of branch house. And she also felt that this was the best way to cut off corruption. And most importantly, this will hide Uchiha Yin. It can buy her a lot of growth time. In this world, Sasuke believes that as long as he grows up, he can destroy Konoha alone. Look at the people in the branch house below who are already ready to move. The great elder felt that he should do something. Clan leader. This must not be done. In this case, I support you on the first 2. But the rule of dividing the family into 2 families must not be changed. That's right. What do you know about a child of several years old? Uchiha, it's not your turn to make the decision. As soon as the great elder opened his mouth, people immediately echoed his words. And the man's tone didn't mean to be polite. After all, this concerns all of them. The kunao in Shisui's hand started to move again. He stared at the rude person. Just waiting for Sasuke's order. He now fully supports Sasuke's decision. Even he was starting to feel disappointed with Uchiha. Shisui suddenly felt that if Uchiha was really capable, then there may really be hope for rising. Sasuke just looked at the farce below calmly. Slowly he looked away. Ding! Guess with prizes. Excuse me, what will the young girl Sasuke do in the face of persecution from her tribe? A. A mat is so hot. B. I am informing you, not discussing with you. C. The mysterious man in black robe. Do it. D. Just give it up when you see fit. In fact, the first two are Sasuke's true goals. This is just right. Explanation on the Uchiha clan and branch houses. The author knows that there is no original work, but the big family is also divided into the eldest son and the eldest disciple, and the resources are somewhat different. Let's treat it as a setting. Chapter 21. Uzumaki Naruto, what does amatology mean? Uchiha Sasuke, the super pupil technique of the Uchiha clan, the flame of Amaterasu that can burn everything. Uzumaki Naruto, real or fake, so smart. Hara no Sakura, in other words, A just takes action directly. Terumi Mei, I don't think it's possible. Sasuke shouldn't take action directly now. Nara Shikamaru, I have figured out what she is thinking. She will definitely take action. I choose A. Akim Ichichi, I choose A too. Yamanaka Ino, Chji. Be careful. Akim Ichichi, hehe. I believe in Shikamaru's choice. Yamanaka Ino, 1 or 2 is so ridiculous. Hyuga Hayashi, this is nonsense. How could a big family make such a decision? I choose D. This must be her excuse. Hyuga Niji, humph. It seems that abolishing the system is difficult for Hayashi-sama to accept. Hyuga Niji stared at the screen with disdain on his face. He keeps saying he wants to abolish caged bird himself. When the time comes, I will be more anxious than anyone else. He took out his father's suicide note just because he wanted to be a good dog for the Zone family. Thinking of this, Niji unconsciously looked at the girl Sasuke on the screen. If you can follow such a leader, that I don't know if I in that world will be affected. Hyuga Niji began to look forward to it. Hyuga Hisashi, Niji. Don't be disrespectful to the head of the family. Scorpion, I choose C. I think based on her character, she will suppress it with force, but she will not do it herself. Scorpio glanced at his puppet. Of course it is better to use puppets at this time. For example, the mysterious man in black robe. Everyone in the group started a heated discussion. But no one made a choice anymore. In fact, many people have their own ideas. But they dare not. The punishment was too severe. They dare not take risks without complete certainty. Especially Orochimaru, who felt like he had no leverage left to gamble. Ding! Congratulations to Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi answered correctly. Reward Nara Shikamaru can enter the leisure state at any time, extremely relax the body and mind, throw away all troublesome thoughts. Bonus Akim Ichichi can increase the amount of chakra by eating. Ding! Punishment Hyuga Hayashi's eye roll appears in a 90-degree blind spot. Ding! Punish Scorpio and make the world cast aside the idea of eternal art forever. The rewards and punishments this time are very strange. It feels less intense and serious. But the reaction of several people was more intense than everyone imagined. It's actually so easy. Shikamaru immediately relaxed his mind. It feels like the world is quiet. If possible, he would be willing to stay in such a daze for the rest of his life. This live broadcast room understands him so well that even if I double his chakra, he won't change it. As for Akimichichi, he was even more excited. Can I increase the amount of chakra by eating something? This. But now he can't move. But the live broadcast room was very considerate and let a piece of potato chips float into his mouth. Show him the effect. Although it only increased slightly. But for Akimichichi. No, it is an extremely explosive gift to the entire Akimichi clan. Akimichichi felt itchy in his heart and just wanted to finish the comparison quickly and go eat a lot. But Hyuga Hayashi felt that the sky was falling. The effect of caged bird will not only limit the life and death of the branch house. It will also create a blind spot in the branch house's eyes. This is actually very fatal. But now his blind spot is locked at 90 degrees. A full quarter. He felt that his position as head of the clan was not secure. At this time, Hyuga Niji's mouth almost broke out in laughter. What a wonderful reincarnation! The aloof head of the Zone family is actually here today? But Scorpion just closed his eyes silently. He wasn't as miserable as Deidara. I just feel a little disgusted. The screen at this time continues. Sasuke said nothing while facing the clan members who were about to make a move. Not even movement. But her eyes had left a line of bloodline. At the same time, strange patterns appeared in her eyes. Manjiki Sharingan. Amaterasu. The angry elder was immediately shocked by Sasuke's eyes. Of course he recognized those eyes. It is recorded in the ancient books of Uchiha. The ultimate Manjiki Sharingan. He subconsciously wanted to run away. But it's too late. After just a few seconds, he was enveloped in dark flames. So he was in the eyes of all the elders. The man didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes. Under Amaterasu, not a blade of grass grows. All the elders were shocked by Sasuke's thunderous methods. Whether it's her courage or that monstrous Manjiki. Sasuke, you. The great elder was stunned at this moment. He knew that the Uchiha clan owned the Manjiki Sharingan. That is the clan leader Fugaku. But I never expected Sasuke to have one too. How old is she? Look at the empty space around you that turned into ashes and left nothing behind. The great elder only felt that his body was cold. Great elder. What do you think of my decision? Sasuke wiped bloodline from the corners of his eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt her vision blurred. It was just a little bit, but Sasuke caught it. Manjiki will sacrifice his eyesight. It seems that this kind of power cannot be used often. Sasuke thought to himself, but this was enough. I agree with the patriarch's idea. The great elder gave up very decisively. He didn't think he could escape the terrible flames. He also believed that this girl had the courage to destroy him. Very good. Sasuke glanced around, but no one dared to look at her. Humph. Just these people are trying to launch a coup. Sasuke smiled disdainfully and completed the change. Watching the great elder leaving, Shisui hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and asked. Miss, this elder will definitely do some tricks, why not? In fact, many elite ninjas have been arranged outside the door. They are all die-hard fans of Fugaku, and they are also Sasuke's backup. It was originally planned to clear up the internal chaos in Uchiha today. Shisui is worried that the great elder will look for ways to target Sasuke later. Sasuke just smiled and said. I can't kill him. Why? Because without him Uchiha will fall into civil strife. Konoha will be at ease. Chapter 22. Okay. Shisui admitted that he didn't think enough. Miss, your friend is here to see you. At this moment, the guard's report came from outside the door. Okay. Brother Shisui. I'm leaving. Sasuke smiled and was about to go out. Wait a minute. Shisui hesitated for a moment, but still took a step forward and said, Sasuke, you should stay away from Jinchūriki as much as possible. After all, the Konoha high-level officials don't want to see. Sasuke was silent, but soon she smiled at Shisui. Brother Shisui, I only have this one friend. There's nothing I can do. It's forgivable for a child to be willful. Looking at Sasuke, who suddenly showed the cute girl's attitude, Shisui was at a loss. Kakui. Based on the time they spent together, he found that Sasuke was not that kind of problem child. She just had a high IQ and all her behaviors were a bit withdrawn. But once he had a common language with her, Sasuke was still a very cute child. Looking at Sasuke's back as he left, Shisui seemed to understand Itachi's feelings a little bit. Who can resist this? But he suddenly gritted his teeth again. He felt that his little princess was kidnapped by a yellow-haired guy. And he was a real yellow-haired guy. The picture finally stopped at the backs of Sasuke and Naruto. This scene made Naruto in front of the screen smile from the bottom of his heart. But the next moment it turned into jealousy. It was difficult for Naruto to describe this complicated feeling. He hoped that the girl Sasuke could get close to Naruto, because that was him. But he didn't want the girl Sasuke to get close to Naruto, because that was not him. It was very contradictory, but easy to understand. Uchiha Fugaku, I didn't expect that even the serious Shisui would fall. Uchiha technique, if reality is really like this, I think I will definitely fall. Uzumaki Kushina, wow. She is simply the perfect choice for a daughter-in-law. Namikaze Minato, I like this child too, she is so outstanding. Uchiha Mikoto, if Sasuke had a sister, would this effect be achieved? Uchiha Fugaku, most likely not, don't think too much, this child is exceptional. Haruno Sakura, but why can she get along with Naruto? This is unreasonable. Uchiha Sasuke, humph. What's unreasonable? You can't understand the loneliness in the girl's heart. Hojiki Mizuki, hee. Why don't you put yourself in the girl's shoes and tell us about your feelings? Uchiha Sasuke, Mizuki. You'd better pray that the comparison doesn't end. The Mizuki in front of the screen subconsciously collapsed into a puddle of water. Although he couldn't move, his body changed subconsciously. And Sasuke was just angry at Mizuki. The next moment he fell into a bigger abyss. Because the screen on the left lit up again at this time. Damn it! Can't you just change someone? Sasuke cursed inwardly. When he thought of the scenes that might be played next, he had an urge to die. Sure enough, the unique action of the King of Bullshit immediately appeared on the screen. Crossing his hands and supporting his chin. His eyes were 3 parts cold, 3 parts ridiculed, and 4 parts disdainful. He really pretended to be bullshit. Hidden Light Water Moon, is this Sasuke when he was a child? Why do you want to punch him so much? Gar, that makes sense. I had this thought many times back then. Haruno Sakura, what do you know? This is the charm of a man. Uzumaki Naruto, tisk. Arrogant Sasuke was the one who deserved a beating the most at that time. Yamanaka Ino, Naruto. You are not allowed to say that about Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku withdrew a message. The Sasuke in the picture is Sasuke in the ninja school. He was already 12 years old at that time and was about to graduate. And Sasuke's daily life is like the male protagonist of a cool novel. The best in the class, crazy pursuit of girls, plus a cool personality. Fugaku and Mikoto in front of the screen nodded. This is a good experience for Sasuke. And in Sasuke's experience, you can also see a lot of Naruto's scenes. The two can be said to be happy enemies. Always bickering and quarreling. But Naruto's treatment is completely opposite to Sasuke. The last in the class, not liked by girls, crazy pranks. This. Minato in front of the screen fell into deep thought. None of these points are like his sister. And Kushina silently shed tears. For a mother, Naruto's life is too hard. And time has finally come to a critical node. Graduation. On this day, Sasuke came to the classroom early. Then he posed as a king. He felt his fists itch when he saw some people in front of the screen. At this time, the door of the classroom was also pushed open. Two girls squeezed in. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Everyone was used to it. These two people have been fighting for Sasuke for a long time. But someone was unhappy at this time. Uzumaki Naruto immediately jumped onto Sasuke's desk. Stared at Sasuke intently. Oops. Oops. Seeing this scene, the two people in front of the screen changed their faces at the same time. Naruto subconsciously wanted to move. But he couldn't. And Sasuke even released Amaterasu, trying to burn the virtual screen. Damn it! I must kill this person! Sasuke roared in grief and anger. He wanted to die. And the picture on the screen continued. I saw that the person in front of Sasuke accidentally pushed Naruto. Then, watching the two people kissing each other, even those who had experienced many ups and downs were petrified for a moment. This Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku, Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, Hoshimi Mizuki, ha 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 ha. Now I finally know that the girl Sasuke from the other world may not be a coincidence, but may also be someone's desire. Uchiha Sasuke, Mizuki. When the comparison is over, I will beat you into a dead end. Chapter 23. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke was really going crazy. But fortunately, the scene changed quickly. But before the change, a close-up of the kiss was given. Next, Sasuke, Naruto, and Haruno Sakura were assigned to Kakashi's 7th team. This made some people in the group very satisfied. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi. What a good choice! Minato was very satisfied. After all, Kakashi was his student, and he should give Naruto special treatment. Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi is indeed a qualified teacher. Itachi was also very satisfied, and he could see it from Sasuke's subsequent battle with him. Kakashi taught Sasuke a lot of things. Kakashi withdrew a message. Onoki, who is this Haruno Sakura? Why haven't I heard of the Haruno family? Terumi Mei, one is Nine-Tails Jinchūriki, the other is an Uchiha orphan. This Haruno Sakura must have something special to be able to join the team. Raikage AI, could it be the dark horse of Konoha's new generation? Samui. Record. Gaara? The rest of the people also became curious. They didn't believe that the third generation would just randomly make someone into this team. Then it was Konoha's classic ancestral bell grabbing. Kakashi also pretended hard. And in the process, everyone also discovered the characteristics of this team. Sasuke never stopped pretending, and at the same time he received his first beating in his growth. Naruto is a pure and ignorant young man, and he doesn't get along with Sasuke. As for this Haruno Sakura, everyone also saw it. She is just a reconciler. I didn't expect that such a small team would have a vulgar love triangle. Haruno Sakura is in love with the second pillar. But the king of the force is dismissive of him. But Naruto has a special liking for Haruno Sakura. Namikaze Minato, I didn't expect that my son of the eternal sister would actually. Minato is so angry. His reputation as the eternal sister is ruined by Naruto today. I don't know how good you are at flirting. Then we can't be lickers. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Cheer up. As a mother, Kushina is distressed. To be honest, she really doesn't like little Sakura. A ninja from a commoner, with no special skills and average looks. He actually treats his son like a dog. You know, I was also a princess of the Uzumaki clan. Their Uzumaki clan can be said to be a wealthy family. At this time, a figure flashed in Kushina's mind inexplicably. Girl Sasuke. Oh, what a perfect daughter-in-law! Strong, fair-skinned, beautiful, clear-headed, and good to Naruto. She's just like a white moonlight. The more Kushina thought about it, the more excited she became. Looking at the screen on the left, she just wanted to fast forward. At this time, Naruto in front of the screen also fell into deep thought. I didn't feel anything before. Now that it's released, why do I feel? I'm so humble. Especially since Sasuke doesn't care about her. I'm still chasing her. At this time, Naruto couldn't help but think of that figure. Thinking of the girl's smile. Damn it! Can you fast forward? Naruto is looking forward to the development of this girl Sasuke. He also looks forward to something else. The picture on the screen continues. Kakashi's team awareness education has also been recognized by everyone in the ninja world. But someone still found a problem. Senju Hashirama, Sasuke is actually the first person of the new generation? With this strength? Senju Tobirama, humph. Is the new generation of Konoha so weak? Uchiha Madara, with such strength, they couldn't even beat a 6 or 7-year-old child in Sengoku's time. Terumi Mei, Konoha has gradually turned into a greenhouse flower. Onoki, just relying on the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I think the will of fire and team spirit are more important than strength. Gaara, I really hope Konoha can always be under your command. Uchiha Sasuke withdrew a message. Although I don't want to admit it. But the fact is that they were really weak at that time. In a regular ninja war, they were not even as good as Genin. And the next mission also made everyone understand this team better. Sasuke is still pretending. Although he has always been very cold and always talks about revenge. But everyone found out. In fact, Sasuke's training is not enough. He just numbs himself with words. And Uzumaki Naruto is training like a joke. Not to mention Haruno Sakura. Everyone in the group even doubted that she couldn't beat the ninja dog. And Kakashi seemed to have no other interests except the so-called team spirit. He was just late to read pornographic books. Everyone in the group frowned. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, you are depraved. Hatake Sumo, Kakashi, that eye has dragged you down. Uzumaki Kushina, good guy. Kakashi, you really don't teach anything. To be honest, Namikaze Minato was a little angry when he saw this. Now Naruto's fighting method has no other means except multiple shadow clone random attacks. As his former disciple, Namikaze Minato didn't ask Kakashi to give Naruto a special lesson. Is it difficult to teach 1 or 2 ninjutsu? With Naruto's Uzumaki bloodline, he can exert the strength of B-level with a C-level ninjutsu. But Kakashi didn't. Sasuke also knows some fire-style ninjutsu passed down from his family. But Naruto knows nothing. What he can't stand the most is. Kakashi praised Haruno Sakura for her talent in illusion. Then why don't you teach her one? Where can she, a civilian ninja, learn illusion? You are a copy ninja, and it's embarrassing for you to tell others that you don't know anything? But Minato didn't say it directly. Even if he was unhappy, he had no right to blame others. That was Kakashi's freedom, and he had no right to interfere. But everyone in the group was very dissatisfied with Kakashi's behavior. The ninja world attaches great importance to this kind of teacher-student relationship. In addition to the family secrets, it is normal to teach some ninjutsu. And it's okay for others. Who are you? Copy ninja Kakashi. You don't teach anything? It's a bit unreasonable. But no one said it directly. It's just that the impression of Kakashi has dropped a little. At this moment, Kakashi in front of the screen also felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. At this moment, he also regretted it a little. But everything was too late. Looking at the screen, Kakashi can only pray that his next performance can save his image. Because the next is their first decent mission for Team 7. Heading to the Land of Waves. Chapter 24. It can be seen that most people in Class 7 are quite excited to go out and perform tasks. Especially the King of Forces. He had long been tired of boring D-level missions. And Sasuke also easily got the chance to perform. The Ghost Brothers who easily eliminated the ambush easily stole the show. This made Naruto jealous again. But then Zabuza's appearance cheered up the bored people in the group. Terumi-Mei, isn't this the wanted ninja in our village? I said, why is it missing? Onoki, that should have been solved by Kakashi. Reikage AI, this is already considered a BA level mission. After all, the opponent is elite Jonin. Namikaze Minato, a mere elite Jonin. Kakashi became a Jonin at the age of 12. Senju Tobirama, oh? According to the timeline, more than 10 years have passed, so this Kakashi must be very strong. Hatake Kakashi retracted a message. The scene continues, Team 7 has not given up on the mission. But the next performance made people frown a little. First of all, Kakashi, who has experienced many battles, was put at a disadvantage by a rebellious ninja. The other 3 genins did not play any role at all. Sasuke was even driven to the point of committing suicide by Zabuza's murderous intent. This scene made Sasuke in front of the screen feel ashamed and angry. These dark histories are really shameful. But fortunately, someone quickly diverted his attention. Water style. Water prison technique. With Zabuza's loud shout, Kakashi was trapped in the water prison. Namikaze Minato, how is it possible? Kakashi, this is a mistake you wouldn't have made even when you were 12 years old. Hatake Sumo, humph. He relies so much on that eye. That eye will destroy him sooner or later. Jiraiya, this is indeed not a stupid mistake that a ninja who has participated in ninja battles should make, but it is also my fault. Uzumaki Naruto, hey? What does this have to do with pervy sage? Jiraiya, ha 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 ha. If only I hadn't written such an excellent make-out paradise. Kakashi won't be so depraved. Hatake Kakashi. Things were looking bad at the moment. Although Zabuza can only separate one water body. But it was not something Nezuo could handle at this time. But Mingzuo's performance after that made everyone shine. Perfect tactics and tacit cooperation actually rescued Kakashi. And just when everyone wanted to cheer a few words. But he suddenly froze again. Joshen Mao Zi Hai Yu. Joshen Mao Zi Hai Yu. Looking at the 2 people standing in the puddle frantically making seals, everyone fell into deep thought. Senju Hashirama, what are they doing? Senju Tobirama, I don't know. It seems like he is using ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara, ninjutsu? How come I haven't seen it before? Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. With 44 seals completed. 2 water dragons appear in the picture. Senju Tobirama, does water dragon bomb need so many seals? Wouldn't 4 be enough? Terumi-Mei, hey? Does water dragon bomb still use seals? Senju Hashirama, hey? Ninjutsu still uses seals? Isn't that thing just clapping your hands and shouting whatever you want? Senju Hashirama, Madara, do you form a seal? Uchiha Madara, I don't tie the knot, who would be a serious person? Are you married? Senju Hashirama, I won't get married either. Hatake Kakashi. Mamakai Zabuza. Hoshigaki Kisame withdrew a message. Kakashi said he was also helpless. He was copied using Sharingan. Zabuza knows where he learned the pirated water dragon bomb. It made me feel embarrassed along with him. Fortunately, he ended the battle with a big waterfall shot. He barely managed to keep his reputation for the rest of his life. But everyone in the group unanimously commented on this battle as reply. Kakashi already has the strength of Jonin at the age of 12. And he is a ninja who has participated in brutal ninja battles. Still standing still for so many years. It really shouldn't be. Later, Zabuza was also taken away by people who claimed to be assassination troops. Things seemed to be over. However, a reversal happened later. Zabuza's appearance again shocked everyone. Even they didn't realize it was an assassination force in disguise. And compared to the intense fight between Sasuke and Shiro, everyone seems to be more concerned about Bai's identity. Onoki, this child belongs to the Minajiki clan. Raikage I know, wasn't that clan wiped out? I didn't expect there to be any survivors. Shimura Dans, humph. Some people have done a lot of dirty things, but now they are silent. Terumi Mei, the mess at 4th Mizukage has nothing to do with me. Yagura, I don't know why, but my head always feels dizzy and I can't remember anything. Mamakai Zabuza, humph. Dirty politicians. Don't tell anyone. Everyone immediately focused their attention on Bai. This ice escape can be said to be the out-of-print blood succession limit. And Bai did not disappoint everyone. Hit directly against the second pillar. But you should never injure the pillar in front of Naruto. Let Naruto go berserk. Terumi Mei, this kid is quite good, but it's a pity that he met Jinchūriki. Kitten Suijutsu, why do I feel more and more unusual the more I watch Naruto Sasuke? Yugo, personally, I think it's super redundant that Haruno Sakura is standing there. Haruno Sakura. Uchiha Itachi, the battle is over. With Itachi's words, the battle was indeed coming to an end. With the dual burst of tailed beast power and Raikuri, the battle finally came to an end. The ghost's final awakening also left everyone in deep thought. Cherish the people in front of you and don't wait until the end to regret it. The scene ends here. Everyone's first impression is generally too ordinary. Sasuke's growth is too slow. If this continues, he won't be able to catch up with Itachi for more than 10 years. And his arrogant attitude is completely inherited from Uchiha. Everyone couldn't help but worry about him. I always feel like this kid will get a lot of beatings in the future. But soon everyone shifted their attention. Because of the screen on the right. It's already lit up. Chapter 25. Uzumaki Kushina, it started. It started. Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina, why are you so excited? This seems to be my daughter. Uzumaki Kushina, so what? I have the urge to be her mother-in-law. Yay, humph. With all due respect, Sasuke from another world might not like Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, teeth. Why do you say that? Tooth, cut. You can't even handle Sasuke in this world, so you're still thinking about another world? Haruno Sakura, Sasuke turns into a girl, what should I do? Not only Haruno Sakura. Yamanaka Ino and Uzumaki Xiangling both had similar questions. But fortunately, the picture on the screen answered them immediately. Good morning Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasuke-san. Sasuke, do you want to go to the flower shop together after school? The beautiful girl with long black hair and straight hair who appeared on the screen immediately attracted everyone's attention. She has shoulder-length hair, a beautiful face, and her breasts have begun to show their size. Naruto in front of the screen was stunned. This seemed to be the figure that appeared in his dream. And he might not be the only one staring blankly in front of the screen. And surprisingly, Sasuke in this world seems to have a good relationship with everyone. Every classmate greeted her warmly. He looks like a group favorite. The girls all looked adoring. The boys all turned red inadvertently. But people soon found out. Sasuke smiled back at everyone though. But deep down he still carries the indifference of not being near strangers. All her actions were purely polite. Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't expect Sasuke in this world to be so warm. Uzumaki Kushina, reminds me of Minato when he was a child, he was so gentle back then. Uchiha Itachi, it looks cuter this way. And the girl's attitude is not always so cold. For example, a certain yellow hair. Here. Naruto. Eat all the vegetables too. Sasuke handed a lunch box in his hand to Naruto behind him. When Naruto from another world appeared in front of everyone in the group was slightly shocked. No. Who are you, handsome guy? Harano Sakura, is this Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke, it's too abstract. Uzumaki Kushina, this is Naruto. It's almost like Minato was carved with the same mill. The Naruto of this world is completely different after being dressed like the girl Sasuke. Naruto himself is very handsome, after all, he is the son of Minato and Kushina. It's just that I didn't know how to dress up when I was a child, so I looked sloppy. Now she is dressed like the most arrogant young lady in Konoha. At this time, Naruto was already extremely handsome. It can even arouse the infatuation of little girls in the class. But at this time, Naruto ignored the nymphomaniac little girl around him. At this moment, all he could see was the lunchbox. Okay. I will definitely eat them all. Naruto took the lunchbox with unconcealable excitement in his eyes. Sasuke made this for him himself. And just then. Sasuke, this. I made this for you myself. A girl's voice came slowly. Everyone in the group was in confusion again. It's Harano Sakura. No. Sasuke is already a girl. Why? Harano Sakura. Yamanaka Ino, actually, it's understandable. She's excellent, sassy, and so gentle. I've already fallen in love with her. Hitaki Kakashi, I didn't expect that in another world it would still be a vulgar love triangle, but this time Naruto and little Sakura are competitors. Uzumaki Kushina, keep going. This plot is so good. Uchiha Madara, humph. There is nothing else in Konoha now except love and love. The scene continues. Thank you, but no need. Sasuke gave little Sakura a smile. But he refused without hesitation. There was no hiding the distance between them. Then, can we go to the flower shop together tonight? Little Sakura blushed. She smiled at me. She had feelings for me. Sasuke looked like he had a headache. She also didn't understand why a simple smile could make these nymphomaniacs so relatable. No need. Graduation is about to happen. I think Harano Sakura-san should focus on training. Wow. She cares about me. Inexplicably watching Harano Sakura run away with a blushing face. Sasuke has black lines all over his head. Do children today only think about love? Ah. Correct. I am a child myself. Naruto-kun. This is for you. At this moment, a girl came over. She glanced at Naruto shyly before handing over an envelope. Tooth, no. How can this be? Yamanaka Ino, Naruto actually has suitors? Uzumaki Naruto, hey. Why can't I have a suitor? Uchiha Sasuke, chasing an idiot is really not a wise choice. Uzumaki Kushina, this is right. My Naruto is so handsome. And what's even more unexpected is... Naruto on the screen immediately showed a bored and nervous expression. He first looked at Sasuke who was changing beside him. Then he took the envelope without hesitation and tore it into pieces. Boring. If you have time, just focus on the graduation exam. Woohoo. Looking at the girl hiding her face and walking away. Sasuke shook his head helplessly. Naruto. Don't be so rude to girls. Sorry. Naruto immediately stood at attention and softened his attitude. Do you want to practice together tonight? Not tonight, there's something going on within the clan. Forgive me Naruto. Definitely next time. Sasuke flicked Naruto's forehead lightly, then turned and ran away. Naruto was left holding his forehead and giggling. The picture on the screen continues to follow Uchiha Sasuke's movements. And just when Sasuke stepped into Uchiha, a magical scene happened. The girl exploded into a cloud of smoke without any warning. It's actually a shadow clone. At this time, the perspective actually changed to a battlefield full of broken walls and ruins. Sasuke wears the armor of the Uchiha clan, with the slightest hint of bloodline on him. A man in black robe followed her silently. Observe all the movements around you. Mission accomplished. It's time to go back. Sasuke gave a small smile. Going to school? There's no use going to school. Chapter 26. Sasuke, you've been out too many times this month. Konoha has begun to pay attention to you. Shisui felt really distressed and helpless for the little girl in front of him. In order to improve their strength, let the ninjas in the clan take on difficult tasks. Then secretly complete it yourself. Taking classes with Shadow Clone? Why do I seem to have seen this method before somewhere? Hehe. Don't worry, brother Shisui. This is the last time. I'm about to graduate. I can take on my own tasks. Sasuke smiled playfully at Shisui. Every time Shisui is serious, she can easily solve it by acting coquettishly. Sure enough, Shisui's eyes immediately melted. He now fully understands Itachi's stubborn sister-in-law. Because he is now a dead girl controller. That's right. The Great Elder has been making little moves lately. Do you want to? Shisui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At this moment, he had completely changed his mind. Uchiha has been experiencing civil unrest for many years. There is constant friction between the powerful faction of the clan leader and the aristocratic faction of the Great Elder. And Shisui saw hope in Uchiha in terms of strength. After removing Konoha's illusory power, Uchiha's strength has simply improved significantly. But some people, headed by the Great Elder, are still dreaming of unifying Konoha. For this kind of person, Shisui just wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. Don't worry. Thanks to the Great Elder for all these years. Sasuke's eyes flashed with disdain. If it hadn't been for the fact that the Great Elder had been jumping around in recent years to create the illusion of civil strife, Konoha would not tolerate Uchiha developing like this. But recently, Sasuke clearly noticed that Konoha was paying attention again. This can be seen from the number of Anbu in the Uchiha tribe. And Sasuke couldn't guarantee that what he detected was everything. It's time to find a new way out. In fact, Sasuke's idea is to seize the political power of a small shinobi village for Uchiha to develop. But there is no way, all ninjas who leave the village are recorded. There is no way the people in Uchiha can do this. Uchiha Shisui, I didn't expect that the one who went to school was Shadow Clone. I remember this move was Itachi's signature move. Uchiha Madara, after so many years of actual combat, this girl's strength is now unfathomable. Senju Hashirama, and his thinking is very clear, he is already looking for a way out for Uchiha. Uzumaki Naruto, why don't you take Naruto with you when you go on a mission? Uchiha Sasuke, idiot. You are still the last person in another world. Uzumaki Naruto, nonsense. UBD Sasuke, in front of others, you are just a jerk. Uchiha Sasuke, what did you say? Uzumaki Naruto, I said you are also a loser. The two immediately started arguing. But the next scene immediately drew their attention back. The familiar Hokage building is still in the picture. It's time again for everyone's favorite spot to expose dirty pie transactions. I saw the old man from third generation sitting leisurely in the office and listening to the reports of his subordinates. Uchiha Sasuke is suspected of leaving the village. The Great Elder of Uchiha tried to start a civil war recently. This batch of ninja school is about to graduate. Sarutobi. Uchiha has been a little dishonest lately. Danzo suddenly spoke, feeling a little flustered by Uchiha's growth over the years. It's okay. They have too much time to take care of themselves and can't handle their internal problems well. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head disdainfully. He didn't think that a 12-year-old girl could deal with an old man like the great elder. Graduation? It seems like we are going to separate classes. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the information card of this graduate. Observe carefully. He first took out Sasuke and Naruto's information cards. Then search carefully in other materials. Sarutobi. Uchiha Sasuke and Jinchūriki are too close. You made a stupid choice. I don't agree with Sasuke and Jinchūriki being in the same team. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He hates Danzo pointing fingers at him. But this time he had good reason. It doesn't matter. Third generation said as he took out a data card. Placed between Naruto and Sasuke. None other than Haruno Sakura. Humph. What can a commoner change if he comes in? Danzo said disdainfully. Haha, the relationship between these three people is extraordinary. This Haruno Sakura likes Sasuke but hates Naruto. Just let her in to ruin Uchiha and Jinchūriki's relationship. Don't worry. Everything is under my control. Haruno Sakura's face immediately darkened in front of the screen. It turns out that this is why she entered Class 7. Humph. What's the use of this? Danzo still expressed disdain. Danzo. How do you understand the love of young people? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled confidently. You understand? Of course I understand. I observe with a crystal ball every day. Ahem. In short, this matter is settled. Uzumaki Kushina, the third-generation old man is really evil. You actually want to ruin the relationship between my son and my daughter-in-law. Uchiha Mikoto, hey? Why am I your daughter-in-law? Uzumaki Kushina, isn't this obvious enough? Tooth, Sasuke is obviously treating Naruto like a child. I don't see any emotional trends at all. Yamanaka Ino, that's right. I didn't see it either. Uchiha Shisui, in that world, I would definitely be wary of Naruto, a yellow-haired person. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you know? Girl Sasuke must like Naruto. I promise. Haruno Sakura, but why do you say that to me? Hokage-sama, is this how I joined Class 7 in the first place? Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted a message. Gui deng shui yu, hee I like to watch vulgar love triangles the most. Uzumaki Kushina, vulgar? Just kidding, are you sure this Haruno Sakura can affect Sasuke and Naruto's relationship? Hitaki Kakashi, I don't think it's possible, let alone the lethality of the girl Sasuke. Even Sasuke Naruto and little Sakura in this world can't be affected. Haruno Sakura. Chapter 27. The picture flows again. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura forms the 7th team. Yet, Haruno Sakura suddenly became excited. Uchiha Sasuke is the person she longs for most. She has always regarded the other party as her target. But it's a pity that Naruto always gets in the middle and causes trouble. This also gave Haruno Sakura a bad impression of Naruto. Really, how can a man always join in the fun between our best friends? Haruno Sakura glanced at Naruto with disgust. Like lean in and sit. Sasuke smiled politely though. But I still avoided it subconsciously. Keep a certain distance from her. Naruto, on the other hand, could rely on Sasuke. This made Haruno Sakura feel jealous again. Crunch. After a long wait, their instructor finally appeared. Looking at the man with dead fish eyes in front of him, several people started silent mode. Although Naruto in this life is lively, he is limited to acquaintances. But besides Sasuke, I don't know anyone yet. Teacher Irika, who does not discriminate against himself, is considered one. So he ignored Kakashi's intention. Haruno Sakura is pretending to be a lady. Although Sasuke didn't want to speak. But for this problem of our own team. I still had no choice but to say hello to the teacher. Kakashi also caught this step happily. Then gather everyone on the rooftop. Let's all introduce ourselves. Kakashi stared at him with dead eyes and said weakly. My name is Haruno Sakura, I hope to catch up, and I want to get along with. Oops. Haruno Sakura kept looking away from Sasuke, and in the end she covered her face without saying a word. Several people present were speechless. Especially Sasuke, please. I'm a girl. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I like to eat ramen. My dream is to become a Hokage. And protect the people I want to protect. Naruto glanced subconsciously. He was relieved when he realized that Sasuke wasn't looking at him. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. What I like, and what I hate, my dream is. Kakashi, this should be my line. Well. That's it. Remember to take the assessment tomorrow, don't be late. And remember, don't eat breakfast. You will vomit. Kakashi, who tried his best to show his majestic side, made a tragic discovery. Haruno Sakura seemed to be the only one frightened by him. Naruto looked at him like he was an idiot. Sasuke, on the other hand, grabbed Naruto and told him to give the teacher a face and stop laughing. TCH. These are a bunch of unlovable brats. Kakashi twitched the corner of his mouth. Such a group of problem children is enough to give him a headache. After Kakashi leaves, Haruno Sakura stopped Sasuke immediately. Sasuke-san. Can you come here? After looking at Naruto, Sasuke reluctantly followed him. To be honest, this teammate Sasuke is very dissatisfied. I can master everything from my brain to my appearance. And I think about strange things in my mind every day. Haruno Sakura-kun, what can I do? I still have to practice. Feeling the distance in Sasuke's tone, Haruno Sakura subconsciously felt disappointed. But it was this indifferent attitude that fascinated Haruno Sakura. Sasuke-san, we are in the same team now. Should we go and strengthen the team bond? Sasuke was immediately filled with questions. Sister, I am a girl. What feelings are enhanced? But from now on, everyone will be a team. Sasuke is also very disrespectful. Okay, let's celebrate the establishment of our 7th class tonight. I'll treat you tonight. But Haruno Sakura's expression changed. Finally he whispered. Sasuke, I mean just the two of us. Sasuke's face instantly turned cold. But she still suppressed her anger and asked. Haruno Sakura-san, Naruto is also our teammate. May I ask why you have such a big problem with him? Haruno Sakura curled her lips disdainfully and said. Sasuke, you know that Naruto has no parents and has no education since he was a child. Enough. Sasuke's expression immediately changed. Of course she was not the only one whose expression changed. The big screen at this time is also fixed here. Ding! Guess with prizes. How would the girl Sasuke respond to Haruno Sakura? A. Leave directly without looking back. B. Even so, Naruto is also our teammate. C. Haruno Sakura, I don't want to hear similar remarks from you again, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. D. Grab Haruno Sakura by the neck and smash her into the wall. This question is very interesting. Haruno Sakura's remarks on the screen are even more interesting. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina completely turned into a blood-red pepper. The good-tempered Namikaze Minato also had an angry look on his face. Uzumaki Kushina, haha, what a good education. May I ask where the Haruno family is from? A famous family? Why haven't I heard of it? Namikaze Minato, I have nothing to say, I can only say that I regret sacrificing my family to save the village. Uchiha Sasuke, humph. I choose D. Haruno Sakura, Sasuke-kun. Uzumaki Kushina, I choose D too. Hyuga Hinata, this is too much, how can this be done? Hitaki Kakashi, hey! What a tragedy! Uzumaki Naruto, that's enough. Everything is my own problem. Stop blaming Harano Sakura for some comments. If you really do it for my own good. At this moment Naruto was completely awakened. This was the last time he spoke for Harano Sakura. It felt like nothing before. But looking at it now is extremely uncomfortable. But soon Naruto found out why. In this life, there is a kind girl who always protects him. That's why he felt a sense of disparity. So this is how it feels to be a human for the first time. Uzumaki Naruto smiled bitterly. It turns out that he was used to being a dog before. Ever since I saw myself in another world. It turns out that I can be cared for and protected too. And still his favorite person. At this time, Harano Sakura also regretted it. She said it casually when she was still young. I didn't expect it to be exposed today. Feeling Naruto's attitude. She felt like the entire 7th class had fallen apart. And the distance between her and Nezuo has also become farther and farther. Chapter 28. Hiden, ouch. This is a multiple choice question. I actually missed it. Uzumaki Nagato, I seem to have figured out this girl Sasuke's temper. I will definitely win next time. Terumi May, just give out rewards. No one chooses anything else. Uchiha Madara, haha, this kid has a very similar temper to me back then. Senju Tobirama, when you grow up, you will also be a presence that makes people dance everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Sasuke for successfully answering the question. Reward Uzumaki Kushina's soul liberation, the corpse cannot be resurrected directly after being sealed. Reward Uchiha Sasuke randomly receives a Manjiki Eye technique. Is this Tsukuyomi? Feel the new power emerging in your eyes. Sasuke was immediately overjoyed. This was his nightmare back then. It was also the ninjutsu he dreamed of. I'm going to use this Tsukuyomi to torture the top brass of Konoha. As if thinking of something, Sasuke smiled cruelly. The scene at this time also continued to play. Before Harano Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke's expression changed completely. This woman is no longer just mentally retarded. Snapped. Sasuke immediately pushed back Harano Sakura's words. Then, boom! Harano Sakura's body was slammed into the wall. Then he collapsed to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Naruto became anxious when he saw this scene. Run up quickly. Sasuke, did she mess with you? Let me do it. Naruto immediately glared at Harano Sakura who was on the ground. Chakra has started to condense on my hands. See this scene. Everyone in the group was silent. Sasuke in this life must have had a great influence on Naruto. Not only should he get rid of his dog-licking habit, but he is also so violent. Ah! No, the habit of licking dogs has not been corrected, the person has just been replaced. Sasuke also felt a little impulsive at this time. But so many years of getting along have already made her regard Naruto as a partner. She couldn't tolerate Harano Sakura insulting Naruto like this. Moreover, Harano Sakura's words deeply stimulated her heart. She also lost her father. Let's go. But in the end, Sasuke didn't care about Harano Sakura who fell to the ground. She'd better report in and move on to another shift. Save yourself the trouble of watching. This class division ended in this farce. People in the group who watched it were filled with emotion. Not only are the Sasukes of the two worlds completely different. Even Naruto from both worlds was greatly affected. But as a mother, Kushina said, she prefers Naruto from the second world. At least live a little more comfortably. And she is very happy with her daughter-in-law to be. The screen changed again. Team 7 assembled at the training ground. Harano Sakura came even though she was wrapped in gauze. And it can be seen from the way she peeked at Sasuke. Yesterday's beating had no effect at all. At this time, Sasuke had already handed Naruto a bento. The two of them just started eating. No breakfast. What a joke. This kind of statement can scare the ignorant. Goo goo goo. Watching the two of them eating their lunch boxes, Haruno Sakura's stomach growled subconsciously. But she was wise enough not to get closer. La. I'm lost on the road of life. I don't know how long it took, but it was already bright. Kakashi arrived belatedly. What he saw was Haruno Sakura's resentful eyes and Nezuo's indifferent look. Ahem. Feeling a little embarrassed, Kakashi immediately took out the ancestral bell and began to threaten. Those who fail must go back and retake it. Bala bala. It was obvious that Haruno Sakura was beginning to panic. Naruto looked indifferent. But Sasuke's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Elite Jonin, she hasn't fought yet. Okay. Start. With Kakashi's order, Haruno Sakura quickly rushed into the grass. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. A very wise choice, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to take action. But can anyone explain it to him? What's going on with these two dumbfounded young men who don't move? Uchiha's genius? Arrogance. Kakashi thought this and planned to teach Sasuke a profound lesson. You must have the mentality of killing me, otherwise. Before Kakashi finished speaking, he found that Sasuke had disappeared. So fast. Kakashi's pupils suddenly widened when he noticed the strong wind behind him. Boom! Blocked Sasuke's flying kick with his arm. Kakashi only felt a strong force coming. What a powerful force! But it's no use. The next step is to teach you the first lesson of ninja. Taijutsu. Kakashi's body also disappeared. So in Haruno Sakura's stunned expression, Sasuke and Kakashi began to exchange blows rapidly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Kakashi is secretly worried about Sasuke's strength. However, he found that hundreds of Naruto's clones had appeared behind him. Uzumaki bloodline. What a terrifying amount of chakra! Kakashi immediately backed away. His hands formed seals quickly. Water style. Water waves. The huge water flow immediately dispersed Naruto's clone. Kakashi also started to get serious. Did these two really graduate from ninja school? When did the quality of Konoha's students become so exaggerated? It doesn't matter. Next is the second lesson of ninja. Ninjutsu. But the thought just fell away. Kakashi felt a burning sensation coming from the front. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Looking at the great fireball that is more than 10 meters in size in front of me, Kakashi was lost in thought. Damn, is this a ninjutsu that genin can activate? Kakashi did not dare to be careless and immediately planned to defend. But he sadly discovered that the opponent's attack was not over yet. Wind style. Great breakthrough. I saw Uzumaki Naruto also forming seals quickly. A strong hurricane is coming. With the fire-fighting wind, Great Fireball immediately became frantic. It even wants to swallow up the entire forest. The ninjutsu of these two people is not normal. Sasuke has ultimate control and does not waste a single chakra. Therefore, her ninjutsu is several times or even 10 times more powerful than normal ninjutsu. And Naruto simply had too much chakra. Mindless infusion. An ordinary C-level ninjutsu can also transform him into B-level. But now the two are superimposed. At this time, Kakashi remembered what he had just said. You must be determined to kill me. Chapter 29. Mamakai Zabuza, I really like what Konoha Elite Jonin Kakashi said, you must avenge your determination to kill me. Uchiha Madara, the power of ninjutsu is very impressive. This child's chakra control ability even surpassed mine back then. Namikaze Minato, Naruto here is not weak either. Judging from the movements of the seal, he is very skilled. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's ninjutsu must have been taught by Sasuke. This is the normal way for the Uzumaki clan to open up. It is a waste of money to have a huge amount of chakra but no way to use it. Hatake Kakashi retracted a message. Kakashi in front of the screen clearly felt that his wife was dissatisfied with him. Today's Naruto and the Naruto on the left screen can be said to be in sharp contrast. It further reflects his dereliction of duty as a mediocre teacher. And compare Kakashi in front of the screen. Kakashi on the screen was obviously even more panicked. Earth style. Multiple earth flow walls. Kakashi didn't dare to be careless. Immediately summoned multiple layers of earth walls to resist the sea of fire in front of him. Boom! The great fireball blessed by the great breakthrough instantly swallowed Kakashi. Wait until the smoke clears. There was only a pile of broken earth walls ahead. Kakashi stood there looking embarrassed. There were obvious burns on his body. Hey! Sasuke breathed out softly. Doubtfully said. Kakashi-sensei. What's the use of the dog head on your earthen wall? Could it increase defense power? Kakashi's face suddenly darkened. I like. Is it not okay? However, he didn't have time to complain. Because the next round of offensive has already arrived. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. It was as if half of the divine fire had descended from heaven. I saw him following Sasuke's movements. 9 fire dragons descended from the sky and surged towards him. How come there is such an exaggerated ninjutsu? Is it Uchiha's secret technique? Kakashi has been walking in the ninja world for many years and has never seen any ninjutsu. But he said that this kind of ninjutsu, which was at least several times more powerful, was really painful. Sharingan. No time to react. Sasuke's movement was actually just a split second. Kakashi could only start copying immediately, trying to resist the fire dragon falling from the sky. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Countless fire dragons exploded in the air. Let the air burst. Haruno Sakura on the side was dumbfounded. Is this really their genin battle? Hey! Take a long breath. Kakashi felt that his chakra was a little behind. But fortunately, it blocked the fire dragon's attack. If I had known better, I wouldn't have carved the dog's head on the earth wall. Kakashi complained. But suddenly he felt strong whines coming from his ears. Wind style. Vacuum wave. It was Naruto's ninjutsu that caused countless disturbances. Damn it! Where did Naruto learn wind style ninjutsu? Kakashi could only run away frantically for a moment. I have to say that Naruto Sasuke cooperated very well. Don't give him any time to react. It seems that the two often train together. Damn it! That's too much. Kakashi was also angered. Being chased and beaten by 2 genin and even a quasi-genin. Is he, Kakashi, shameless? Now for you Janin's third lesson. Illusion. Forehead. Wind style. Vacuum Dayama. Naruto, who had condensed a lot of chakra, was about to give Kakashi a thrill. But the next moment, the chakra he had condensed dissipated. Because the Kakashi in front of him has turned into the trapped Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto stopped subconsciously. Chance. Kakashi immediately rushed to Naruto. Solve one first. And just when he was about to catch Naruto, Naruto's expression suddenly became fierce. His eyes were full of violence. Another stream of blood-red chakra immediately broke through Kakashi's illusion. Unforgivable. Boom. Naruto punched Kakashi, who was caught off guard, and knocked him back. Kakashi was suddenly at a loss. How is it possible, Naruto? Senju Tobirama, how stupid to use genjutsu on Jinchūriki. Uchiha Madara, that is, Jinchūriki is immune to genjutsu, and this Konoha shinobi's basic skills are not up to par. Killer B, yes, we are best buddies. Yobaga Yalu Kaunialu. At this moment, Kakashi obviously thought of this. He dodged Naruto's rushing figure. The mysterious Sharingan shines on Sasuke again. You Uchiha Sasuke don't have a tailed beast anymore. But the next moment, Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted. I just felt like I was in a weird place. And right in front of him was himself who was trapped. Uchiha Madara, instead of using it on Jinchūriki, use it on Uchiha. This Kakashi is not very smart. Uchiha Itachi, it was Uchiha's genjutsu rebound, Kakashi has been defeated. Senju Hashirama, although Sasuke is very strong now, Kakashi's combat experience is obviously stronger, but he made a very stupid choice. Why should he insist on competing with Uchiha in genjutsu? Uchiha Shisui, the winner has been decided. Kakashi on the screen also immediately realized that he had been hit. In fact, it's not that he is stupid. Of course he knew that Uchiha was powerful in genjutsu. But who would thwart a genin trick? I can only say that I underestimated the enemy. Although he quickly broke out of his reverie. But he touched the empty bell at his waist. Still smiled bitterly. Not bad, these two people still saved him face. Just take away the bell. So next. Sasuke. What will you do? Looking at Haruno Sakura who walked out silently. Kakashi's eyes showed curiosity. But Sasuke threw the bell to Naruto without any hesitation. Without even looking at Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura's face was also pale at this moment. According to the rules, she was going to be eliminated. Ahem. Eat a bento. Then continue the assessment in the afternoon. According to the rules, Kakashi tied Haruno Sakura to the pillar. He handed the 2 lunch boxes to Naruto Sasuke. You must not give it to her. Otherwise you will all be disqualified. Kakashi gave a few harsh warnings. He hid in the dark and started peeping. Come on. Let me see your sense of teamwork. Feeling Kakashi who was not far away. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched a few times. Can't you, old man, stay away from the peepers? But it doesn't matter. Nezuo immediately opened his lunch box and sat down to eat. Oh! It smells so good! Chapter 30. Team Awareness. Team Awareness. Kakashi kept praying in the dark. To be honest, he was very satisfied with these 2 disciples. If the teamwork was any better, it would be perfect. But soon Kakashi had a grimace on his face. Because Sasuke and Naruto in front had no intention of giving little Sakura a bite. Even though they are not hungry. There is no sense of teamwork at all. Kakashi thought, but he really didn't want to give up on these 2 students. Give me a little guidance. Kakashi thought so and walked forward slowly. You're good. No food for Haruno Sakura at all. Isn't this all done according to Kakashi-sensei's instructions? Uzumaki Naruto said with a playful smile. As long as Sasuke was full, nothing else mattered. But the next moment, he noticed that Kakashi's expression changed. Then he said seriously, none of you are qualified. Oh! Sasuke's eyes turned cold. Doing these useless things again. Boring. Kakashi immediately became angry when he saw Sasuke's disdainful eyes. He said seriously. It is the duty of a ninja to obey orders. A ninja who abandons his mission is trash. But people who don't even care about their companions are worse than trash. After Kakashi's classic talk, he noticed some changes in Naruto's expression. But Sasuke's face became more and more disdainful. Uchiha Sasuke. What's your problem? Isn't Haruno Sakura your companion? No. To Kakashi's surprise, Sasuke's answer was without any hesitation. And the eyes he looked at became more and more disdainful. Kakashi-sensei, you are right. Those who give up on their partners are worse than trash. Then how do you define a partner? Can anyone be my partner? This is the first time I've heard of forcing others to become one's partner. Naruto and I worked together to grab the bell. Just don't let us pass. It's really boring to say these disgusting things. Then now I say Haruno Sakura is your partner. Are you going to risk your own life if I kill her later? Kakashi was immediately speechless. But Sasuke couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. She just pulled Naruto up and planned to leave. Naruto, let's go. I'll just go to Uchiha and find a Jonin to be our instructor. Do you really think that my title as leader of the Uchiha clan is just for decoration? Kakashi is confused. This was completely different from what he imagined. I originally wanted to give Naru a little guidance to accept little Sakura. But he never expected that Sasuke would not spare him any face. Wait a moment. Hey. We are all in the same class. We can barely be considered partners. Kakashi's attitude softened. Sasuke then stopped. Snort. Did she really think that her title as the most arrogant daughter of Konoha was given to her for nothing? Even if Naruto made her angry, he would have to be coaxed for at least a week. But Kakashi still has to give some face. Because Konoha will not let Uchiha's Jonin take him. Kakashi is actually a kind of spy on Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, you may have misunderstood me. Maybe you can ask Haruno Sakura-san. Does she really consider us partners? Haruno Sakura's expression suddenly changed when she heard this. She knew Sasuke was referring to the previous incident. Kakashi puts Haruno Sakura down on the ropes. At this moment, Haruno Sakura's eyes were also red. Slowly walked up to Naruto. Haruno Sakura bowed deeply to Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please forgive me. Haruno Sakura really comes from the heart this time. She also thought about it after she went back, and what she said at that time was indeed a bit excessive. Haruno Sakura is not bad in nature, but she is young and has a bad brain. Ah! Naruto was stunned. Why do you apologize to yourself? But he looked back and saw Sasuke's smiling face. Immediately relieved. Never mind her. Sasuke laughed, and that was it. Ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter. Although I don't know what you are talking about. But I forgive you. Thanks, thanks. Haruno Sakura kept bowing. Okay. Here you go. Sasuke also walked over. She's not that stingy. Now that Sakura knows she was wrong, she will still be a teammate from now on. But if she still has prejudice against Naruto, Sasuke wouldn't treat her well either. Sasuke's bento. Haruno Sakura's eyes lit up subconsciously. He took the bento and ate it in small bites. Ah! So happy. Sasuke's bento. Okay. To celebrate the founding of Class 7. My treat. Finally solved these problems for children. Kakashi hurriedly borrowed the donkey from Poxia. Since then, Team 7 of Another World has been officially established. Although the process is somewhat tortuous. Next, Team 7 began their mission career. Although they are all simple tasks. But it made Sasuke feel the rare leisure time. She has been narrowly escaping death outside these years. Now I can finally relax. But Sasuke is still looking forward to leaving the village. Because she has her purpose. Finally, Team 7 received a mission to the country of waves. Although it's just a sea-level mission. But it made Sasuke immediately excited. The night before the mission, the secret room of the Uchiha tribe. Are you sure you want to do this? Shisui looked at the girl in front of him worriedly. We don't have much time, I must seize this opportunity. Sasuke's eyes flashed with determination. Konoha's top brass began to be wary of Uchiha again. As the clan leader, he must find a place for Uchiha to stay as soon as possible. But all the ninjas in Uchiha were watched by the village and had no chance to make any moves. But it's different now. With Kakashi as a shield, Konoha will no longer send out spies to stare at her. Sasuke plans to take this opportunity to control the daimyo of Wave Country. Make the land of waves the base of Uchiha. It will be transferred at that time. But how do you avoid Kakashi's eyes? How about I use distinguished heavenly gods? A trace of determination flashed in Shisui's eyes. Controlling the top brass in Konoha is difficult. But control a Kakashi with distinguished heavenly gods. Shisui's confidence is more than enough. No. Sasuke refused outright. Distinguished heavenly gods used on Kakashi. Such a waste. Chapter 31. Might Guy, ha 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 ha. Kakashi, you are underestimated. Hitaki Kakashi. Namikaze Minato, have you started planning Uchiha's future? Uzumaki Naruto, she, is really working hard. Uzumaki Kushina, yes, I think my daughter-in-law needs broad shoulders. Terumi Mei, humph. No need, Sasuke can solve everything. Hitaki Kakashi, according to the current situation of Wave Country, Sasuke wants to control the daimyo there, and then secretly inject funds with Uchiha's financial resources to establish a small ninja village. Uchiha Shisui, but how can I hide from you Kakashi? Shisui's question hit the spot. It's different from their world. Sasuke in that world was always being watched by Konoha. Especially Kakashi. He must have received a mission from a high-level official. It was impossible for him to let the girl Sasuke have too much contact with the outside world. Uzumaki Naruto, I believe Sasuke must have a way. I believe her. Uchiha Itachi, I believe her too. Uchiha Sasuke, yeah, even though I don't want to admit it, I also think she can do it. In the expectation of everyone. The screen changed again. As can be seen. Naruto and little Sakura looked very excited when they left the village for the first time. Sasuke also pretended to be surprised that he was leaving the village for the first time. But she soon sensed it. There were at least a dozen Anbu members following them secretly. You really think highly of me? Sasuke sneered inwardly. The mood to take control of the land of waves became even stronger. After all, it's too uncomfortable to live in the cracks of someone else's territory all the time. And her mood to destroy Konoha became even more serious. Okay. Let's go. Kakashi said lazily. Just walk ahead easily. But his eyes were subconsciously observing Sasuke. He seemed to be wary of something. And just on the far side of the team, a mysterious man in black robe slowly appeared. Feeling the breath of Konoha Anbu, the kunao in his hand began to rotate unconsciously. But in the end, the man in black robe put away the kunao. A flash disappeared into the darkness. This is my first time out of the village. Naruto looked very excited the entire time. He is a lively young man. It was just the cold words around him that suppressed his nature. Now no one in the entire team is discriminating against him. This was unimaginable to Naruto. And as soon as I turned around, I saw Sasuke slowly pulling up his long hair. He seemed to notice Naruto's gaze. Sasuke immediately smiled sweetly at Naruto. The boy's face immediately turned red to the root of his neck. At this moment, Naruto felt that the world was really beautiful. Pap. But just when I sigh that the world is beautiful, Naruto stepped into a puddle. Naruto's brows immediately furrowed. Feeling the scorching sun above my head, Naruto smiled disdainfully. That's it. Compared to the training trap Sasuke set for him. Not even pediatrics. But he still subconsciously leaned in Sasuke's direction. He blocked Sasuke with his body. Even though I knew these things couldn't hurt Sasuke. But he still subconsciously wanted to stand in front of her. Whoosh! The water suddenly burst open. Two ninjas wrapped in black robes appeared immediately. The long chain immediately locked up Kakashi at the front. However, the two of them pulled together. Click! Kakashi was immediately cut off from the waist. 1. The Ghost Brothers immediately turned their attention to the four Sasukes. Their target is Desna. The target of this escort. A famous bridge builder from the land of waves. Wind style. Split wind palm. The first time the Ghost Brother appeared, Naruto had already rushed forward. A strong hurricane struck. The Ghost Brother was immediately shocked. They have seen the ninjutsu of Gale Palm before. But why does this guy's Gale Palm feel like the range has expanded several times? It was as if someone had hit it with a money bag full of gold bricks. Boom! Under Naruto's powerful chakra, the Ghost Brothers were immediately blasted into two balls of blood mist. At this time, little Sakura screamed. Kakashi walked out from behind helplessly. Looking at the screaming little Sakura, she was speechless. Naruto, one person should be left alive in a situation like this. Kakashi was helpless. This kid has been reduced to rubbish, how can I interrogate him? But the Uzumaki clan's chakra is so huge, I'm so envious. Naruto's condition at the moment wasn't very good either. Although I often train with Sasuke. But this was the first time he killed someone with his own hands. Seeing the bloodline all over the floor, Naruto subconsciously wanted to vomit. As for little Sakura, she was almost fainted from fright. Sasuke, you have a good mentality. Kakashi complained when he saw Sasuke's indifferent expression. Ah! I'm so scared. Only then did Sasuke realize his personality. Immediately show your softer side. When Naruto saw this scene, he immediately felt like he was in a state of shock. Don't be afraid, Sasuke. I will protect you. Sasuke looked at the cute girl's posture. Naruto's back no longer aches, his legs no longer hurt, and he is no longer afraid of killing people. It's rare to see Sasuke like this. So cute. A row of black lines suddenly floated over Kakashi's head. Why does it feel like Naruto is Sasuke's pet? Okay. Mr. Dejuna, should you explain it to us? These two ninjas are obviously coming for you. It's not a sea-level mission if it involves ninjas. If you falsely report a mission, we have the right to terminate the mission at any time. Dejuna's expression immediately changed. But as soon as he rolled his eyes, he immediately started to suffer. It doesn't matter if you don't help me, just let me die. My daughter will resent Konoha shinobi her whole life. Watching Dejuna start moral kidnapping. Class 7 immediately showed a helpless expression. Ding! Guess with prizes. How will the girl Sasuke deal with Tajuna? A. Give up the mission. B. Be kind and continue to protect Desna when he returns home. C. Give Dejuna a good beating, and then escort him back to his country. D. Escorting you is a hard job. Need more money. Chapter 32. Reikage AI, Humph. This old man actually tried to reason with the ninja? How ridiculous. Onoki, that's right. Ninjas are cold-blooded machines, how could they agree to such a ridiculous excuse? Terumi may, not necessarily. Doesn't Konoha's will of fire promote this spirit? Gaara, that's right. And Sasuke probably won't give up because she needs an excuse to go to the land of waves. Hara no Sakura, so A and B have been ruled out? Nara Shikamaru, that's right, it seems like I have to choose from the remaining two options. Kankuro, I choose C. I've figured out what she was thinking. Sasuke will definitely give this old man a good beating. Orochimaru, I choose D. Nara Shikamaru, I choose D too. Yamanaka Ino, hey? Why? It's not like the Uchiha clan is short of money. Uzumaki Naruto, yes. What's the point of Sasuke asking for money? To be honest, most people in the group don't understand the idea of choosing D. But the choice of these two people also completely stunned the people in the group. Some people who planned to choose C also kept their mouths shut. Ding! Congratulations Orochimaru, Nara Shikamaru answered correctly. Ding! Reward Orochimaru releases the seal on his hands. Ding! Reward, Narashikamaru's shadow secret technique range increased by 100%. Ding! Kankuro answered incorrectly and was punished by using his own puppet. Back again. Feel the seal on your hand being lifted. Orochimaru subconsciously stuck out his tongue. I finally got my bet back a little bit. Shikamaru, on the other hand, lacks interest in rewards. Instead of increasing his combat power, might as well find a way to make him more comfortable. At this moment, Kankuro was like a bolt from the blue. Can you only use homemade puppets? Kankuro, who had lived in the shadow of Scorpion, was suddenly confused. Just FG ban him. The scene at this time has continued. Sasuke naturally asked for an increase in mission rewards. Kakashi though was surprised by Sasuke's request. But it also feels very reasonable. Maybe it's because Sasuke pays attention to principles. But Daijuna's expression quickly turned bitter. He was very reluctant to build bridges. Where can I have the money to pay the protection fee? He will definitely not be able to go back alive without paying. It doesn't matter, we can wait, but the money must be paid. This is the principle. Sasuke said with a sly look in his eyes. Jiraiya, ah. I see. Orochimaru, humph. Fool, do you understand? Uzumaki Naruto, pervy sage, tell me why? Jiraiya, Sasuke really doesn't need money, and she also knows that this old man has no money. Therefore, by making this request, she could reasonably stay in the country of waves and buy time for herself to seize the power of the country of waves. Yamanaka Ino, so that's it. And it won't arouse the suspicion of Konoha's top brass. Senju Hashirama, it feels like he's already half of it. Senju Tobirama, if she succeeds this time, as long as she waits for an opportunity, she can lead Uchiha completely out of Konoha's control, and the sky will be brighter from now on. Opportunity? Everyone in the group was suddenly shocked. If I remember correctly, soon, a big opportunity will arise. Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. Namikaze Minato, haha, it's getting more and more interesting. Uzumaki Kushina, come on, daughter-in-law. Uchiha Fugaku, if successful, Uchiha will reach new heights. At this time, everyone in the picture has continued on the road to the country of waves. The 5 people in the group simply have their own agendas. Daijuna had no intention of giving money at all. He just wanted to go back and build the bridge. When the bridge is finished, they will be killed or chopped into pieces. And Sasuke doesn't care about money at all. She was just using Tajuna to buy time to stay in the land of waves. She wished that Daijuna could build it as slowly as possible. Kakashi, on the other hand, carefully observed Sasuke's every move. This is the mission given to him by the 3rd Hokage. As for Naruto, wow! That's so beautiful! Wow! Sasuke, look at that! Sasuke, wow! Looks good! Naruto is awesome! Hara no Sakura, Abba Abba! At the same time, Konoha village, the land of the Uchiha clan. Are you sure this is here? That's right, I've been asking about it for a long time. Remember Lord Danzo's instructions? Several ninjas wearing root masks sneaked into the Uchiha tribe. The purpose is not a secret chamber full of ninjutsu secrets, but Uchiha Cemetery. Manjiki Sharingan. Outside the clan territory, Danzo stared at the clan territory ahead with a greedy look on his face. I made Shisui's eyes run away earlier. Then let's just use Fugaku's eyes today. Finally took advantage of Uchiha Sasuke's absence. It would be a shame not to do something. It's a pity that the security in the Uchiha tribe is too strict. Otherwise, send more people. Humph. Do you really think you're hiding it well? Danzo smiled disdainfully. Although I don't know who the mysterious man in black robe next to Sasuke is. But Danzo has sent people to guide him to the country of waves. There should be no masters in the Uchiha tribe today. Although you can only send a few people to infiltrate, it should be enough. Fugaku's graveyard is ahead. I'll be on guard. You two need to take out your eyes and retreat quickly. The three root ninjas immediately took action. They had done many things like stealing things to Danzo. Pfft. And just then, a cold light flashed through, and one of the root ninjas immediately lost his head. How is it possible? Uchiha actually has a master. The two root ninjas immediately became alert. Obviously the mysterious man in black robe is no longer here. Now that you're here, don't leave. The two of them quickly looked for the sound and found that it was not the mysterious man in black robe, but a beautiful girl. The woman's eyes were flashing with enchanting three magadama, and she looked at them as if she were looking at a dead person. And just when this girl appeared, Uchiha Itachi in front of the screen was stunned on the spot. Because that girl is his childhood sweetheart. Uchiha. Spring. Chapter 33. Uchiha Itachi, it's actually Izumi. Uchiha Mikoto, haha, it turns out that this kid got along very well with Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku, he is indeed a very good child. If he develops normally, can he already stand alone? Sasuke certainly understands how disgusting this old guy is. She can definitely dig out corpses and dig out eyes. Although there are many masters in Uchiha now. But there are only two people who can really be trusted. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Spring. Needless to say, Shisui. Izumi's words, Sasuke could only express. Thank you brother for your gift. Withdraw. The remaining two root ninjas immediately became alert. This can be seen from the brief confrontation. They are no match for Chuan. After all, what they are good at is abilities similar to infiltration. And the beauty in front of me is wearing 3 Tomo Sharingan. It's not easy to mess with at first glance. Don't underestimate Uchiha. Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan starts off with a wild spin. The two root ninjas ran away desperately. But suddenly discovered. I'm lost. Oops, it's an illusion. The two immediately formed seals to try to dispel the illusion. But it's too late. Pfft. Ku now passes through the heart. The two lost consciousness, and the shouts of the Uchiha tribe rang in their ears before they died. Oops. Danzo looked at the bustling Uchiha tribe. It has obviously been exposed. He immediately turned and left. It doesn't matter if the root ninja is caught. As long as he lives. As for the rest, just be tough. Uchiha has no say in Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke, stealing corpses, gouging out eyes. The top brass of Konoha really do everything they can. Senju Tobirama, it's really a bad job. Danzo, it's a bad job after all. Senju Hashirama, Konoha is indeed rotten now. Uchiha Madara, it doesn't matter, I will take care of it myself when the time comes. Uchiha Shisui, the current situation of the village is indeed disappointing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, please do not escalate Danzo's personal behavior to a high-level level. Shimura Danz, humph. Sarutobi, don't try to be alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a saying MMP in his heart that he doesn't know whether to say or not. In fact, he also made many cruel decisions. But actually speaking from the perspective of a superior person. In fact, they are all very reasonable. But Danzo's behavior was so mean. It's good now. The entire high-level group of Konoha took the blame for him. Some of the decisions they made were also magnified infinitely. Fortunately, the scene changed again at this time. Temporarily put Danzo's disgusting behavior behind him. Zabuza looked at the screen, standing on the beheading sword and pretending to be cool. This time everyone in the group had a different mood. Terumi Mei, I feel sorry for our ninja for 3 seconds, and I hope I can give him a happy life. Onoki, there is no suspense in this battle. Gaara, whether Zabuza can defeat Sasuke is a question. Uchiha Fugaku, it feels like there is still some heat left. Sasuke's strength should have just reached Jainin. Uchiha Shisui, but don't forget, Sasuke has Manjiki. Uchiha Itachi, yes, in a real fight, Zabuza is no match. Uchiha Madara, but I don't think she will take action because there is no need. Senju Hashirama, I think so too. Sasuke is not someone who likes to be in the limelight. Uzumaki Naruto, cut. If it had been the stinky fart who had been in charge, he would have gone up and challenged him to a duel. Uchiha Sasuke, shut up you big idiot. Sasuke cursed silently, but asked himself. If he has this kind of strength. He had already gone up and beat Zabuza violently. This PSY must be faked. Sure enough, it was just as Madara expected. Sasuke led Naruto and Sakura escorted directly in front of Tajuna. There was no intention of taking action at all. Just doing your job well is enough. She won't take action rashly now. If something unexpected happens, her plans for the Land of Waves will be affected. She must preserve her strength. Naruto, on the other hand, was a little ready to move. Although he often trains with Sasuke, he hasn't had much actual combat experience yet. Little Sakura started to tremble on the spot. Just the murderous aura that Zabuza inadvertently revealed was already making it difficult for her to act. TCH. Copy the ninja Kakashi. Zabuza also became serious. Kakashi is also a prominent figure in the ninja world. Ninjutsu. Mist shinobi technique. With a heavy fog rising, Zabuza immediately disappeared on the spot. And Kakashi also pulled off Sharingan's blindfold. The two fought instantly for several rounds. Sasuke, who was watching on the sidelines, nodded repeatedly. Although her combat experience has not weakened over the years. But she lacks the experience of masters only seeing each other. Kakashi's combat IQ is absolutely incredible. There are only a few rounds of confrontation before us. Sasuke has benefited a lot from various tactical psychological games and the use of substitutes. But it won't last long. Water style. Water prison technique. As Kakashi's pupils contracted. He has been trapped in the water prison by Zabuza. Sasuke exclaimed that it was a pity, he felt that Kakashi should have the upper hand. Kakashi in front of the screen was immediately covered in black lines. Damn, you don't have to whip the corpse over and over again. But Kakashi on the screen didn't panic this time. Apart from being a little embarrassed, he wasn't worried about Sasuke's comfort at all. Ha ha ha. Copy ninja Kakashi is just that. Water style. Water body technique. Zabuza sneered and looked at Sasuke and the others with disdain. To deal with these kids playing ninja games, a water clone is enough. And Kakashi once again showed his dead eyes in the water prison. Use water to separate Sasuke. I'm afraid Naruto can beat this clone randomly. Sure enough, Naruto immediately became excited. I didn't expect that he would still have a chance to perform. But what everyone never expected was. However, Sasuke stopped Naruto directly and said an option that no one had thought of. Sakura-chan. Go deal with him. Chapter 34. Ah! Not only everyone in the group was dumbfounded. Even Kakashi, who was trapped in the water prison, was dumbfounded. No, miss, are you serious? And little Sakura also showed a shocked look at this moment. Are you sure it's me? Sasuke, me. Little Sakura holds a kunao. He took a trembling step forward. But looking at the ferocious Zabuza in front of him. Even though I know this is just a water clone. She no longer had the courage to move forward. That's right. It's you. Sakura-chan, if you keep doing this, you'll never grow up. Are you willing to be a decoration in Class 7? It's just a water body, relying on your training during this period. You can do it. Believe in yourself. I heard Sasuke's encouragement. Little Sakura swallowed hard. That's right, since the establishment of Class 7. She joined Naruto and Sasuke's training team. Although their training is very intense. But little Sakura still tried her best to grit her teeth and persevere. Because the impact on her that day was too great. She is not willing to be a vase either. She wanted to catch up with the two people in front of her. She wants to become a good ninja like Sasuke. Believe in me, little Sakura, if you can't take that step, no amount of training will be of any use. Sasuke's eyes were filled with anticipation. To be honest, she really wanted to lead this female ninja from the same team. After all, they are in the same class, and Sasuke also wants her to become stronger. But if little Sakura doesn't dare to take this step today, then Sasuke would give up on her completely. Yay, haha, this 7th class will have to disperse sooner or later without Sasuke. Yamanaka Ino, why does it feel like Sasuke teaches more than Kakashi-sensei? Senju Tsunade, with the level of training Sakura has in this world, it is really possible to defeat a water clone. Harano Sakura, I have improved so quickly in this world. Kisame, after all, there is a personal teacher and training, so of course I will improve quickly. Hatake Kakashi retracted a message. Kakashi was very helpless. There is no such thing as whipping corpses repeatedly. But at this moment, he also reflected. When he led Class 7 before, he really didn't teach anything except some vague things. Especially little Sakura, she didn't care about it at all. At this time, the little Sakura on the screen also moved. Yes, I have also undergone strict training. I don't want to be a vase. I can keep up with them. Whoosh! Little Sakura gritted her teeth and rushed towards Zabuza's clone. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. Not to mention the follow-up results. Little Sakura had the courage to rush forward and recognized her. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Zabuza felt insulted. A mere 3 genin actually resisted him. And they sent out the weakest one according to their wishes? It's really too much of a lie. Even though he is a water body, he still inherited some of Zabuza's strength. The beheading sword in his hand was swung down fiercely. Little Sakura could only roll to the side in embarrassment. Although her body was still trembling, little Sakura bravely stepped forward with a kunao in hand. Boom! The kunao snapped in response. Although recent training has made little Sakura's physical fitness much stronger. But she was too nervous. There are no tactics at all. Just waving the kunao wildly. Flaw! Zabuza quickly seized the opportunity. A knife slashed at little Sakura's throat. Boom! Forehead! Zabuza's eyes suddenly widened. Because his wet body was actually crushed with the bare hands of that beautiful girl with long black hair. Although the tactics are a bit ugly. But I recognize your courage. She snuggled gently into Sasuke's arms. Little Sakura just felt that everything was worth it. But before she could come, she took a quick sniff of Sasuke's scent. It just felt like I was being thrown towards Naruto. And what's even more annoying is, Naruto, however, caught him as if he was disgusted. Then put it down quickly. It's as if he's afraid of getting involved with himself. This little devil. Zabuza immediately felt something was wrong. But Sasuke didn't give him that much time to react. Wind Demon Shuriken. Shadow Windmill. The huge shuriken immediately avoided Zabuza. Kakashi also got out of trouble. This Kakashi-sensei is so mean. Do you need help? Looking at Sasuke's teasing eyes, Kakashi suddenly felt humiliated. Protect the client and leave the rest to me. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. It was this Zabuza that made him lose so much face. Next, they reproduced the duo's classic water dragon bomb technique. Sasuke was speechless for a while. Kakashi's dependence on Sharingan is simply more serious than her, the Uchiha clan leader. But at this moment, Sasuke's eyes were no longer on Kakashi. She stared at Zabuza in front of her and had a bold idea in her mind. This Zabuza can be regarded as a local overlord hiding in the country of waves. If you can control him and let him develop power for you. Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. She opened the Sharingan and decided to give it a try. After all, this kind of opportunity is somewhat rare. I'm just afraid that my illusion skills won't work. If it were Itachi, he should be able to do it easily. Have to admit. My stupid brother is better than me in illusion skills. Water style. Great Falls technique. Coming. With Kakashi's big waterfall, Zabuza was defeated. Sasuke knew the time had come to take action. Whoosh. Follow the direction of the waterfall. Sasuke moved even faster. Kakashi was about to go up and hit the target, but found that Sasuke was one step ahead of him. But he didn't think much about it. That's fine, he didn't have too much chakra. Pfft. Two kunao shot out and immediately pinned Zabuza's arms to the tree. The next moment, Zabuza felt a pair of strange eyes appear in front of him. Sasuke grabbed Zabuza's neck. The illusion is activated. Zabuza's eyes immediately lost their luster. Is it going to succeed? Sasuke thought so. But just then two senbon came from a distance. A direct hit on Zabuza's neck. Zabuza died. Chapter 35. Who? Sasuke immediately became wary. But what appeared in front of him was a man wearing a mask. It's the Mist Ninja's assassination team. Kakashi also leaned over, his expression serious. Zabuza is our defecting ninja. He has a lot of secrets about the Mist Ninja. I'm taking him away now. Sasuke's eyes immediately narrowed. She was thinking crazily at the moment. She definitely didn't want Zabuza to be taken away. Because Zabuza at this time is her best tool to control the country of waves. Kill him. Sasuke's Sharingan immediately lit up. Staring straight at the ninja who claimed to be an assassination force in front of him. He seemed to be considering the pros and cons of killing the opponent. Hey! In the end, Sasuke let out a long sigh of relief. He let go of Zabuza. It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. Compared to losing the chess piece Zabuza. If Konoha discovers his anomaly, the gain outweighs the loss. Sasuke was sure that there were at least a dozen Anbu watching his every move right now. Uchiha Shisui, it's such a pity that we finally found such a good opportunity. Nara Shikamaru, controlling Zabuza is indeed a good decision. Except the risk is slightly greater. Terumi Mei, it's a pity that Konoha is watching too closely, and Sasuke can't force Zabuza to stay. Otherwise, you will definitely be suspected. Uzumaki Naruto, there should be a chance. After all, Zabuza will come back. Yamanaka Ino, that is our world. According to Sasuke's combat power in this world, do you think Zabuza will come back? Uchiha Sasuke at Mamakai Zabuza, if it were you, would you come back? Mamakai Zabuza, I think I will come back. Mizuki Haku, Mr. Zabuza is such a brave man. Deidara, isn't this just a fool? Mizunazuki Haku, you are not allowed to insult Mr. Zabuza. I don't know if Zabuza will go back. But at this time, Kakashi already realized that he seemed to be isolated by his three subordinates. Naruto didn't say anything, little Sakura also ran after Sasuke. The three of them practiced together, and it seemed like nothing happened without him as their mentor. No. I need to teach you something. Kakashi is leaning on crutches, trying to find a sense of presence. Sakura-chan, how are you doing with the genjutsu I just taught you? Already remembered Sasuke-kun. Little Sakura is very happy now. It's not just Sasuke's approval. And he also learned a lot of ninjutsu from Sasuke. She felt that she could kill at least 4 Ino pigs when she went back now. The three people looked at each other happily. Kakashi feels that he should have more presence. Those who didn't know better thought that Sasuke was the one guiding Jainin. "Ah, let me lead you to practice today." Kakashi smiled, hoping to attract the students' attention. Little Sakura still responded with dignity. But he didn't care. It would be better to practice the genjutsu taught by Sasuke a few more times than to learn some useless theories from Mr. Kakashi. Let's practice climbing trees today." Kakashi's voice rose a little higher. Then he walked straight to the tree. "Humph! This is to exercise your chakra control. Let me tell you the secret." Forward. And just when Kakashi was mid-sentence. But they found that all three of them had climbed to a higher tree. Even little Sakura is no exception. "Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke trained me on these when we were in the village." Little Sakura said. "Kakashi-sensei, I have been able to use this since I was 8 years old. Is there anything more complicated?" Naruto, who had trained with Sasuke since childhood, was even more disdainful. "Ah!" Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Looking at the disdainful expressions on several students' faces, Kakashi felt that it was time for him to show his true ability. "Okay. Watch it." Kakashi is also willing to take risks. Not so offensive. Ziraz. The roar of thunder sounded immediately. It immediately attracted the attention of 3 people. Especially Sasuke. Her chakra is thunder fire. She showed a different interest in Kakashi's ninjutsu. Reikari. Watch as Kakashi holds a ball of thunder in his hand. Sasuke finally showed a different expression. "Might guy, it's really not easy." Kakashi was forced to do this. "Senjutsu Nade, if he doesn't press the thing at the bottom of the box, Team 7 will kick him out." Uchiha Sasuke, I can learn Chidori in advance in this life. Uchiha Itachi, this jutsu suits Sasuke very well, and I'm looking forward to her new development. Sure enough, Sasuke immediately became interested in the ninjutsu Reikari. The same goes for Naruto and little Sakura. But they discovered it after practicing. This ninjutsu is not suitable for them. The intense flash produced by lightning can irritate their vision. If not having a Sharingan like Sasuke, he blocked his view before he could be released. And Sasuke was really interested in practicing. "Kakashi finally taught me some useful information. You have to take control of it yourself." Kakashi also rarely became a teacher. Although he didn't work as a teacher for long. "Kakashi-sensei, how about you take a look at this ninjutsu?" I saw Sasuke extending a hand excitedly. The next moment a strong current spread. It spreads out like a big net. Chidori Ryu. Kakashi was shocked. It's only been 2 days. Sasuke not only learned the form changes of Chidori and Reikari. He actually developed a new form-changing ninjutsu. It's so terrifying. And just when he sighed, a bridge builder hurried over. That ninja is here again." "What?" The people in Class 7 were shocked again. "Isn't Zabuza dead?" Kakashi reacted immediately. The members of the previous assassination team were indeed somewhat suspicious. And Sasuke's Sharingan has lit up. In this country of waves, the surname will be Uchiha from now on. Chapter 36. Kisame, Zabuza is a real man. Sure enough, it's back. Deidara, it's just a stupid young man who insists on coming back even though he can't be beaten. Mizunazuki Haku, Mr. Zabuza, this is brave and fearless. As a ninja, you have to face difficulties. Uchiha Shisui, but under Kakashi's nose, it's still hard for Sasuke to control Zabuza. Uchiha Itachi, yes, with Sasuke's current level of genjutsu it is difficult to control an elite Jainin for a long time. Jiraiya, isn't it possible to use Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Madara, it's useless. Sasuke's Manjiki is not a genjutsu and cannot do this. Harano Sakura, doesn't Sasuke have no chance at all? Namikaze Minato, I always think she can succeed, but I can't say why. Nara Shikamaru, controlling a person does not necessarily rely solely on illusions. It can also be combined with other factors. Akimikichi for example. Nara Shikamaru, for example, I haven't thought of it, but it definitely exists. All the ninja masters were also thinking deeply at this moment. They bring themselves into Sasuke and try to accomplish Sasuke's goals using the means available. Unfortunately, they found this to be nearly impossible. At this time, the scene has been fixed on the bridge. The bridge is filled with fog at this moment. Zabuza has entered the state. And beside him was a handsome young man. The young man has a delicate face and looks very beautiful. But unfortunately, he is indeed a boy. It's you. Naruto recognized the man immediately. A big sister I met by chance when I was practicing. Why are you? Naruto couldn't imagine that this gentle elder sister had turned into his enemy. Apparently Haku recognized Naruto too. But his eyes didn't stay on Naruto. Instead, it stayed with Sasuke. Naruto-kun, remember that day you said you were training hard to protect someone? Naruto's face immediately turned red. But there was no denying it. Haha. Shiro smiled and subconsciously glanced at Zabuza next to him. Then I also want to protect my important people. Understood. Naruto looked relieved. He took out his kunao and stood in front of Sasuke. Shiro. Deal with them. Zabuza's eyes were fixed on Kakashi. Although he is also very afraid of the Uchiha girl behind him. But now the current enemy is Kakashi. Sakura-chan. Protect Mr. Tajuna. Sasuke said, immediately getting ready to fight. She will not underestimate any enemy. Yes. Little Sakura now obeys Sasuke. There was also a shift in her emotions. That feeling is called worship. Boom. The sound of kunao clashing came. Naruto rushed forward first. Now is the time to protect the important people. Sasuke didn't take action immediately. Her eyes stayed on Zabuza. He seems to be planning something. Secret technique. Ice crystal mirror. Minami Uebi realized that he had really underestimated the young man in front of him. Naruto's basic skills are very solid. Because of Nine Tails, there was a time when he had difficulty releasing ninjutsu when he was a child. At that time, Sasuke strengthened his physical training for him. So much so that Naruto's current taijutsu skills are very good. Bai didn't dare to underestimate the enemy, but there was still one person on the other side who hadn't made a move. The huge ice crystal circle trapped Naruto Sasuke. Sasuke could have ducked immediately, but she didn't. Harano Sakura, with Sasuke's skills, we shouldn't be trapped. Yamanaka Ino, yes. How can this be? Orochimaru, it's very simple. This way we can have more time to plan Zabuza. Jiraiya, yes, it looks trapped, but in fact it makes your strokes more natural. Senju Tsunade, but how can Sasuke control Zabuza in this situation? Terumi Mei, it's impossible. There's nothing that Zabuza can do about it. Onoki, that's not necessarily the case. Zabuza actually has a fatal weakness. Uchiha Madara, this ninja's feelings, although valuing his companions is a good thing. But this Minazuki Bai has truly become a drag on him. Mizunosuke Haku, Mr. Zabuza. Mamakai Zabuza, alright Haku. People should have weaknesses. Including Sasuke, her emotions are also one of her weaknesses. Terumi Mei, I just don't know if Sasuke can catch it. At this moment, Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting again. The mist shinobi technique combined with the silent killing technique is really powerful. But after Kakashi already understood Zabuza's fighting method, it's not that easy to play. For a moment, Kakashi had suppressed Zabuza. It seems that the person you are protecting is dying. Sasuke dodged casually in the ice formation. Start putting pressure on the other person with your mouth. But her eyes kept staring at Zabuza. Zabuza-san will win. Shiro seemed irritated. Zabuza is his reverse scale and cannot be insulted by anyone. And Zabuza also sneered. Started talking about his tool theory. Do you just use him as a tool? Kakashi looked angry. What he hates most is people who don't respect their companions. That's right. He is just a tool that can be sacrificed at any time. Zabuza roared as if he was crazy. Looks crazy. Bai's figure at the moment was also a little dazed. Although I couldn't help but feel disappointed in my heart. But his eyes remained firm. That's right. I am Mr. Zabuza's tool. Sasuke just observed the scene quietly. A smile appeared on his lips. It's done. She clearly noticed that Zabuza was trembling emotionally. He is not using Bai as a tool. He cares about Bai. Sasuke made his decision. That'll be easier. A ninja with emotions. There has been a flaw. Chapter 37. Summoning. Chasing teeth technique. Kakashi has caught Zabuza's weakness. It's the smell. Even in heavy fog, you can't see the enemy. But the ninja dog's nose can easily catch Zabuza. It's over. Zabuza. Kakashi looked at the restrained Zabuza, and his hands immediately glowed with lightning. Rakery. Looking at Zabuza whose life was about to hang by a thread. Bai finally panicked. He immediately gave up on Naru and Zo. He rushed directly towards Zabuza. Ding! Pop quiz. What would today's girl Sasuke do? A. Use illusion. B. Let Bai go to the rescue. C. Stop Bai from going to the rescue. D. Kick Bai away and stop Kakashi. As soon as this question came up, the group fell into a brief silence. Because the question this time is too general. Harano Sakura, what does using genjutsu mean? Use dialogue? Jiraiya, I don't think that's what it means. Yamanaka Ino, is that for Jiraiya? Orochimaru, I don't think it's necessary. Might Guy, it can't be used on Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto, why are you all so obsessed with genjutsu? Can't there be another option? Senju Tsunade, I choose B. You should let it go. After all, Sasuke's purpose is to keep Zabuza alive. How else would she control it? Mitarashi Anko, I also choose B. Zabuza is of great use and cannot die for the time being. Tooth. I choose D. Although I don't know how Sasuke will explain it, there is a high possibility that she will do such a thing. Haiden, how is that possible? Do you think Sasuke is an idiot? Mamakai Zabuza, I choose A, use illusion. Mizuna Uebai, I choose A too. Hitaki Kakashi, what does this mean? Do you see anything? Mamakai Zabuza, I didn't see it, but that's my intuition. I don't know how she uses it, it's just a feeling. Nara Shikamaru, hey. That's too hasty. Mizuki Haku, whatever Mr. Zabuza chooses, I will choose. Everyone was speechless, but envious of Zabuza. But what everyone never expected was... Ding! Congratulations to Zabuza and Minajiki Haku for successfully answering the question. As reward for Zabuza, Minajiki is resurrected from the dead. Ding! Senju Tsunade answered incorrectly, and the penalty bust turned into a pair. Ding! If Ya answers the wrong question, he will be punished by being transformed into a ninja dog and unable to come back. Jiraiya, no. Why are you doing this to me? Senju Tsunade, get out. It's none of your business that my mother's bust size has changed. Jiraiya, you promised to wait until I come back. I finally came back to life. Kato Dan withdrew a message. Uzumaki Naruto, ha 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 ha. Don't you like to turn into a dog? There's no going back now. Tooth, damn Naruto, hum. You never get Sasuke, both worlds. Ah. In an unknown space, Naruto whined in pain. He looked at the girl Sasuke on the screen and felt his heart almost beat out of his chest. Danya's words brought him back to reality. Why? Why? Why is she not in my world? Wait a minute. This live broadcast room may not be able to do it. Thinking of this, Naruto was immediately filled with fighting spirit. Everything has a chance. After a brief commotion, everyone turned their attention back to the screen. They are curious. How does Sasuke use his genjutsu? For whom is it used? Even Uchiha Itachi, the master of genjutsu, is no exception. This otherworld sister seems to have a lot of novel ideas. Raikiri. Pug. Kakashi's Raikiri penetrated the boy's chest. Haku died right in front of Zabuza. Nothing seems to have changed. Sasuke can capture it clearly. Zabuza's body was shaking. But he still endured it. Pull out the big knife and fight Kakashi. Ghost people cannot shed tears, even if their hearts are broken. But at this time, Zabuza was no longer Kakashi's opponent. After his hands were disabled by Kakashi, he was already powerless, revolving heaven. Yo yo yo, what a waste! A lewd male voice came over. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was Kato, the boss of the local underworld. Actually, Sasuke is very curious. How dare a black boss with some local influence dare to point fingers at a murderous ghost man? It can only be said to be ignorant and fearless. In the end, Cardo's insult to the white corpse finally completely angered the ghost man. Finally, he borrowed a kunai from Naruto and killed everyone. Finally, he slowly lay beside Bai. At this moment, the two people who depended on each other were saved. The ghost man finally shed his tears. Although everyone in the group has already seen this scene. But he still sighed unconsciously. Bonding is really a magical thing. Zabuza slowly closed his eyes. Fortunately, Kakashi gave him a decent death. Now I can be with Bai forever. Zabuza just had this thought. But a girl's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Zabuza, do you regret it? Zabuza opened his eyes fiercely. The voice in his head was that kid from Kakashi's team. The brat who tried to control him earlier. What's the meaning? Already noticed something was wrong. But Zabuza didn't care, Haku was already dead, and nothing else mattered. What if I could bring Shiro back to life? What? Zabuza sat up abruptly. At this time, he found that his vision suddenly became unreal. Shiro, Cardo, and Kakashi all disappeared. At this moment, he is being restrained by Chaya technique. On the opposite side, Kakashi has not yet condensed Raikiri. And the girl named Sasuke was standing in front of him and looking at him with a smile. As if waiting for his answer. This is illusion. Chapter 38. Uchiha Shisui, the image just now was actually an illusion, when Uzumaki Naruto, so that's it, that's it. Terumi Mei, oh my god. It was not clear when the illusion was activated. Uchiha Itachi, I didn't see clearly either. Senju Tsunade, but now she has half the success. Zabuza is already a turtle in the urn, he can only choose to surrender to Sasuke or die. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems that Sasuke also realized that his level of genjutsu was not enough, so he changed his strategy. Onoki, humph. It was this Zabuza who had a fatal weakness and showed his emotions, and only then was he caught. Raikage AI, maybe this is the bond of ninja. Gaara, the next step is to negotiate. If nothing goes wrong, Sasuke can use Zabuza as an external support, and then use Uchiha's financial resources to inject money into the country of waves to build a small ninja village. After an opportunity, he can lead the whole clan to stand on his own. Got it. Nara Shikamaru, and this time is not far away. Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha should have already begun. As the intellectual responsibility of the new generation, Shikamaru had to admit that Sasuke's IQ was above his. Especially the big picture view is simply amazing. Senju Hashirama, she is a natural leader. Uchiha Sasuke, I am looking forward to how she will take revenge on Konoha before she leaves. The question immediately hit home. Everyone in the group suddenly became excited. Some are excited and some are worried. At this moment, Zabuza on the screen has fully reacted. He as expected of Uchiha, a superb genjutsu. You win. As long as you let by go. State your conditions. Zabuza took a long breath. He was a little tired, so many years of being on the run made him a little tired. Haha, don't be so pessimistic. What I'm going to do is a win-win situation. Oh. Zabuza also showed some interest. He is really interested in the girl in front of him now. I really don't know what is going on in her head. What do you want me to do? Zabuza asked straight to the point. It's very simple, help me build a ninja village. Right in the land of waves. TCH nonsense. Zabuza pouted and didn't take it seriously. After all, it's a fantasy. Ninja village. That's a ninja village. Just build it if you say it will. I was serious. I need your help to keep the ninja village running. You don't have to worry about other things. I just need you to be able to seal off the Kingdom of Waves as soon as possible when I look for you. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's serious eyes, Zabuza was stunned. This girl is actually serious. Do you know the concept of ninja village? Ninja village is not that easy to build. First of all, you need to get the support of the daimyo. Secondly, we will also face the prying eyes of neighboring countries. Of course I understand. I don't need you to scale up. There is no ninja village in the land of waves. With your elite Jainin's strength, you can easily rule the wandering ninjas here. As for funds, the Uchiha clan, have no problem supporting a small ninja village. Uchiha Sasuke is very thoughtful. Uchiha was a wealthy family during the Sengoku period. The assets within the clan are countless. This. Zabuza fell silent. According to Sasuke, it doesn't really seem to be difficult. Except for the 5 major countries. Generally, there are very few strong cage-level people in Xianin village. His elite Jainin is more than enough to unify the land of waves. Plus, you don't have to worry about funds. There is absolutely no problem with Ninja Village. As for blocking the country of waves, it is also very easy. After all, there is no military organization in the country of waves. Uchiha wants to defect. That's right. I never expected Sasuke to agree so directly. Zabuza was stunned for a moment. Is this something he can listen to without paying for it? How about it? After agreeing, I only need you to take care of it for a period of time. All it takes is an opportunity and I will take over. When the time comes, you can go or stay as you please. You'd better think about it quickly, you don't have a lot of time. Seeing Zabuza still grinding and chirping, Sasuke was getting impatient. Do you really think her illusion will last long? What will happen if I don't agree? Then I'll feed the body of your little follower to the dogs. You. Zabuza suddenly became a little angry. But looked at Sasuke impatiently. He believed that the other party would definitely be able to do it. Okay. I promise you, but how can you help us get out? Besides, I believe Kakashi is not yours. Zabuza finally nodded. At the same time, he glanced at Kakashi behind Sasuke. By the way, can Kakashi really hear your words? Conspiracy out loud. Haha, you don't have to worry about it now. Sasuke chuckled. The next moment, something that shocked Zabuza happened again. Sasuke actually disappeared in front of him. Regaining sight again. He is still controlled by Chaya technique. In front of him, Kakashi was already preparing to release Reikari. But Sasuke was one step ahead of him. Zabuza only heard the harsh chirping of birds in the distance. Sasuke held up a ball of lightning and rushed towards him. Double illusion. Zabuza was shocked. Sasuke cast a total of 2 layers of genjutsu on him. The first level allowed him to see Bai's death state. Negotiate with him on the second level. The third level is the real reality. Damn, I thought you were on the second layer, but you turned out to be in the atmosphere? Chidori. The fierce lightning burst into Zabuza's body. But Sasuke had missed the mark. Feeling the wound a few inches away from the heart, Zabuza gasped. It's so cruel. But the next moment he felt a powerful binding force. Curse seal. Zabuza's face twisted, but he looked at Sasuke's strange Sharingan. He accepted the seal that restricted him. He believed that if he dared to resist, Chidori would stab him directly in the heart. Aha! A stream of bloodline spurted out, and Zabuza wielded the sword with all his strength. Pfft! Sasuke was immediately shocked. A long scar was scratched on his body. The next moment, Zabuza was already running away frantically with Shiro. It only took an instant to break through the pursuit distance of Team 7. Sasuke immediately covered his wound and said, heartbroken. Damn it! They escaped. Chapter 39. Uchiha Itachi, wonderful. It's so exciting. Uchiha Shisui, it's actually a double illusion, I didn't expect it at all. Orochimaru, what an excellent combat IQ. Although his genjutsu attainments are not as good as Itachi's, his use and understanding of genjutsu are even better than Itachi's. Uchiha Madara, I really didn't expect it, what an outstanding junior. Namikaze Minato, great things have happened. Uchiha already has a new stronghold. Uzumaki Naruto, but he's injured. Naruto in front of the screen felt a pain in his heart. I wish I could take that knife myself. But there was obviously someone more heartbroken than him. Sasuke. Saw Sasuke injured. Naruto on the screen panicked. Boom. Kakashi immediately felt a violent chakra appear. When he looked back, he was surprised to find Naruto wearing a tailed beast costume. Nah. No need to be so exaggerated. Sasuke, that's just a bruise. Are you so anxious that you can transform into a tailed beast? Kakashi suddenly panicked. This tailed beast going berserk is no small matter. If not handled properly, life will be ruined. But feeling the emptiness of chakra in my body, Kakashi was very helpless. I hate this life without blue. At the same time, Anbu, who was ambushing all around, also became nervous. Although they were spying on Uchiha Sasuke. But Jinchūriki is equally important. Wait a minute. Jinchūriki revealed the tailed beast chakra though. But he didn't go berserk. Anbu, the leader, stopped the people behind. At this moment, Naruto is wearing a tailed beast coat. But he didn't lose his mind. Sasuke. Naruto quickly ran to Sasuke's side. The pain in his eyes was disguised. He would rather be stabbed 100 times than see Sasuke hurt. Okay. Skin trauma. Sasuke smiled and patted Naruto's head. I was also surprised. Naruto actually stormed off. I will never let you get hurt again. Naruto said with fear and seriousness. Okay, okay. I believe Naruto. Sasuke patted Naruto's head gently like he was coaxing a child. Naruto's tailed beast coat slowly came off. Start bandaging Sasuke. Uchiha can actually control the changes in 9 tails. We must not keep him. Looks like it's up to 3rd generation Sama to find a way to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke. The leader Anbu suddenly lost his voice. Terrible. What is the concept of someone who can control 9 tails at any time? If Sasuke wants to do harm to Konoha, Captain Anbu simply didn't dare to think too much. He immediately sent one of his men. Be sure to report this phenomenon to Lord Hokage overnight. But... phew! A black shadow flashed. The men who received the mission immediately lost their heads. Mysterious man in black robe. Captain Anbu was shocked. They know that there is a mysterious and powerful person beside Uchiha Sasuke. But I never expected that the other party would dare to take action directly. Unfavorable to Sasuke. Then I can't keep you. The mysterious man in black robe immediately turned into a black light, flashing between Konoha and Anbu. Quickly retreat. Captain Anbu gave the order directly. There is no need to fight at all. Because the other party is too fast. Just use the simple body flicker technique. But it can guarantee a one-hit kill. Such skills reminded Captain Anbu of a terrible genius many years ago. Instant Shisui. But unfortunately that person is dead. Pfft. No time to think too much. Captain Anbu slowly fell down. The strength of both sides is not at the same level at all. Konoha. How disappointing. Looking at the corpses at his feet. Shisui's eyes showed deep disappointment. His faith once upon a time was now shattered. I have seen too much darkness following Sasuke over the years. It has made him numb. At this time, the trip to the country of waves was finally coming to an end. Sorry Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke apologized guiltily. After all, he didn't stop Zabuza. It's okay Sasuke, you're already great. That's right. You are injured, how can I blame you? Before Kakashi could say anything, Sakura and Naruto quickly comforted him. But Kakashi's eyes flashed with something strange. He instinctively felt something was wrong. He had fought against Sasuke. At that time, Zabuza Sasuke, who was restrained by the Tsuga, was actually unable to kill with one hit. He still had some doubts in his heart. But the next moment, most of his doubts were dispelled. Hey! What a pity! You don't know that my Chidori had penetrated Zabuza's left chest at that time. But who would have thought that Zabuza's heart would actually be on the right side? That's why he ran away. Sasuke said heartbroken. So that's it. Several people suddenly realized. Even Kakashi believed it a little bit. There are indeed such exceptions in the ninja world. It's not something impossible. Don't take it seriously Sasuke. You are already awesome. Although there is still a trace of doubt in my heart. But you can't ask for too much from a genin. Kakashi still chose to praise. And Kakashi also remembered the information that Zabuza's heart was on the right side. And went back to report to Konoha. From then on, the news that Kaijin Zabuza's heart was on the right side spread throughout the ninja world. Zabuza was left speechless for a while. But what he didn't expect was even more. This casually fabricated rumor actually saved his life during the subsequent life and death crisis. In the end, Team 7 did not get any extra money from Dejuna. However, Class 7 did not embarrass this respectable bridge builder. And not far away when Team 7 left. A man and a child watched Class 7 leave. His eyes were complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Mr. Zabuza, it's getting cold. Shiro very thoughtfully put a coat on Zabuza. But Zabuza stopped him. Gently put the coat back on Bai's body. Zabuza actually touched Shiro's head for the first time. Bai. You actually like a stable life. Bai was stunned for a moment. He never dared to expect Mr. Zabuza to talk to him like this. As long as you follow Mr. Zabuza, you can go anywhere. Looking at Bai Zhen's face, the ghost smiled rarely. Let's go. Shiro. Where to go? Build a ninja village. A home. Chapter 40. Mizuna Uebai, is this, their ending? How wonderful! Mamakai Zabuza, is it beautiful? If it's wonderful, let's build one and wait until the comparison is over. Showa Uebai, is that okay? Mr. Zabuza? Mamakai Zabuza, of course, we are all alive now. Jiraiya, yes. It's great to be alive. Uzumaki Naruto, live broadcast room, Do you have the ability to travel between two worlds? Naruto's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Traveling between two worlds? What a bold guess! Orochimaru, Naruto-kun is really ambitious. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto-kun, are you looking for Sasuke from other world? Uzumaki Kushina, come on Naruto. Mom supports you. Namikaze Minato, although it is unrealistic, Dad also supports you. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the screen expectantly, hoping to get the answer he wanted. Live broadcast room, yes. Uzumaki Naruto, great. How can this be done? Live broadcast room, Uzumaki Naruto has insufficient authority and refuses to answer. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it. But Naruto in front of the screen was still excited. Although it is still far away now, it does not mean that it cannot be achieved. At this time, the picture on the screen has returned to Konoha village. Is Uchiha Sasuke sure he can control Nine Tails' emotions? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Third generation listened to Kakashi's report in front of him. His brows also frowned deeply. Originally, Uchiha had a precedent of controlling tailed beasts. But to appease Uchiha, in recent years, third generation has not deliberately restricted the actions of Sasuke and Naruto. Hey! Third generation sighed deeply. Today, Konoha village is facing a talent gap. Since Minato's death, Konoha village has been depleted of talent. New generations like Kakashi and Asuma are not enough to carry the banner. As for the older generation, he is somewhat powerless. There are powerful enemies watching from the outside, and there are people inside who are trying to seize power every day. Third generation said that he was actually very tired. I understand. Don't worry, let's talk about it after the Chunin exam. Third generation sighed. The Chunin exam will be held recently. It's better not to touch Uchiha easily. When the exam is over, find a way to bring Jiraiya back. Then, a trace of determination flashed in third generation's eyes. Nowadays Uchiha really needs to be beaten. If they were still as arrogant as before, the third generation won't care. But now Uchiha is too low-key. He hardly participates in any village affairs and cooperates actively. Plus Sasuke and Jinchūriki's relationship. This gave third generation a strong sense of crisis. At the same time, Sasuke also returned to the clan. As soon as he entered the door, there was already a beautiful girl waiting there. Clan leader. Oh! How many times have I told you? Sister Chuan shouldn't be so polite to me. Sasuke quickly jumped on Uchiha Izumi. She liked this big sister very much. Izumi is one of Uchiha's greatest contemporary talents. But it provided a lot of help to Sasuke. Now her strength is also improving by leaps and bounds. The most important is, she can definitely trust it. Anyway, it's still the same sentence. Thank you brother for your gift. Izumi also seems to like Sasuke very much, looking at her with loving eyes. After all, the girl in front of me belongs to that person. Thinking of this, Kwan's face turned red subconsciously. But she soon thought of business. Sasuke. Let's talk about root invasion again. Sasuke's face immediately turned cold. Denzo the dog is so disgusting. Fortunately, I understand this BCH's style. Did some tricks in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid my father's grave will be dug up. Hey, you'd better not let me find a chance. A sharp look flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Now Uchiha's resting place has come to an end. All that's left is to wait for an opportunity. When the time comes, I must give Konoha a big gift. The number of Anbu has increased recently. Izumi looked at Sasuke worriedly. There was some distress in his expression. Such a young child must bear the fate of the entire family. Have you detected anything yet? Sasuke's heart sank, but he quickly calmed down. Sister Izumi, you go organize Uchiha's property later. Then in the name of the caravan, secretly send it to this place. If Konoha inquires, give them some benefits. Create the illusion of Uchiha smuggling, Konoha will not care about us. Saying that, Sasuke handed over a note. It was the place where the transaction with Zabuza took place. Good. Chuan didn't ask any more questions. No matter what Sasuke does, she will support her unconditionally. Whoosh. And right now. A black shadow landed and walked straight over. I go first. Chuan left wisely. Even she didn't know the true identity of this mysterious man in black robe. She only knew that this man was the person closest to Sasuke. Looking at Izumi's back, Sasuke finally let out a sigh of relief. Financial transfer has begun. Everything is on track. There's only one chance left. Sasuke said as he lay lazily on the ground. This was a rare moment of rest. Your relationship with Jinchūriki has attracted the attention of higher UPS. Although I'll kill all the Anbu who add insult to injury. But Kakashi should also report it. Shisui's implication is obvious. Just let your little princess stay away from a certain yellow hair. That's it. It doesn't matter. We won't be in contact for long anyway. Sasuke's eyes flashed with disappointment. You won't take him away? That kid will probably go berserk. Shisui believes that if Sasuke just says a word, the Jinchūriki will definitely defect. Why take him away? He has his dream. I can't be so selfish. Everyone has their own way. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's time to get down to business. When it came to business, Shisui's expression became serious. The investigation is almost done. The location of the sealed book and the legacy of the fourth generation. Chapter 41. Really? Are you sure? Sasuke suddenly became excited. Being suppressed by Konoha for so many years. Even if we can't directly destroy this disgusting village now. But you have to charge some interest before leaving. The location is clear. But it's still a little difficult to get it. At least lure the third generation away. Shisui said seriously. It would be fine if Anbu was just there to protect me. But if third generation is here too. It would be a bit difficult for him to rob by force. Although now he is not afraid of the third generation. But this is Konoha's territory after all. Is that so? Don't worry too much. If you can get the best, forget it if you can't get it. We won't force it. Although Sasuke covets the forbidden technique of the sealed book. But in her heart, companions are always the most important. She won't let Shisui take risks. The legacy of the fourth generation is for that boy, right? Hee. This book belongs to him. Consider it my last gift to him. Speaking of this, Sasuke's eyes flashed with disappointment. The initial contact with Naruto was just a feeling and curiosity. But after so many years, Sasuke doesn't know how to describe the bond between them. Sasuke, you can definitely take him with you. Why take him with you? Would you like to be a rebel nin with me? Sasuke interrupted Shisui. She understood what Shisui meant. Everyone in this world thinks of Naruto as Nine Tails. As a strategic resource. But in her heart, Naruto is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. He has his own ideals. He wants to be the Hokage. You shouldn't change his path because of your own path. Okay. Brother Shisui. Let's not talk about this matter. Come with me to the cemetery for a walk. I miss my father a little bit. Looking at the girl with nostalgia. Shisui felt a pain in his heart. She is only 12 years old. She also has many things that she is reluctant to part with. Good. Shisui smiled. The scene finally freezes on the backs of the brother and sister. It looks warm and a little sad. Uzumaki Kushina, woohoo, my daughter-in-law has suffered a lot. So distressed. Namikaze Minato, yes. It's all because her maturity ignores her age, and she will be sad when making some choices, but she just doesn't show it. Uchiha Shisui, I'm glad he was willing to talk to me. Uchiha Itachi, jealous. Uzumaki Naruto, why? Why not bring Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto, your thoughts are dangerous. Do you want to betray the village? Shimura Dans, humph. Have you finally revealed your true feelings? Evil Jinchūriki. Uchiha Sasuke, you finally figured it out, you idiot. How about it, do you want to destroy this dirty Konoha together? Uzumaki Naruto. This time Naruto didn't agree. But there was no rebuttal. He didn't understand that Uchiha had been keeping to himself. Why can't Konoha tolerate them? If not for their persecution. Sasuke doesn't walk on eggshells that much either. Nor will he defect to Konoha. Blame Sasuke? She just wants to live with her people. What's wrong with her? Naruto was confused. The will of fire in my heart began to waver. He began to think about all this independently. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto really didn't think about it that much before. But although I'm looking at Sasuke's comparison. But the Narutos of the two worlds are worlds apart. Naruto in another world has Sasuke caring about him, teaching him ninjutsu, and accompanying him to grow. Even before defecting, I thought about leaving a treasure for myself and respecting my dream. Look at your life again. Although I met a few people who did not discriminate against me. But Naruto still felt a sense of imbalance in his heart. Why isn't that girl mine? Why can't I accept this treatment? So when will the live broadcast room open the two worlds? Naruto is going crazy. He wondered if another world might be broadcasting their situation. I want to fight for it. Although the other world is also myself. But I will not be lenient. Come on. I'm just answering questions. That's a lot of answers. Sooner or later you'll have a chance. Naruto immediately burst into fighting spirit. This time, he wants to live for himself. Let Guri's will of fire die. But it was different from Naruto's idea. Sasuke just wanted to die now. Because the screen on the left is on again. He could already imagine him and the girl Sasuke being sprayed all over their bodies. Damn it! This guy is showing off the contrasting ninjutsu. I will definitely kill you. Raikage AI, hey! After looking at the right side too much, looking at the left side always feels like playing house. Terumi Mei, yes. I don't know if our Sasuke can reach Genin's strength this time. Gaara, this one has arrived. Uchiha Sasuke, shut up. Do you want to dance too? Senju Tobirama, Uchiha's evil imp. Is this your line? Onoki, this is Uchiha's bloodline inheritance, shouting can increase the power of ninjutsu, right? Uchiha Sasuke, just wait for me. When the comparison is over, no one can escape. As long as I have a whim. Uchiha Itachi it started. Even Itachi was a little embarrassed for his Udo. Quickly changed the subject. At this time, the screen on the left also showed Kakashi's figure. Chunin exam. Class 7 was obviously surprised by the news. But the difference is that Nezuo is mostly excited. Little Sakura, on the other hand, had a sad look on her face. She had met Sand Shinobi's Genin before. The strength looks very scary. That's right. Chunin exam. If you pass, you can become a Chunin. Kakashi's eyes turned into crescent moons as he smiled. There was confusion in his voice. That. Do you want to participate? Chapter 42. Participate. Definitely want to participate. Naruto jumped up immediately, looking very excited. And the king also smiled evilly, feeling that everything was under control. Only little Sakura had a bitter face, but it was difficult to express his opinion. At this moment, other Konoha Genin in the picture also signed up for their own team members. Although they were all newcomers. Terumi Mei, are you sure you want them to take the Chunin exam? Kakashi is really generous. Uchiha Madara, that Sasuke barely reached the level of genin, as for Naruto and little Sakura, they are not even genin. Senju Hashirama, don't be so harsh. Madara, the times have changed. You can't use the quality of ninjas in the Sengoku era to demand ninjas in the peaceful era. Onoki, that team is too reluctant. I just looked at the configuration of other teams. Let's not talk about Inoshika Konoha's classic combination. Kaiba, Hinata, and Shino are also the prototypes of the future Konoha scout team. The team with only Kakashi is a mess, fighting on their own, without any rules. Namikaze Minato, that's right, Naruto can only use Shadow Clone to fight randomly, Sasuke fights on his own, and little Sakura is even more so, she has no special skills. Uzumaki Kushina, Kakashi. This is all your fault as a teacher. Hitaki Kakashi withdrew a message. Kakashi's teaching method once again aroused doubts from everyone in the group. Because the current Team 7 is too deformed. Look at other teams. Let's not talk about Inoshika they all have their own family secrets, there is nothing to teach. Hyuga, Inyazuka, Abarame are also big families in Konoha, and there is no need to teach anything deliberately. As for Guy's team, Niji needs no introduction, and Rock Lee is taught by Guy as his own son. As for Tenten, everyone can see from the picture. Guy taught the 8 inner gates to everyone in the team, not just Rock Lee. And when Tenten couldn't hold on any longer, Guy also designed a unique ninja tool training course for her. Let's look at Team 7. Sasuke has the background of Uchiha, needless to say. Although Naruto is the prince of the Uzumaki clan, he did not get his father's Flying Thunder God and the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. The only multiple shadow clone was learned by himself. As for little Sakura, now everyone in the group has no prejudice against this girl. More sympathy. It is her luck and misfortune to be in this team. She is a victim of the third generation's balance between Uchiha and Jinchūriki. As a civilian ninja inserted into the team of the big family of Konoha, and also with a teacher like Kakashi, she is destined to have no progress. Looking back, Kakashi didn't teach anything except the legendary treading water and climbing trees. And he is a famous copy ninja in the ninja world. At this time, people couldn't help but think of the figure of the girl. Naruto in another world is Grandmaster Wind Style plus Taijutsu Grandmaster. Even the newly joined teammate Haruno Sakura Sasuke generously taught the family illusion. And this world? Kakashi faced the accusations of everyone. He could only remain silent. He admitted his negligence. But during that time, he was still immersed in the depression of Obito and Lin. Every day, he only thought about imitating Obito's lateness and going to the Martyr's Garden to be in a daze. I really didn't think so much. I didn't expect it to be exposed now. Although everyone in the group was not optimistic about Team 7. But the Chunin exam was still held as scheduled. Everyone was worried about Team 7. It felt like this was the weakest team in this game. Of course, the probability of a burst of species must be excluded. I am your examiner for the first game, Marino Ibiki. Unexpectedly. The first exam was actually a written test. But when they saw the super difficult questions, everyone in the group understood it at once. Onaki, is it about the ability to collect intelligence? Interesting. Terumi Mei, I have to say this exam is well designed. Uchiha Madara, it's really interesting. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. Okay, very thoughtful. Everyone in the group immediately became interested. But after observing it, everyone in the group fell silent. If there is anything that can be learned from this exam, then everyone can only say, the threshold for ninjas is really too high. Without the support of a big family, even the exam is difficult to take. Especially typical civilian ninjas like Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya. I was deeply touched. Everyone in the exam room simply showed their magical powers. Sasuke's Sharingan, Niji's Byakugan. Kankuro's puppetry, Gaara's sand eyes. Shino's insect control, Kaiba's ninja dog. And Ino's heart-turning secret technique. Most people's attention was focused on these children of big families who performed brilliantly. However, few people can see civilian ninjas scratching their heads in the examination room. They have no background, no family secrets, and even little ninjutsu. They are destined to fail the first round. The most deceptive saying in the ninja world is that hard work can surpass genius. In this world, it has never been fair. Sure enough, half of the time has passed. All ninjas without family means are eliminated. An ordinary ninja cannot pass in such an occasion. Jiraiya, hey! Although I don't want to admit it, if I hadn't become a disciple of the Hokage, if I hadn't accidentally entered Mount Maiboku, I might have been lost in the crowd. Namikaze Minato, yes. If I hadn't been accepted as a disciple by Jiraiya, I might not have had a chance to succeed. Although they are excellent, there are definitely more excellent people than them. There must be some excellent ninjas who are not so lucky and then lost in the crowd. Senju Hashirama, it's time to give civilians some opportunities, at least give them some ninjutsu to learn. Senju Tobirama, that's right, the living environment of civilian ninjas is too difficult. In the Sengoku period, they could still rise up through war, but in the peaceful era, there is really no chance. Onoki, humph. With the current situation of Konoha's numerous families, this situation is just a thought. Everyone was silent. Yes, Konoha is a ninja village formed by major families. The living space of civilians will only be infinitely squeezed. Uchiha Madara, oh? Really? I will improve the treatment of civilians now. Who agrees? Who opposes? Chapter 43. Hyuga, Abarame, Inyazuka, Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi, Mitarashi, Shiranui. The clan has withdrawn a message. Senju Hashirama, I support you. Madara, trust me this time, let's rebuild Konoha in our hearts, okay? Uchiha Madara, humph. That'll have to wait until after the fight. Look at Uchiha Madara being willing to step up. Namikaze Minato's mood is very complicated. Unexpectedly, the person who stood up for these civilian ninjas in the end was actually Shura, who had been vilified as a demon. At this time, the game on the screen was coming to an end. Class 7 can only be said to have narrowly qualified. The next scene is the second game. And this melee is also a game that can reflect the quality of ninjas. Everyone in the group couldn't help but sweat for Sasuke. To be honest, they still sympathize with Sasuke from their own world. A stupid young Naruto, and a masked Sakura. All the intensity of Team 7 is now resting on Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, humph. Now you know how much pressure I felt back then. Namikaze Minato, it's really difficult. Although I don't want to admit it, some of Naruto's actions did bring a lot of trouble to Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina, humph. It's not like I haven't met a good teacher. Hitaki Kakashi. All right. Daily flogging. Kakashi is also used to it. At the same time, I can't refute it because it's true. Stand at attention when being beaten. Sure enough, Class 7 was targeted as soon as the second longest melee began. In the eyes of many ninjas, the prototype team of Class 7 is to deliver food. Fortunately, Sasuke turned the tide and dealt with the invading ninja. But the evaluation of people in the group is still. Reply. It's not that Sasuke is too strong. It can only be said that the collective quality of ninjas has declined now. Compare this to the girl on the right, Sasuke. Sasuke in the original world was too weak. But just when everyone is bored, the appearance of a figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jiraiya, Orochimaru? You actually sneaked into the examination room? Senju Tsunade, how shameless to bully a genin. Uchiha Itachi, humph. You can also bully Sasuke. Kimimaro, Orochimaru-sama is going to plant the curse seal. Yakushi Kabuto, yes, Orochimaru-sama has thought carefully. Hara no Sakura, I remember that the curse seal was particularly scary at that time. The next scene is not difficult to predict. After being ravaged by Orochimaru, Sasuke was placed under a curse. Then fell into coma. Little Sakura could only drag Naruto and Sasuke and tremble. At this moment, the image of the vase is clearly revealed. But no one in the group meant to blame her. If they were in Sakura's place. In addition to being able to have stronger physical skills. Doesn't change anything. Maybe be a little braver. Onoki, humph. The shortcomings of the team are undoubtedly obvious. After Sasuke Naruto fell into a coma, the team was ruined. Senju Tsunade, this can't be blamed on little Sakura, she doesn't have much room to grow at the moment. Uzumaki Kushina, humph. Hitaki Kakashi. Alright. Daily whipping. The following encounter further verified this point. The appearance of the sound ninja immediately forced little Sakura into a desperate situation. Although little Sakura showed her determination midway. But he only cut off his long hair. Everyone watching was speechless for a while. It can only be said that Konoha's education has created big problems. Fortunately, Rock Lee who was passing by stepped forward. But he also fell into a 1-on-3 situation. Deidara, ha 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 ha. Look at that Rock Lee, he looks like a dog. Haiden, yo ho. That's indeed what it looks like. Might Guy, Lee. This is not how you protect important people. Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know why, but he's obviously scolding Rock Lee. Naruto always felt like he was offended too. But fortunately, the protagonist in the picture finally appears. The two pillars in the form of curse seals can only be said to be full. This is also one of the few cases where Uchiha has succeeded in showing off. Easily defeating the sound ninja changed his mentality. He was fascinated by the power that the cursed seal gave him. This power. We can definitely kill Itachi. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru retracted a message. Other situations in the examination room also began to be broadcast to everyone. Konoha's little heroes also show their own special abilities. The most notable one is Gaara. At this time, Gaara is simply a dimensionality reduction blow in genin. And another figure also attracted everyone's attention. Ohanaki, this Yakushi Kabuto is definitely not simple, although there are not many shots. Reikage AI, that's right. This kind of hidden character is the scariest thing. Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke has been blinded by power, and I am afraid he will do many irrational things in the future. Senju Hashirama, however, the principle of this curse seal is quite interesting, it is somewhat similar to the celestial magic chakra. Uchiha Madara, it's all just external forces. Look at Sasuke from another world. There is no special skill, it all depends on one's own practice and precise control of chakra. Of course, there is also a lot of actual combat. Uchiha Sasuke. It's very helpless, just like Kakashi, being ridiculed every day. Although Uchiha was very dissatisfied. But I have to admit that the self in the other world is too good. Damn comparison man. As long as I have a whim. Sasuke vowed every day that he would kill the man behind the scenes. At this time, everyone finally passed the second round of exams. About to enter the third round. The third round is the most classic part of the competition. 1-on-1. But no one in the group seemed interested. From their perspective, it's like a child playing house. Until they heard something very funny. Hard work can defeat genius. Chapter 44. Senju Hashirama, this ninja named Rock Lee is awesome. Energetic. Uchiha Madara, humph. It's just that what he said was too naive. Who directed it? Might Guy, is there something wrong with what you said? Hard work can defeat genius. Senju Tobirama, nonsense, look at the previous game, Sasuke just copied it with Sharingan and got the move that Rock Lee had been working hard for a long time. Namikaze Minato, although I hate to admit it, this ninja world is inherently unfair. Ninjas with blood inheritance limits do have a much higher starting point than ordinary ninjas. Might Guy, but Lee did rely on hard work. Senju Tobirama, how many Rock Lees are there in Konoha? 8 inner gates is also a forbidden technique. There are a few people in Konoha who can learn, so your assumption is simply not true. And what if he learned the forbidden technique? Guy was silent. What follows is indeed clear. Even though Lee had already opened the 5th gate, he was still defeated by Gaara. And he was sure that Lee was already at his limit as a civilian ninja. Is the bloodline limit really that important? The Might Guy in front of the screen was silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, the scenes before him kept breaking through his beliefs. No. Hard work can surpass genius. If you fail, it proves that you didn't work hard enough. Might Guy's eyes were filled with confidence again. This is the inspiration given to him by his father, and he will not give up easily. The Chunin exam has finally come to the final round. But an episode occurred in the middle that once again made Kakashi's eyes darken. Kakashi actually trained Sasuke alone and taught Reikari. As for Naruto and Sakura, she didn't care at all. That's not right either, introducing Konoha's elite ninja Ebisu to Naruto. Now even the always good-tempered Namikaze Minato finally got a little angry. You Kakashi are busy. Can. It doesn't matter if you don't care about the master-disciple relationship. That's your teacher's orphan. That's all if you don't turn on the small stove. He actually gave another student a small meal alone. This made Namikaze Minato feel extremely angry. Don't say anything. Sasuke is suitable for learning Chidori. Don't you, Kakashi, have nothing else to teach you except Chidori? Don't even talk about handing Naruto over to Ebisu. Minato said that he could no longer complain. Namikaze Minato also saw that Kakashi didn't care about Naruto's intentions. The chill lasts only for a moment. As for Kushina, she no longer wants to speak at all. I don't know how to complain anymore. Kakashi also felt at fault. Chien Mimi narrowed her eyes, hoping that this scene would be over soon. The first game between Naruto and Neji. Most people are actually optimistic about Neji, because the level of Neji can be seen in the 3rd round. But Naruto eventually turned defeat into victory. Everyone watching was puzzled. To be honest, I didn't see any particularly advanced operations. I only felt the power of Naruto's mouth release. A young man's years of hatred were actually resolved in just a few words. However, a secret incident involving many years ago made some people in the group dissatisfied. Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha to negotiate many years ago. The mission actually wanted to kidnap the little princess of the Hyuga clan. He was stopped and killed by the arriving head of the family. What surprised everyone in the group was the Konoha side, which was clearly in charge, wanted to cede territory and pay compensation. Hisashi from the branch house, Neji's father, was even sacrificed. Senju Hashirama, monkey, what are you doing? When did Konoha become so weak? Senju Tobirama, this is unreasonable. How dare Cloud Shinobi? Uchiha Madara, ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Konoha would do such a deprivation of power one day. What an irony! An era of Hokage. Konoha is suppressing the 4 major countries, and the 4 major countries have no temper at all. He never expected that Konoha would become so aggrieved after he waited for someone to die. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. What can he do? Konoha was already very weak at that time. It simply cannot withstand a major war. Hyuga Neji in front of the screen showed a look of hatred. There is no such thing as a young man who lets go of his hatred. Is it so easy to let go of so many years of hatred? But what can he do? The head of Hyaga's family has come to visit, what can he do? At this time, Niji couldn't help but think of Sasuke in another world. That girl truly achieved equality for the entire clan. Let everyone stand on the same starting line. Why can't I? A longing arose in Niji's heart. He also wanted Hyaga to be like Uchiha from another world. Completely realize equality for everyone. The final battle of the Chunin exam was actually like children's playhouse in the eyes of everyone in the group. But Shikamaru's appearance made everyone in the group's eyes brighten. Although he is not very powerful, his perfect thinking has been recognized by everyone. Nara Shikamaru, what a troublesome thing. Yamanaka Ino, it was in this battle that Shikamaru became his true love. Nara Shikamaru, Ino, please stop talking nonsense. Temari, that's right. Freeze said. We are just friends. Shy. Akim Ichichi, hey? Shikamaru, didn't you say you want to find a woman who is neither ugly nor beautiful to be your wife? Temari, hey? Nara Shikamaru, ah. It's not what you think. While Shikamaru was explaining hurriedly, our protagonist finally appeared. Today, Urjuzi is wearing a black outfit. Looking at Gaara opposite, there were 3 parts coolness, 3 parts disdain and 4 parts confidence in Gaara's eyes. The king's appearance immediately aroused cheers from the audience. A specially trained physical skill directly broke Gaara's defense. Of course, the one who broke the defense even more was Rock Lee in the audience. At this moment, Rock Lee finally doubted the saying that hard work can surpass genius. It's all FG bullshit. And after Sasuke's Chidori appeared, it even detonated the whole audience. The powerful thrust finally caused Gaara to draw blood for the first time. It also gave Sasuke a scene he would never forget. And the good show at this time has just begun. Plan to destroy Konoha. Start up. Chapter 45. Senju Tsunade, killing his father and ordering his son, Orochimaru, you have gone too far. Jiraiya, that's right. It's really heartbreaking. Gaara. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wouldn't it be better to use these abilities on the right path? Orochimaru, Sarutobi-sensei, the things you did cannot be called the right path. Orochimaru didn't regret his plan. But he was curious about what Sasuke in the other world would do. If it were her, maybe she would understand what I'm thinking. Orochimaru suddenly became excited when he thought about Sasuke's rational mind and overall view. The sudden attack by Orochimaru and Sand Shinobi soon panicked Konoha, who was unprepared. But everyone in the group knew that this was just an appearance. Because the real power of Konoha lies in the heritage of each family. The current power on the surface is not even cannon fodder. Once the clan leaders of each family start to counterattack, Sand Shinobi's attack will be wiped out immediately. At this time, the second pillar also faced Jinchūriki Gaara of Sand Shinobi village. As expected, Urjuzi would be beaten violently whenever he felt like it. After a while of showing off, he was defeated by the half-tailed beast Gaara. Fortunately, Naruto arrived in time and summoned Gamabuntat. Namikaze Minato, in fact, in a sense, Naruto is a genius, he summoned the boss Buntai so easily. Jiraiya, the amount of chakra of the Uzumaki clan is considered normal. Harano Sakura, Sasuke-kun is already great. Orochimaru, it's thanks to this defeat, otherwise Sasuke wouldn't have made up his mind so easily. Uchiha Sasuke, 3rd generation, have you ever wondered why Danzo didn't show up until you died in battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Dans, I am preserving Konoha's strength, Konoha needs a guarantee. Senju Tsunade, humph. Keep it. Hokage is still not your turn. Old thing. Shimura Dans, humph. But the current Hokage is me. Uchiha Sasuke, don't worry, old man, you won't be here for much longer. Senju Hashirama, wait a minute. The monkey is dead? How did you die? Senju Tobirama, although I am old, I think this apprentice of yours cannot kill you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed that he did not want to talk to these two people. The screen at this time also answered their questions. Reanimation Jutsu. Following Orochimaru's seal, 3 coffins immediately appeared. But the coffin marking the 4th generation was pushed back. Senju Tobirama, impure world reincarnation? The souls of the dead who are used in this way will be punished. Senju Hashirama, is the monkey being? Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted a message. I have to say that Senju Tobirama's impure world reincarnation really shocked everyone in the ninja world. The battle with the resurrected immortal strongman is simply terrifying. Especially some ninjas who are not good at sealing have begun to frown. How can I fight this? I can't fight at all. With the emergence of Hashirama and Tobirama, 3rd generation immediately fell into a disadvantage. Even though he summoned the ape demon, he still couldn't escape the fate of being hanged. Outside the village, the battle between Shikaku and Buntai has also begun. Ursha was stunned by this scene. It was this moment that deeply stimulated Sasuke's proud heart. Orochimaru, perhaps it was this moment that strengthened Sasuke's heart to defect. Uchiha Itachi, the desire for power can make people lose their minds. Uzumaki Naruto, is it my fault? Gaara, no, blame me, blame me. The final ending ended dramatically. Fortunately, Gaara's control over Shikaku wasn't enough. Can only be summoned temporarily through the Suzy technique. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have taken the chance. At this time, 3rd generation was finally overwhelmed. As a last resort, he activated the Ghoul Seal, sealing the soul of a 2nd generation in Orochimaru's hands. Since then, a generation of Hokage and ninjutsu doctors have fallen. Look at the misery of the 3rd generation. Everyone was also a little silent. Although some of the things 3rd generation did were despicable. But as a superior, he didn't have many choices. In the end, he died while defending the village. After the death of the 3rd generation, Konoha fell into brief chaos. But fortunately, Konoha has a deep foundation and can't afford to be hurt. But at this time our protagonist Zuzu has become crazy. Naruto had given him too much stimulation before. He began to hesitate to pursue that dangerous power. And just when he hesitated, the appearance of that man finally solidified his determination. Uchiha Shisui, it's Itachi, Might Guy, and Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi said it was very uncomfortable. Because in the next picture, he was instantly stunned by Itachi. Moreover, the live broadcast room also thoughtfully released a close-up of Tsukuyomi's space. Harano Sakura, that's too cruel. No wonder Mr. Kakashi was unconscious for so long. Uzumaki Naruto, ugh, what a cruel ninjutsu. Uchiha Shisui, the same ninjutsu treats Sasuke and Kakashi completely differently. Yay, yes. Looking at it this way, you are already very gentle to Sasuke. But it is this very gentle ninjutsu. The 2 pillars were directly lit. On a confused night, Urshizu resolutely chose the path of defection. What followed was Naruto's crazy chase. And the final battle in the Valley of the End. Others just think it's tragic. But in the eyes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara they are completely different. It's so similar to them back then. The Valley of the End is simply a showdown of fate. The final picture is fixed on the forehead protector with a mark drawn out. Sasuke's background seems very determined. Everyone in the group finally understood the turning point of this young man. This rebellious nin who is now famous in the ninja world starts from now on. It's just starting to grow. Onoki, finished reading. It can only be said that there is something wrong with education in Konoha. Terumi Mei, are you doing this to make it hot and uncomfortable? Reikage AI, all the clues are connected, and Danzo is responsible for 80% of the decline of Konoha. Gaara, no matter how you defect, what development can you achieve by staying in Konoha? Senju Hashirama, hey! Nothing to say. Uchiha Madara, okay. Shut up. The screen on the right starts. Chapter 46. With Uchiha Madara speaking, everyone in the group slowly became quiet. One is due to Madara's power. Secondly, they are also looking forward to the performance of Sasuke in the other world. Especially Naruto and Kushina. The picture starts to flow. At this moment, Sasuke is sitting in the clan area with a serious look on his face. In front of her sat Shisui and Izumi. Are you sure about the news? It's confirmed. The Chunin exam will be held soon. Invited Sand Shinobi village from the Allied powers and some surrounding Shinobi villages. The Sand Shinobi village team is almost here. Listen to Shisui's report. Sasuke was lost in thought. Chunin exam. It's an opportunity. And this time Sand Shinobi also sent Jinchūriki. This information is absolutely reliable. Shisui reported. Sand Shinobi village's Jinchūriki is no secret. Jinchūriki. Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. She has a bold idea. What did you think of? Shisui seemed to have thought of something and asked. We don't have much time. Maybe it's because of this Chunin exam that third generation didn't take any action. But the Uchiha tribe's extraterrestrial spies are indeed increasing. In addition, Danzo's previous attack on the Uchiha tribe can prove it. The higher UPS in Konoha can't stand it anymore. We must complete the transfer before the Chunin exams. Otherwise, after this incident, it will be difficult to escape. After hearing what Sasuke said, Shisui and Izumi both looked serious. Sasuke was right. But if you want to do it, it is still too reluctant. Then what are we going to do? Chuan asked. Sasuke thought for a moment and replied. Jinchūriki. To allow the entire Uchiha clan to be safely evacuated, Konoha must be plunged into chaos. Sand Shinobi's Jinchūriki is a great opportunity. Calculate the timing and find a way to control Sand Shinobi's Jinchūriki to go berserk in Konoha. We took advantage of this chaotic time to move to the country of waves. Then immediately block all movements in the kingdom of waves. Tear. Both Shisui and Izumi gasped. Sasuke's idea is too bold. But how do we make Jinchūriki go berserk? Chuan expressed concern. But Sasuke smiled confidently. The next moment, her eyes immediately revealed strange patterns. Manjiki Sharingan. Sister Izumi. Don't forget. Why is Konoha afraid of us? Exactly because of this. Sharingan has the ability to control tailed beasts. This is not a secret in the ninja world. Okay. Brother Shisui continues to investigate the top management of Konoha. Sister Chuan continues to transfer funds to the country of waves. It's decided. Sasuke smiled and slowly walked out of the secret room. But her back looked so depressed. Sasuke. As soon as I left the clan, I saw an excited Naruto. Sasuke. Got it? The Chunin exams are about to be held in Konoha. We will definitely make it this time. You could tell Naruto was excited. He was confident with his and Sasuke's strength. Winning the mere Chunin competition was more than enough. Really? That's great. Sasuke forced a smile and walked side by side with Naruto on the road. Naruto. You want to be a Hokage, don't you? That's right. That's my dream. I want to build a village in my heart. Oh? So what does the village in Naruto's mind look like? Sasuke asked with interest. The village in my mind is one where everyone is equal, there is no discrimination, and everyone is like family. Also, I became a Hokage. When the time comes, replace all envy with Uchiha's ninjas. Naruto glanced at Sasuke with a slightly red face. Said solemnly. Oh? All replaced by Uchihas. Aren't you afraid that I, the leader of the clan, will give you an order and sideline you, the Hokage. Just leave it alone. Naruto said nonchalantly. Anyway, I became a Hokage to protect you and the Uchiha you want to protect. Of course, Naruto didn't say this. He didn't dare to say it either. Is that so? Sasuke's eyes were also a little dark. I hope that day will come. There will definitely be one. Let's pull the hook. Naruto suddenly became serious. Reach out to Sasuke. Sasuke's hand reached out subconsciously. But when he was about to get closer, he laughed and opened Naruto's hand. Ha 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 ha. Naruto-kun is so naive. You should think about the Chunin exam. Well. Naruto didn't think much, he just felt very satisfied. Kid. Do you want to die? At this moment, the sound of a child struggling came from the street ahead. Konohamaru. Naruto was immediately shocked. His little brother was actually pinched by a stranger. Naruto. Brother Naruto, save me. Konohamaru struggled desperately. He was almost strangled to death just because he bumped into this weirdo. Damn it. Naruto was furious. Konohamaru is one of the few people in Konoha who doesn't discriminate against him. And he's his little brother. Wind style. Vacuum wave. Boom. The quick wind style immediately avoided Kankuro. And Naruto also protected Konohamaru immediately. Damn it. Kankuro was furious. With a flick of his hand, several chakra threads were thrown towards Naruto. But the next moment, he suddenly found that the chakra thread in his hand disappeared. At this moment, several shurikens flew towards his throat. The most important thing is that he can't move. Damn it! What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kankuro subconsciously wanted to ask Temari for help. But Temari is nowhere to be seen at this moment. Pfft! The sharp shuriken slit Kankuro's throat. I am dead. The next moment, Kankuro's eyes returned to normal. There are no shurikens. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. The life and death he had just experienced had already made him feel a little dazed. Illusion. Temari on the side immediately became alert. It clearly feels like the person opposite has done nothing. But Kankuro fell to his knees in just a moment. At this time, a pleasant female voice also sounded from the opposite side. Sand Shinobi's ninja. It's vulnerable. Chapter 47. You. Temari was immediately furious. A mere genin dared to be so arrogant. And she was so much prettier than her. How long are you going to hide? Sasuke ignored Temari in front of him. Instead, he stared straight at Temari's back. Sand. Strands of sand slowly fell to the ground. Finally, a boy with dark circles under his eyes was formed. Name. Gaara looked at Sasuke very coldly. There seemed to be a strong interest in his eyes. Uchiha. Sasuke only said his last name. Although Sasuke is usually very low-key, her pride in Uchiha is not less in her bones. Sand explosion. Gaara. Gaara left a name lightly. Then he turned and left. Temari and Kankuro hurried to catch up. Fearing that they would be crushed to death by their younger brother if they were a step late. Jinchūriki. How lucky! Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect to come into contact with Jinchūriki so cleverly. Sasuke, he seems very strong. Naruto looked at Gaara's back and said seriously. The thing in his body just now seemed to be agitated. This is something Naruto didn't experience normally. Really? Then Naruto has to work hard. Sasuke smiled sweetly and pulled Naruto to play. Relax for a while. Time is running out. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building. Sarutobi, Uchiha's movements are getting bigger and bigger. I doubt. Enough Denso. I'll say it again. Wait until the Chunin exam is over before we talk about anything. Do you want the allies to laugh at you? Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo with disdain. But. No buts. Isn't it just smuggling some property? Let them do whatever they want. Even if they transfer the finances, so what? Can such a large group of Uchiha defect to Konoha? That's impossible. Uchiha is very powerful. But it's nothing compared to the entire Konoha. I promise you, I will suppress Uchiha immediately after the Chunin exam. But during this period, you'd better not do anything out of line. Danzo. Remember. I'm the Hokage. Humph. Sarutobi. You'll regret it. After the classic monologue, Danzo left the Hokage building angrily. At this time, the third generation also felt a headache. They had to face the demonstrations of the allies. They also had to beware of the Uchiha and the root seizure of power. And they didn't even have a single useful person under their command. Thinking back to the past, the subordinates were Sunin, Konoha's White Fang, and Yellow Flash. How powerful Konoha was at that time. But now. The third generation sighed deeply. They also felt powerless. Forget it. The third generation's eyes suddenly became sharp. How could they be decadent? He is a famous ninja in the ninja world. Convene the Jainin conference immediately. The third generation immediately gave orders with high spirits. Sand Shinobi, Uchiha. They are not worth mentioning. So boring. Teacher Kakashi is really slow. In the training ground, Naruto complained helplessly. Teacher Kakashi should be talking about Archnin exam. Be patient, Naruto. Sasuke touched Naruto's head like he was touching a pet. And it can be seen that Naruto was very happy. I'm back. Bang. As a cloud of smoke exploded, Kakashi appeared in front of the three people. Teacher Kakashi. Is the registration over? Naruto immediately became excited. He couldn't wait any longer. Hi. Kakashi handed the registration form to the three people with a helpless look on his face. I thought he was going to launch a pre-battle mobilization. Unexpectedly, these three people were like chicken blood. Even little Sakura was no exception. After this period of special selection, little Sakura's momentum has completely changed. From a love-brained little girl to a capable ninja. Of course, her admiration for Sasuke has not changed. No. It should be more deepened. From her inadvertent movements, she has begun to habitually imitate Sasuke's movements. It's a pity that her long hair was cut off. She couldn't imitate Sasuke's beautiful hair-rolling movement. Okay. Let's go. Naruto seemed impatient. For him, this was his first step into Hokage. Soon Kakashi found out sadly. He became a decoration again. These three people didn't pay any attention to or ask for his advice. Instead, they stepped directly into the examination room. Such an unlovable brat. Kakashi felt a little frustrated. But the next moment, he was immersed in the memory of Obito and Lin again. Bang! Get out of here! This is not a place for you kids. That's right. Those who have no ability should get out of here. We are helping you too. As soon as the seventh team entered the door, they saw the gate bully beating Li again. At this time, Li and Tian were sitting on the ground pitifully. Start acting. Please let us pass. To be honest, Rock Li's acting is very stiff. From his breath and the fake wounds on his face, Sasuke can tell that he is acting. Damn. It's too much. At this time, Naruto couldn't help it. What he couldn't stand the most was this kind of bullying of the weak. Ding. Guess with prizes. How will the girl Sasuke deal with the bullying incident of the gate bully? A. Stop Naruto and watch the fun. B. Let little Sakura go and expose this boring illusion. C. Go up and beat up the two ninjas who are blocking the way. D. show your weak attitude and start to promote the will of fire. Chapter 48. Uzumaki Naruto, coming. Namikaze Minato, isn't this Genma and the others? Temari, we also have to do a road test, it's really boring. Orochimaru, hehe. I choose D. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose D too. Orochimaru, oh? Naruto, did you see it too? Uzumaki Naruto, that's not true, but I believe in your wisdom. There was nothing Naruto could do. I want to break through the two worlds, but my brain is not working well. You can only choose someone with high IQ to follow suit. After all, there are two spots. Orochimaru, haha Naruto-kun, this is a wise choice. It is better than your master who is not smart enough and refuses to admit it. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, what did you say? Practice with me after this is over. Yamanaka Ino, doesn't Sasuke hate the will of fire the most? How could it be so publicized? Haiden, I think she is more likely to start directly. I choose C. Hatake Kakashi, I feel like Sasuke is too lazy to care, and D doesn't seem to make sense, so I choose A. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto, you are still too hasty, no matter how you look at it, you will not choose D. Namikaze Minato, no, doing so may have unexpected effects. Orochimaru, as expected of Minato-kun, did you think of it so quickly? Nara Shikamaru, I didn't expect Sasuke from Otherworld to be quite sinister. Harano Sakura, what does it mean? Everyone was puzzled, but a small number of smart people understood the meaning. Ding! Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru answered correctly. Reward Orochimaru 10 years of life, can be extended when dying and at the same time restore the body to its strongest state. Ding! Reward Uzumaki Naruto with the complete power of 9 tails, originally only half of 9 tails. Ding! Haiden answered incorrectly and was punished by losing the power of the evil god. Ding! Hatake Kakashi answered incorrectly and was punished by Sharingan consumption chakra speed increased by 100%. 10 years of life. Add more at any time. Return to peak condition. Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. What's this? Isn't this the road to eternal life he has been pursuing? As long as I continue like this, it may not become eternal. Orochimaru's blood is boiling. I hope the comparison doesn't end so soon. At this moment, the live broadcast room also received its own first blood. Haiden, who was cut into pieces and pressed underground, lost the power of the evil god. He died immediately. He also became the first ninja to be punished to death by a live broadcast room. But fortunately, his consciousness quickly gathered. It seems that I can still speak. And Kakashi has put on a mask of pain at this moment. As we all know, Kazuko doesn't have enough blueprint due to Sharingan consumption. Now the consumption has doubled. It seems that we can no longer carve dog heads on earth flow walls anymore. Brother Kazi, I thought sadly. Live broadcast room, can I use my reward in exchange for the opportunity to travel through time and space? Naruto asked excitedly. Everyone was also shocked by Naruto's choice. There was a moment of silence in the live broadcast room, and he actually responded. Live broadcast room, yes. Uzumaki Naruto, then I'll exchange it now. Live broadcast room, ding. Uzumaki Naruto gains 10% of the power to travel through the world. Uzumaki Naruto, hey? Naruto was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell is 10%? Do I still have to answer 9 questions correctly to travel through the world? Although I really want to yell. But Naruto thought about it and it was better not to offend the live broadcast room. Forget it. There is finally hope. Isn't it just 9 questions? Uzumaki Naruto doesn't like giving up by nature. After a brief period of depression, he has recovered. The scene at this time has continued. I saw Sasuke stopping Naruto. Then he stepped forward and helped Tian up from the ground. Next moment. Please, let us pass. Beautiful face, waist-length hair, sweet voice, and pitiful big eyes. Instantly captures all men within 10 meters. I have to admit that the girl Sasuke has an innate talent in this area. Even the bully examiner was briefly stunned. But they did not forget their mission. No. You useless brats. Go back to your ninja games. Watching Sasuke plead. Naruto immediately became angry. He couldn't bear to say a word loudly to Sasuke. How dare these two be speak rudely. But I saw Sasuke's signal. Naruto still endured it. But the body is slowly getting closer. But at this moment, Sasuke's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Suddenly he looked distressed. But you are also a ninja of Konoha. We are all from the same village. Why do you bully us like this? Have you forgotten Master Hokage's teachings? Do you still have the will of fire in your heart? I regard everyone in Konoha as my own family. I didn't expect today, Wivu. Although the foreign ninjas around him felt that Sasuke was a bit weak. But he still looked at the bully duo with contempt. The spirit that you Konoha preaches every day, are you so mean today? The ninjas around Konoha felt even more deeply. He immediately glared at the two people in front of him. Some people even threatened to find Master Hokage. Treat the two of them as traitors. What kind of behavior is this? This is a reactionary act that blatantly betrays the Willism of fire. Must be severely punished. The bully duo at this moment also saw it. This little girl is just causing trouble. Isn't this just a slap in the face? Shiranui Genma just stopped pretending. He quickly stepped forward, intending to teach this shady daughter of Uchiha a lesson directly. Boom! Naruto had been staring at him for a long time. Seeing the other party making a move, he immediately flew forward. But he took a step slower. An unexpected figure blocked Sasuke in advance. This watermelon head is fake. Naruto sighed and wanted to drag Sasuke into the exam. But Rock Lee's next words directly forced Naruto's tailed beast code out. Sasuke! Please date me. Chapter 49. Ah! Even though Sasuke was always calm, he was stunned when he saw the thick-browed watermelon head in front of him. The next moment, the corners of her mouth began to twitch crazily. What's going on? Although I have received many confessions since I was a child. But it was the first one that was so sudden. Sorry, Sasuke was about to refuse. I felt a strong wind coming from behind me. Boom! Between the lightning and flint. Naruto's fist had completely smashed towards Rock Lee without any mercy. Naruto. Looking at the blood-red chakra spilling from Naruto's body, Sasuke yelled something was wrong. How come you are on the verge of going berserk if you don't see this at first sight? Naruto. Calm down. Sasuke quickly stepped forward and took Naruto's hand. Then patted his head. Hey! Naruto let out a long breath. The nine tails chakra on his body was taken back. But his eyes were still blood-red as he stared at Rock Lee in front of him. Rock Lee felt like he had just been targeted by a giant beast. But this aroused his competitive spirit even more. You are very strong. Sign up. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm Sasuke's. At this point, Naruto paused. He hesitated and said. I'm Sasuke's best friend. Rock Lee tilted his head and observed. Get conclusion. Are you also a suitor of Sasuke? It's not. I don't have it. We are good friends. Being told what was on his mind, Naruto panicked for the first time. But the next moment he immediately calmed down. That's good. Then I am Sasuke's suitor, please step aside. Naruto's eyes immediately widened. Chakra has started to condense on my hands. Lee. Didn't you agree to disguise yourself? And just then, A young man slowly walked over and complained. Sorry Niji. I just... Lee glanced furtively at Sasuke, his face red. And Niji's eyes also looked at Sasuke. His eyes were full of interest. The chief of the Uchiha clan. The first patriarch to lift family restrictions on branch houses. Although the surface is expressionless. But Niji admired the Uchiha patriarch very much in his heart. Very envious too. It's okay if it's Hyuga. Niji shook his head. That is impossible. We should go Lee. We should go too. Sasuke quickly pulled Naruto away who was about to go berserk. He even patted his head comfortingly. Sure enough, Naruto immediately calmed down. Sasuke seemed to be able to suppress the beast inside him. Really, that watermelon head still wants to pursue Sasuke, how ridiculous. While walking on the road, little Sakura couldn't help but complain. She couldn't stand it. This is blasphemy against her goddess. Okay, okay. I don't mean any harm. Sasuke said with a smile. The current 7th class can be said to be harmonious. Sakura's efforts were successfully recognized by Sasuke and Naruto. Tap tap tap. There were crisp footsteps coming from the front. Rock Lee appears again. Court death. Naruto was furious. Although I knew Sasuke couldn't like this watermelon head. But he still had a strong sense of crisis. Although Sasuke had many suitors in the past. But in Naruto's eyes, they are all a bunch of brats. Now Rock Lee is putting pressure on him. Sasuke, please date me. I will protect you with my life. Rock Lee showed his bright teeth. Then a virtual heart was launched. Sasuke felt that he had never been so speechless in his life. But fortunately, the heart was beaten to pieces by Naruto halfway through the flight. Uzumaki Naruto. Please don't get in my way. Please stay away from us. Uzumaki Kushina, wow. Naruto finally stormed off, so excited. Namikaze Minato, I didn't expect the plot to develop like this. Haiden, let's fight. Let's fight. Tien Tien, Xiao Li never thought that you in another world would be fascinated by Sasuke. Rock Lee, even a man would be attracted to a girl like this. Uzumaki Naruto, that's right. Thick eyebrows, let's practice them after the comparison is over. Rock Lee, hey? Leaf Hurricane. Rock Lee in the picture has already taken the lead. In his opinion, the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him was obviously Sasuke's suitor. But I was embarrassed to say it. I have no sincerity at all. Boom. To Rock Lee's surprise, Naruto was actually able to keep up with his movements. And it looks easy. Namikaze Minato, in this world, Naruto's taijutsu has not only improved to another level. Uchiha Itachi, indeed, he is already far ahead of his peers. Might Guy, when Lee doesn't open the 8 gate, Naruto's taijutsu is on par with Lee's. Uzumaki Kushina, someone taught me after all. Hitaki Kakashi. I didn't expect that there would be someone in this generation of genin who could keep up with my moves. But it doesn't matter. Because I am the strongest in this class. Wow! After many tricks, Rock Lee knew he couldn't defeat Naruto like this. So he took off the bandage without hesitation. I'm sorry, Mr. Guy. I'm going to use that trick today. Boom! Rock Lee's power suddenly increased a lot. Naruto was caught off guard and was knocked away. The next moment, Naruto realized that Rock Lee appeared behind him in a strong-armed posture. Shadow Dance Leaf. Sasuke, who was watching the battle, couldn't help it immediately. It's not because Rock Lee's moves are too powerful. But if she didn't stop him, Rock Lee might be beaten to death by Naruto. Because at this moment, Naruto's body was already emitting some red chakra. Naruto cannot be allowed to hurt others as a Jinchūriki. Otherwise Konoha may ban Naruto's actions. Thinking of this, Sasuke quickly stepped forward. Rock Lee grabbed his bandage so fast that he couldn't even see it. Then, boom! Under the wave of that snow-white jade hand, Rock Lee only felt a strong force coming. He was thrown against the wall. Naruto! Calm down! Catching the falling Naruto, Sasuke stroked his head gently. Hey! Naruto's eyes finally regained clarity. Do not know why. I seem to. I can't control my emotions anymore. Chapter 50. Namikaze Minato, how do you feel that Naruto has mastered a little bit of the power of Nine Tails? Killer B, judging from his sanity, he can barely stay awake. Borrowing chakra should be no problem, but if he uses the tailed beast outfit, he may still lose his mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha actually has the ability to appease tailed beasts? Uzumaki Naruto, why appease the tailed beast? This is the power of bonds. Look at your other self on the screen. Naruto was extremely envious. Also looking forward to the next question. Even if I break time and space, I will find you. So strong. At this time, Rock Lee on the screen slowly stood up. When he saw Sasuke surrounding Naruto, there was an unknown loss in his eyes. But then he noticed Sasuke's power. Is this Uchiha? Lee's eyes became firmer. That's it. Sasuke looked at Rock Lee, the registration time was almost over. She doesn't have time to play with this kid. Sasuke. I'll prove it. I'll prove I can protect you. I can also prove hard work can surpass genius. Watching Rock Lee leave, Sasuke mused. Oh, this is a joke. Can hard work surpass genius? This is the funniest joke she has heard in years. Uchiha Sasuke. Let's go. Naruto-chan Sakura. Sasuke shook his head, not thinking too much. It can only be said that Rock Lee's vision is too small. Defeat a few peers and start enjoying the view. Crunch. Opened the door to the exam. The three people instantly attracted everyone's attention. As a newcomer to the Chunin exam, in the eyes of all candidates, they are all a piece of fat. Soon, Konoha's 9 Xiaoqiang also began to gather. But they were all led by Sasuke. This is also the prestige that Sasuke left behind in the ninja school. Sasuke's eyes, on the other hand, were constantly scanning. Found it. Looking at the Calabash Kid staring at the dark circles under his eyes, Sasuke mused. Jinchūriki. How long will it take to control him myself? Sasuke thought about it in his mind. She has never tried controlling a tailed beast to go berserk. I still feel unsure. You newcomers, it's true. Keep a low profile, okay? At this moment, a young man with glasses walked over slowly. He told Zhu Xiaoqiang. At the same time, he also introduced his identity. An old senior who has not passed the exam for several years, Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto gave everyone some basic knowledge. He immediately gained the trust of Xiaoqiang, including Sasuke. She doesn't see anything unusual about this senior so far. At this time, the trio of sound ninjas in the crowd looked at the newcomers in front of them and were a little ready to make a move. Especially Toss at the front. Already ready to take action. What do you want to do? Have you forgotten the adults' instructions? Sak, who was behind, immediately grabbed Toss. Snort. Toss snorted coldly and gave up the idea. I really don't know what the adults think, it's just a mere Uchiha. Gaara in the crowd was also staring at Sasuke. He was excited. Few people could turn him on anymore. I wish you'd let me play a little longer. Gaara showed bloodthirsty eyes. Something inside the body seemed to be ready to move. Boom! A big cloud of smoke exploded in front. The examination team led by Ibuxi has already appeared. I am your examiner for the first session. Marino Yaki. Rule. There is actually a written test. Sasuke was also a little surprised. At the same time, he glanced at Naruto worriedly. Although Naruto learns things very quickly, but he knows nothing about written knowledge. At this time, Naruto was also in trouble. I immediately started scratching my head. It's okay, Naruto. Relax. Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder lightly. Show a sweet smile. Anyway, I won't be able to pass the Chunin exam in the end. Sasuke thought to himself. After a while, the whole village was blown away by him. Sasuke. Naruto instantly became less nervous. Exams or something. As long as Sasuke is still by his side, that's enough. The worst case scenario is that I will become Sasuke's subordinate in the future. With this in mind, Naruto happily walked to his seat. And as the exam begins, Sasuke also gradually realized something was wrong. This question. It's a bit difficult. Is the test testing the ability to collect intelligence? Sasuke suddenly smiled disdainfully. Using this kind of exam content as the first round of testing is sheer nonsense. You must know that ninjas carry out tasks in small teams. Everyone's division of labor is different. Naturally, there are those who are good at fighting and those who are good at gathering intelligence. And how can someone who is not good at gathering information do this kind of exam in Konoha? Are you going to deny a ninja just because he failed to collect intelligence? Don't talk about the comprehensive development of ninjas. You just choose a Chunin. If you don't know, I thought you chose Hokage. But it doesn't matter. Sasuke didn't even bother to drive the Sharingan. As a top student, she knows all these questions. Sakura-chan should be fine too. But Naruto? Naruto was not good at studying and had no means of detecting information. It's okay. Naruto, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Sasuke smiled. Naruto looked ahead and scratched his head with a trace of sadness in his eyes. After. You have to work on yourself. Naruto. At this time, the disciples of the big families also began to show their magical powers. Sasuke was filled with emotion when he saw this. In the future, the Kingdom of Waves should try to give some living space to wandering ninjas and civilian ninjas. Sasuke thought so. But it is impossible for her to achieve true equality for everyone. Although she has some good intentions. But Sasuke is not a nice guy. It is her goal to make Uchiha superior to the 5 great nations. Maybe. This is the belief in the bones of every Uchiha tribesman. Chapter 51. Uchiha Sasuke, Humph. Even if we reach another world, we are still at the tail end of the crane. Uzumaki Naruto, answer the question. Answering questions is useless. In the end, I relied on my determination and perseverance to pass the exam. Senju Tobirama, this kind of test is a bit difficult for ninjas who are not good at gathering information, but ninjas are cruel in this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are indeed some shortcomings, but they will not be changed. I think every ninja should have the ability to detect intelligence. This is the basic skill of a ninja. Uchiha Madara, no comment, but in the Sengoku era, gathering information was indeed a basic skill for every ninja, and the same was true for civilian ninjas. At this time, Naruto on the screen had begun to panic. He himself is indifferent. But he didn't want to drag Sasuke down for his own reasons. Damn it! Why is there a written test? Naruto couldn't understand. I finally became stronger. Finally ready to show off his skills. But the first round of the exam made him punch in the cotton. I looked at the questions on the test paper that I couldn't understand at all. Naruto subconsciously started to look around. Naruto-kun. A thin female voice came. Instantly catching Naruto's attention. Hinata. Only then did Naruto notice that the person sitting next to him was actually his classmate. Naruto-kun, I'll show you my answer. Hinata shyly handed over the test paper. Naruto looked at Hinata's red face, expressionless. As if he thought of something. Naruto said coldly. Thank you Hinata-san, but we haven't gotten to know each other that well yet. So no need. Naruto suddenly thought. This Hinata is from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan has always been at odds with Uchiha. I heard several times that the Hyuga clan members spoke ill of Sasuke, the clan leader. So Naruto doesn't have a good impression of all the Hyuga clan members. Ah! Hinata was struck by lightning. Naruto rejected himself. As candidates are eliminated one by one, Naruto finally panicked. Sasuke in the back was admiring Naruto, who was scratching his head. I find it very interesting. The 10th question will be announced next. But you can choose to answer or not. Rule. And Naruto also passed the exam with his own persistence. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. No matter which world Naruto is in, he has great perseverance. But it's different from before. There are many more members who have been promoted in this exam. They are all faces of the Uchiha clan. Yes, the power of the new generation is obviously taken up by Uchiha. And these new Uchiha students taking the exam all have fanatical beliefs in Sasuke. At first, to a kid of the same age, almost no one in the whole clan obeyed. But so many years have passed. Uchiha has already fallen in love with Sasuke's decision-making. Still in strength. Only people of Uchiha's age know about it. How powerful their patriarch is. And many boys of the same age will blush inadvertently. If I remember correctly, Uchiha generally do not allow intermarriage. So this patriarch, they all have a chance. Sasuke was also troubled by this. She also takes time to nurture these new generations of Uchiha. However, these people all had their thoughts on her. And these new generations of Uchiha also look for Naruto to challenge. In their eyes, it was this hateful Huang Mao who robbed the patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku, I am really happy to see so many new generations of Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui, these brats have bad intentions. Uchiha Madara, there is no evil intention. When did Uchiha ever marry outside the family? Uzumaki Kushina, no. Our Uzumaki clan is considered a wealthy family. Even if it declines, Naruto is still the son of Hokage. Konoha Prince. Uchiha Itachi, I object to this marriage. Senju Tsunade, you are thinking too much. How old they are? Uzumaki Kushina, not too young. Back then, Minato was. Namikaze Minato, ha 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 ha. Terumi Mei, according to my speculation about that world, it would be difficult for the two of them to get together. Uzumaki Naruto, really? Very good. Naruto was very excited. It would be best not to get together, and then wait for him to travel through time and space. Orochimaru, Sasuke is about to lead Uchiha to defect, and then he will develop his power crazily. He will definitely be the opposite of Konoha. Jiraiya, and Naruto's dream is to become a Hokage. The two will go against each other. Kuratsuki, way. I understand it all. When the time comes, Sasuke says, what a bullshit Hokage, Naruto will just defect. Uchiha Shisui, that's what I say, but Sasuke will not let Naruto defect. She respects everyone's dreams, and she is not willing to let others change anything for her. Onoki, what a stupid approach. What a bullshit dream, that's Nine Tails. War Machine. If Sasuke is brought along, he will immediately pose a huge threat to Konoha. Raikage AI, yes, although Sasuke is good at everything, it is difficult to achieve great things by focusing on feelings. He even took the risk of controlling one tail and went berserk. It would be better to just let Naruto go berserk. The risk is less too. Uchiha Sasuke, she won't do that. I won't do that either. Everyone in the group suddenly started arguing. Some people think it's emotion. And some people think it's just a bond. And there are many people who are opposed to this marriage. At this time, the scene also changed. With the appearance of Mitarashi Anko, the second round of the Chunin exam kicked off. When I learned it was a melee, Sasuke finally smiled. Good chance. Finally, I can get in touch in advance. Sand Shinobi's Jinchūriki now. Chapter 52. It's the scroll of heaven. Where to put it? Little Sakura took out the scroll and asked. At this time, both Sakura and Naruto were looking forward to the next action. This can be regarded as the first appearance of their 7th class. Haha. It's okay. Don't worry too much. Sasuke said nonchalantly. Although she will not underestimate the enemy, for the Chunin exam. Leave it here with me. Naruto took the scroll naturally. What do we do next? No need to do anything, just go straight to your destination. Sasuke replied. It's not about the earth coiling axis. Don't worry. In the eyes of other teams, we are fat sheep. Sasuke smiled. They don't even need to find someone who can. It's coming soon. Sasuke said, looking in one direction. Following Sasuke's gaze, Naruto and Sakura saw 3 ninjas from other countries. What a blessing! I actually met a group of fat sheep. The leading ninja could not hide the joy on his face. It is rare to see a team that takes the Chunin exam right after graduation. Formation. Sasuke ordered. The 3 members of Team 7 disappeared instantly. So fast. The 3 ninjas on the opposite side were immediately shocked. I can't see the movement at all. Are these people really new? Alert, Before the leader of the ninja could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. Before he died, he seemed to see a beautiful face smiling at him. Let's go. The remaining 2 had no intention of fighting anymore. Turn around and run. But after running a few meters, he found that he was still spinning in circles. It's a fantasy. Puff puff. Sakura-chan. You're getting better and better at genjutsu. Sasuke praised. At this moment, little Sakura's body was still shaking a little. This was her first time killing someone. But I heard Sasuke's praise. She is still very happy. I finally caught up with them. Harano Sakura, I am so much stronger in this world. Uchiha Sasuke, he is indeed very talented in illusions, and he has become completely proficient in it in such a short time. Harano Sakura, it's a pity that it was discovered too late. Uzumaki Kushina, it's not too late. Didn't Kakashi discover your talent for illusions when you were 12? Hitaki Kakashi retracted a message. Senju Tsunade, after the comparison with Sakura-chan, it's not too late for you to take illusion classes as well. It's the scroll of earth. How lucky! Little Sakura opened the opponent's ninja tool bag and said excitedly. Then we've accomplished our mission. It's a pity that you moved too fast. I haven't made a move yet. Naruto said excitedly. Okay, I'll show you next time. Sasuke put away another scroll. In the name of helping Konoha's companions, he began to search the forest. And Naruto and Sakura had no objection. Sasuke is so kind, how could they refuse? But Sasuke was just searching for Gaara. She wanted to test her control over Jinchūriki in advance. And based on her understanding of the intelligence, Sasuke has a unique way of finding Gaara. Ah! Yes! Finally, after searching for a long time, Sasuke heard the screams he had been looking for so long. Sand Shinobi Jinchūriki Gaara. Cruel in nature and murderous in nature. Got you! Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He led Squad 7 and rushed in the direction of the screams. And at the same time, Sandstorm Funeral. Boom! Looking at the blood all over the sky, Hinata's team hiding behind the bushes was already trembling. Just witnessed the cruel side of this Sand Shinobi ninja. Several people felt that they had no chance of winning if they faced him. And what's even more terrifying is, the other party has discovered their aura. damn. What to do? Ye's body began to tremble a little at this moment. But the mood to escape dominated the majority. However, he just glanced at them and looked away. Gaara, don't be impulsive. Don't forget the plan. Temari quickly stopped Gaara. They try not to reveal too much strength. No need. We've been targeted. What? Temari and Kankuro were shocked when they heard this. Someone actually dares to target Gaara? Finally found you. Red Panda. Team 7 no longer hides their appearance. Red Panda? What is that? Gaara stared at Sasuke in front of her with intense interest in her eyes. A creature from the Far East, recorded in the ancient books of Uchiha. Looks a lot like you. Sasuke looked at Gaara's dark circles and teased. Sasuke, do we really want to mess with them? Little Sakura looked at the bloodline on the ground and asked hesitantly. She also witnessed the other party's strength just now. Some are unsure. Of course, after all, we still have to protect our Konoha companions. Sasuke glanced at the grass next to him, and the three of them walked out slowly. Court death. Gaara was immediately furious. The girl in front of him simply didn't take him seriously. Gaara. Temari also wanted to persuade him. But Gaara stared back with one look. Kankuro was also trembling, not daring to disobey Gaara at all. You guys go first. Leave it to our 7th class. Don't take it to heart. We are all companions of Konoha. Sasuke turned back and smiled sweetly. Shino and Kaiba were immediately stunned. Kawin. Vomit. But at this time, Sasuke was already vomiting inside. It was really difficult to say such disgusting lines. But I have to say that the character of cute girl Sasuke is quite easy to use. Some things that are difficult to explain can be explained by being cute. We won't leave. We are partners. My teeth suddenly felt less sore and my legs no longer hurt. He looked at Naruto and thought he might as well give it a try. Up to you. Sasuke complained in his mind. Then I set my sights on the red panda. Not to mention, although the expression is quite fierce, the appearance is still quite cute. It seemed that no one had ever observed him in such a way. Gaara was stunned for a moment. But the next moment his eyes became bloodthirsty. The girl opposite is so beautiful, she must be even more beautiful when she explodes into blood mist. Sandbound Coffin. Chapter 53. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. Boom. In Temari Kankuro's shocked eyes. A fireball big enough to devour them directly bombarded them. How can this be? Temari, who was about to use wind style to resist, was immediately dumbfounded. The wind power I have is not enough to fill the gaps between people's teeth. Kankuro, on the other hand, ran away. One step too late and both the person and the puppet will be swallowed up. Ya and others were also shocked. Although I know Sasuke is very strong. But the power of the ninjutsu in front of me is a bit too exaggerated. Gaara also put away his contempt. The stopper of the gourd behind him was immediately opened. Countless amounts of sand poured out of it. Bombarded with the fireball in front of me. Boom. Temari closed her eyes subconsciously. When he opened it again, he was startled by the scene in front of him. Although Gaara was not injured at this time. But the sand shield protecting the outside has been burned into a scorched black. What a powerful ninjutsu! Auto-defensive sand shield? It's interesting. Sasuke's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. But the next moment, she confirmed her suspicion. Although Gaara couldn't see Sasuke's movements at all. But his sand will automatically form a defense. It also blocked Sasuke out for a while. Ninja technique. Kama-ita technique. Temari also took action directly. After seeing Sasuke's strength, she no longer dared to be careless. Naruto faced off against Temari immediately. Both are Grandmaster Wind-style ninjas. And Kankuro looked a little stressed when he saw the remaining 4 people. Not daring to underestimate the enemy, he immediately took out the crow and prepared to face the enemy. At the same time, Gaara is also controlling the sand to attack Sasuke. Although it can't keep up with Sasuke's speed. It's useless, my sand, bang. Gaara didn't finish speaking. He received a heavy punch in the face. He got up from the ground in disbelief. Looking at Sasuke in front of him with a sweet smile. How is it possible? My sand. When the speed exceeds your sand shield can't protect you. It's just a crooked way. It's not worth mentioning. Although I don't know the principle of Gaara sand. But after the fight just now, Sasuke could clearly feel it. Gaara's body is very weak. In terms of physical skills alone, she is even inferior to little Sakura. It's just that his sand ninjutsu is very strange. Seeking death. Burial in a sandstorm. Gaara seemed irritated. No one has ever dared to comment on his ninjutsu like this. The ferocious sand immediately enveloped Sasuke. Boom! Gaara clenched her fists cruelly. It seemed to be crushing Sasuke's bones. Sand exploded ahead. But all that was left was a pile of sawdust. Boom! A hard kick to the back of Gaara's head. Gaara felt dizzy for a while. Too fast. This Uchiha Sasuke is really too fast. Your own sand cannot react to protect you at all. Die. Something inside Gaara seemed to be awakened. The sand in the gourd was spewing out like crazy. His current chakra is not enough to use that move. Now I can only borrow some from that monster. At this time, Kankuro was almost defeated after more than a dozen fights. Especially the one on the opposite side that uses bugs. It put a lot of pressure on him. See the red light emerging from Gaara's body. Although very scared. But Kankuro gritted his teeth and hid behind Gaara. Temari is also having trouble defeating Naruto at this moment. Naruto's wind-style accomplishments are really not low. Feel the ground shaking beneath your feet. Temari also quickly hid behind Gaara. Ninja technique. Quicksand waterfall. Gaara clasped her hands together. The surrounding sand began to shake immediately. The next moment, the ground began to shake. All the candidates in the surrounding area were alerted. In the stunned expression of little Sakura, the sand ahead came towards them like a waterfall. The scope is so vast that it seems to swallow up the entire forest. What a terrifying ninjutsu! There was no room to hide. Kaiba was shocked. Is this really a ninjutsu that Genin can activate? Shino's bugs also began to tremble slightly, as if they were issuing a warning. Interesting. Sasuke's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. Fire style. Fire extinguishes. Sasuke's mouth immediately burst into flames. The scope of the sea of fire is so large that it can directly swallow up the opponent's sand waterfall. What kind of ninjutsu is this? This must be S level. Ye was shocked on the spot. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such an exaggerated ninjutsu. There's no such thing as S class, it's just Uchiha's ordinary fire style. Naruto explained. It's not the ninjutsu that's strong, it's Sasuke that's strong. Sasuke is the stronger one. Why are you so proud? Seeing Naruto's proud face. Teeth are very unhappy. Those who don't know think you put it there. Of course I'm proud of it. That's mine. TCH. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. Naruto showed a rare arrogance and looked at Sasuke with eyes full of obsession. How can it be? Is she really Genin? Arrogance is like Gaara. At this moment, I started to doubt my life. He borrowed the monster's power but was still suppressed by the opponent. At this moment, the sand armor on his body has begun to fall off. Painful burns spread across the body. Temari and Kankuro were also in a panic. If not for hiding behind Gaara in the first place, the two of them might have perished directly in the flames. Withdraw. Temari and Kankuro couldn't believe their ears. Withdraw? Is this what Gaara can say? But the next moment they laughed bitterly. Withdraw? It should be impossible to withdraw. You forced me to do this. Watch as Sasuke charges forward again. Gaara also had a flash of violence in his eyes. That's too much. A semicircular earth wall immediately blocked Gaara. Half Shikaku technique. At this time, Temari and Kankuro were already pale. They knew when the earthen wall was opened again. What came out was not Gaara. Apparently Sasuke noticed this too. After all, I grew up with Jinchūriki day and night. I won't give you time to zoom in, little panda. Chidori. Chapter 54. What ninjutsu is that? So fast. Temari and Kankuro looked at Sasuke, who turned into a bolt of lightning. They were all amazed. Is this the power of Uchiha? As expected of that person's family. Pfft. In the shocked eyes of Temari and Kankuro, the lightning in Sasuke's hand rushed into the sand shield without any hindrance. Ah! Gaara's scream suddenly came from inside. At the same time, the Hanshikaku technique was slowly lifted. When Gaara is fully revealed to everyone in the audience was shocked. What did they see? Gaara's body is already covered with red light. And half of his tail has slowly grown out from behind him. There also seemed to be fangs appearing in the mouth. And Sasuke's Chidori has broken through Gaara's sand armor. Stabbed into his shoulder. Gaara actually injured. Temari was stunned for a moment. In all her life, Gaara has never bled. But the next moment she had no time to think about this. Her face immediately turned pale. Because Gaara is already showing signs of going berserk. If Gaara space-time, not only are they going to die here, Sand Shinobi's grand plan is also about to be exposed. But she didn't have the power to stop Gaara. It hurts. It hurts. Gaara's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this what being hurt feels like? You go berserk so easily. Sasuke was also surprised when he saw Gaara, who had already taken the form of a tailed beast. But the next moment, a strange three-megatama appeared in her eyes. Gaara, who had been noisy, suddenly became quiet. His pupils sank, as if he had lost consciousness. But the next moment, Sasuke felt a fierce aura coming towards his face. Like a prehistoric beast. That evil chakra is heart-stopping. Be honest, you beast. Sasuke chuckled secretly, and strange patterns appeared in his eyes. Manjiki Sharingan. The world seemed quiet. Sasuke felt extremely stressed. The next second his eyes changed. She had arrived at a sewer-like place. Kid. What a pair of annoying eyes. Sasuke looked around. Looking at the huge civet cat trapped in the railing in front of him, he showed a rare look of shock. Is this a tailed beast? Kid. Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, Shikaku said angrily, but the next moment, his eyes became blurred. Submit to the power of Uchiha. Sasuke's manjiki was spinning wildly. But it seems a bit forced. Succeeded. Although it is very reluctant. But it can be done. Sasuke finally smiled. This is the power of Uchiha. Just a tailed beast, hey. Who are you? And just when Sasuke was about to leave this space, a soft voice came slowly. Sasuke looked intently. It was a little boy with panda eyes looking at her secretly. Is this Gaara as a child? Why is this happening? Sasuke didn't understand the rationale. But Gaara seemed to be afraid of her when she was a child. There is no violent and cruel side at all. Could it be a side effect of Sharingan? Sasuke thought as the scene in front of him changed again. Monster! Stay away from him. Don't play with him. You killed my sister. I never loved you. I was sent here by your father to assassinate you. Wisps of images flashed before Sasuke's eyes like a revolving lantern. This is Gaara's childhood. I saw with my own eyes that a simple little boy became violent step by step. Sasuke was lost in thought. Is this the fate of the Jinchūriki? Exactly the same as Naruto. Unconsciously, I felt a pity for Gaara. But it was just pity. This does not affect her control of Gaara to destroy Konoha. It looks a lot like Uchiha, doesn't it? Who? Hear this sound. Sasuke's expression also changed. In Chikaku's sealed space, Gaara didn't know when he woke up. There was less violence in his eyes. Thank you for letting me sleep for a while. Gaara seemed to be much calmer and looked at Sasuke with a somewhat complicated look. You also saw my past. Sasuke guessed. That's right. You seem to have a harder time than me. Do not know why. I had a long dream. I saw the growth trajectory of a little girl. Although there is no oppression, it is much more difficult than him. Uchiha Sasuke, what is the principle? Why can I see each other's past? Uchiha Shisui, I have never controlled a tailed beast, so I don't know. Uchiha Madara, I have never encountered anything like this before. I control it directly, so it doesn't take so much effort. However, Uchiha's ancient books record something similar. The reason is that Manjiki is not skilled in using it. Uzumaki Kushina, isn't this exposed now? Namikaze Minato, yes. Now that Gaara has seen the whole plan, she will definitely be wary of Sasuke. Sasuke on the screen also clearly thought of this. His face looked very ugly at this time. But Gaara didn't seem to have any anger at all. Instead, he looked at Sasuke with a complicated expression and said, "That Uzumaki Naruto. He is too, right? Why aren't you afraid of him? Why are you so nice to him? Why? Would you like to be his partner?" Gaara looked serious, as if this was important to him. Ding! Guess with prizes. How will the girl Sasuke respond to Gaara's words? A. We Uchiha are never afraid of these. B. Because contact with Jinchūriki is of great use to Uchiha. C. He is not a monster, he has always been Uzumaki Naruto in my heart, nothing special. This is a partner. D. Because of ideals. I think Jinchūriki should be a village hero. Naruto is a hero in my heart. I want to create a world where there is no discrimination and equality for everyone. Including you, we can also be partners. Chapter 55. Uzumaki Nagato, why does this rhetoric sound so familiar? Konan, indeed, this is a skill that someone is good at. Uzumaki Nagato, I choose D. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose D too. Konan, damn it. It was obviously me who said it first. Uzumaki Naruto, but you didn't say what to choose? For these options, others may choose wrongly. But Uzumaki Naruto can never make a wrong choice. Because that's what he does best. Mouth escape. You must speak harshly. Although I don't know why, I always feel that saying this will be very effective. Naruto thought so. Uzumaki Kushina, I thought Naruto would choose C. Hitaki Kakashi, that may be because you don't know Naruto's abilities very well. Hiden, could it be that no one would choose another one? Orochimaru, if they had spoken later, there might have been candidate C. But now I'm afraid no one dares to choose. Jiraiya, why do I feel like Sasuke is the prophesied child from another world? Not everyone can say this. Nara Shikamaru at Gaara, will you eat this? Gaara, I don't know either, but I always feel yearning for it. Ding! Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto, Uzumaki Nagato answered correctly. Ding! Reward Uzumaki Nagato is back from the dead. Ding! Does Uzumaki Naruto have the ability to travel through time and space? Blessings! Naruto didn't hesitate. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto travels through time and space progress 20%. One step further. Naruto's eyes were full of confidence. He believes he can do it. At this time, Sasuke on the screen also told her answer. Gaara on the opposite side was obviously stunned. After a while, he murmured. That is so beautiful. Why look at other people's beauty? You can also join us. We can be partners, too, Naruto. Wouldn't it be better for us to build such a world together? No discrimination. Everyone is equal, Jinchūriki is our hero. Listen to Sasuke. Gaara's expression was visibly shaken. There was a bottomless desire hidden in his eyes. But he was soon filled with violence. You just want to use me. You're looking into my eyes. You're looking at my experience. Tell me, did I lie to you? Sasuke slowly walked over, took Gaara's shoulders, and looked directly at him with a pair of beautiful big eyes. Gaara hesitated. He seemed to be caught in those beautiful eyes. He couldn't feel the malice of the girl in front of him. Sasuke is also very confident. Because she really wasn't lying to Gaara. She really wanted to build a world like that. Although it was only built for Naruto in the beginning. But now you can just add the red panda. Humph. It's time for you to get out. Gaara took a step back, dodging Sasuke's gaze. Good. Sasuke wasn't talking nonsense. But just when she was about to take back her pupil technique. But I heard Gaara whisper from behind. You don't have to control me anymore. Sand Shinobi is here to attack Konoha this time. I will transform into a tailed beast in Konoha in the last game of the game. You should find a chance to take Uchiha away. Listen to Gaara. Sasuke smiled. I know. Red Panda. Hey. After a moment of trance passed before my eyes. The lightning in Sasuke's hand disappeared. Gaara's tailed beast form also slowly returns. Look at the bloodline in your hand. Sasuke was a little embarrassed. And Gaara just glanced at Sasuke lightly. He left without looking back. Everyone around was confused. What happened? They saw Gaara's head drooping. Seems to be asleep. Then 10 seconds passed. The two of them separated. I was beaten to death just now. Now suddenly it feels like nothing is wrong. Is it okay? Sasuke. Naruto ran up immediately. He clearly felt that something was wrong with Sasuke's mood. It's okay, it's time to end this round. Sasuke didn't answer much. Instead, head towards the endpoint first. But there was already a storm in her heart. Sand Shinobi village actually wants to attack Konoha? And he was planning to use tailed beasts to destroy Konoha? Gaara actually told her. Is this something she can listen to without paying? But what he said casually just now inspired Sasuke a lot. The world is so unfair to Jinchūriki. If I could gather the Jinchūriki. Actually Naruto is the best example. But Sasuke couldn't do it. If she had the strength to subvert Konoha, she would definitely take Naruto away. But this time he was defecting. No one knows what the future holds for Uchiha. One wrong move will result in the destruction of the entire clan. So it would be safest for Naruto to stay in Konoha. Stop. We are about to reach our destination. Sasuke's brow suddenly frowned. The smell of danger. Very dangerous. Hey. Sasuke finally turned serious. Did the third generation send someone to assassinate him? That oppressive feeling is a shadow. Tear. Get out of the way. Sasuke pushed Sakura and Naruto aside. A great fireball was sprayed towards the opposite side. I saw a huge python being instantly roasted to ashes. Hehehe, are you very alert? A woman in front slowly appeared. Her tongue was already on the ground. It looks extremely ferocious. Hey! Who is he? There is no such person in Konoha's information. Sasuke's 3 Megatama was already spinning. This may be the most terrifying opponent she has ever faced. What wonderful eyes! The woman opposite seemed interested in her own eyes. Next moment, Class 7 just felt like they were surrounded by snakes. Countless giant pythons approached. Little Sakura was already showing signs of collapse. Naruto, you deal with those snakes. I'll deal with her. But it's nothing. Sasuke interrupted Naruto. The 3 Megatama in his eyes have joined together. The woman opposite seemed even more excited when she saw these eyes. But it doesn't seem to be exciting for the eyes. Be excited about yourself. Chapter 56. Uchiha Itachi, damn Orochimaru, stay away from her. Although Orochimaru in this world gave Sasuke a lot of help. But when he thought about Orochimaru planting a curse seal on the girl Sasuke, Itachi felt furious. How could his lovely sister be bitten by a snake? Uchiha Shisui, get out. Orochimaru, get out of here. Shisui has the same mentality. Although the Shisui in the picture is not him. But I feel Sasuke's obvious dependence. Shisui in front of the screen was already smiling like an ant. He was sure. His status in Sasuke's heart now definitely exceeds Itachi's. Uzumaki Naruto, stay away from her. It's okay if you fight against a strong enemy. Orochimaru is so disgusting. Several people really don't want Orochimaru to touch her. Orochimaru, is it my fault? What does it have to do with me? Otherwise, you will travel through time and space to crush him to death. I have no opinion. Orochimaru means taking the blame. Why didn't I see you guys so excited when I bit this world Sasuke before? But a few people can only be incompetent and furious. Because Orochimaru in the picture clearly shows a deeper interest. The girl in front of him, Sasuke, was the most perfect vessel he had ever seen. Eyes like Itachi. So perfect. I accept this body. Orochimaru immediately became excited. And this body is also in line with his aesthetics. And Snake also likes beautiful women. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. The fierce flames instantly swallowed up the snakes and Orochimaru together. But there was no pause in Sasuke's movements. Boom. The sound of kunai and swords clashing was heard. Sasuke backed away quickly. At this time, the kunai in his hand had cracked. Boom. Feeling the sharp pain coming from my lower abdomen, Sasuke flew backwards. Then he hit the tree hard. This person's physical skills are still above his own. Definitely a true cage-level powerhouse. Sasuke. Naruto in the distance suddenly became anxious. Seeing a bunch of giant pythons in front of me, Naruto subconsciously grew fangs. Going crazy so easily. Orochimaru frowned. Is this how Konoha sealed the tailed beasts? Swish swish. Shuriken flew from the sky. Orochimaru immediately summoned a giant snake to resist. At this time, Sasuke had already distanced himself. Physical skills are no match. Fire Style. Phoenix Fire Claw Red. At least hundreds of fireballs flew towards him. Orochimaru frowned as he watched. What a strong chakra control this is. Latent Shadow Snake Hands. Countless pythons flew out of Orochimaru's sleeves. Defeat the fireballs with precision. But it's not over. Hundreds of shurikens flew out of the fireball and shot towards Orochimaru. Interesting. The long sword in his hand waved gently. Orochimaru immediately scattered the shurikens. But at this moment, I saw Sasuke showing a sly smile in the distance. The next moment, countless shurikens started moving. With a slight wave of Sasuke's hand, the chakra thread covering it started to move. So it turns out that Phoenix Fire and Shuriken are all just cover-ups. FK the rope technique. Cage Fengsha Santachi. Orochimaru was immediately tied up, But Orochimaru didn't care either. Just as he was about to use the body replacement technique, he suddenly saw the other person's strange eyes. Oops! It's an illusion. Orochimaru's eyes were blank for a moment. But it's enough. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. Violent fire style spreads with chakra lines, devouring Orochimaru in the process. Dragon fire technique is of low level. But just because of the harsh usage conditions, the power is not low. Hehehe, what a terrifying combat IQ. How come? Sasuke listened to the sounds ahead. The pupils suddenly contracted. Orochimaru just fell into a genjutsu. It is impossible to use a substitute. That. Orochimaru quickly gave her the answer. I saw that the original Orochimaru had been burned to ashes. But a new Orochimaru, covered in mucus, slowly crawled out of the body's mouth. What a disgusting ninjutsu. This was Sasuke's first thought. Haha, you don't have much chakra anymore, right? Orochimaru smiled. After all, age is there. No matter how talented you are, you have not yet reached the peak of your growth. Hey! Sasuke let out a long breath. After a series of battles, she really doesn't have much chakra left. Although Uchiha has chakra bonus. But not much. At this moment, Orochimaru also had the intention to retreat. He is now very weak after using the mold technique. But the opponent is also at the end of his game. Orochimaru was a little reluctant to take this opportunity to plant the curse seal. Fight! Manjiki Sharingan. Sasuke's 3 Megatama are connected into one piece. She is a decisive person. Rather than trying your luck with the remaining chakra, it is better to use Manjiki to deal with the opponent directly. At this time, Sasuke also knew the identity of the other party. Sunin, Cold Lord Orochimaru. Is it coming? Orochimaru looked at those eyes and was lost in bad memories. As if he thought of something, he started to gnash his teeth. Uchiha's power. And Sasuke didn't act immediately. She was just going to use Amaterasu. But suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. The opponent is a real cage-level player. You shouldn't let your low-level ninjutsu take away your body. In fact, Sasuke didn't have much confidence in the action just now. But it worked. And the key to success lies in that little illusion. Leaving Orochimaru without a substitute in time. But how can my illusion be effective on cage-level experts? And it works very easily. Just like. It's like the opponent can't resist the illusion. Could it be? Sasuke made a bold guess. The next moment her Manjiki Sharingan was spinning rapidly, but there was no blood. Oops! Did you find it? Orochimaru completely decided to give up. But it's too late. Boom! Orochimaru felt his mind go blank. Then he lost the ability to move. And the girl's surprised voice also came from the distance. It's unbelievable. The legendary Cold Lord Orochimaru. The resistance to illusions is actually 0. Chapter 57. Uchiha Itachi, did you find out so soon? Jiraiya, I told you not to practice that kind of ninjutsu. You just don't listen. Orochimaru, shut up, you idiot. It's up to you. Uzumaki Naruto, what does it mean? Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru's constant reincarnation has made his soul extremely fragile, so his resistance to illusions is almost 0. Namikaze Minato, but Sasuke discovered it so quickly, what a strong fighting IQ. Senjutsu Nade, although Orochimaru is under control, I feel like Sasuke still can't kill Orochimaru. Because if you can't crush this snake, there's no chance of killing it. Uchiha Itachi, that's true. I can only try my best to seal him, and it's probably difficult to succeed. This point has reached a consensus within the ninja world. Orochimaru is notoriously difficult to kill in the ninja world. Chidori. Lightning flashed in his hands. Sasuke didn't hesitate. Wait a minute. We can make a deal. Orochimaru panicked. Why did the other party rush over to me without saying a word? Sasuke heard Orochimaru's words. Sneered disdainfully. Trade. Only a fool would give the enemy time to react. The battle changes rapidly. Seize every opportunity. This is the life and death experience of so many years of being out on missions. Sasuke has encountered ninjas who were overturned more than once because they talked too much. She would never make such a low-level mistake. Chidori. The flashing lightning struck Orochimaru hard in the heart. And before that, Orochimaru gritted his teeth. The body melted immediately. It turned into countless small white snakes and disappeared. Is it still a little short of heat? Sasuke had no intention of pursuing him further. She really doesn't have much chakra left. Uchiha Itachi, did he really run away after all? Uchiha Sasuke, the white snake true form of Orochimaru has been defeated, and it is already very strong. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, you still praise me? Uchiha Sasuke, big idiot, that's someone who has never been worthy of praise before. Orochimaru, haha, I'm probably more interested in the other world. He will never give up. Uchiha Shisui, get out. Get out of here. Sasuke. At this time Naruto also ran over quickly. Calm down. Naruto. Looking at the layer of blood-red chakra on Naruto's body, Sasuke was worried. Naruto seemed to be getting more and more emotional. Sooner or later something will happen if this continues. But she is not good at sealing. We can only hope in the legacy of fourth generation. Sasuke thought. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is the best in the ninja world. Then, who is that Sasuke? The moment Orochimaru appeared, little Sakura was frightened by the murderous intent and collapsed to the ground. But it's not her fault. It is normal for an ordinary genin to be enveloped by the murderous aura of a Kage-level expert. I am not sure as well. Who cares? It's time for us to end this. Sasuke didn't explain much. Instead, he chose to lead the two of them to end the game quickly. Controlling the tailed beasts and fighting Orochimaru previously consumed a lot of chakra. Now she needs to be more cautious. But why did Orochimaru return to Konoha? Sasuke began to think about this question. Combined with Sand Shinobi Village's attack signal, Sasuke came to a bold conclusion. Orochimaru colludes with Sand Shinobi to attack Konoha. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Because Orochimaru, the rebellious ninja, has absolutely no other motives. Looks like the plans are going to change a little. And it seems to be going more smoothly than I thought. Unknowingly, Class 7 has completed this round. Except for Sasuke, neither Naruto nor Sakura felt much pressure. Sasuke benefited a lot this time. This was her first time fighting against a Kage-level warrior. If not for Mangekyou's blessing and Orochimaru's fatal weakness, he is definitely no match for Orochimaru. In other words, I am not strong enough to compete with Kage-level experts now. It looks like we are going to speed up the progress. This Chunin exam really benefited Sasuke. Not only did I know the gap between myself and Kage-level, and locked in his future direction. That's right. Tailed beast. Although I couldn't bear to use Naruto. But the other tailed beasts themselves will not be lenient. And Sasuke discovered that he was very gifted in eloquence. And Jinchūriki's experiences and emotions are very easy to incite. If the Jinchūriki are brought together and an organization is established. Sasuke was shocked by his thoughts. But when I think about it carefully, I think it is feasible. Because Uchiha's Sharingan has a unique advantage in controlling tailed beasts. Sasuke, what are you thinking about? Naruto seemed very happy. After the second round of the written test, his confidence strengthened a little more. Nothing. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with a complicated expression. At this time, several people had already handed in the scrolls and entered the next round of competition. And what surprised everyone was, this round of exams actually did not give anyone any rest time at all. This news made some exhausted ninjas already want to retreat. Sasuke also frowned. Feel the emptiness of chakra within your body. You can't overturn your car here, can you? At this time, the examiner, Moonlight Hayate, also announced the rules. Very clear rules. Just an ordinary one-on-one. Much simpler than the previous two games. Sasuke scanned the room. After confirming that Uchiha was nowhere to be found, she breathed a sigh of relief. Follow her orders. Other Uchiha tribesmen are prohibited from taking the subsequent exams. After all, there is no point in passing the exam. If it were damaged, it would be too much of a loss. As for Uchiha's guidance, Jainin. Are you kidding me? Uchiha is simply not qualified to guide Jainin. All Jainin who can lead students are undoubtedly Hokage's die-hard fans. At this time, the big screen also notified the rotation. First round. Uchiha Sasuke vs Red Copper Armor. Chapter 58. Is it Sasuke in the first round? Sasuke, are you okay? Looking at Sasuke, who was slightly weak, Naruto and little Sakura both cast concerned glances. It doesn't matter. Sasuke just smiled. And at the same time she entered, she found that a certain red panda was also secretly observing her. When I caught Sasuke's gaze, Gaara looked away in time. And at the same time, the red copper armor was a little confused. Let's stick to the original plan. The red copper armor was arranged by Orochimaru to test Sasuke after planting the curse seal on him, because he has the ability to absorb chakra. At this time, the red copper armor was a little flustered. Why did you lose the news, sir? Why didn't you send someone to inform you of the next plan? What he didn't know was, the adult in his mouth is lingering in a corner of the forest. But who cares? It's just a chick. Look at me. Boom. Winner. Uchiha Sasuke. It only took a few seconds. The red copper armor was kicked into the wall by Sasuke. The kind that can't be peeled off. Kakashi. Your training of your disciples is also very good. Might Guy moved closer to Kakashi, said with admiration. Ah. It's okay. It's okay. It should be. Kakashi looked away a little, not looking into Guy's eyes. The next battle is to reproduce the previous image. Everyone in the group also saw a lack of interest. Until next round. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kaiba. It's different from the native world. Naruto in this life is no longer what he used to be. Defeated ya easily. But the fighting style. Bang bang bang. Are you convinced? I don't accept it. I still have to fight for it. Bang bang bang. Are you still fighting for it? I just want to fight for it. You coward. You don't even dare to say that you like it. I just... Oops. Although Kaiba lost to Naruto, but he just refused to admit defeat. And Naruto also showed no mercy. He pressed his teeth to the ground and beat them violently, while muttering some strange words. But even though his teeth were beaten and his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, he still kept speaking harshly. The corners of Moonlight Gale's mouth kept twitching on the side. But in the end, it is for the overall image of Konoha village. Moonlight Hayate still chose to announce the end of the game. Uzumaki Naruto wins. The next most eye-catching thing is the battle between Sakura and Ino. Compare with local Sakura. Little Sakura here is much more capable. I don't even bother talking nonsense to Ino. Easily crushing Ino with Taijutsu. Even if Ino used the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, little Sakura would see through it in advance. Then use illusion to control it first. Senjutsu Nade, it was too late for me to accept a disciple. This is the normal development channel for little Sakura. Hara no Sakura, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Reikage AI, a ninja with both physical and illusion talents, is indeed a genius. Terumi Mei, it's a pity that it was delayed. Senju Tsunade, and he is also very talented in medical ninjutsu. Everyone was silent. Isn't this a genius who disappears into the sea of humanity? The most typical example? And the final effort and the battle between geniuses further verified this. Xiao Li was crushed again. The difference is, Gaara seems less violent this time. When he finally caught Rock Lee, he seemed to be hesitating and thinking about something. And he seemed to have secretly glanced at the audience stand. She said I was a hero. Humph. I'm too lazy to meet these people. Gaara thought so. But the next moment he was startled by his own thoughts. This is absolutely terrible. When did the evil Uchiha brainwash me? It's so terrible. She's just using me. That's right. Humph. But I'll let you go this time. Boom. Xiao Li, who lost resistance, was thrown out. Although Xiao Li was still very shocked. But this time there were no serious injuries. Temari and Kankuro on the stage were stunned. Is this still the brutal and murderous Gaara? The third round is finally coming to an end. Sasuke's mood became heavier and heavier. Is this finally going to end? Next, the arrangements for the final battle were announced. To the surprise of everyone in the group. Uchiha Sasuke vs Nihonki Niji. Uzumaki Naruto vs Gaara. Toss vs Hara no Sakura. Hara no Sakura, why is this happening? Hitaki Kakashi, is there any argument for having Naruto face off against Gaara? Senju Tsunade, how do we know what these politicians are thinking? Uchiha Obito, according to my inference, he probably didn't want Sasuke to have the opportunity to come into contact with Jinchūriki. Orochimaru, very possible. The Sasuke of this world is no better than the Sasuke of our world. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke in front of the screen was not furious. Got used to. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto on the screen was extremely excited. He stared at Gaara with seeming interest. Gaara, on the other hand, was more interested. He saw Naruto's life in Sasuke's memory. He envied this man. Very jealous too. There is a full month of rest before the final battle. Class 7 held a celebration ceremony. And Naruto noticed that Sasuke seemed a little unhappy. What's wrong? Sasuke. I think there will be no problem with our promotion to Chunin this time. Naruto said he was very confident. That's right. How will we practice in the future? All the training plans for Naruto when he grew up were made by Sasuke. This time is certainly no exception. Sasuke fell silent. He hesitated for a while. Then she forced out a smile and said, Naruto. We won't be practicing this month. Hey? Don't you want to practice anymore? Naruto suddenly became confused. Sasuke is the hardest working one. Yes. I won't practice anymore. Sasuke smiled sweetly. Let's hang out. Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Chapter 59. Sasuke. Why do you suddenly want to go out and play? It should have been like this a long time ago. You stretched yourself too tight. Uzumaki Naruto is very happy lately. The finals will obviously be coming soon. But he didn't expect that Sasuke didn't drag him to practice. To be honest, Naruto was a little overwhelmed by the high-intensity training. But Sasuke actually took him around to play for the first time. Even matters within the clan were put aside. Haha, you're right. People do need to relax. Sasuke had a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Don't know what to think. Sasuke. How about we go out and relax often from now on? Cultivation must be done step by step. Naruto's eyes were filled with anticipation. These 20 days were the happiest time he had ever lived. The most important people are always by your side. This feeling. How wonderful. After. Good. Sasuke smiled. There will be opportunities in the future. Come on, let's go. Let's go play there. Slowly following Naruto's footsteps. Sasuke's steps were a little frivolous. The two recently visited Konoha village. Although most of the villagers still look at it with disdain. But Naruto didn't care at all. His world is small. There is enough room for one person. Ramen is here. Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Shouta received these two regular customers naturally. There was also a hint of ambiguity in the eyes he looked at them. These two children were the ones he had seen growing up. Naruto. You can't eat ramen too often. Eat more vegetables. Remember. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Naruto took a big gulp of the noodles. There was a deep sense of satisfaction on his face. Even if I don't eat, Sasuke will stuff it into my mouth. Thinking about the girl who often frowns and pushes away vegetables she doesn't like. Naruto just felt warm. You also have to learn to be yourself. What? Nothing. Sasuke took small sips of the noodles. He seemed even more silent. Sasuke. Why are you in a bad mood when you go out to play? Okay. I promise you to strengthen your training after the exam. I'm definitely not playful anymore. Naruto looked at Sasuke and solemnly promised. Okay. It's settled then. Sasuke forced a smile. Hehe. You look good when you smile. The Chunin exam is the first step. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will be a Hokage from now on. I want to be respected by everyone in the future. Let Uchiha become Konoha's Anbu from now on. More. Naruto's face turned slightly red. We still have to catch up with Sasuke. Okay. Naruto can definitely do it. I trust you. The girl just listened silently. Add a word occasionally. The night is getting darker. Naruto sent Sasuke to the clan every day. Naruto was very happy. He felt like their relationship was getting closer. They talked about the future. Talked about ideals. Uzumaki Naruto. You should be braver. Looking at the girl reflected in the moonlight. Naruto's face turned red. The Chunin exam. I'll wait until the Chunin exam is over. Naruto thought to himself. Suddenly I felt a touch of warmth in my arms. Smelling the fragrance of the girl in my arms. Naruto was stunned. Sasuke, you. Nothing. Go back and prepare for the game. Sasuke released Naruto's waist and pushed Naruto away with a calm expression. In the last few days, I won't go out if I want to stay with the family. Remember not to be picky about food and don't catch a cold. Forward. Naruto was stunned, as if he was still missing the warm hug just now. No problem. I listen to you, Sasuke. He. Then, goodbye. Goodbye. The two figures were walking in opposite directions. That step may be more than just stepping into the clan land. Are you really not going to take him away? Even if Nine Tails is excluded, he is still willing to go with you. Shisui's figure slowly walked out. Or maybe he'd already arrived. He has his own way. He has his own ideals. There are a lot of things I can't bear to part with. But that's the best option. This is Uchiha's pride. Next moment. The loss in the girl's eyes completely disappeared. This moment. She was no longer the little girl saying goodbye to her friends. She is the head of the Uchiha clan. Pioneer of Uchiha. It's time to settle the score with Konoha. Clan leader. Everyone has been gathered. Quan's figure came in a hurry. At this moment, she was trembling with excitement. Is this day finally coming? Most of Uchiha's assets have been transferred. The contact with Zabuza has also been completed. And now only. Sasuke followed Chuan into the secret room. The people among them are actually Elder Uchiha. At this time, the Great Elder also became vigilant. Why did this clan leader who had always been at odds with him suddenly summon him? And Sasuke didn't talk too much. The words that came straight to the point immediately stunned the Great Elder. Sand Shinobi uses the Chunin exam to prepare for a surprise attack on Konoha. I have reached cooperation with them. The Chunin exam will be held in 3 days with the title of releasing Jinchūriki. Surprise attack on Konoha. Meanwhile Uchiha launches coup. When this is done, Uchiha will take charge of Konoha. The Great Elder was confused. This amount of information was too much for him to accept for a while. But the Patriarch is not. The Great Elder misunderstood me. That's because we don't have enough strength. Of course I will fight for Uchiha's interests if I have this opportunity. If the Great Elder doesn't believe it, you can wait for the opportunity to take action. Just wait and see what Sand Shinobi will do in 3 days. That's all. I'm going to take action anyway. After hearing this, the Great Elder immediately believed it. Let's observe, if Sand Shinobi's Jinchūriki really goes berserk. Then he must take action. Looking at the Great Elder with a happy face. There was also a trace of melancholy in Sasuke's eyes. Hey! After all, we have been fighting for so many years. But the Great Elder has been dreaming of launching a coup his whole life. Then let him die on the way to the coup. Count yourself. Respect for him. Chapter 60. Today's Konoha is particularly grand. Many villagers rushed to watch the final battle of the Chunin exam. This is for entertainment-starved civilians. It can be considered a grand occasion. The meaning of the Chunin exam is not just as simple as selecting Chunin. In this peaceful era, this is a great opportunity to demonstrate our national strength. This can be seen from the Kazekage on the high platform and the presence of the Hokage. Both countries attach great importance to this Chunin exam. Sakura-chan. Do you think Sasuke is acting weird today? Naruto looked at the serious-looking Sasuke in front of him. I don't know why. There was a sudden feeling of panic. Sasuke went out early today. I went to pick her up from the Uchiha clan but failed. And his expression became serious. He also began to dodge his greetings. Didn't you make Sasuke angry? And a few nights ago. It seemed like he had thought of something. Naruto's face immediately turned red. The first one is Sasuke's match. Maybe there is pressure. Haruno Sakura thought for a while and said. Pressure? That Hyuga Niji. Naruto curled his lips in disdain. It's not that he looks down on that Hyuga Niji. On the contrary, Naruto knew that he was the strongest genin in the last generation. But against Sasuke, there is no suspense at all, okay? TCH. Sasuke is not like you. Sasuke will fight every game seriously. Haruno Sakura's eyes were full of admiration. And she looks relaxed. Her opponent Otonin heard that he had abstained and could not come. What a blessing! Haruno Sakura thought so. He turned his attention to Sasuke again. Sasuke subconsciously avoided the eyes of his teammates. Slowly walked towards the competition venue. She started looking around. He seemed to be observing the surrounding terrain. At this time, the atmosphere of the game has been pushed to a climax. Uchiha vs Hyuga. These are the two most famous pupil families in Konoha. And it's hard to deal with it by nature. I'm afraid there will be something good to watch today. Humph. Hyuga is the most powerful family in Konoha. High above the auditorium, a well-dressed man said coldly and arrogantly. He is the current head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi. Even if you say so. But his eyes still unconsciously glanced to the other side of the auditorium. That's Uchiha's seat. But it was just a glance. Hyuga Hayashi frowned. He's actually the great elder of Uchiha. Isn't this great elder at odds with the clan leader? No. It's not just a disagreement. It has even reached the point of beating him to death. How come he's attending? Hyuga Hayashi was a little confused. But he soon felt relieved. 537. No matter how inconsistent it is. That's Uchiha's family thing too. Outside, it is still unjustifiable for the great elder not to attend. The great elder on the side also noticed Hyuga Hayashi's gaze. His eyes were even more disdainful. If the Hyuga family strategically despises Uchiha, then Uchiha simply looks down on Hyuga in all aspects. They think it is even an insult to them to be called the two major pupil families in Konoha along with Hyuga. What is the use of a mere clairvoyance eye besides reconnaissance? He also has the nerve to brazenly say that he is the first family in Konoha every day. I bother. Great elder. No one from the clan leader has been found. Listen to the report from your subordinates. The great elder frowned. She asked herself to ambush her, but none of her people arrived? Great elder, did she lie? Won't. The great elder directly rejected this answer. It would be useless if Uchiha Sasuke lied to himself. Because he won't take action before Sand Shinobi Jinchūriki goes berserk. And once he takes action, Uchiha can't live alone. She, Uchiha Sasuke, is bound to be dragged into the fray too. So it's a dead end. Could she still be able to defect collectively? That's ridiculous. The great elder was relieved when he thought of this. At the same time, he looked at Hyuga Hayashi. If a coup is really launched today, the first one killed Hyuga. Konoha is really full of talents. On the highest stage, Feng Ying's hoarse voice came out. It's a compliment though. But Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned subconsciously. No, no. Sand Shinobi also has many talents. Sarutobi Hiruzen told. Do not know why. He always felt very familiar with the wind shadow around him. Haha, let's wait and see. Feng Ying chuckled twice. Keep your eyes on Sasuke on the field. There was unconcealable greed in his eyes. At this time, the game has already begun. But neither of the two people on the field moved. Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Niji has a serious face though. But I was filled with emotion in my heart. It's embarrassing though. But the girl in front of him is indeed the person he admires the most. He was really envious of being born in the Hyuga branch house. White eyes. A loud shout. Despite admiration, I still have to fight. Niji only hates the Zone family, but Hyuga has always been his pride. Gentle fist law. Niji rushed forward. The other party wouldn't even open a Sharingan when meeting him. Niji was also a little sulky. The awareness is very high. But it's just too arrogant. Snapped. The charged blow was easily blocked by Sasuke. Niji's mentality changed slightly. But it only took a moment for him to return to normal. The fingers filled with chakra moved frantically toward Sasuke's acupuncture points. But was blocked by Sasuke. So fast. Niji became more and more frightened as he fought. Sasuke relied entirely on his own taijutsu to fight him. And he still seems to have some energy left. Is the difference so big? Niji thought so and suddenly received a heavy kick in the eye. Sasuke looked at Niji, who was kicked away. Thoughtful. To be honest, as the clan leader of Uchiha, she also looks down on the Hyuga clan. Let's not talk about the internal branch house policy. Secondly, she felt that the development of eye skills like Byakugan was very stiff. He shouted the ancestral gentle fist technique every day, but he didn't even have a long-range attack method. The whole clan didn't learn a single ninjutsu. It couldn't be more rigid. I just don't know if this Byakugan has other forms. Boring. Daily humiliation. Hyuga. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball spewed out, covering the entire arena. Unless Hyaga Niji flies off the field. Otherwise there is no way to escape. The scene was immediately shocked. Even third generation on stage is no exception. A Genin's ninjutsu is more powerful than a Hokage? What a terrifying chakra control ability. At this time, the referee's expression was also a little numb. He then considered whether to save people. But after observing that Niji was shocked but not panicked, the referee gave up the rescue plan. What? What if you burn to death? Then burn him to death, a disciple of the branch house. Hyaga doesn't care. At this time, Hyaga Hayashi couldn't help but stood up. That is revolving heaven. With Niji's spin, a spiral protective shield formed immediately. Bounce the huge fireball directly. Humph! This is the absolute defense of my Hyaga family. Revolving heaven. Hyaga Hayashi looked proud. But Niji used this trick, which surprised him. Humph! Nothing more than that. Niji, who ended the revolving heaven state, sneered. But now he was out of breath. If you say an ordinary fire style, he can completely defend it in just 3 seconds. That Uchiha Sasuke's fire style, revolving heaven, lasted for more than 10 seconds. Only reluctantly stopped. Uchiha! You will pay for your carelessness. Niji bowed down the moment he finished revolving heaven. This action also surprised Hayashi on the stage again. Is this Sasuke? How do you take this blow? Gentle fist method. Look at Niji's posture. Sasuke had a bold idea in his mind. Before ending this fight, it's okay to humiliate Hyaga every day. Sharingan. Saw Sasuke opening Sharingan. Niji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt it was recognition of him. But the next moment, 8 trigrams. 2 palms. 8 trigrams. 2 palms. The same movements are played together. The whole audience was stunned. Niji was also stunned. Hyaga Hayashi, did you copy Niji's movements? Uchiha Shisui, this is just Sharingan's basic ability, nothing surprising. Orochimaru, even so, it is extremely insulting. Uchiha Sasuke, I'm going to defect soon anyway, so it doesn't matter. Impossible. Niji's eyes were wide open. Then Jin accelerated with all his strength. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms, Keek. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. A member of the Uchiha family actually used 8 trigrams palms to fight the Hyaga family back and forth. Although Sasuke couldn't see the acupuncture points. I don't know anything about gentle fist either. But just copying Niji's movements, plus his physical skills, even gained the upper hand. How can it be? Niji became more and more frightened as he fought. But what made him collapse was yet to come. Uchiha 64 palms. Sasuke hit faster and faster. In the end, it surpassed Niji's speed. The palms with chakra kept hitting Niji. Although I don't know any acupuncture points, I don't know any gentle fist either. But Sasuke's strength was enough to break Niji's ribs. Boom! As Niji's figure hit the ground, Hyaga Hayashi's face had turned livid. Against his old rival, the opponent used his own 8 trigrams palms to solve it. What a humiliation! And compared to Hyaga Hayashi, Niji was even more unacceptable. As a genius of the Hyaga clan, he couldn't accept this result. Oh? Still want to fight? Looking at Niji getting up again, Sasuke felt that his behavior was enough. There's no need to keep fighting. But what Sasuke didn't expect was, the next second the boy in front of him actually took off the bandage on his head, revealing his caged bird brand. Then he started to say something he didn't understand. What kind of branch house, clan scapegoat, or something like that? But Sasuke sums it up to one point. Complain. A lamentation about the unfairness of his fate. Uchiha Sasuke. Can you, Niji seemed a little out of control emotionally. Maybe you want to use this occasion to express your feelings. But the next moment he was choked by Sasuke. I swallowed the rest of the words. Have you said enough? A constant accusation against reality. Does it just turn out to be a complaint? Is this your measure? Is this all about carrying the title of genius? With Sasuke's blunt words, Niji's face became increasingly ugly. But the next moment, his eyes were immediately forced back. Only a pair of strange three-magadama remained in his pupils. Kill her. What a ridiculous leader. Traitor of Uchiha. Konoha's lackey. A mere woman. Countless insults came into Niji's mind. At the same time, pictures flashed before his eyes. That's a little girl. She is fighting in the picture. Again and again. Section by section. There seems to be a constant battle. But her eyes did remain determined. Nothing seemed to shake his faith. Do you find it difficult to be a branch house? Do you think the Uchiha clan leader is very impressive? Since I succeeded as the leader of the Uchiha clan. A total of 72 assassinations. 14 impeachments. 6 more internal disturbances. 3 times my life hung on the line. You can't stand the oppression of the mere clan. You are as good as your ridiculous family. Not worth mentioning. Niji's eyes regained their sparkle. At this moment, Sasuke had turned around and left. Is this Uchiha Sasuke? Yes. Compare with her. I'm so ridiculous. But at this moment Niji raised his head. It seemed that the girl's back was engraved in his mind. I'll definitely catch up with you. Either you or Uchiha. Niji's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He slowly raised his hand. First round. Uchiha Sasuke wins. There was a burst of cheers from the scene. Except for the livid Hyuga Hayashi. This Niji not only lost to Uchiha. And he actually expressed his dissatisfaction with the Zone family on such an occasion. But Hayashi had no intention of punishing Niji. That's just the lowest level. I have to say that Niji's talent is still very high. I will resolve your hatred, and then I will become a dog for the Zone family. Hey? Why is Sasuke missing? Naruto happily went to pick up Sasuke. I want to send my best wishes to her as soon as possible. But in the blink of an eye, Sasuke was missing. Sakura-chan. Have you seen Sasuke? Naruto doesn't know why. I suddenly had a very bad feeling in my heart. It seems like something important is being lost. I didn't see it. Maybe he went back to Uchiha. Little Sakura was also searching at this time. But he didn't care either. Naruto. Don't run around. It'll be your turn soon. Listen to little Sakura. Naruto managed to calm down his mood. At the same time, he looked towards Sand Shinobi. Do not know why. Naruto could feel it strongly. That Gaara seemed to have a vague hostility towards him. Could it be that the monsters in the body repel each other? Naruto thought so. Then continue to observe Sasuke's figure. At the same time, Great Elder, she has disappeared. Yet, the Great Elder immediately became energetic. Just disappear. Proof that what she said was probably true. Let everyone in the venue be alert immediately. Wait for my order then. Go straight to Hyuga's seat. Then capture the third Hokage. There was a hint of excitement in the Great Elder's eyes. So many years. Is Uchiha finally going to be revived on his hands? Arrogant, incompetent, hypocritical. Somewhere in the venue, Sasuke's eyes glanced at the Great Elders, Hyuga Hayashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen respectively. Different evaluations were given respectively. Clan leader. Are you all ready? You can break out at any time. At this moment, Chuan is fully armed. And there were 2 Anbyo corpses lying at her feet. Wait for Sand Shinobi to take action later. Uchiha fights out in the name of support. Chuan. You are responsible for everything. No matter what happens on the road, don't worry. Go straight to the country of Bo. Chuan was stunned. Clan leader, you won't come with us. No. Sasuke interrupted Izumi directly. The day has finally arrived. It's time for Uchiha to charge some interest. Chapter 61. Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru is on the stage, Shikaku is also ready. It seems that this time it is really going to happen. Terumi Mei, when Uchiha takes action on Sand Shinobi, he can go there in the name of support and escape from Konoha easily. Onaki, an Uchiha's radical faction was left behind for them. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Uchiha Sasuke, compared with these, I am more curious about what she plans to do. According to the meaning on the screen, she does not seem to want to leave so simply. Raikage AI, what can she do? Steal the sealed book? It seems like there is nothing she can do. Uzumaki Naruto, she doesn't seem to have any large-scale destructive ninjutsu now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, your current thoughts are very dangerous. Deidara, this is when you need my art. Scorpion, it would be nice to make all the people in Konoha into puppets. Uzumaki Nagato, I have a hunch that you guys in another world will play well with Sasuke. Deidara, yes. She might recognize my art. And she won't control me. Scorpion, then will she understand eternity? Can she accept things like human puppets? Orochimaru, hehe, maybe she can also understand my way of immortality, and maybe she can explore more truths by then. Uzumaki Nagato, cough cough cough. I'm still here. What do you mean? Job hopping in person, right? At this time, the competition on the screen is still continuing. There is no outstanding operation. It's almost the same as the previous actions. At this time, Naruto was also uneasy. He didn't know why. I feel very flustered when I can't see Sasuke. But the next game is his. He didn't have time to think too much. Uzumaki Naruto? Lucky Reg. This is Gaara's evaluation of Uzumaki Naruto. Still can't sleep though. But the girl's experiences with Naruto kept lingering in Gaara's mind. The more a person lacks something, the more he desires it. If someone else told him 637, he would not believe it. But after seeing it with her own eyes, Gaara was at a loss. Would anyone really treat a Jinchūriki as a companion? It was so abstract that Gaara couldn't believe it. But longing for it to be true. Building a world where everyone is equal. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. Gaara doesn't have a similar feeling. Some are just violent and jealous. And Naruto obviously felt this too. The most important is. The thing inside him seemed to be ready to move. Sand-bound coffin. The scattered sand became explosive. Sweeping madly towards Naruto. Naruto quickly dodged. He has seen the opponent's strength. So he didn't dare to be careless. Wind style. Vacuum wave. A strong hurricane struck. It immediately collided with the sand and soil. Naruto's taijutsu is very strong though. But K was nowhere near as good as Sasuke. It's impossible to break Gaara's defense with speed. It can only be defeated with ninjutsu. The two immediately started a ninjutsu battle in the center of the field. The audience cheered loudly. To the audience. This look is even more beautiful than Sasuke's scene. The chakra of the two is almost unlimited. There was a deadlock on the field for a while. Do they have any grudges? Why do you feel like fighting is life-threatening? Yamanaka Ino walked quietly to little Sakura. Doubted. I am not sure as well. But, it always feels like it has something to do with Sasuke. This is little Sakura's intuition. And in the field at this time. Gaara also takes action. I saw him stationed in a circle of earth walls. Then the weird and huge palm stretched out, pulled Uzumaki Naruto directly into the earth wall. Hey? What's going on? What it is? It must be some kind of ninjutsu. I don't know, but it looks pretty awesome. The audience immediately began to chatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression on the stage had already changed. That is, turning his head silently. When looking at the wind shadow again, the palpitations in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart became more serious. At this time, Naruto was being choked by Gaara. It feels difficult to breathe. But red chakra soon gushed out of him, freeing him from Gaara's clutches. Sure enough, you and I are the same type. Gaara's eyes lit up. But then he became violent again. Should similar species kill each other? Uzumaki Naruto's face didn't look good. He was friendly towards Gaara at first, because he can understand the other person's pain. But the other party seemed to be very hostile to him. Likes shouldn't kill each other. I'm just jealous of you. Envy. Naruto was a little confused. They are all monsters too. Why do you have a partner? Why? Someone cares about you. Why? Why? Gaara's eyes became more and more violent. At this time, half of his body had already transformed into a tailed beast. You mean Sasuke? Naruto seemed to understand Gaara's hostility. But how did he know? But it doesn't matter. You will lose it all soon. Like me. What do you mean? Naruto's heart suddenly sank. A very bad premonition emerged. Ha 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 ha. She doesn't want you anymore. But she invited me. Gaara's expression seemed a little crazy. A world where everyone is equal. I am a hero. I am a hero. What are you talking about? Sasuke, what's wrong with her? The red chakra on Naruto's body became more and more intense. But Gaara could no longer answer him at this time. He drooped his head. It's like falling asleep. At the same time, countless feathers fell on the audience stage. All the ordinary people in the venue fell asleep. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately changed on the stage. I just wanted to take action. The Kazekage's kunai was already on his neck. Kr. The Hokage's guards were immediately shocked. But at this time, a loud noise suddenly came from the venue. Boom! As Uzumaki Naruto retreated quickly, a behemoth has appeared in Konoha's grounds. Ha 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 ha! I'm finally out! There was a shrill laugh. It made everyone present change their expressions. One-tail Shikaku. Now in this world. At this time, the Kazekage also hijacked the third generation on a rooftop. But then he put down the kunai. Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei. Listen to this familiar voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately shocked. Orochimaru. At the same time, countless sand shinobi poured into the arena. In coordination with Shikaku's movements, they began to slaughter wantonly. Konoha's defensive forces immediately launched a counterattack. But in a hurry, he was caught off guard by sand shinobi. Fortunately, there are Kakashi and other elite genin who are taking the lead. But faced with the wanton slaughter of Shikaku, they are also powerless. At this time, Konoha was also attacked by sand shinobi from all directions. Konoha's ninjas were instantly beaten and turned upside down. There is no way to fight back. Elder Chuan? Are we going to dispatch? At this moment, the entire Uchiha clan is fully armed. Just waiting for Quan's order. No hurry. Just wait. Chuan did not immediately take action. She knew full well that Sand Shinobi's attack was unlikely to succeed. And Sand Shinobi's attack will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the Sand Shinobi raid, which left Konoha completely defeated. The second stage is when Konoha's defense forces appear and fight against each other. The final stage is the true power of Konoha, as the private armed forces of each major family join the battle and completely crush the Sand Shinobi. Konoha is like this, full of families. So now is not the best time to break out. Chuan plans to be in the second stage. Then Konoha's counterattack force rushed out. This can best reduce casualties. We cannot wait until the third stage. Because the news of the Great Elder's coup should have spread by that time. If he waits, he will be besieged by all the major families in Konoha. Compare it to the battle outside Konoha. The fighting inside the venue became much more intense. First, the third Hokage was trapped in the four purple flame formation. The Sand Shinobi at the venue is vulnerable though. But Shikaku's power is real. A large number of casualties have now been caused. Many Jonin were dispatched, but there was nothing they could do. And right now, do it. Countless ninjas appeared from all directions. Behind them are the family crest graphics of table tennis. What she is wearing is the oldest Sengoku period costume. As soon as Uchiha's ninjas appeared, they began to massacre Konoha's ninjas. Especially the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi was stopped when he was about to run back to his family. And fell into siege. Uchiha. Launch a coup today. Seize power. The great elder of Uchiha felt that this was the highlight of his life. The Hokage is trapped. Most of the ninjas were caught up in Shikaku's chaos. He could now easily defeat Konoha's defense forces. Where is Uchiha Sasuke? 5 minutes after the coup began. The great elder finally realized this problem. But he wasn't too worried. After running away from him, Sasuke, he also ran away from Uchiha? Wait until it's done. He is the fifth Hokage. Sasuke may never have imagined that the great elder had forgiven him. Because she doesn't have time to think about those things now. At this moment, she had sneaked into a secret room. This is the result of many inquiries and bribes. As for the sealed book, it is hidden in the Hokage office. It's just nonsense. After easily dealing with the guarding Anbu, Sasuke got the sealed book successfully. It seems that some of the defense forces here have also been mobilized. It's not the same as what Shisui probed. It is true. After opening to view, even she was a little excited. Although he is the leader of the Uchiha clan. But she had to admit it. The Book of Seals is really wooden. A treasure of leaves. 8 inner gates, Flying Thunder God, Seal of the Dead, Impure World Reincarnation. Everything you take out can create a legendary ninja. 0. This will also be the capital for her future rise. Ba bang bang. And right now, a clear sound of applause came from behind. Uchiha, who was born evil. Did he really make it to this day? Danzo. The presence of at least dozens of root ninjas was felt. Sasuke's face also darkened. Uchiha Sasuke. You are so greedy. Although I have observed your actions. But now the situation is complicated. If you insist on leaving, I won't be able to do anything to you. But now, I will accept your eyes. Danzo had a look of madness in his eyes. Capture Uchiha Sasuke and use the forbidden technique to search for information in her mind. Then the entire Uchiha will be his meal. And I just transferred all the guards around 3rd generation. A trace of hesitation flashed through Danzo's mind. But it's just a trace. I am the root of Konoha. Everything I do is for Konoha. Sarutobi is indecisive. Not fit for Hokage at all. Konoha will move towards glory under my leadership. After making good excuses for yourself. Danzo feels that today is his turning point. Let Sarutobi and Uchiha be destroyed together. He will be Konoha's 5th Hokage. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. A strong burning sensation came. 9 huge fire dragons immediately overturned the roof of the secret room. The huge power makes people dare not approach it at all. 131313. Watching Sasuke escape from the gap, an unspoken sneer began to appear on Danzo's lips. Uchiha's little move. Do you really think Danzo can't find him? Sure enough, as soon as Sasuke went out, he felt dozens of elite ninjas surrounding him. These are the most elite ninjas at their core. It seems that the group leader has spent a lot of money this time. Surround and kill. After some hesitation, Danzo gave the order. He didn't dare to catch anyone alive, for fear of any accident. Fire style. Fire bullets. Water style. Water rush. Lightning style. Ground walk. Countless ninjutsu came from all directions. Those who didn't know thought they were besieging the tailed beasts. You really look up to me? Sasuke sneered. The three megatama in his eyes have joined together. The smoke cleared. Danzok, who was about to collect the body, was suddenly stunned. What did he see? A purple skeleton envelopes Uchiha Sasuke. Now she was staring at him with blood and tears in the corners of her eyes. Manjiki Sharingan. Danzo's eyes flashed with greed. Never imagined. Never imagined. Is there such a harvest today? Amaterasu. But before Danzo could react, the dark flames came towards him. Danzo conveniently picked up a root ninja and stood in front of him. He quickly hid himself. The ninja didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, there was no residue left after being burned by the fire of Amaterasu. At this time, the root ninja also showed fear. 0.5 But there are always a few diehards who are not afraid of death and rush forward. Flame control. Fire Thunder God. The next moment, Sasuke's body actually burned with dark flames. But she did emerge unscathed. Follow her movements. The fire of Amaterasu spread violently in all directions. It's like a goddess scattering flowers. Immediately set most of the root ninjas on fire. Even if it's just a little stained. The elite ninjas at the root will also be burned to ashes on the spot. Danzo was frightened and was hiding. Uchiha's power is truly terrifying. Fortunately, Sasuke stopped quickly. The Susanoo in her slowly disappeared. Has your vision deteriorated? Feeling the severe pain in both eyes, Sasuke smiled bitterly. But it was worth it. If her Amaterasu goes down, the roots may have to be reshuffled. Wind style. Vacuum Daima. Danzo finally found his chance. A mouthful of wind style was shot out fiercely. Chidori Ryu. Brilliant lightning protected Sasuke behind him. But it was still repelled by the powerful wind style. Good chance. The leader immediately flew forward. He suddenly changed his attention. This Uchiha Sasuke's potential is greater than he imagined. It would be a shame to kill him. At this moment, his right eye showed a strange pattern. It's time. Distinguished heavenly gods. Uchiha Sasuke. It's your honor to be chosen for this ninjutsu. But to his surprise, the Sasuke in front of him didn't seem to be panicking. Instead, he looked at himself rushing up and sneered. What's the meaning? Danzo subconsciously felt flustered. At this moment, he felt a black shadow flash past. A man in black robes appeared instantly. Then he strangled his neck violently. The sealed book is just incidental. The real target is you. Old thing. Chapter 62. Namikaze Minato, I understand. Is this Sasuke's real purpose? Senjutsu Nade, I said there was no need to get the seal book by myself. So the real purpose is Danzo. Uzumaki Kushina, but how did Sasuke know that Danzo would definitely go? Onoki, maybe he deliberately exposed his whereabouts to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are many spies in the village, and the Uchiha can't hide all of them. Even if they are more secretive, there will be clues. Jiraiya, so there is no possibility of secretly moving. Once there is any movement in the Uchiha clan, the root will receive the news. Senju Hashirama, especially Sasuke herself, her every move is infinitely monitored, so she took advantage of the situation. Terumi Mei, is it worth it for Danzo to take such a big risk? Uchiha Madara, Danzo is indeed not worth it, but there are some things that must be taken back. Uzumaki Naruto, what is this? Uchiha Sasuke, the right to use distinguished heavenly gods, the eyes of the K. Danzo in the picture was also shocked by the appearance of the mysterious black-robed man. He had clearly sent people to keep an eye on his whereabouts. How could it be? Could it be? That's right. The news you know is what we want you to see. Your voice. Danzo's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, the mysterious black-robed man who had been hiding beside Sasuke for many years finally revealed his true face. Uchiha Shisui. You, ah. Danzo could never imagine what he saw. He even thought it was an illusion of Uchiha Sasuke. But that was the fact. With a sharp pain in his right eye, his Manjiki Sharingan had been taken back by Shisui. Haven't you used it yet? Feeling the pupil power inside, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. The cooling time of distinguished heavenly gods is as high as 10 years. It would be a pity if Danzo used it. Old man! Go to hell! Sasuke did not hesitate. The moment Shisui appeared, her hands were already covered with lightning. Why so much nonsense? This is the best opportunity. Chidori. In Danzo's horrified eyes, Uchiha Sasuke turned into a lightning. 20 stabbed towards his heart. But at this moment his right eye was in great pain. There was no time to react at all. But the next moment, his left arm suddenly swelled up. In just a moment, a towering tree was formed. Sasuke's Chidori stabbed into the tree fiercely. But the range of the tree was still running wild. Chidori flow. Sasuke's body immediately burst into a strong lightning and cut off the nearby trees. Then he stepped back quickly. Looking at the scene in front of him was simply unbelievable. Not only Sasuke. At this moment, even the people in the group were shocked. Senju Tsunade, is this wood style? Onaki, there are actually people who can perform wood style. Terumi Mei, Danzo is actually a member of the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama, impossible? It doesn't make sense. Deidara, could it be that Danzo is Hashirama's illegitimate child? Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama, don't talk nonsense, brat. Uchiha Madara, it's simple, he transplanted Hashirama's cells. Namikaze Minato, what? Senju Tobirama, this is simply treason. Danzo, is it true? Forget it. Monkey, you tell me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, I don't really understand either. Orochimaru, your good disciple has done many things behind your back. Shimura Dans, this is a picture from other world, what does it have to do with me? What is Hashirama cell? Even if I have a few courage, I dare not blaspheme Master Hashirama. Danzo pondered for a moment and finally chose to be stubborn. There is no way, he must not admit this. If he admits this, he will be the public enemy of Konoha. There will be no place for him in the entire ninja world. But Danzo's words are useless. Or he has no credibility in the ninja world. There are even some bold plans to sneak attack Danzo after the comparison is over. Intercept the Hashirama cells in his body. But Danzo on the screen is in a very embarrassed state at this moment. That was not the wood style he released just now. It was the manifestation of the out-of-control Hashirama cells in his body. After his research, he found that the blood of Uchiha and Senju seems to have some connection. The two seem to be able to reach a balance at a certain critical point. Danzo thought so. He also tried it. And he succeeded. But the balance is beyond Danzo's control. He imagined transplanting many Sharingans at once to balance the rampant Hashirama cells in the body. But the Uchiha clan is very low-key. He never had a chance. Now his right eye has been taken back by Shisui. Without the suppression of the only Mangeki Sharingan, the Hashirama cells in his body went berserk in an instant. But he accidentally saved his life. Otherwise, Sasuke's DK would have pierced his heart right now. Wood style. Uchiha Shisui also looked in disbelief at this moment. As a member of the Uchiha clan, there are no such records of bloodline in ancient books. This is Uchiha's natural enemy. At this moment, Danzo also cut off his own arm. Otherwise, the violent cells will erode his internal organs. Summoning technique. Although only one hand is left. But Danzo still managed to release this simplest ninjutsu. Boom! A huge creature immediately appeared in front of Sasuke and Shisui. Summoning beast. Dream taper. Roar! A huge suction force came. Neither of them expected that Danzo actually possessed a giant summoning beast. But Sasuke and Shisui have such a tacit understanding. You can read the other person's thoughts with just one look. Fire style. Fire is extinguished. Blinking technique. Fierce flames spurted out. Immediately blocked the huge mouth of the dream taper. And the power of Sasuke's ninjutsu is extraordinary. Just one face-to-face meeting overturned the dream taper. Shisui's movements are faster. The instantaneous Shisui back then is even more terrifying now. Danzo was running away quickly though. And there are still a lot of surviving roots intercepting. But all I saw was a flash of black light. The ninja at the root was instantly disfigured. Your death will bring the greatest peace to the village. Lord Danzo. Shisui, who has always loved the village deeply, did not hesitate this time. He has seen through it all over the years. Danzo is the worm of the village. And just when Shisui's teleportation technique was about to kill him with one hit. But I felt a sense of danger approaching. Raise Nan. Boom. In a powerful chakra raid. Shisui dodged. But he missed the best opportunity to kill Danzo. At this time, Sasuke also solved the dream taper. When he saw the man in front of him, his face immediately became extremely ugly. Konoha Sunin. Crazy Ghost Jiraiya. Uchiha Sasuke. Look at the girl in front of you. Jiraiya showed a solemn expression. Damn it! The three Megatama in Shisui's eyes immediately connected. Danzo looked across from him without hiding his murderous intent. But the next moment, Sasuke's hand took his. Brother Shisui. Withdraw. But Shisui was very unwilling. So many years have passed. He is no longer what he used to be. Even if the opponent is Sunin Jiraiya, he is not afraid. Brother Shisui. That's not right. Can you think of anyone who didn't show up? Shisui was also stunned when he heard this. It seemed like he had thought of something. His face suddenly changed. Yuditen Koharu, Mitokado Homura. Even if these people are working together and don't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Danzo is dying and these two haven't shown up yet. That can only prove one thing. Ha 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 ha. Have you finally thought of it? Since Uchiha won't die in Konoha village. Genocide is also great outside of Konoha village. Danzo laughed wantonly. Although Uchiha Sasuke hides it well. But it didn't work at all. What is the concept of migration of the entire Uchiha clan? But not every Uchiha tribesman is elite. There are also many old, weak, women and children. Even if they hide it well. Danzo is also anxious to send people to chase him now. Even if Uchiha has many masters. Kill all the ordinary people of Uchiha. Danzo can still do it. This is actually another purpose of Sasuke. Hopefully attracting attention from the roots. But they never expected that Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura would be able to mobilize Hokage's Anbu. No wonder there is no Anbu around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn! Shisui suddenly became furious. But the two didn't stay much longer. He hurried towards the country of waves. Leave them, Jiraiya! Leave them! Danzo yelled angrily. Now he has lost his arm, lost his Mangeki Sharingan, and lost the use of the seal. Danzo's hatred for Uchiha has reached its peak. But Jiraiya just stared blankly. There was no intention of pursuing him at all. Jiraiya! You're, Before Danzo finished speaking, Jiraiya grabbed his neck. Jiraiya, who has always been cynical, stared at Danzo. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Why was Anbu from Sarutobi-sensei transferred? Why didn't your roots move out when Konoha was invaded? Why not put your efforts into fighting Shikaku? Jiraiya felt nothing but deep disappointment with the village's higher UPS at the moment. But eventually he let Danzo go. No matter what, he would never kill Danzo. There are more important things to do now. Orochimaru. At this moment, Jiraiya's eyes were full of complexity. But he didn't go to support Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at Shikaku in the distance, he was still wreaking havoc. Jiraiya set off immediately. Seal the tailed beast first is the most important thing. At this moment, Konoha has entered the second stage. Konoha's defensive forces launched a full-scale counterattack. The Uchiha clan has also left the village. Everything seemed extremely smooth. But what no one noticed was a group of Anbu's ninjas have also followed quietly. Although much late. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha can't go far. Those ordinary tribesmen can't go far. At this time, news of Uchiha's coup had spread throughout Konoha. At this moment, the other arm of the Great Elder has also been cut off. Great Elder. There is still no movement from Uchiha Sasuke. Most of the Uchiha coupists in the venue have been eliminated. If not against Shikaku, the entire army might have been wiped out long ago. He. The Great Elder finally realized something at this moment. He gave a wry smile. I never expected that little girl to be so courageous. Watching the private armed forces of Konoha's major families gradually join the battlefield. Various secret techniques emerge endlessly. The Great Elder finally realized that he was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. That's it. She's right. The Uchiha coup is a dead end. The last group of Uchiha tribesmen surrounded the Great Elder. Although surrounded, there is still pride on their faces. After all, he died on the road to his dream. At this moment, they seem to have returned to the Sengoku era. The era when Uchiha dominated. They are not wrong. I just can't accept Uchiha's decline. Wearing Sengoku period clothing. It is their greatest pride. Uchiha. Charge and kill. The remaining clan members rushed towards the Konoha shinobi desperately. Never give the other side any chance to take prisoners. The Great Elder was also covered with detonating symbols. Dissipated in the crowd. Jiraiya-sama. The Uchiha coup has been wiped out. All the coupists died. No prisoners. Jiraiya is now the backbone of Konoha. He was also a little silent at this moment. He has also seen Konoha's precautions against Uchiha over the years. Collect their bodies as Konoha shinobi. Let's go back and bury him in the Uchiha clan land. After giving the order, Jiraiya's eyes rested on 207 Shikaku. Next. It's time to get down to business. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was almost going crazy. At this moment, he was running desperately on the battlefield. If it weren't for the tailed beast coat, he has died in the battlefield countless times. As soon as news of the Uchiha coup spread, Naruto was already stupid. To be precise, it should be crazy. But he went all over the battlefield and couldn't find the girl. Where are you? Why? Why did you hide it from me? It was as if the belief in my heart collapsed. The aura on his body also became a bit more violent. Haha, do you want to find him? I can do it. Shut up. Naruto roared at the monster inside him. That's right. Teeth. Track. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Search for Ya immediately. Today's major families have also entered the market. The Inuzuka clan is naturally no exception. It was easy to find Ya hiding among the dogs. Naruto lifted him over in one fell swoop. And the people of the Inuzuka clan didn't care. Others discriminate, but they, the patriarchs, know that this is the son of the fourth generation. Tooth. Where is Sasuke? What? Naruto was confused for a moment. He is also very confused at the moment because Uchiha has rebelled. I said, where is Sasuke? Naruto's eyes immediately turned violent. He reached out and grabbed Akamaru. The blood-red chakra immediately scared Akamaru to the point of screaming. At this time, Kaiba also understood what Naruto meant. I just said that the Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Impossible. Kr. Grabbing Ya's neck. Naruto has faintly grown a tail. Let me go first. Let me look for it. Ya had no doubt that if he said more, Uzumaki Naruto would strangle himself to death. Wait a minute. There seems to be Sasuke's aura. But very weak. Hurry up and lead me to chase. Naruto immediately became excited. But the tail did not retract. Although Ya was very scared at this moment. But he bravely ran outside. He did smell Sasuke's scent. But it will stop soon. If I find half broken, this guy won't shoot me to death. At this moment, Ya finally understood the meaning of Nine Tails Demon Fox. Looking at Naruto, who was no longer human, Ya could only do as he was told. The two quickly rushed out of Konoha. Start running quickly. At this time, the Uchiha army had no choice but to stop. Uchiha Chuan looked at the large number of Anbu catching up behind him. My heart has become cold. Elder Chuan. A tribesman behind him asked tentatively. The ordinary people escorting Uchiha go first. Leave 6 Jainin to break up with me. Uchiha Izumi immediately gave the order. Her eyes immediately showed the blood-red 3 Megatama. Staring at the two leaders. Udaten Koharu, Mitokado Homura. Chapter 63. Uzumaki Kushina, oops. Konoha's pursuers are so fast. Senju Tsunade, isn't that the Uchiha clan? Why are you so excited? Uzumaki Kushina, that's my daughter-in-law. Can I not be anxious? Hyuga Niji, according to Naruto's progress, it may not be possible. Uzumaki Naruto, she didn't take away Naruto from that world anyway. I'm not in a hurry. Time is coming in a hurry. Yay, that's not necessarily the case. They're all catching up. What if Sasuke becomes soft-hearted? Uzumaki Naruto, impossible. She is a principled person. At this point, Naruto himself felt a little flustered. Just in case. What if Sasuke really relents? If he really takes Naruto away from that world? Then I would have no chance at all. Namikaze Minato, what a shame, she has already calculated everything. Yamanaka Ino, why does it count everything? Doesn't this mean it doesn't count? Nara Shikamaru, no, she has already done it. Konoha's combat power consists of the village's normal defense force, the roots, and Anbu. According to Sasuke's thinking, the normal defensive force fought against the radical faction of Sand Shinobi and the Great Elder. The root was dragged by himself to kill Danzo, while Anbu's power was to support Hokage. But she never expected. Uchiha Madara, I never expected that Anbu, who belongs to Hokage, would abandon Hokage to hunt down Uchiha. Senju Tobirama, monkey, you are too soft-hearted and have been ignored. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, haha, these pursuers cannot stop Uchiha's elite, but the problem lies in Uchiha's ordinary tribesmen. Jiraiya, yes, Uchiha's elite can travel thousands of miles, but ordinary tribesmen cannot, so their migration is destined to be slow, and the old, weak, women and children will become a drag on the battle. Orochimaru, the best choice now is to abandon the old, weak, women and children, and lead Uchiha's elite to rush to the country of waves immediately. It depends on what this little girl chooses. Uchiha Itachi, she will not give up on her people. So does Sasuke, so does Izumi. Itachi in front of the screen subconsciously closed his eyes. This girl was one of the people he felt most sorry for. He could already predict what would happen next. Uchiha Itachi, who could face everything calmly, seemed a little scared at the moment. Sure enough, because of the need to take care of the safety of Uchiha's elderly, weak, women and children, the rear team led by Chuan soon fell into a disadvantage. Even if you force the opponent back temporarily, even with the speed at which he and others were traveling, it was impossible to escape Konoha's pursuers. Elder Chuan, this is not the way to go. Just fight and retreat at the same time. Uchiha began to take casualties. Some tribesmen began to stand up. They have little fighting power, but they have the pride of Uchiha. Elder Chuan, let's come to the rear. That's right. We are all useless people. Let us useless people take the throne. Uchiha has suffered enough for so many years. It's time to come to an end. Elder Chuan, just take away the children in the clan. It doesn't matter to us old guys. He looked at the ordinary tribesmen standing up one by one. Chuan clenched his fists. This was the first time she was so hungry for power. This is Uchiha, a very united family. No one backed down at the critical moment. You don't give up. Keep moving forward and wait for the patriarch's rescue. Quan's eyes were filled with determination. She won't give up on any villager. At this time, Anbu had slowly gathered around. Although it can be killed directly, but the casualties would be too great. Slow nibbling can minimize casualties. Anyway, Uchiha couldn't run very far with a group of old, weak, women and children. Give me all the detonators. Elder Chuan, this is an order. Chuan gritted his teeth. She was scared too. She is just a young girl. But the patriarch entrusted everything to her. She will never back down. Take all the clan members and leave. I'll cut off the queen myself. Stop talking nonsense. This is the clan leader's order. Don't give everyone time to react. Quan's body is already covered with detonating charms. Rushing towards the back. The route they chose was a mountain. If all the chakra breaks out, should be able to use the terrain to block for a while. The rest will be left to the clan leader. Uchiha's Jainin wanted to stop her movement, but it was a step too late. Retreat. A group of Uchiha's Jainin gritted their teeth and shouted this sentence. Keeping an eye on the ninja of Konoha. It seems that I want to keep them in my heart forever. It's so touching. But it's no use. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura looked at the girl in front of them and chatted with each other. Stupid Uchiha. If we give up on the old and the weak, we can just leave. Now this will inevitably lead to total annihilation. Although they appreciate Quan's spirit. But it must be said. She is a stupid leader. Deal with her. Dozens of Anbu rushed up directly. The spring was immediately surrounded. Quan's 3 Megatama kept turning. I have to say that Izumi can indeed be called one of Uchiha's top geniuses. In his early 20s, he is already a leader among the Jainin. But faced with the siege of many Anbu, she was still a little powerless. It's over. Endure the risk of injury and force a breakthrough. The spring rushed directly towards the higher mountain. Oops. She's going to blow up the mountains and block the roads. Udaten Koharu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately discovered her intention. However, Mitokado Homura didn't talk nonsense. He had already rushed out. Finally, he kicked Chuan back before he could. Chuan felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Then he fell to the ground uncontrollably. There is very little chakra left in the body. Failed. Chuan smiled bitterly. He closed his eyes gently. The girl's life passed by like a revolving lantern. But her biggest regret is that figure. I still haven't been able to ask you personally. That's all. There are always regrets in life. Silently closing her eyes, the girl accepted her fate. But after a while, the severe pain he imagined did not come. Instead, I felt like I was falling into a warm embrace. Chuan gently opened his eyes. What I saw was Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura's surprise and fear. Thank you for your hard work. Hear this sound. Chuan suddenly raised his head. And the next moment she couldn't help but hold back tears. That was the figure she often dreamed of. Haha, no wonder Mr. Itachi says he misses home. Kisame on the side showed an 8 trigrams smile. To be able to see Mr. Itachi's explosive 8 trigrams, Konoha really paid off this time. Kisame. I can't free my hands. Itachi's voice spread slowly. And holding Chuan Sushin a little harder. Haha, Mr. Itachi can also summon people. Kisame joked. The next moment he had disappeared from where he was. Protect! Uchiha Koharu shouted. She could clearly feel that the shark-faced man in front of her was very scary. Go together. Mitokado Homura also discovered this. Based on the information, the man in front of me was at least an S-level rebel. But the next moment, the eyes of Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura went blank. The two of them froze on the spot. At the same time, the environment in front of him also turned into black and white. Tsukuyomi. Forward. I saw countless Uchiha Itachi appearing in front of me. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura are tied to the rack. Watching Itachi holding a long knife slowly walking towards him. Itachi. What are you going to do? Stand back. Don't forget who you are. You are Konoha's spy. Ah! The long knife passed through the body. The real pain immediately made the two old guys scream. How can it be? How could a mere illusion cause such intense pain? Mitokado Homura's eyes widened in disbelief. As an old man, he felt that he would reach his limit with just one stab. All variables of time and space in this space are controlled by me. For the next 72 hours, I will be here using this knife to pierce your bodies countless times. No. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Homura's eyes immediately flashed with fear. They all felt like they were going to be crippled by the knife. If 72 hours had passed, your spirit may collapse directly. Pfft. Ah! Clear screams came out. It makes Tsukuyomi space seem a bit more terrifying. Plop! Plop! As Kisame sliced an Anbu into pieces, he saw that the leader of the other party had fallen to the ground. He looked delirious. Itachi curled his lips in disdain. After only a few dozen blows, his spirit collapsed. Really vulnerable. Haruno Sakura, why does this scene look so familiar? Might Guy, ha 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 ha. You are indeed my best friend. He is so strong. Uzumaki Naruto, yes. These two old guys couldn't survive dozens of blows, but Kakashi-sensei lasted for 72 hours. Deidara, in comparison, Kakashi is indeed very strong. Hatake Kakashi. Finally, it's rare to praise myself for once. But why does it sound so awkward? At this time, all the Anbu in Konoha had already decided to retreat. That shark-faced guy with the weird big knife is just too strong. Almost no Anbu could survive in his hands. But Kisame seemed to have no intention of letting these people go. Instead, he rushed over with great interest. The gang saw another side of Mr. Itachi. Then you can't let it go. Itachi. A girl's soft call came from her arms. Itachi's heart, which had been calm for many years, was a little throbbing at this moment. But he still suppressed his emotions forcefully. Uchiha Itachi didn't deserve any of this. Itachi seemed reluctant to speak. Chuan also closed his mouth. She didn't ask anything. Even though she had been holding back some words for years. At this moment, I could still feel Itachi's warmth. At once. That's enough. 34. 35. Kisame picked up the body of the last Anbu. Then he hid aside consciously. Kisame is a very discerning person. She is coming. It seems that he noticed something. Itachi's eyes looked into the distance. Clan leader. Chuan immediately became excited. The moment I saw Sasuke. She finally found her backbone. Even though the other party is just a little girl. At this moment, Sasuke also slowly stopped. What a surprising figure. Sasuke's expression was also complicated. But he walked over her slowly. Shisui immediately set his sights on Kisame. His expression was full of vigilance. About the organization Itachi joined. He also investigated some. Several people who had not seen each other for many years reunited here. Everyone's heart is very complicated. Especially Itachi. Sister, best friend, Hyuxia. The most important people in life are here. Are you finally enlightened? My stupid brother. Several people were stunned. I never expected Sasuke to say such an opening line. Looking at Izumi in Itachi's arms. Sasuke was also a little relieved. She has seen Kwan's hard work and dedication over the years. You're too careless. Although Itachi's heart was about to explode at this moment. I can't wait to hold my baby sister in my arms right away. But at this moment, his identity can only be said in a cold and calm manner. Itachi. Sasuke is already excellent. Please take back what you said. Listen to what your best friend says. Itachi was a little stunned. My best friend actually attacked me directly because of my sister? And look at Shisui's demeanor. Seems very dissatisfied with himself. I am her most respected brother, okay? Itachi shouted loudly in his heart. There was an inexplicable look in Shisui's eyes. Could this kid be trying to seize the title of his elder brother? Ha 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 ha. A bunch of traitors. This will not end well for you. And just then, Mitokado Homura, who fell to the ground, laughed maniacally. Itachi and Shisui immediately frowned. I can't see where the opponent's confidence lies. Humph. Don't underestimate Konoha's consultant mind. You think blocking Anbu is enough? Several affiliated Xiao ninja villages have already gone to the front to intercept and kill. I can't help it, Uchiha. But ordinary people in Uchiha are going to die. Mitokado Homura laughed wildly. In his opinion, he is dead today. Just discuss them before you die. When Izumi and Shisui heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. But Itachi took action directly. We need to kill these two people. Boom. There was a clanging sound of kunao. Itachi's stunned expression. Sasuke stopped Itachi's movement. Sasuke. It doesn't matter. These two people can't be killed. Sasuke was seriously unfazed. Okay. Looking at the two of them, I didn't know what they were thinking. In fact, what she thought was very simple. Sarutobi Hiruzen should be dead. After his death Jiraiya most likely ascended the throne. But whoever the Hokage is. In Sasuke's opinion, Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura are undoubtedly very good troublemakers. It can both isolate third generation and limit Jiraiya's power. Better to keep the disgusting Konoha. As for the interception and killing in Xiren village? At this moment, the Uchiha clan has left the place where they fought before. At this moment, ordinary tribesmen are no longer able to rush. You can only rest temporarily in place. But right now, countless breaths came from all directions. Uchiha Jonin immediately became alert. They have become very sensitive after being hunted all the way. But when you really see the other person's identity, Uchiha's elites all grimaced. They are all small ninja villages affiliated with Konoha. Although the strength is not strong, the number of people is extremely large. If they charge with all their strength, Uchiha's tribe will probably suffer heavy casualties. Form up. Children under 12 years old go to the middle. In fact, Uchiha's decision is really stupid. This approach is slow death. But the leading elite ninja didn't hesitate at all. Uchiha will not abandon his people. Charge with all your strength. Take Uchiha's head to Konoha to collect the bounty. Ninjas in these small countries are most lacking in resources. Under the high reward, they chose to rush and kill. After all, you can get a lot of rewards by killing civilians, and no one can refuse. After all, Konoha didn't say that the person offering the reward was a ninja. But as they moved forward, the vision in front of him suddenly turned white. Thick mist actually rose in the air. And it seemed that there were more shouts of killing coming from the outside, surrounding them. At the same time, circles of ice walls appeared to isolate Uchiha's camp. A huge machete was thrown directly over and pierced into the ground hard, blocking the way of all the ninjas. It was also accompanied by a man's rough voice. "Hey! What are you going to do to my villagers?" Chapter 64. Mizuki Shiro, it's Mr. Zabuza. Harano Sakura, what a timely rescue. Uzumaki Naruto, is this all part of Sasuke's calculations? Terumi Mei, I don't think so, it's just a coincidence. Onoki, it must be a coincidence, who would have thought that Konoha would pay so much attention to it? Reikage AI, yes, he doesn't even care about his own Hokage, and must summon all available forces to hunt down Uchiha. Hitaki Kakashi, there are a lot of people coming to these small ninja villages. Are you in Busan? Mamakai Zabuza, Kakashi, are you looking down on me? Mizuki Shiro, just some trash fish, Mr. Fuza can easily solve them. I have to say that the appearance of Zabuza stepping on the beheading sword was really satisfying. Zuza looked envious in front of the screen. It seems that my pheasant sword can also be stepped on. Zuza thought so. Suddenly I felt enlightened. Throw the sword first in the next fight. Then step on it yourself. Okay, I finally learned something useful. Whoever is there, get out of here. The allied forces of Xiao Ninja Village looked at Buza with great satisfaction. He immediately became alert. First of all, the opponent is definitely a master. Secondly, the opponent also brought many ninjas. Although it seems that the quality of these ninjas is not very good. But the quality of our own ninjas is also very poor. If Zabuza hears this news, he will definitely be furious. Is it easy for his majestic ghost to collect wandering ninjas in Buza? But he was too lazy to talk nonsense. Mist Shinobi Technique. Secret Technique. Ice Crystal Mirror. As the fog spreads, the two people in front have disappeared. The Xiao Ninja Village coalition forces also felt that they seemed to be surrounded by ice crystals. It's like a mirror enveloping them. The next moment, countless Bing Qianben shot towards them. Senbon immediately broke through their flesh and blood. At the same time, the screams of his companions and the sound of their bodies breaking could be heard in the heavy fog. Throat, heart, limbs. Where will the next knife strike you? Feel the mist surrounding you. Accompanied by the ghost's low cry and the screams of his companions, the coalition forces in Xiren village immediately fell apart. Most of the ninjas have already given up. Hitaki Kakashi, I have to say that Zabuza is still good at dealing with garbage. 7 points depend on fog, 3 points depend on strength, and the remaining 90 points depend entirely on intimidation. Uchiha Sasuke, indeed, for the miscellaneous fish, the oppressive feeling of the silent killing technique is too strong. Mizuki Shiro, you are not allowed to say that, Mr. Zabuza. Mamakai Zabuza, Shiro, there is no need to argue with them, just go on and watch. I think I in this world will beat Kakashi into a dog in the future. Haiden, don't tell me, judging from the opportunities in your world, there is really not much room for development. Uzumaki Nagato 120, yes, if you keep following Sasuke, you will not be short of all kinds of secret techniques, and you may even get the sealed book. Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi in front of the screen immediately had a bitter look on his face. He knew very well that Zabuza was right. If Sasuke develops this way, Zabuza may have a lot of room for improvement. At this time, the Xiao Ninja Village coalition forces on the screen were completely defeated. Many Uchiha elites were also stunned. It seems that they have mastered a new way to deal with miscellaneous fish. Many Uchiha people have secretly copied Mist Shinobi technique. I never expected that the power of intimidation could be so strong. Senju Tobirama, as expected of the Uchiha clan, copying ninjutsu is a subconscious move. Hitaki Kakashi, this is a very good habit. Uzumaki Kushina, there will be no pursuers this time, right? Namikaze Minato, it should be over. Harano Sakura, why do you feel that Sasuke's previous predictions were wrong? Senju Tobirama, her biggest mistake in prediction was that he overestimated the power of the Hokage. Orochimaru, yes, follow the normal script. Both Nebu and Anbu should be fighting Shikaku at this time. Senju Tobirama, even Anbu was mobilized by others. Monkey, you Hokage are so negligent in your duties. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's my fault, what can I do? Sarutobi Hiruzen said he was helpless. If there was anything wrong with him, it was that he was too emotional. He was too indulgent to his contemporaries. Uzumaki Kushina, where is Naruto? Where has Naruto gone? Kushina is also very confused now. First of all, she is very concerned about the plot trend in another world. Secondly, she was very attracted to this couple at first. But now Naruto has the possibility to travel through time and space. She was a little confused again. Those who could kowtow can no longer kowtow, after all, they have to keep it for their son. Whatever, I can't decide anything anyway. In the end Kushina could only sigh. Anyway, in the end she chose to give blessings no matter what. But she is still very concerned about the direction of the plot. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto also appeared on the screen. At this moment, Naruto has completely transformed into one-tail form and is running desperately. Why did you leave me? Naruto felt like his world was falling. He can't think of anything now. He just wanted to run to the girl immediately. At the same time, Sasuke seemed to have noticed something. She sighed softly. He seemed to be hesitating. My stupid sister. If you want to become stronger, just hate me. Okay, cat, okay, I don't have time to tell you this now. Go away quickly, my stupid brother. If placed normally, Sasuke may look forward to seeing Kisame play again. Cooperate with your stupid brother and finish reading the lines. But now she is distraught. I have no intention of picking up this line. Itachi, who was always calm at all times, showed a rare embarrassed look at this moment. He could clearly feel that his best friend was suppressing a smile. Gently put down the spring. Itachi turned around and left. He was thinking about what to do next. His action this time was actually very irrational. The false information about his disagreement with Uchiha will also be exposed immediately. Don't look at the ghost dragon's mouth full of Mr. Weasel. Itachi was sure that he would report what happened here to the leader. Chuan looked at Itachi's back and seemed to want to say something else. But in the end she endured it. She is a smart girl. She wouldn't let her mistake bring any trouble to Itachi. And she was already satisfied. After all, she already knew the answer that had been hidden in her heart for many years. Don't have too much pressure, just follow your heart. Looking at Sasuke's confusion, Shisui immediately transformed into a caring big brother. He went up and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. I understand, Shisui-nii. You go ahead, I'll be back later. Sasuke said, running in the other direction. But her movements were very slow, as if she was waiting for someone to catch up. Izumi. What do you think of Uzumaki Naruto? Shisui pinched her chin, thoughtfully. I object to this marriage. Uchiha Izumi answered without hesitation. In her heart, her eldest lady is a flawless existence. And for so many years, Uzumaki Naruto was just a weakling in her senses. In fact, you can't blame Chuan for thinking this way. One is the first daughter of Konoha. One is a yellow-haired demon fox who is despised by the whole village. This Huang Mao eats the eldest daughter of his own family. Drink from the eldest daughter of your family. All the ninjutsu practiced are Uchihas. There is no independence. His eldest daughter planned everything for him, such as eating, drinking, having diarrhea, and practicing. This is Quan's intuitive impression. I am also opposed to this marriage. Uchiha Shisui also said the same. He knows a little more than Chuan. He also saw Naruto's hard work and improvement. But so what? In Shisui's eyes, yellow hair is yellow hair. He, the intimate elder brother, was against it. At this point, the two looked at each other. Followed quietly. Sasuke just said that Zabuza should ambush him in advance. So don't worry. Is this place called the Valley of the End? It seems to be here, just look at the two huge statues. Sasuke seemed attracted to the two statues as well. Do not know why. She always felt like she should stop. A violent chakra slowly approached. But after getting closer, it seemed to slowly become quiet again. BD. Looking at the most familiar girl in front of him, Naruto was stunned instead. Along the way, he had countless questions he wanted to talk about. But now I see the girl in front of me. Naruto found himself unable to say a word. You shouldn't have come. Uchiha is now a defector. It's better not to have anything to do with me. Sasuke tried to keep his face as cold as possible. But no matter how you look at it, you feel helpless. Defection means defection. I will follow you wherever you go. Uzumaki Naruto surprisingly calmed down. He slowly took a few steps closer. I felt a little more at peace. Fortunately, what he was most worried about didn't happen. It's not like Sasuke doesn't want him anymore. He just wanted to defect. It doesn't matter, it really doesn't matter to him. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, let me go together. Naruto looked calm. And he leaned towards the girl without any hesitation. It was obvious that there was a trace of hesitation in Sasuke's expression. But it only took a moment before she was forced down. Although Uchiha has now successfully left Konoha's control. But compared to the huge Konoha, my current strength is still too weak. She wasn't willing to let Naruto take the risk with him. Naruto, we are not children anymore. Before you do something, take responsibility for your own affairs. Sasuke said seriously. I don't want to think about being responsible. I don't want to think about anything. I just want to follow you. Uzumaki Naruto without Sasuke is a dead man. Naruto's body trembled. He is afraid, he is afraid. He couldn't imagine life after losing the girl in front of him. When they were 6 years old, the two met for the first time. From then on, there was light in Naruto's world. And now he is losing the only light in his life. Is it all my fault for being too weak? No, I'm too weak. At some point, Sasuke stepped forward and took Naruto's hand. If one day I have the power to overthrow Konoha, I will definitely come back to pick you up. No. I don't want it. I can't live without you for a moment. This was Naruto's rare rebuttal to Sasuke. But at this moment, his eyes were full of determination. All right. Sasuke smiled and looked at the huge statue aside. Then he took out the kunai from his waist. Naruto, haven't you always wanted to spar with me? Naruto's body began to tremble. He didn't even have the courage to take out a kunai. He really couldn't do anything to the girl in front of him. As long as you can touch my forehead protector, I'll take you away. Naruto's eyes lit up at the girl's words. He tremblingly touched the ninja bag. But in the end, I still didn't have the courage to take out the sharp weapon. Whoosh! The girl in front of her has already made some moves. She rushed in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Punched him. Naruto even forgot to resist. In other words, he couldn't resist. Crack! Light fingers flicked on Naruto's forehead. Naruto, are you giving up? Naruto gasped and finally gritted his teeth, reaching out to Sasuke's forehead protector. But he was quickly dodged by Sasuke. Then he punched him. Naruto resisted subconsciously. But there was absolutely no desire to fight back. Bang bang bang! Sasuke finally started to exert force. The two immediately became entwined. But Naruto could only defend passively. Naruto, is this how powerful you are? Sasuke's attacks seemed a little more violent. It seemed like he was forcing Naruto to take action. But Naruto didn't answer Sasuke's words. Just constant passive defense. Fire style. Great fireball. In Naruto's shocked eyes, Sasuke actually took his hand. Make a seal with his hands. Fierce fireballs spurted out. But Naruto didn't realize it. As if still reminiscing about holding hands just now, Sasuke suddenly frowned. So emotionally charged. This is a very fatal point. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Fortunately, Naruto, who was belatedly aware of this, finally reacted. Use wind style to blow away the great fireball. Look at this little 1 meter wide great fireball. Uzumaki Naruto was immediately ecstatic. It seems Sasuke still cares about me. Hara no Sakura, alas, there is no hope, Naruto has completely fallen. Senju Tobirama, humph. Emotions are indeed taboo for ninjas. Uzumaki Kushina, but I feel good looking at it. Uchiha Madara, what's so good about this? How can a man be so depressed for a woman? Senju Tsunade, why not? Terumi Mei, that's right. Cho, that's right. Senju Hashirama, it's really not very rational. Uzumaki Mitohei. Senju Hashirama, but this is the bond of ninja. I totally agree. But Sasuke on the screen didn't seem to want to see Naruto like this. Lightning began to bloom in her hands. Chidori. Naruto, get serious. Don't make me look down on you. Naruto on the other side seemed to be touched by these words. The chakra on my hand also began to slowly condense. Wind style. Vacuum sword. A huge wind style sword appeared in Naruto's hand. But his hands were shaking slightly. Search. But at this time Sasuke had already rushed forward. I can't lose her. Naruto's eyes were a little firmer. He rushed towards Sasuke. Why did it become real all of a sudden? Chuan, who was hiding in the corner, was a little panicked at the moment. But what's even more confusing is what's behind. I saw that the two ninjutsu were about to intersect. Sasuke's hand suddenly dropped. The lightning in his hand also completely dissipated. Naruto on the other side was shocked. He frantically scattered the chakra in his hand. But the forward trend can no longer be stopped. Boom! The two released their ninjutsu in time. But Sasuke punched Naruto in the stomach. Feeling Naruto collapse in his arms, Sasuke sighed softly. Naruto, you can't survive in the ninja world like this. The long walk and the heavy blow to the abdomen made Naruto look a little sluggish. I won't take action against you. Not even to death. Take me away. Please, please. Take me with you. Although I no longer have the strength. But Naruto still subconsciously hugged Sasuke's waist. At this moment, his whole body was shaking. His eyes also became red. He is afraid, he is afraid. He couldn't imagine life without Sasuke. It would be lifeless. Ding! Prize-winning quiz. How will the girl Sasuke respond to Uzumaki Naruto's prayer? A. Take him away. B. No. Chapter 65. This is the first time that everyone in the group has encountered such a concise answer. But it's such a succinct answer. But everyone was silent. Including some intellectual responsibilities within the group. I don't know how to choose at this moment. Will Sasuke defect with Naruto? This is a very elusive question. Nara Shikamaru, this is an emotional and rational choice. Terumi Mei, looking at the current situation, Sasuke is also on the verge of being very hesitant. Mizuna Uebai, I don't understand, why don't you take him away? Isn't this good for both of you? Mamakai Zabuza, Shiro, you may not know the consequences of Jinchūriki's defection. If caught, he will lose his freedom forever and become a war machine for the rest of his life. He will live under imprisonment and surveillance. Jiraiya, although he has occupied the country of waves, he is likely to be retaliated by Konoha in the future. Sasuke cannot protect himself, let alone take Naruto to take risks. Orochimaru, the current Uchiha is not strong enough to compete with Konoha, but Konoha will not attack Uchiha easily again. Senju Tsunade, now I finally understand why Sasuke didn't kill these two old guys Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. Just let these two bully old guys influence the next Hokage's decision-making. Although Tsunade didn't directly name him. But it's already obvious. After taking office, I have been controlled by these two old guys at every turn, and they are simply a troublemaker. Uzumaki Kushina, then why not bring Naruto with you? It seems pretty safe now. Harano Sakura, maybe Sasuke wants Naruto to leave his destiny in his own hands. Zhao Miming, woohoo, it's so touching. I choose A. I believe that as a woman, she will be more emotional. Ao, Mizukage-sama, please be careful. Nara Shikamaru, then I will choose B. I always think he will be more rational. Temari, reason. Reason. Well, the whole world knows that you are rational. Nara Shikamaru, well, this has nothing to do with me, I'm talking about Sasuke's rationality. Orochimaru, I also choose B. I am most familiar with this situation. Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru, haha, my lovely apprentice, are you still angry because I didn't take you with me back then? Mitarashi Anko, not at all, Konoha's Anko soup and meatballs are both very good. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it, I want to choose B too. At this moment, Naruto in front of the screen was a little anxious. But you must not take him away. In that case, I would have no chance at all. But having said that, Sasuke is also very charming when he is trapped in a tangle. Uchiha Sasuke, compared with these, I am more concerned about whether Danzo, the old dog, was killed by Hashirama cells. Shimura Dan's, evil live broadcast, I will do it myself when the comparison is over. Hyuga Hinata, I also choose A. At this moment, Hinata in front of the screen has widened her eyes. Although she was somewhat ashamed of her actions and thoughts. But she still had a glimmer of desire, hoping that this would be the case. If we take him away, Naruto in his own world will probably give up. Hinata felt very ashamed of herself for thinking this way. But I can't help but daydream like this. All four answers now have options. Although everyone in the group still has some speculations. But it doesn't matter anymore. Ding! Congratulations to Nara Shikamaru and Orochimaru for successfully answering the question. Ding! Reward Nara Shikamaru Special Ninjutsu, Shadow World Arrival, refer to Tree World Arrival Shadow version. Ding! The reward Orochimaru's 10-year lifespan can be stacked at any time. Ding! Terumi May failed to answer the question. Punishment prohibits blood inheritance, boil style lava style. Ding! Hyuga Hinata answered the question incorrectly, and as a punishment, the white eyes appeared in a 180-degree blind spot. A little boring. Although I feel the power of the ninjutsu coming from the shadow world. But Nara Shikamaru still couldn't bring himself to show any interest. If only it could make his days more comfortable. He might exchange it. As for Orochimaru, he was already ecstatic. Once was a coincidence, but twice he really smelled the breath of eternal life. As for Terumi May, her scalp is numb. He actually banned both of his blood inheritance limits. And he couldn't figure it out. Why are they all girls? Sasuke can actually remain rational in the face of this situation. Hinata, on the other hand, turned pale. He didn't care too much about Byakugan's blind spot. Now Sasuke didn't take away Naruto's painting. Then wouldn't Naruto of his own world be leaving him? It turns out it's quite possible. At this time, Naruto's eyes in front of the screen had completely lit up. If Sasuke hadn't taken Naruto away here, then it proves that the development of the timeline of this world is similar to his. The two will have some time off. I can take advantage of this period to get the opportunity to travel through time and space. Come on, Uzumaki Naruto, you can do it. Even if it were me in another world, I wouldn't be merciful. At this moment, the screen finally restored the picture. You can clearly see the struggle in Sasuke's eyes. He was really afraid that he would relent in the heat of the moment. Naruto, you have your own way. Sasuke thought so. He gently lifted Naruto's shoulders. Looking into Naruto's longing eyes, he just gently put his fingers on Naruto's forehead. Forgive me, Naruto. This is the last time. No. Naruto's eyes flashed with fear. He knew Sasuke had made his choice. But he didn't have much time to struggle. Sasuke's Sharingan has lit up. Naruto felt his eyes go dark. But he was forced to hold on. Blood-red chakra began to emerge around Naruto. Hypnosis seems to be trying to isolate genjutsu. But the next moment, the three Megatama in Sasuke's eyes merged into one. Naruto felt that the giant beast inside him had also calmed down. No, do not want. Don't leave me alone. The girl's smiling face was finally fixed in Naruto's mind. Then he lost consciousness. He gently held Naruto in his arms. Sasuke's eyes were also a little red. We are all too weak now. Wait for me to pick you up. Or you come pick me up. Gently he placed Naruto on the ground. Sasuke took out a scroll and placed it in Naruto's arms. The legacy of the legendary fourth generation. It's his thing. Feeling the footsteps in the distance, Sasuke quickly stood up. After hesitating for a moment, he took off his forehead protector. Placed it in Naruto's hand. Goodbye Naruto. I hope we can decide our own destiny when we meet again. Sasuke's eyes hardened. His life has just begun. Uchiha's rise has just begun. The dream world has just begun to be created. Feel the hardships along the way. An idea was born in Sasuke's mind. The 5 major countries are too many. The world of the future only needs one voice. That's Uchiha. It's my own voice. If the whole world can't stand up to itself, then there will naturally be peace. Tap tap tap. The sound of rapid footsteps came. Naruto. Naruto. Haruno Sakura ran over in a hurry. There are several other Xiaoqiang behind. Saw Naruto fainted on the ground. Little Sakura quickly stepped forward to help him up. Not long after Naruto left, they received a temporary mission from the legendary Sunin. Must get Naruto back. But now it's good to catch up. What should I do? I'm unconscious. Shino, who was leading the way, frowned. It was the bug he left on Naruto. They just touched it all the way. No, he was just under an illusion. He can just turn around and be fine. Little Sakura slowly carried Naruto on her back. Seems a little silent. She knows this illusion best. That was what Sasuke taught her personally. Sasuke. Scanning around subconsciously. Little Sakura's body was shaking a little. She didn't understand why. Within a short period of time, Team 7 has fallen apart. She had just found her purpose in life. Transformed from a common and beautiful little girl into a capable female ninja. She wanted to learn more from Sasuke. That figure will always be the target of her pursuit. But now the Uchiha coup is coupled with defections. Already completely on the opposite side of Konoha. And Naruto was also unconscious at the moment. Looking at the unconscious Naruto. Little Sakura doesn't know what it feels like either. She initially thought Sasuke would take Naruto with him. Now seeing unconscious Naruto. She didn't know how to be grateful that she was not the only one left in Class 7. Still felt bad for Naruto. Go back to Konoha. Rejected help from other Xiaoqiang. Haruno Sakura carried Naruto on her back and slowly ran towards Konoha. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look at the Valley of the End. Sasuke. Ignore it, we are about to start a new journey. He gently patted Shisui's hand on his shoulder to indicate that he was okay. Sasuke took the lead and ran towards the land of waves. Shisui and Izumi looked at each other. There was a bit of helplessness on his face. I could only follow him slowly. Konoha will be greatly affected after this. It won't hurt the roots though. But it's impossible to have the energy to provoke yourself in the short term. Sasuke thought about how to proceed next. The opportunity for development was obtained with great difficulty. She doesn't waste anything. As his strength slowly increases, Sasuke's views on the ninja world are becoming increasingly different. At first, she felt that the overall quality of a ninja was important. But now it seems, instead of his entire clan ascending, it's really better to have a few ceiling level experts. If only there could be more cage level experts. Even if he is as strong as Konoha, he cannot pose a threat to himself. Unless they officially attack the Kingdom of Waves. But that's almost impossible. Because once the ninja war is launched, the 5 major countries will be implicated. So now Konoha's game is only about mid to high-end combat power. Looks like we're going to recruit the masters. Sasuke thought. I thought of someone again. Gaara. The red panda itself is not weak and has great room for development. The most important thing is itself. Its war machine. Zero, please give me flowers. Sasuke still wanted to continue his previous thoughts. Gather the Jinchūriki of all nations. Once successful, just hold back the opponent's high-end combat power. You can rely on the war machine to push Konoha flatly. Ever since meeting Gaara, Sasuke has begun to collect information on tailed beasts. One tail at Sand Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi is 2 tails, 8 tails. Konoha is 9 tails. Rock Shinobi Village is 5 tails, 6 tails. Mist Ninjas are 3 tails and 6 tails. And 7 tails is in Takinin Village. After comparison, the results are obvious. The 5 major countries will give it a break for now. This 7 tails became Sasuke's first choice target. Next is 1 tail. Although it is backed by the 5 major countries. But Sasuke feels that red pandas have the potential to defect. Childhood life is more miserable. The easier it is to be convinced. It seems like we need to investigate the living habits and experiences of the Jinchūriki. It will be easier for me to persuade you later. Persuade. Why do I think this way? Sasuke was startled by his own thoughts. As a practical ninja, she thinks that talking nonsense is the most useless way. But don't know why. There was a vague feeling in her heart. It seemed like a mysterious voice kept reminding her. You can use your mouth to escape. You can use your mouth to escape. As long as you persuade, it will definitely work. It's so weird. Don't know why though. But if you have the chance, let's try to persuade him. My intuition has always been accurate. And at the same time, Konoha has become a ruins. Konoha's S-class rebel ninja Orochimaru teamed up with Sand Shinobi village to surprise Konoha. The Uchiha clan launched a coup, and the clan leader led some people to defect. Oh! Sand Shinobi releases one-tail Jinchūriki. Although Konoha has a deep heritage, at this moment, it also became riddled with holes. And the final result is the Konoha third Hokage died in battle. None of the Anbus sent out survived. The leader of the Roots, Danzo, was severely wounded by the traitorous ninja Uchiha Sasuke. The Roots were almost completely burned by Amaterasu. Konoha village civilians suffered numerous casualties during the war. Look at all this. Jiraiya, who had always been cynical, now looked serious. Fortunately, he came back in time this time. And Shikaku was sealed in time. Otherwise, there is no telling how much damage Konoha will cause. And this time it also brought a very big blow to Jiraiya. His mentor died at the hands of his best friend Orochimaru. Konoha's top brass only care about their own interests regardless of the life or death of the village. And the only orphan of his apprentice is also missing at this moment. Jiraiya-sama. Team Hera no Sakura is back. What? Hear the news. Jiraiya quickly stood up. Whether it's his disciple or the Nine Tails Jinchūriki, don't let anything happen again. Walk out quickly. In the chaos, Jiraiya picked up the unconscious Naruto. Illusion. Just make a seal. Jiraiya broke the genjutsu on Naruto. Naruto's eyes slowly opened. When I saw it was Jiraiya, his eyes dimmed instantly. He seemed to still have Sasuke's warmth. Naruto tightened his grip on the forehead protector in his hand. Where's Sasuke? Naruto asked softly. Jiraiya frowned. It seemed that the Uchiha clan leader had a too serious influence on Naruto. Where's Sasuke? Naruto spoke again. This time he looked at little Sakura. Little Sakura subconsciously looked away. He didn't dare to look at Naruto. She has defected. After that, Konoha will issue a fatwa and make Uchiha Sasuke an S-class rebel ninja. No matter life or death. Jiraiya spoke seriously. He didn't want to see Minato's children in such a slump. She just wants to live with her people. What's wrong with her? Jiraiya's words seemed to ignite Naruto. His whole body trembled. Duda's tears kept rolling down. Konoha. The will of fire. How ridiculous. Naruto. Calm down. Looking at the violent blood-red chakra on Naruto's body, Jiraiya suddenly became alert. This is a sign of going berserk. Sasuke has a dream. And the next moment Naruto did calm down. The voice was also a bit duller. Jiraiya did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he became even more nervous. Naruto closed his eyes. Scenes of her and Sasuke passed through her mind. But the scene suddenly changed again. Abuse. Ridicule. Oppress. Target. The ugly faces of the villagers magnified infinitely in Naruto's heart. There was once a light that obscured all of this. That girl used her love to tolerate all the dark sides of Uzumaki Naruto. But now, light disappeared. The girl's words echoed in Uzumaki Naruto's mind. I will come back to pick you up when I have the power to subvert Konoha. You must keep your word. What a village like this! There is no need to exist. Chapter 66. Naruto. Calm down. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, he has already put on the tailed beast coat. Jiraiya was immediately shocked. An extremely terrible premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Next moment, strange spells immediately appeared on his hands. Jed. Gently apply the sealing technique to Naruto's abdomen. Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. How on earth did Uchiha Sasuke do this? To be able to pull Naruto's emotions to such a high level. Deidara, ho what a pity. I thought I could see Nine Tails go berserk. Orochimaru, Jiraiya is such a nosy guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen hey. Jiraiya, ha ha ha. Fortunately, I am here. Uzumaki Kushina, Mr. Jiraiya, although I don't want to offend you, your sealing technique is actually only average. Jiraiya hey? What do you mean? Namikaze Minato, Jinchūriki's control mainly relies on emotions. If Naruto's emotions reach their peak, then no matter how powerful the sealing technique is. Jiraiya, probably not. Jiraiya in front of the screen still felt that there was no problem. Although his sealing technique is not that of Grandmaster. But it's also very powerful. Plus Naruto's own seal. There should be no problem. And the situation seemed to be as he expected. Naruto on the screen fell silent. The blood-red chakra on his body also disappeared. But his consciousness seems a little unclear. Did you make it? Jiraiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then the screen turned and Jiraiya's expression immediately changed. It was a dark space. There is a huge beast locked in a huge cage. Naruto. Think of getting power. Want to destroy this dirty village? Come. Open that seal, and I'll help you destroy everything you want to destroy. Nine Tails' voice was bewitching. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto on the screen seems to have lost his mind. He walked numbly towards the seal. Eyes dull. Sasuke. Village. Destroy. Naruto murmured silently. Hashirama's eyes were full of hatred. The village oppressed him. Insulted him. Hated him. What did he do wrong again? Now even the people he loves the most are forced to flee. He has nothing now. Strength. I want power. Just destroy this village. Sasuke will come back for me. We agreed that. Naruto's pace quickened a bit. His hand also slowly stretched out towards the dust-covered seal. Yes. Let us destroy everything. Untie him. I am your best partner. I can help you destroy all of this. Nine Tails' fox eyes, which had been dormant for many years, couldn't help but become excited at this moment. Did you make it? Is it finally going to work? Are you finally going to be free again? Naruto's hand had been gently placed on the seal. Nine Tails can clearly feel the seal loosening. And right now, a new suppressive force emerged again. A big hand gently pressed Naruto's hand that opened the seal. The appearance of this figure made Nine Tails look at him with hatred. Jiraiya, it seems that the protagonist has appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, did you really have a backup plan? Killer B, yo fourth Hokage magical plan. Yo, Baga Yalu Kao Ni Yalu. Hara no Sakura, fortunately, the fourth generation Sama stopped Naruto. Orochimaru, haha why do I think it doesn't have much effect? Hiden, that's right. Don't spoil the fun. I haven't seen the power of Nine Tails yet. Mamakai Zabuza, haha I have seen it before. Mizuna Uebai, that's right. Naruto, you have grown up too. Minato suddenly appeared and looked at Naruto in front of him and expressed his relief. This is what he left behind. Just to prevent this day. I didn't expect it to actually come into use. But Minato found out. His son just looked at him with an extremely dull look. Naruto. Boom. Without hesitation, he punched Minato in the abdomen. No harm though. But the blow to Minato was huge. Fox. Give me power. I will set you free. Although the seal was blocked by Minato. But Naruto let go of all his guard against Nine Tails at this moment. Although it's not a complete body, it can still cause a scene. Ninetales glanced at Minato with hatred. A violent aura immediately appeared on his body. Naruto. Minato on the side seemed to want to stop him. But when I think of my son's cold eyes. But he stopped unconsciously. I've had enough influence on his life. Next, we should not interfere with his choice. I'm not worthy of interfering with his choice. Minato smiled bitterly. The figure slowly disappeared from the spot. It never seems to happen. And the outside world at this time. Jiraiya. Hand over Jinchūriki immediately. Now it's his time to fight for Konoha. Start the war weapons immediately. Destroy the country of waves. Looking at Shimuradan's roaring in front of him. Jiraiya wished that a Raise Nan would pin him to death. Forget it. Konoha can no longer withstand the turmoil. Exactly. The most important thing now is to rebuild Konoha. But right now, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura behind Danzo made different sounds. Onoki, this Sasuke is really a genius. It seems that letting these two wastes go is indeed a wise choice. Reikage AI, sure enough. It works so quickly. Uzumaki Nagato, I finally understand, they are not targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are targeting all decisions except them. Terumi Mei, in the past, it was the third Hokage, and Danzo and the two of them worked together to check and balance the third generation. Now that the third generation is dead, Danzo has become the target of the check and balance. Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke has completely taken into account the habits of Konoha's top brass, but to put it bluntly, it is still the corruption of Konoha's top brass. Harano Sakura, this is too much. I just forced Sasuke away, now are you targeting Naruto? Hatake Kakashi, the dark side of high-ranking officials does not exist for a day or two. Shimuradan's, Kakashi. Do you have any dissatisfaction? Hatake Kakashi, humph. At least I am dissatisfied with the fact that my father died due to rumors. Sure enough, I heard these two familiar voices. Danzo's face immediately darkened. He knew his two old partners very well. Danzo. I haven't settled your debt with you yet. Just thinking about what Danzo did. Jiraiya immediately became angry. Why did no one come to rescue Sarutobi-sensei until he died? This is in Konoha. Now you want Naruto to transform into Nine Tails? Jiraiya would never agree. Humph. It's not up to you. Danzo seemed a little irritable and lost his mind. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. It is better to cultivate this kind of war weapon at the root. You dare! Jiraiya suddenly became furious. There was already a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. And right now, Naruto, who had been in a daze, suddenly opened his eyes. Also comes with 3 illusory tails. Brute! Danzo cursed angrily and immediately wanted to recruit someone to suppress him. But it was too late. 4 tails. Gocho. Rokucho. In the stunned silence of everyone, Naruto was no longer human. Destroy them all. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank. But he immediately grabbed little Sakura beside him. Then he quickly ran towards the outside. Slash. Boom. The most central area of Konoha. Suddenly it exploded violently. Countless buildings and people were destroyed. Look at the behemoth appearing in the center. Every villager in Konoha exuded a kind of fear from the very core. Especially some elderly villagers. What they see in front of them has been their lifelong nightmare. Nine Tails Demon Fox. Now in this world. Deidara, woohoo, it's so wonderful. I can barely call you art when you appear like this. Hiden, charge. Destroy. Being attacked by tailed beasts twice in a row. It's so exciting. Uzumaki Nagato. Facts have proved that no matter how serious an organization is, there will always be 1 or 2 conspicuous things. Jiraiya, is this the final result? Uchiha Sasuke, hey! This is right. Only the Naruto of this world is to my liking, not like the big idiot I am now. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto said that he didn't know how to refute. But look at the picture on the screen. I actually felt a sense of relief in my heart. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto began to face his own heart. Ask yourself. When faced with oppression, bullying, and ridicule from the villagers, did he never have the thought of destruction in his heart? The answer is definitely no. If I hadn't been brainwashed by that third-generation old man when I was a child, he kept saying the will of fire. Naruto believed that he had gone berserk a long time ago. But now after truly seeing the dark side of Konoha, Naruto suddenly felt that this was a good result. Even now the nine tails in him is starting to stir. At this time, nine tails on the screen has already started wreaking havoc. Buildings, villagers. No matter how huge nine tails is, they are all helpless. TCH. Although the seal has not been completely released. But it is barely enough for me to cause a scene. Nine tails shuttled freely through Konoha. Its destructive power is not only slightly stronger than the previous Shikaku summoning technique. Jiraiya immediately bit his finger. Summons 3 giant toads. Gadbunta, Gamajiun, Gama Hero. At this moment, Gamabunta expressed his dissatisfaction. I just finished playing one tail and went back to recuperate. Why did I get summoned again so soon? Jiraiya. You. But Gamabunta clearly saw the huge fox demon in front of him. Time point 0. He also swallowed the complaints on his lips. Gao Jian and Gao Guang on the side also immediately became serious. Go with all your strength. Jiraiya looked serious. Strange chakra began to appear around the body. At the same time, 2 clouds of smoke exploded on his shoulders. Then 2 skinny toads appeared. Little Jiraiya. Are you going to use that move? The sudden appearance of Fukaza Sennin and Shima Sennin also showed horrified expressions. Boss! Help me buy time! Jiraiya ordered and clasped his hands together. Start absorbing natural energy. Real. Gamabunta complained. But he still pulled out the short sword from his waist. Facing 9 tails. In fact, he has no confidence at all. At this time, Danzo, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura had already evacuated. But you must not harm their noble bodies. Leave it all to Jiraiya. Kakashi. Might Guy off the court looked at the wanton slaughter of 9 tails with a hint of emotion on his face. Guy. You don't mean to. Kakashi looked horrified. He guessed what Guy was thinking. That's right. The village is in crisis. This is the time to burn youth. Guy's eyes were determined. The figure of his father seemed to appear before his eyes again. Father. This is the time to protect what is important to you. Snapped. But the next moment, Guy was about to open the 8 gate when he was stopped by Kakashi. Guy. Wait a minute. Trust Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi said so. But his eyes were fixed on the roots and Anbu who were scattered away. He can't see through the village now. In other words, you can see through it but feel numb. Having been in Anbu in his early years, he had already learned about the dark side of the world. But there was nothing he could do. Father. Kakashi murmured silently. His father's death has been a thorn in his heart for so many years. Majestic Konoha's White Fang. A hero as famous as Sunin in the ninja war. He actually died under the rumors. Originally Kakashi had already accepted this reality. But today I looked at Anbu and Genbu who were so miserable. A feeling of disgust arose in his heart unconsciously. Watch 9 tails wreak havoc. He didn't even have the desire to resist. He even stopped his best friend. Uchiha. It seems he has a reason. Obito. You think so too? Touching his Sharingan. Kakashi was lost in thought. At this time, the three giant summoning beasts had been beaten into pieces by Nine Tails. Although it's not Nine Tails with all the seals open. But compared to One Tail Shikaku, the gap is really too big. But fortunately, Naruto still has a seal inside his body. Otherwise, Jiraiya would not have the confidence to seal it. Sage Art. Gomen. A burst of fire lit up. The strong burning sensation made Nine Tails feel like his old friend. Is it a little stronger than Sun Wukong's lava style? The three attributes of wind, oil, and fire are combined together with natural energy. Jiraiya's Gomen traumatized Nine Tails in an instant. This also allowed Konoha's ninjas to regain some morale in 3.9. Sage Art. Massive Raise Nan. Sealing Class. Sealing Class. As Jiraiya rubbed a huge ball, it also slightly stabilized Konoha's military morale. The huge Raise Nan crashes onto Nine Tails. This caused Nine Tails to experience a moment of decline. Jed. Countless sealing techniques were thrown towards Nine Tails. But it's almost useless. Jiraiya's Sage Art is very powerful. But in the face of Nine Tails' strong resilience, it didn't play a big role. At most, it restricts Nine Tails' movements. Jiraiya. We can't survive. Gamabunta made a weak sound. At this moment, the three giant toads on Mount Maiboko have lost their fighting power. In the fight with Nine Tails, a careless move could prove fatal. Thanks for your hard work. Jiraiya sighed softly and watched the three behemoths in front of him turn into ashes. It's really tricky. Looking at Nine Tails, who has almost fully recovered, Jiraiya also had a headache. But he didn't give up. Because this is not the complete Nine Tails. It's more like sleeping in Technique's One Tail. Naruto's seal still existed. It was just Naruto giving up control of his body. As long as Naruto can be awakened, Nine Tails can be sealed again. Jiraiya paid attention. Start thinking about countermeasures. How to wake up Naruto. Although there is no idea, there is still hope. If it were the complete Nine Tails. He didn't bother to think about it. Just prepare to collect the corpses for Konoha. Roar. And while he was thinking, only to find that Nine Tails suddenly became frantic. A huge black energy sphere slowly condensed in Nine Tails' mouth. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression completely changed. That is Tailed Beast Bomb. Chapter 67. Hiden Woohoo, what a spectacular scene. Uzumaki Nagato, what a beautiful picture. Deidara, at this moment, it is barely comparable to my art. Orochimaru, haha, then, how are you going to face it? Big idiot. Jiraiya : Senju Tsunade, for a moment, I don't know how Jiraiya will cope. Uzumaki Naruto, use Raise Nan. Uchiha Sasuke, you are afraid that your master will not die quickly enough, right? Namikaze Minato, hey! Teacher Jiraiya should also be practicing the Flying Thunder God technique back then. Shimura Dans, facts have proved that I am right, dangerous things like Jinchūriki should not be so loosely regulated. Uzumaki Naruto, hey! Killer Bee, hey! Gaara, hey! Even across the screen, Danzo noticed a trace of murderous intent. Although most are from the underworld. But he honestly shut up. The devil knows which question he got right and he came back to life. At this time, Jiraiya on the screen also looked a little at a loss. It turns out that the tailed beast bomb is a big killer. There are very few beings who can resist head-on. Boom! A passage seemed to have been blasted open in Konoha. The entire Konoha village was cut off in the middle by a tailed beast bomb from Nine Tails. Countless buildings were damaged. Countless village ninjas were turned into ashes. TCH. It's so hard. Nine Tails shook his head in dissatisfaction. Very dissatisfied with its power. In the final analysis, he was just using Naruto's body to barely use part of his power. His true seal has not been broken. At this moment, another consciousness in his body was gradually awakening. Makes Nine Tails uneasy. Good chance. Jiraiya, who escaped in time, also noticed this. After all, the seal has not been lifted yet. All he had to do was wake Naruto up. As for Sunin's Jiraiya, why doesn't he go to protect the village? Do not be silly. Can a normal person block the tailed beast bomb? If you have 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, Konoha village may be wiped out today. Jed. Most of the magical chakra is placed in the next sealing technique. Take advantage of the brief delay after Nine Tails releases the tailed beast bomb. 20 Jiraiya applied the Uzumaki clan sealing technique passed down from his apprentice's wife to Nine Tails. Boom. Nine Tails was obviously stuck in a brief delay. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan and chakra, the magic technique that specifically restrains tailed beasts, have caused Nine Tails' consciousness to become silent again. He felt like Naruto inside him was waking up. My uncle. Nine Tails struggled wildly. It seemed that he wanted to completely suppress Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness. Fortunately, Naruto seemed to have no intention of resisting. This makes Nine Tails very satisfied. Naruto. Wake up. I'll take you to Sasuke. Jiraiya yelled. Even the frog croaking from Sage Art was used. After shouting, Jiraiya himself was stunned. What are you doing? How could you behave so childishly? Maybe there is nothing I can do anymore. I have begun to seek medical treatment urgently. But what Jiraiya didn't expect was, Nine Tails actually stood still in place for an instant. Seems to be struggling with something. Damn it. Don't move. How could I? Kid. I'm helping you destroy all of this. You. My uncle. Nine Tails' pupils suddenly shrank. There seemed to be a human expression in his pupils. Sasuke. Thump thump. Under Jiraiya's stunned expression, Nine Tails instantly slumped. Finally, he slowly turned into a comatose boy. Fall to the ground. Is this okay? Jiraiya never expected that his casual words would call Naruto back. But at the same time, I was worried. This Uchiha Sasuke actually had such a great influence on Naruto. If things go on like this. Fortunately, the two are now separated. I hope I can slowly change Naruto's mentality in the future. Take it. And right now. Countless roots Anbu surrounded it, pretending to take Naruto away. Roll. Jiraiya put away Sage Mode. But the momentum on his body has not restrained at all. Jiraiya. See the danger of Jinchūriki. There's something seriously wrong with Jinchūriki's thinking. We can no longer let him walk around as he pleases. To bring him to the root. Forward. Danzo hasn't finished speaking yet. The next moment, Jiraiya grabbed his neck. Even Jiraiya, who had always been open-minded, couldn't bear it anymore. Do these wood-leaf borers really think they can be lawless? Jiraiya. What are you doing? Stop. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura immediately stepped up. In their opinion, Jiraiya must act like an elder in front of him. Hey! Slowly except for a breath. Jiraiya glanced at the half-ruined Konoha. Finally letting Danzo go. Onoki, okay. I admit that I underestimated Sasuke before. These two advisors in Konoha are really of great use. Terumi may, yes. It is conceivable that the Hokage in the future will definitely be restricted and decentralized. Hatake Kakashi, this is the composition of Konoha's top management. Reikage AI, hey. Who would dare to talk nonsense like Cloud Shinobi? Hey. Uchiha Madara, humph. At that time, I was sleepy. No. The 5 major countries didn't dare to talk nonsense. Senju Hashirama, too much decentralization of power is not good either. Senju Tobirama, hey. I think it's caused by the incompetence of those in power. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haruno Sakura, it's over. They won't imprison Naruto. Orochimaru, not only. According to the root method, a curse seal will definitely be planted, and life and death will be in the hands of others from now on. Jiraiya, humph. There's no way I'm going to let this happen. It's exactly what Jiraiya said. Jiraiya protected Naruto behind her without hesitation. Cut to the chase. I'll take care of it myself, Naruto. No department in Konoha has the right to approach him. Jiraiya. Danzo stared at Jiraiya angrily. But a moment later. Jiraiya has no intention of giving in. Hey! He sighed softly. Danzo still chose to take a step back. Although Jiraiya has a good temper. But he is also a man who has experienced many battles. It's not worth it to shoot yourself to death on impulse. But his movements must be restricted. Starting today. All Jinchūriki's actions must be monitored. Danzo saw that Jiraiya could not be convinced and added. No. Tomorrow I will take Naruto out of Konoha to practice. This is the greatest stability for the village. Jiraiya said seriously. In his mind, the most important issue was not Nine Tails' rampage. It was Naruto who had lost confidence in Konoha. This is very deadly. We can't let Naruto stay in Konoha anymore. I hope that taking him on a trip can alleviate his resentment towards Konoha. No. Jiraiya. Konoha needs you now. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura heard that Jiraiya was leaving. I immediately became anxious. Although they usually like to stir up trouble. But there is still a big picture view. Now that the third generation is dead in battle, Konoha is riddled with holes. All the masters in the village were killed or injured. There must be someone who can control the situation to succeed the Hokage. Otherwise, it will inevitably attract the prying eyes of neighboring countries. Danzo on the other side heard this. His face immediately showed displeasure. These two old things. If Jiraiya wants to leave, let him go. As soon as he leaves, I will be the fifth Hokage. But Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura turned a deaf ear to Danzo's expression. People don't know you, Danzo, don't they? It's okay to play power and do dirty tricks. Hokage? Forget it. If only Danzo were Hokage. There is not a single strong Kage-level person in Konoha. Not to mention the other four major countries. Maybe one day Uchiha will fight back. But Jiraiya shook his head repeatedly. Although his strength and qualifications are more than enough. But he has no intention of being a Hokage. He still likes to live a free life. But he also knew the current situation of Konoha. So I thought for a moment. He said in a deep voice. I'd better forget about being a Hokage. But I have one more candidate. Who? Two old consultants asked quickly. Tsunade. Tsunade. Reality dawned on Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura. Then he grimaced. Tsunade is qualified and capable enough. But she has disappeared from the ninja world for many years. And she may not agree to come back and take over. Danzo quickly added. I just want to have Laozi look like Hokage engraved on my face. But Jiraiya was too lazy to pay attention to him. Said bluntly. I have a way to find her and convince her. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other. Nodded. It doesn't matter who is the Hokage. They will be restrained anyway. Okay. It's settled then. Konoha is full of holes now, I hope you can do it as soon as possible. I'll leave tomorrow. Jiraiya is also someone who puts the overall situation first. Agree immediately. Wait a moment. At this time, Danzo spoke again. Looking for Tsunade, returning to Tsunade. But you can't take Jinchūriki away. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Seems to be struggling with something. Jiraiya, it's really inconvenient to carry Jinchūriki. It's not safe either. In this way, we will help you take care of him. We guarantee that there will be no unfair treatment. And as long as you find Tsunade, you can take Jinchūriki out of the village to practice. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura also stood up and said, "No." Jiraiya knew that he probably wouldn't be able to take Naruto away before he retrieved Tsunade. But he would never leave Naruto to these people. Look around slowly. Jiraiya's sad discovery. The old friend passed away, and there was no one in Konoha that he could trust. Naruto can stay in Konoha. But I choose the person who will take care of it. Who? Danzo frowned. Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi stepped forward somewhat heavily when his name was called. Jiraiya solemnly handed the unconscious Naruto into Kakashi's arms. He gave no orders. He just said slowly. As for my friendship, Sakumo is my best friend. As for his hypocrisy, this is the orphan of your mentor. Kakashi, Konoha is so big that I can only leave Naruto to you temporarily. I don't want to say any more. What if something goes wrong with Naruto before I come back? Just think that I, Jiraiya, am blind. After saying that, Jiraiya turned and left without any hesitation. Walking among the ruins of Konoha. The figure of this great hero seemed to be much older. Kakashi. Since Jiraiya has left Jinchūriki in your care, then you must control Jinchūriki's actions. Danzo glared at Kakashi and said pointedly. Kakashi, on the other hand, stared with a pair of dead fish eyes. Glancing at Danzo. Then he called his best friend. Guy. For the next while. Thank you for accompanying me and taking care of Naruto. Ha ha ha. Did you finally think of me? My best friend. This is youth. Might Guy immediately flew forward and blocked Danzo's sight. Although the action is very funny. But Danzo felt a faint sense of oppression. Konoha finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time Konoha was really hurt. Don't say anything else. That tailed beast bomb from 9 Tails. It would be long enough for Konoha to rebuild. And at the same time, the country of waves. It's not a small scale. Looking at the ninja village that was beginning to take shape in front of me. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. Humph. It doesn't matter who I am. Zabuza said nonchalantly. Bai on the side wanted to say something. But he was stopped by Zabuza's eyes. Shiro could only swallow all of Zabuza's 633 hard work. Looking at the Uchiha people who have been resettled. Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's been planned for so long. I can finally start to feel a little freer. Thank you very much. It's all a deal. Zabuza just followed Sasuke. It's completely inconsistent with his ghost persona. I have lifted the curse seal from your body. We are all from the ninja world, I hope you can understand. Sasuke said sincerely. This time she was truly grateful to Zabuza. Although they are all transactions. But it can be seen that Zabuza is really attentive. Not only did he save Uchiha's tribe, he also took in many stray ninjas for him. Kid. You are really wordy. Zabuza said disdainfully. This is a big deal. We are settled. Bye. Let's go. Yes. Mr. Zabuza. After saying that, Zabuza turned around and walked towards the outside of the village. Although Shiro's eyes were full of reluctance, he followed Zabuza firmly. Step. 2 steps. 15 steps. We were about to reach the entrance of the village. Zabuza finally panicked. Damn you, kid. Are you really not going to keep a great master like him? TCH. If it weren't for Bai who likes a stable life. She begs herself not to know how to. Mr. Zabuza. Can you stay? Fortunately, I was about to go out. Sasuke shouted, stopping Zabuza. What's the matter? Kid. Zabuza said disdainfully. At this moment, Bai could no longer conceal his joy. I wonder if Zabuza-san is interested in staying. I will give you the best treatment, sir. Sasuke smiled. Oh? Do you want to win over me? My requirements are very high. What position did you give me? Zabuza snorted coldly. Sasuke said very sincerely. From the ninja village of Wave Country. Film. Zabuza seemed shocked. After a long silence, he said disdainfully. Check, it's a shadow on the bright side. I'm not your Uchiha puppet yet. That's right. So are you willing, Mr. Zabuza? Humph. I reluctantly agreed to this, you little brat. Since then, a new ninja village has been established in the country of waves. It's called Zanin Village. The first Gencage was Zabuza, the rebel ninja from the Kingdom of Water. The establishment of the ninja village in the small country of Wave Country did not attract much attention. Of course, there may be some forces that will focus on it. Since then Uchiha has taken a new development trajectory. Sasuke could finally sleep peacefully. The bright side of the village is Zabuza, and everything is left to Izumi to take care of. Zabuza has absolutely no opinion on this. This Lord Jinaying takes Bai around every day. Doesn't seem to care about anything. And I can finally relax. But Sasuke, who was just about to go to sleep tonight, suddenly frowned. Put on the armor you just took off. Sasuke slowly walked out of the room. This late? There are actually guests? Chapter 68. Uzumaki Kushina, who is it? It's so late. How rude. Harano Sakura, could it be that Sasuke heard it wrong? Nara Shikamaru, if you heard wrong, why would there be a close-up in the live broadcast room? Uchiha Shisui, could it be that someone is plotting against the little princess? Uchiha Itachi. Angry. Uzumaki Naruto. Angry. Uchiha Sasuke, with her current strength, who would dare to plot evil against her? Senju Hashirama, yes, after the battle in the Valley of the End, Sasuke has barely entered the cage level stage, of course, not counting Manjiki. Uchiha Madara, and that doesn't include her combat IQ. Mamakai Zabuza, I am more concerned about the follow-up of Shadow Ninja. Jiraiya, but given the current situation, who wouldn't come to Sasuke? Everyone in the group was talking a lot. Sasuke on the screen also frowned. Anyone who can find her here must know her true identity. If you don't come out again, you will be responsible for the consequences. Sasuke didn't bother to talk nonsense to the other party. There are many masters in ninja killing village now. I really am not afraid of any force. Of course, it's limited to small-scale battles. It would still be unsatisfactory to see a real ninja war against the land of waves. Haha, Miss Sasuke, stay well. It's you. Even Sasuke was startled by the person in front of him at this moment. He turned out to be the good senior who took the Chunin exam. Yakushi Kabuto. How can this be? No matter how you look at it, this good guy in a supporting role doesn't seem like a deep character. Haha, it seems that I underestimated you. Kabuto-senpai. Don't dare to take it, don't dare to take it. Kabuto waved his hand quickly. The posture is very low. Kabuto-senpai, you still said you don't want to be one. Even the real person in charge is unwilling to show up. Sent a soldier to test me. BB. Whoosh. The next moment, Kabuto's expression darkened. Because Sasuke has disappeared. When I reacted again. Already appeared behind him. So fast. But in his haste, Kabuto still condensed Chakra's scalpel. A backhand slash directly chopped Sasuke's kunao into pieces. Kabuto's eyes narrowed. Now wield the scalpel. Straight to Sasuke's throat. Boom. There was the sound of splintering wood chips. Making Kabuto's pupils shrink instantly. Body replacement technique. When? Chidori. The shrill chirping of birds rang in my ears. Kabuto was so frightened that he froze in place. He didn't choose the action. Because there is no hurry. Kabuto came to a conclusion while his brain was racing. Only by giving up resistance can there be any hope of living. Sure enough, the thunder light stayed on his heart. Sasuke slowly took back the Chidori. Staring straight ahead. Because the real owner has appeared. I didn't expect Kabuto-senpai to be yours. Lord Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru with his hands hanging down in front of him. Sasuke said he was still very grateful to him. After all, Orochimaru withstood most of the pressure when Uchiha transferred. But that doesn't mean she has kind thoughts towards Orochimaru. The brief encounter before proved that this dead snake had a plan for her. Hehehe Sasuke, we meet again. Orochimaru did not hide his coveting for Sasuke's body, physical coveting. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru's long tongue. Subconsciously I felt a physical discomfort. Orochimaru is just too disgusting. But nevertheless, Sasuke is still very energetic. The person in front of me is a real cage-level strongman. And get the latest information. The other party actually killed the third Hokage. At this moment, Sasuke's first thought was to be alert. Then call Shisui. It's best to leave Orochimaru behind. Because Orochimaru also has what she wants. And Orochimaru seemed to have noticed Sasuke's vigilance. He smiled wryly and showed his hands. He said slowly. It's normal for you to be wary. But that's not necessary now. The old man from third generation sealed my hands before he died. You have taken the book of sealings, so you should be familiar with the corpses sealing you. Can we talk now? Looking at Orochimaru's arm. Sasuke believed it. Okay. Let's talk then. Sasuke agreed. Several people slowly came to a secluded place. But when Orochimaru saw Uchiha Shisui waiting there, his expression suddenly changed. This Uchiha Sasuke is actually so cautious. Shisui also frowned at this time. He rushed over as soon as he received Sasuke's summons. At this moment, he has recovered his eyes. And I am considering whether to leave this snake in the country of waves. Don't be nervous, I've been bullied since childhood. Less sense of security. Orochimaru-sama, you won't mind, right? Sasuke smiled and took the main seat first. He smiled and looked at Orochimaru. Hehehe, of course, this is a win-win deal for us. Orochimaru sat down bravely. He has absolute confidence. At least he won't die. What's the matter? Sasuke asked straight to the point. Heal my hands. Orochimaru doesn't show off either. All his life's learning lies in these hands. Now these hands are sealed. He is also almost useless. You really think highly of me? Of course I'm not asking you to treat me. But please help me. Orochimaru explained. How to help? After hesitating for a moment, Orochimaru finally spoke. There is someone who can heal my hands. That's my former teammate Tsunade. But now we've gone in opposite directions. FFLX. Orochimaru did not continue. That's why she doesn't want you to help. So you found me. Let me help you catch Sun and Tsunade. Sasuke added. Haha. Orochimaru smiled and didn't answer. Instead he added. You can make any requests. I said it's a win-win. Senju Tsunade. Jiraiya, I never expected Orochimaru to come to Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, it makes sense, the two actually have many prerequisites for cooperation. Sasuke mused. Orochimaru did have what she wanted in his hands. But the next moment she smiled slightly. Staring at Orochimaru and saying. Instead of facing a Sunin in his prime. I think it's easier to leave you half-dead snake. What do you think? Lord Orochimaru. Looking at the murderous Sasuke. Orochimaru's heart sank subconsciously. But Orochimaru is Orochimaru. He forced himself to calm down and said. Haha, you can indeed defeat me now easily. But you can never keep me. You can try. The win-win situation was all gone then. Hear this. Sasuke hasn't expressed his opinion yet. Yakushi Kabuto on the side has already put on a mask of pain. You are amazing. You are noble. You can run. You are lucky. What should I do if I'm riding a horse? But fortunately, Kabuto noticed that Sasuke's expression on the other side became dull. The murderous aura has also subsided a bit. I just escaped from Konoha. Now you want me to provoke Konoha again? Do you think that's possible? Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. If you can say that, prove it. There is a door. Haha, others don't dare. Uchiha Sasuke may not dare. Have you done enough adventurous things? Sasuke also smiled. But her next words made Orochimaru's expression change drastically. Okay. I can help you. I want Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru's tongue seemed to be a little stiff. He didn't understand how Sasuke knew such forbidden words. It should be no secret to you that I went to hunt Danzo. Orochimaru was silent. Danzo, this old loser, is really not doing enough. Haha, that's what Danzo is studying. Forget it if you're not sincere. You wouldn't think that when I was investigating the sealed book. Didn't you find anything else? For example, information about someone's dirty dealings with Danzo. Orochimaru was silent. But the next moment he took a keen interest in Sasuke. The girl in front of me actually had the idea of these forbidden things. He is simply the same type of person as him. Okay. I can give it to you. Cooperation is achieved. Orochimaru agreed. When it comes to research, he is actually not a stingy person. Declaration in advance. I'm only responsible for Tsunade. If there are other changes along the way, I'll turn around and leave. But you still have to pay the reward. Sasuke added. And the possibility of her hardship is very high. Orochimaru's heart immediately sank. His information is known. His stupid teammate Jiraiya is also looking for Tsunade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out to find help. This is not okay. If you want Hashirama cells, you have to take full responsibility. Forget it. Sasuke left without looking back. No intention of lingering at all. Wait a moment. Orochimaru is really helpless. The girl in front of him was really trying to manipulate him crazily. What else do you want? What do you have? Orochimaru was stunned by Sasuke's words. Ninjutsu? Uchiha has no shortage of it. Bloodline? They have Sharingan. Forbidden technique? I just got the sealed book. There seems to be nothing that can gain leverage in the skills that he is proud of. Yes. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he spit out a scroll from his mouth. Sasuke, it seems you don't have a summoning man. How about it? Plus my summoning technique. How about it? Sasuke frowned subconsciously. Tell the truth, Monty Python. Summoning man is still very powerful. But what Orochimaru used was really disgusting. Lowered Sasuke's perception. But think about it. She really needed this now. Sasuke only had a few crows that Itachi had raised when he was a child. It can only be used for reconnaissance. So summoning is indeed Sasuke's shortcoming. Not enough. Sasuke didn't agree. Continue to stare at Orochimaru's snake eyes. Hey! Orochimaru let out a sigh of relief. The cold Lord Orochimaru has always been famous for his cunning and cruelty. At this moment, I actually felt a little aggrieved at being blackmailed. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his attention to running. Kabuto understood immediately. Take out a scroll. Boom! With a burst of smoke it dispersed. A gorgeous sword immediately appeared on the scroll. Sacred weapon. Caog sword. You can easily conduct chakra and it is invincible. There's only so much left. If it doesn't work, just say goodbye. Orochimaru also had a hint of heartache on his face. Sasuke's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Uchiha's sword skills are also very powerful. And she has been practicing. But she didn't answer, but looked at Orochimaru with a strange expression. Orochimaru immediately understood what she meant, and his face suddenly darkened. This is my treasure. It has never been used at all. Not even swallowed. Make a deal. Sasuke happily took the Sachi sword. The chakra condensed in his hand, and lightning flashes immediately appeared on the sword. Chidori blade. The sharp lightning streaked through the air, extremely sharp. The sharpness of the moment made Kabuto lower his head subconsciously. She had the illusion that Sasuke looked at him with a hint of hostility. And this was not his imagination. Because Sasuke really felt that the Kabuto in front of him was not simple. No reason, just a gut feeling. I just feel that this person will have a lot to write about in the future. But at this moment, Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. Next, use the sharp sword to open the summoning scroll. After checking it, he printed his name and bloodline on it. Next moment, Sasuke suddenly felt as if he had established a connection with somewhere. That's a very mysterious feeling. For a moment, Sasuke seemed to be struck by countless snake eyes. What's even more terrifying is that it's vague. A ghost appeared in Sasuke's mind. It was a big white snake. It's actually humane to sit on a seat. Even had a pack of cigarettes. Hey! He forcibly gathered his mind and expelled everything from the white snake to his mind. Sasuke took the initiative and said, "When will we leave?" 3 days later. Okay. See you in 3 days. Sasuke sees guests off directly. She wanted to experience her new weapons and ninjutsu. Even Orochimaru's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Not impolite. But Ant Snake breathed a sigh of relief. Forget about being a helper. Now there are only a handful of people in the entire ninja world who are willing to cooperate with him. Fortunately, Sasuke is young and easy to teach. After Orochimaru left, Shisui immediately said, "Sasuke, are you really going to help Orochimaru? It's too dangerous." Of course, judging from the evidence we collected. Zhao Qian's, the research of Orochimaru and Danzo is interesting. It will be useful for future village development. Sasuke senses the mysterious power of summoning. Replied. But those are taboo things. Shisui still subconsciously expressed rejection. What's the taboo? Only the timid and stuck in the mud. Sasuke's eyes flashed sharply. Danzo's wood style had a huge impact on her before. Although it's just a prototype. She felt the breath of life. My own Sharingan seems to be eager. Okay. If you must go, I will go with you. Shisui is still worried about his precious sister. No way, Shisui nii. Now the village needs experts to take charge. Do not worry. They are very strong. Go to sleep. Look at Sasuke switching into cute girl status. Shisui froze on the spot subconsciously. When he reacted, Sasuke was gone. Cacawania. No. It's too dangerous. Shisui shook his head. He will never compromise this time just because he is acting coquettishly. Tomorrow. I'll definitely talk to Sasuke tomorrow. At this time, Sasuke had already returned to the room. Although I really want to try my summoning technique. But there is a fear that too much movement will cause panic in the village. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. After all this trouble, Sasuke was completely sleepless. She slowly took out a scroll. The sealed book. How wonderful! Even Sasuke. At this moment, he also showed an obsessed expression. These are Konoha's treasures for many years. Sasuke was dazzled for a moment. So, which one should I start with first? Ding! Guess with prizes. Which forbidden technique will the girl Sasuke start learning first? A. Multiple shadow clone technique. B. Flying thunder god technique. C. 8 inner gates. D. Impure world reincarnation. Chapter 69. Hotaki Kakashi, it's really dazzling. Onoki, I have to admit that Konoha's foundation is still very strong. Senju Tobirama, hey. The strongest one may not be Konoha. Uchiha Madara, in the face of absolute strength, everything is just a trail. Senju Tobirama, really? Flying Thunder God may indeed be a trail, but Flying Thunder God / is not. Uchiha Madara, you better pray not to come alive. Uchiha Izuna retracted a message. Uzumaki Naruto, did I miss so many ninjutsu back then? Uchiha Sasuke, hey. Big idiot. Harano Sakura, but this really suits Naruto. Orochimaru, haha, the ninjutsu in it is indeed very strong, but the difficulty is also extremely high. Uchiha Shisui, it doesn't matter, what Sasuke in this world does not lack is talent. Uzumaki Naruto, although I really want to choose A, I also think it's a bit impossible. Might guy, I choose C. This is youth. Hotaki Kakashi, be careful guy. Sasuke is not a ninja who specializes in physical arts. Mad guy, hee. Kakashi, you don't understand this. Sasuke is an almighty ninja, fully developed. Her ninjutsu and bloodline are already strong, and taijutsu is the last piece of her puzzle. And Uchiha is not known for her chakra capacity, so it is useless no matter how many high-end ninjutsu she learns. It is better to practice 8 inner gates when the chakra is exhausted, it can be used as a trump card to make a comeback. Guy's words were quickly recognized by everyone in the group. Indeed, for the almighty Sasuke, 8 inner gates are indeed very useful. Namikaze Minato, I choose B. Jiraiya, Minato, I don't think this is possible. Namikaze Minato, no, I think that in terms of practicality, Flying Thunder God is more useful than others, and it has great potential for development. The most important thing is, Guy ignored the reputation of ninjutsu in the ninja world. Sasuke may not understand the full power of 8 inner gates. Hotaki Kakashi, Minato-sensei is right, the Flying Thunder God technique is a famous ninjutsu in the ninja world, and there is a high possibility that Sasuke will choose it. Senju Tobirama, then I also choose B. Although I have invented countless forbidden techniques in my life, the one that satisfies me the most is the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, there is also Flying Thunder God / Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Madara, boy. I look forward to your choosing the right one and resurrecting, and then I will crush you to death. Orochimaru, haha, I choose D. You all ignored Sasuke's current situation. What you said can only enhance Sasuke's personal strength, and Sasuke's biggest problem now is to face Konoha. What she needs is overall strength. So impure world reincarnation is the best choice. Jiraiya, why do you feel that what Orochimaru said makes sense? Uzumaki Kushina, how could Sasuke learn such evil ninjutsu? Orochimaru, haha, you underestimate her temperament. I feel that she is even more curious about some things than me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I choose D2. Onoki, haha, you, the old monkey, have compromised too? Orochimaru, haha, no one knows the horror of this ninjutsu better than Mr. Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen XXXX. Rock Lee, I choose B2. Tien, Lee. Calm down. Rock Lee, I believe in Teacher Guy. I also believe in 8 inner gates. Uzumaki Naruto, is it true that no one chooses A? In fact, multiple shadow clone is very practical for training. Deidara, then why didn't you choose? Terumi Mei, using multiple shadow clone to practice? Nonsense. Hitaki Kakashi, Naruto, not everyone has a huge chakra to support the writing method. Kuratsuki, this is not fair. They are all Konoha's forbidden technique, how can we people from other villages guess? Lao Zi, that's right. How do we know the specific composition? Darui, in the live broadcast room, I ask for some advantages over people from other villages. Live broadcast room, request to be rejected. Senju Tobirama, the people being compared are all from Konoha, you don't dare to ask for so much? Uchiha Madara, Just watching is enough. Do you want to dance too? Everyone in the group suddenly became quiet. At the same time, I am glad that Konoha's first Hokage is Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, if any of these two people were replaced, there might not be 5 major countries now. Ding! Congratulations to Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato for successfully answering the question. Ding! Reward Namikaze Minato is back from the dead. Ding! Reward Senju Tobirama is back from the dead. Ding! Might Guy answered incorrectly and his Death Gate A cup ointment will be disabled as a punishment. Ding! Rock Lee answered incorrectly, and his 8 inner gates will be disabled as punishment. Ding! Orochimaru answered incorrectly and will be punished by deducting 1,000 years of life. Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen answered incorrectly and was punished by being dismembered by Shinigami's soul. I came to life. In different spaces. Minato and Tobirama expressed this emotion at the same time. Minato's first thought now is to see his son. Tobirama, on the other hand, wanted to return to Konoha immediately to clean up the house. At the same time, clean up the other 4 major countries that are not very obedient now. Guy and Lee's reaction was not as great as expected. Might Guy, it's okay, Lee. That's how youth is, there will always be mistakes. Rock Lee, teacher Guy, moved. Orochimaru didn't react much either. I just feel a little sorry for the lifespan I finally got. But what he couldn't figure out the most was why Sasuke chose Flying Thunder God. Isn't it good to choose impure world reincarnation to push Konoha flatly? As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is already a little numb at the moment. The scene of the dismemberment of the soul was not broadcast live. It might be too bloody, but just by looking at the name, you can imagine the pain involved. At this moment, Sasuke on the screen also saw the Flying Thunder God at a glance. She really fell in love with this ninjutsu that was the 4th Hokage's specialty back then. Orochimaru, damn! How could I forget this? Jiraiya, what did you think of? Orochimaru, Flying Thunder God Minato's specialty ninjutsu is also Naruto's father's specialty ninjutsu. This technique has a special filter in Sasuke's eyes. Uzumaki Kushina, yes. Why didn't I think of that? So Sasuke didn't think that much at all, just out of respect for his future father-in-law? Uchiha Shisui, what father-in-law? I am against this marriage. Uchiha Itachi, I am against this marriage too. But it turns out, Sasuke seemed to have chosen him because of his reputation as Flying Thunder God. But even Sasuke's understanding is heaven-defying. At this moment, he was also dazzled by the complicated spells of Flying Thunder God. After a moment, Sasuke gently put down the scroll. Said to himself, "Second Hokage is truly a genius." Senju Tobirama, cough cough cough. Hey. Uchiha Madara, humph. That's Uchiha's core power that she hasn't really come into contact with. Senju Tobirama, is it so difficult to admit that others are good? Uchiha Madara, Senju's brat. Do you want to dance too? Senju Tobirama, come on, come on. Our brothers will treat you well. But Sasuke just rubbed his brow lightly. He picked up the scroll again and started studying it. All the ninjutsu for so many years can be learned at a glance. Finally met someone interesting. Sasuke became excited instead. She gently took out a shuriken. It seems that some attempts have been made to describe some techniques. But it turns out that Flying Thunder God is indeed a very complex jutsu. You could tell by the dark circles under Sasuke's eyes and her pensive expression the next day. As soon as Sasuke opened the door, he saw Shisui, who had been waiting for a long time. "Shisui, brother. Stop it." Shisui quickly looked away. This was the first time he refused Sasuke's act of coquettishness. "Too dangerous. I'll go with you. Otherwise it won't work." Shisui's attitude is very firm. Maybe he didn't realize it himself. Unknowingly, he has been captured. Sasuke also frowned. She knew that Shisui's temper was actually very stubborn. "Brother Shisui, you can't leave the village. Can my mere weight be compared to the safety of the entire Uchiha? Of course it's comparable to. I mean, the village is safe now." Shisui quickly took back his words. "Brother Shisui, you can't protect me forever." Sasuke took Shisui's arm and said slowly. "Why not? This is Ataka's request. I will definitely finish it." Shisui didn't dare to look into Sasuke's eyes. Afraid of being soft-hearted again. "Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come with me to try my summoning technique." "I can't convince Shisui." Sasuke simply changed the subject. He directly pulled Shisui to an open area in the village. "Sasuke, summoning Orochimaru's summoning technique is a little too hasty." Shisui obviously doesn't have a good impression of Orochimaru. Although he used it a little disgustingly, I have to admit it. Summoning man is still very strong. Sasuke smiled, but had already bitten his finger. "Ninpo. Summoning technique. Boom. Wow. Looking at the behemoth in front of me." Shisui said he took back his previous words. What did he see? Purple body. Huge body. What a huge python. The aura on his body surprised even Shisui, a solid cage-level expert. So big. Sasuke was also a little surprised. She saw the toad summoned by Jiraiya when she was escaping. And the giant python under his feet was even much bigger than the giant toad summoned by Jiraiya. Hey? He's actually a brat. Did Orochimaru ask you to summon me? Does he want to die? Wan Shi shook her head in dissatisfaction. The fierce snake eyes stared at Shisui in front of him. It doesn't seem very polite. Sasuke's brows furrowed. The effect of a disobedient summoning beast on the battlefield is negative. Humph. Kid. You actually summoned me for the first time. You have some talent. Go immediately and prepare 300 human sacrifices for me. In the future, there will be at least 1,000 human sacrifices for each summons. Understand? Wan Shi gently stuck out her tongue. Then the preparations for a living meal began. And what he heard next was indeed thunder. It was also mixed with the cold voice of the girl. Not even one tail dared to talk to me like that. How brave do you have? You beast! Chidori blade. The sharp Caog sword was immediately filled with lightning. With Sasuke's swing, it was inserted into the head of the snake. But Sasuke felt a strong resistance after just a little penetration. Then he was thrown out. Kid. You are looking for death. Wan Shi felt a sharp pain coming over her. Orochimaru, this damn thing. To find someone so ignorant of praise. Tap. Falling gently to the ground. Sasuke waved his hand to stop Shisui, who was about to take action. Brother Shisui, the summoning beast can only be tamed by himself. Otherwise it's useless. Shisui obviously understands this. It can only fade away slowly. You disobedient beast has no need to return to the summoning world. Fire style. Dragon flame sings technique. 4 dragon-shaped dragon heads immediately flew towards Wan Shi. The range of each dragon head is comparable to Wan Shi's huge head. You're kidding. looking at this ninjutsu that at least amplified its power several times. 0. Wan Shi also panicked subconsciously. But his body was too big. There was no room to hide. Boom boom boom. 4 violent explosions exploded on Wan Shi. Immediately overturned the huge snakes. Lightning style. Chidori spear. A huge bolt of lightning appeared in Sasuke's hand. With her hard thrusts. While Wan Shi hadn't gotten up yet. Immediately, Wan Shi's huge body was nailed to the ground. Damn brat! Wan Shen roared crazily in pain. He was careless and now he has lost the opportunity. Naturally, Sasuke would not give the other party a chance to resist. Immediately 3 Megatama appeared in the eyes. The next moment, Wan Shi's world immediately became pitch black. It seems to be trapped in an infinite dark space. Illusion. Darkness technique. Also second Hokage's forbidden technique. But Sasuke mastered it quickly. Looking at the thousands of snakes scurrying all over the ground. Sasuke had to sigh again. Senju Tobirama is truly a genius. Flying Thunder God. Try to carve a mark on Wan Shi's body. But unexpectedly, Wan Shi started to move violently. Boom! Sasuke stepped away in time and was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. If it were a step slower, it would turn into a meatloaf. How is that possible? Didn't he fall into darkness? Uchiha Izuna, tisk. The legendary second Hokage's ninjutsu isn't that good either. He can't even control a beast. Senju Tobirama, humph. Impossible. Sasuke must be not skilled enough in using it. Uchiha Shisui, a mere illusion has little value. With Sasuke's talent, just watching it once is enough. Uzumaki Naruto, that's right. It's definitely not Sasuke's problem. Jiraiya, Wan Snake seems to be still in a dark state, but why can he attack Sasuke accurately? Orochimaru, idiot. Snakes don't hunt by sight. Orochimaru's words immediately awakened everyone. Yes. Snakes don't rely on vision. They hunt by conducting heat around them. And obviously Sasuke also realized this at this time. She patted her forehead in frustration. Use the dark walk against a snake. Undoubtedly a very stupid decision. Kid. Have you beaten enough? It's my turn. Wan Shi immediately opened his mouth and rushed towards Sasuke. Of course not enough. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. 9 huge fire dragons immediately rushed towards Wan Shi. Wan Shi felt the heat and hurriedly escaped. So half of the fire dragons hit Wan Shi. The other half flew into the air. Damn it! Even though Wan Shi's skin is rough and her flesh is thick, she can't bear it anymore. And at this time, Wan Shi was surprised to find out. Sasuke unlocked its illusion. Humph! Kid! It's too late to admit your mistake now. Wan Shi thought Sasuke was exhausted. Want reconciliation? But when he looked down, he saw Sasuke's curious face. At the same time, it began to rain lightly. It was also accompanied by the sound of thunder. Hey! Did you fail? Sasuke just activated the Flying Thunder God technique. But it's of no use. In this case, I have to use another trick. Lightning style. Kylan Beg. Chapter 70. Reikage AI, hey? Is this lightning style ninjutsu? Killer B, yo Sasuke's own ninjutsu from another world, yo very handsome and powerful Bagayalu. Derui, it is indeed a very powerful lightning style ninjutsu. Reikage AI, Sammy. Sammy. Principle of recording analysis. Uchiha Sasuke, she invented it herself. I can obviously do this trick. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, did you master the principle so quickly? Uchiha Sasuke, shut up, you idiot. What mastery principle? This trick is my own invention. Orochimaru, Haha, I can testify for Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, this move is indeed very powerful. Uchiha Shisui, we should be able to capture this snake. Senjutsu Nade, Orochimaru, look at how people treat Wanshi. Look at you again. Shame on you. Orochimaru hihi. Uchiha Sasuke, don't worry, this dead snake will not end well in the end. Uzumaki Naruto, what? You finally fixed him? Orochimaru, I'm more concerned that Sasuke won't kill all the snakes directly. That would be the most powerful force. Uzumaki Kushina, great power? What great power can a snake have? Yakushi Kabuto, Land of Immortals, Rika Cave. Orochimaru, haha, you know a lot, Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto, where? It was all taught well by Orochimaru-sama. Everyone was also attracted by the word Land of Immortals. Especially Uzumaki Naruto, the Gate, and other existences with Senjutsu. They are even more curious about this. But at this time, although there is a screen, but one can clearly feel Wanshi's fear. The giant beast formed by thunder in the sky roared crazily towards the ground. The light rain accompanied by the drizzle was full of pressure. And Sasuke was standing in the thunderstorm with one hand raised above his head. It's like a god descending to earth. At this moment, Wanshi was completely panicked. He finally knew why Sasuke unlocked his genjutsu. It was 633 that allowed him to see this scene with his own eyes. The powerful perception allows Wanshi to feel it clearly. If this thunder behemoth strikes down, he might die. Damn brat! How can he be so strong? Wanshi felt very uncomfortable. Although Orochimaru is also very powerful. But Orochimaru can't do anything to him even though he is thick-skinned and thick-skinned. Maybe Orochimaru has something up his sleeve. But after all, I have to fight for him, so the gain outweighs the loss. This goes back and forth, and because of the snake obsession, he becomes the shit shovel of all snakes. But the girl in front of her was simply unreasonable. If you say anything that doesn't go your way, you will destroy yourself. Doesn't she know that she is a snake under the white snake? Isn't she afraid of Rika Cave's revenge? It turns out, Sasuke had no idea. Her thoughts were, summoning beast is disobedient. Can't fight. It's almost useless. It's equal to death. Wait a moment. With lightning, I saw that Wanshi had already made his choice. He was afraid that Sasuke wouldn't be able to control the thunder and would just smash it down. He just smashed himself to death. Wanshi has no doubt about the power of this ninjutsu. Wanshi smashed his huge head on the ground as quickly as possible. I am willing to surrender. Sasuke was stunned. That's it. She has a big move behind her. I really thought you were unruly. But that's also a good thing. After all, Sasuke was here for help. Not here to kill snakes. Stepping gently on Wanshi's head. This time it was much calmer. Really surrendered. Surrender. No more sacrifices. No more. No more. Okay. From today on, you can only accept my call. Ah. Wanshi hesitated. To be honest, Orochimaru was nice to him. There were many sacrifices every time. I know. 10,000 snakes only listen to your call. Wanshi quickly agreed. The wounds on his body were still aching. And the master above him has a bad temper. Very good. Sasuke expressed satisfaction. If this continues, the shortcomings of my summoning technique will also be eliminated. Although summoningman cannot take part in some fierce battles on his behalf. But there are some specific situations where it is very useful. And according to Sasuke's observation, Wanshi is definitely the best among summoning beasts. You can tell from his size and durability. Congratulations! As the snakes turned into a cloud of smoke, Shisui immediately transformed into a caring big brother and came forward to celebrate. Hee. Now I also have a helper. So I can go. No. It's too dangerous. I'll go with you. Shisui's attitude is very determined. But the next moment, Sasuke also stopped acting like a cute girl. Brother Shisui, please consider the overall situation. Uchiha is still in turmoil now. The development and protection of the ethnic group are both important. I will develop, you will protect. This is our mission. Looking at Sasuke seriously, Shisui finally fell silent. But nothing to worry about. Just leave. In the name of Chief Uchiha, Sasuke said and left quickly. Shisui quickly ran away while he was trapped in national justice. There are still 2 days left. Sasuke suddenly felt as if he was even more nervous than during his previous time in Konoha. The current village is in dire need of development. There were too many things for her to deal with. Slowly took out the shuriken with the flying thunder god technique. Sasuke fell into thought again. Why didn't it work? I studied it all night. But when I first tried it, it was a complete failure. Soon Sasuke is immersed in the mystery of the flying thunder god. And at the same time, Konoha village. Look at that place. Damn the demon fox, how many people did it eat? Woohoo, I'm going to kill him. Are you crazy? Come with me quickly. Stay away from him. The residents of the Hokage clan. Although the Hokage clan is sparsely populated, but it was indeed a lot more lively today. Because there is one more person. Oh no! There is one more demon fox. Countless rotten leaves and rotten eggs are still at Kakashi's doorstep. But Kakashi just stared at him like a dead fish. As if nothing happened. Naruto, don't worry. Inside the house, little Sakura handed over a lunchbox. Smiling and opening it for Naruto. Naruto, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear. He bowed his head and said nothing. He seemed to be thinking about something. The Nine Tails Rebellion was fully revealed in front of all the people of Konoha village. The little perception that Naruto had gained through so many years of hard work was all in vain. The villagers who witnessed all this with their own eyes became even more frantic. And it seems that someone is secretly fueling the fire. Kakashi, don't you want to persuade me? Might Guy stayed with Kakashi every step of the way. Because he found that his best friend was not in good condition either. Kakashi did not answer, but continued to stare at the insulting villagers. Guy. Gossip can really kill a person. Guy suddenly froze. He didn't understand what Kakashi meant. Why did it suddenly become so profound? Look at these villagers. Ignorance and ignorance dictate the situation. Even heroes. They will criticize them with words and words. Boom. Unconsciously, Kakashi's hand had already exerted force. When he looked up again, the wooden decorations had been crushed by himself. Kakashi. Guy was silent. He suddenly felt that he didn't know his best friend very well. Father. Is this the village you fight to protect? Kakashi suddenly felt sad. At this moment, a girl's figure seemed to flash before his eyes. The girl's words began to echo in his ears. Kakashi-sensei, what is your definition of a partner? Is it necessary to force someone to be called a partner if they don't have any bonds? I seem to understand Naruto's mood somewhat. Kakashi murmured silently. Thinking of this, Yukashi subconsciously looked at Naruto in the room. But the scene before him shocked him. Naruto, who was originally depressed and passive, was currently eating his bento. With a youthful smile on his face. It was as if the previous haze had been swept away. Open the door gently. Kakashi sat across from Naruto. Naruto. Are you okay? It's okay. Why do you ask, Mr. Kakashi? Before, I was only affected by the big fox, but now it's much better. Naruto continued to eat and seemed to have fully recovered. What just happened? Turn your curious eyes towards little Sakura. But little Sakura also looked confused. For some reason, Naruto suddenly returned to normal. Demon Fox! Get out of Konoha! Go to hell! I'll fight you! Countless shouts and curses came in again. Kakashi looked at Naruto worriedly. But he found that Naruto didn't care at all. Naruto. It's okay, Mr. Kakashi, I'm used to it. Naruto smiled and continued. I understand them. Isn't it just that you are not accepted? It doesn't matter. I will continue to work hard to prove myself. One day I want to be a Hokage. Let everyone recognize me. This is what Grandpa third generation calls the will of fire. Listening to Naruto's impassioned words, Kakashi felt cold all over. Well done, Naruto. This is youth. Guy was very happy, he admired Naruto for having such awareness. Hey! Teach your thick eyebrows. Let's work hard together. Youth. The two fist bumped hard. Everything seems to be in harmony. Little Sakura also left with satisfaction. She was also exhausted during this time. Kakashi, on the other hand, silently pulled Guy out. Naruto alone was left alone. The moment Kakashi went out, Naruto's eyes immediately turned cold. Listening to the abuse outside, Naruto instead smiled. But the next moment, blood-red chakra unconsciously appeared on his body. Be honest with me. Naruto chuckled secretly. The next moment, the evil chakra aura was suppressed by him. He gently took out a scroll from his arms. Of course Naruto knew what it was. The legacy of the fourth Hokage. Sasuke fought for it for him. Gently put Sasuke's forehead protector on his face. Naruto felt his frantic heart temporarily at peace. I'm too weak. I won't rely on you anymore. The next time we meet, I will be your dependence. Wait for me, Sasuke. I have to say that Jiraiya's last words were really the key to awakening Naruto. Otherwise Nine Tails might really do whatever they want. Open the scroll gently. There are 3 parts. Open the first section. Flying Thunder God Technique. I've heard that the 4th Hokage is good at ninjutsu. Let's look at the second part. Uzumaki Sealing Technique. This should be what my mother left behind. This is very practical. Used to deal with big foxes. Slowly open the third part. Naruto was stunned. This is Spiral Flash Chaos Roar 3 styles. Come to Hay-8 Jet Black Yaore. Uzumaki Spiral Shuriken Unbeatable Shijua style. There are still many ninjutsu names that I don't understand. Some of them are already completed. But most of them are just guesses. But the names are already. Senju Hashirama, ha 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 ha. Are these the 4th generation's ninjutsu? Senju Tobirama, 4th generation, you seem a bit naive. Jiraiya, ha ha ha. You're not my apprentice. Senju Tsunade, idiot, don't you know what's good and what's bad? Uzumaki Naruto, dad's ninjutsu is also. Uzumaki Kushina, this is also considered a kind of creative art. Uchiha Sasuke, but can this idiot really comprehend it? Uzumaki Naruto, arrogant Sasuke, who are you talking about? Killer Bee, yo, I haven't seen these moves before. Bakeashi. Namikaze Minato, hee, I hadn't started studying these at that time. Like most people in the group, Uzumaki Naruto was also full of black lines at this time. Looking at the Uzumaki seal symbol that looked like a ghost painting. Then look at the complicated Flying Thunder God technique. Finally, look at most of the weird moves in the theory. If Sasuke hadn't left his, Naruto might have really gone crazy. Forget it. Let's start with Flying Thunder God technique. Now Naruto already knows his identity. Recalling the mysterious man who appeared in the Nine Tails space before, Naruto felt a little regretful at this time. But there was no way. At least, to carry forward his ninjutsu. In different time and space, two people practiced the same ninjutsu. But the next experience was different. Sasuke sneaked out early in the morning. But when she reached the entrance of the village, she still stopped helplessly. Shisui just stood in front of her. 0.2. But this time Shisui didn't say much. Instead, he walked forward gently. Slowly put a robe on Sasuke. Be careful on the road. Yes. Keep communicating. Yes. Then, go. Gently touched Sasuke's head. Shisui still chose to defend. According to Quan's words. Although Sasuke is very mature. But age is there. If you are too restrictive, it will produce a rebellious mentality. That might affect his position as the first brother. Hey! I hope everything goes well. Shisui sighed softly. If possible. He really wants to dig a distinguished heavenly gods for Sasuke to bring. Orochimaru is still very punctual. He has been waiting outside for a long time. Yakushi Kabuto followed behind him. The few people did not communicate too much. They started to hurry up after meeting. Tsunade capture plan. Start. But just after walking for a while, Orochimaru couldn't help but say, Sasuke, you are dressed like this. Is it too obvious? Sasuke now wears Uchiha's traditional table tennis costume. Outside is the oldest Sengoku period armor. Refer to Madara's set. Is there? Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. Is there? Miss, you are now an S-class rebel ninja in Konoha. Is there anyone who dresses so high profile? Sasuke said it really doesn't matter. What she fears is the national war. If it's a personal battle, the current Konoha elites are really not enough for her to fight. Where are we going? Sasuke asked. Don't worry, although I don't know the exact location of the feeling. But we can find it bit by bit. Orochimaru's face is full of confidence. It seems that he has already won. Find? Where to find? Casino. Chapter 71. Senju Tsunade. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha. It seems Orochimaru still knows you very well. Tsunade. Orochimaru, haha of course. It's not difficult to guess. Senju Hashirama, what? After all these years, hasn't little Tsunade gotten rid of his bad gambling habit? Uzumaki Mito, you also said that I didn't learn everything from you. Jiraiya, not only has it not changed, the situation has worsened a lot. Orochimaru, and he always loses every bet, and he also got the title of Fat Sheep. Jiraiya, I also owe a huge gambling debt, and I avoid it every day. Senju Tsunade, you too. Angry. Even though he was angry on the surface. But I don't know why. At this moment, Tsunade felt very warm. It seems like we are back to the time when Sunin fought side by side. Uzumaki Naruto, will Sasuke stand on the opposite side of Granny Tsunade this time? Senju Tsunade, Naruto. You cannot teach your mother-in-law outside. Uzumaki Naruto, hi. Harano Sakura, but I think it's still very sloppy. Searching aimlessly like this? Orochimaru, what's this? Look, that idiot did the same thing. As Orochimaru spoke. Sure enough, everyone saw Jiraiya's figure appear on the screen. As expected of fellow Sunin. Both of them have the same idea. Jiraiya on the screen is also based on the casino. Searched one by one. But on the way, we entered a dimly lit tavern. After a while, he walked out drunk. Senju Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya, what do you know? I am collecting information. Usually information will be in that kind of place. Namikaze Minato, but Mr. Jiraiya, we haven't said what kind of place yet. Uzumaki Kushina, hey. You must not let Naruto stay with Mr. Jiraiya for a long time, he will learn bad things. Haruno Sakura, but I still think this search method is too childish. Orochimaru, haha, that's because you don't know your teacher's reputation in the ninja world. Haruno Sakura, Sunan Tsunade Hime. Orochimaru, no, he is a big fat sheep in the gambling industry. Have you heard? The fat sheep is here. Really or not? That's not true. Shhh, keep your voice down. We are not the only ones eyeing the fat sheep. Fat sheep? Where is the fat sheep? 20. I chased her all the way. I must get the money I owe back today. In a tavern. He took a gentle sip of tea. Sasuke let out a long breath. She has also performed many reconnaissance missions. But this was the first time that the information was so obvious. Orochimaru on the other side seemed to have noticed Sasuke's thoughts. He joked. Haha, Tsunade's reputation in the gambling world is even higher than her reputation in the ninja world. That's why I said it's easy to find. Act now. Sasuke stood up immediately. To be honest, without Shisui around, she has no sense of security. Haha, okay. Orochimaru admired Sasuke's attitude. Very much to his liking. I have to say that Fat Sheep's goal is really big. Just go straight to the place where the crowd of onlookers is the largest. Hey? Why did you jump in line? A passerby who was pushed away by Sasuke was about to get angry. The next moment his eyes became blurred. The three Megatama were gently turning in his eyes. Sasuke easily moved to the front row. Then he roughly pulled the person in front away. Forehead. Where did the child come from? Hiccup. At this moment, Tsunade was holding a wine bottle in his hand. He looked drunk. There was a girl on the side holding a pig and trying to dissuade her. Play a few games. Sasuke ignored Tsunade's slight. He just sat there. Hey you! The gambler who was taken away just now became unwilling. That's his fat sheep. He just won a little bit. This little girl actually. But the next moment, he was politely invited out by Kabuto. Tch, just you. Tsunade smiled disdainfully at first. Obviously he didn't take the kid across from him seriously. But just when she was about to take another sip of wine, his vision suddenly became clearer. Uchiha. Tsunade obviously recognized Sasuke's clothing. In an instant, I was sober from the wine. She knew about Uchiha's defection. As a Sunin, of course Tsunade has his own intelligence network. But so what? It doesn't affect her drinking and gambling. Including now. Come on, come on. Buy it and leave. Who cares who she is? Catching traitorous ninjas is a matter for Konoha's top brass. Tsunade just wants to gamble money. Big. Sasuke chose randomly and showed no skill. I want to be small. Tsunade took another sip of wine. He resumed his fat sheep posture. Sarutobi Hiruzen, humph. Tsunade has fallen. He actually doesn't even care about the traitorous ninja. Senju Tsunade, old man Sarutobi, please teach me. Shimura Dans, Hashirama-sensei, what do you think? Senju Hashirama, I don't think the smaller ones should be made smaller. The bigger ones should be made bigger. Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade should not have been exposed to Hashirama in the first place. Uzumaki Naruto, but how can Sasuke catch Granny Senju like this? It shouldn't be easy to do it in public. Senju Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto. What are you talking about? Uzumaki Naruto, hehe. I'm just comparing the direction of the plot. Orochimaru, don't worry. Tsunade will find a quiet place by himself. Haruno Sakura, why? The teacher should be able to detect the aura of evil intentions. Shizuan, Tsunade-sama who is not drunk should be able to notice it. Uzumaki Naruto, then why did Grandma Tsunade find a quiet place? Seemingly answering Naruto's question. The live broadcast room starts to fast forward. Tsunade's face became more and more distorted. Sasuke looked at the large amount of money in front of him and fell into deep thought. Could it be some kind of cursed ninjutsu? Sasuke stared at Tsunade curiously. He seems to be studying something. She doesn't believe in nonsense. Any unreasonable thing must have its reason. Just like Tsunade's fat sheep system. I can't say that I know nothing about gambling, but I have made no achievements. And he was able to maintain a record of 23 consecutive victories. Sasuke felt that this was not his problem. What kind of power does this turbulent woman have? Can you actually change your destiny? Although it changes in the opposite direction. And while Sasuke was observing Tsunade, Tsunade was already watching for escape routes. It's so evil. I actually had a losing streak today. Although I have lost before. But occasionally you can win. Tsunade-sama, we still. Shizune was already crying. What a huge gambling debt this is. Waiting. Tsunade, who fell into gambler mode, obviously didn't buy it. She stared at the dice in front of her carefully. But all they got in exchange was 24 consecutive defeats. Hey! He let out a long breath. She had nothing left to pledge. Look at the other person's beautiful face with a smile. The words of the second grandfather suddenly appeared in Tsunade's mind. The Uchiha clan is an inherently evil brat. Damn it! Take the last sip of wine. Tsunade stood up slowly. She stared at the call. He said word for word. Wait for me here for a while. I'll go to the kitchen and get you money. Okay. Sasuke smiled sweetly. At that moment, Shizune was captured. Let's go. He quickly grabbed his disciple who was still in a state of infatuation. Tsunade bolted for the door and fled. Oh, little girl, you have been fooled. That's a fat sheep. Hey? Where is the person? The gambler on the side also wanted to remind Sasuke. But looking back. Where is Sasuke's figure? Tsunade-sama. This is not good for us. What's wrong? That brat is from the Uchiha clan. Rebel, we are doing this for Uchiha village. Think about it, giving money to a traitorous ninja is not an act of betrayal against Konoha. Tsunade pulled Shizune and ran in the cold wind. The wine is already half sober. Ah? Yes. Shizune seemed a little confused. But it doesn't really matter. Such a thing as hiding from debt. It has become a daily routine for her. Oops. But the next moment, Shizune slammed into Tsunade's towering body. What's wrong, Tsunade-sama? Why did it stop suddenly? Shizune picked up the dolphin on the ground. Then I realized something was wrong with the atmosphere. Brick looked quickly. I found that there were two more people in front of me. A strange-looking man and a man I just met in the casino. Orochimaru. Tsunade had a complex look in his eyes. The man in front of her was too complicated for her. Playmates who grew up together. Comrades fighting side by side on the battlefield. Besides, the murderer who killed his mentor. Haha, Tsunade, long time no see. Orochimaru also had a hint of complexity in his eyes. But he quickly restrained himself. Snakes don't need emotions. Why did you come to me? Haha, Tsunade, we haven't seen you for many years, don't be so cold. But Orochimaru didn't finish his words. The next moment, Tsunade jumped up violently. My feet hurt. Boom. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted. Then he backed away violently. The ground they just touched was immediately smashed into a big crater. The spread of the cracks made Kabuto on the side swallow his saliva subconsciously. Strange strength. What a scary woman. After one kick, Tsunade was completely sober. She threw down her coat, revealing her choppy hair. But Orochimaru had no intention of appreciating it. Knowing Tsunade, he knew. Tsunade has entered combat mode. Tsunade, can't we talk after we haven't seen each other for a long time? Boom. What answered him was ferocious power. What if I could resurrect the rope number? Whoosh. The snow-white fist stopped in front of Orochimaru's face. Hear the name. Tsunade's body trembled subconsciously. That's right, Tsunade. It's a win-win for us. You should know what I'm capable of. Gently lower your fist. Tsunade seemed to be in a frantic struggle. What do you want? Heal my hands. Orochimaru bit off the bandage, revealing his petrified hands. Sarutobi-sensei did it. Tsunade fell into endless tangles. At this moment, countless figures flashed through her mind. But in the end it just stayed with one face. Nawaki. Sister, I want to see you again. It seems that some kind of determination has been made. Tsunade raised his head. That's right. Orochimaru looked happy. It seemed that this time it went more smoothly than he imagined. You better not lie to me. Tsunade said coldly. Of course. I won't lie to you. Tsunade is no nonsense. Chakra began to gather in his hands and began to move closer to Orochimaru's hands. Is it going to succeed? Are my ninjutsu coming back? Even Orochimaru was a little excited at the moment. But the next moment. Whoosh! A kunai cut through the air. Interrupted Tsunade's movements. Pocket. Orochimaru frowned in reality. Then I realized something immediately. Then he jumped back vigilantly. Orochimaru-sama, her defense is not a strong bed for healing. Kabuto's eyes were fixed on Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. I forgot to mention it. I'm actually a medical ninja too. Cut. Tsunade sighed. Return to fighting state. Want to see Nawaki again though. But how could I come because of my own selfish desires? Ba bang bang. And just when Tsunade finished speaking, a clear burst of applause interrupted her. Wonderful. So wonderful. Orochimaru, I have to say, you are really indecisive. Sasuke slowly walked out from behind Tsunade. 357 looked at Orochimaru with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Haha. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. The original plan was to capture Tsunade directly. After all, Tsunade, the ninja, has a fatal weakness. But he never expected that Orochimaru, a cold-blooded ninja, would actually say that he wanted to persuade him. Sasuke was puzzled. It turns out that Lion Majesty also has a bond. Sasuke seemed to find something interesting. It's you. Tsunade also understood. Orochimaru is hooking up with the Uchiha clan. And there is only one such young clan member. The clan leader of Uchiha, Konoha's S-class rebel ninja. Uchiha Sasuke. Mother-in-law Tsunade, didn't you say you should go to the kitchen to get money? Why did you run away suddenly? Sasuke teased. The Caoji sword has been drawn out. She didn't have as many worries as the snake. Just beat him to death and take him away. You Uchiha kid who is born evil, I will. Tsunade said this subconsciously. Only to find that Sasuke had already rushed over. Arrogant. Tsunade was furious. Uchiha dared to underestimate him. But the next moment, Sasuke grabbed the grass sword fiercely. Cut his palm. The blood was sprayed on Tsunade's face with great precision. The next moment Tsunade's actions came to a standstill. Robe. Nawaki. Tsunade trembled and knelt on the ground. Totally incapacitated. This is her Achilles heel. Hemophobia. It's ridiculous to say that. A medical ninja who had experienced World War II and 3 wars actually suffered from hemophobia. What an irony. But this is also Sasuke's chance. She has no idea of a fair fight. Ninjas are all about winning by surprise. To seize the opponent's weakness is to kill him with one blow. Chidori blade. The dazzling lightning flashed on the Sachi sword and stabbed Tsunade in the chest. But at this time, Tsunade had no ability to resist. Tsunade-sama! Shizune shouted, trying to stop him. But Sasuke stopped her in place with just one look. Then he flew up and kicked directly into the houses on the side. A roll of this level now. Sasuke could solve it with one look. Pfft! More blood spurted out. The sword passed through Tsunade's chest. This is another benefit of hunting Tsunade. According to Orochimaru's information, Tsunade has great vitality. So don't hold back. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. Tsunade looked up at Sasuke with difficulty. But all she saw was the magical 3 Megatama. The hunt is complete. Evacuate immediately. Control Tsunade with illusion. Sasuke didn't hesitate. Evacuate immediately. Don't make any mess. Orochimaru is not an indecisive person either. Throwing Tsunade to Kabuto, the group immediately prepared to leave. And the next moment, a huge thing slammed in front of them. Summoning. Roof collapse technique. Chapter 72. Orochimaru, I knew that someone would come out to disrupt the situation at the critical moment. Uchiha Sasuke, it wasn't because you were indecisive. If you had followed her plan, you would have stabbed someone and left. Sasuke in front of the screen admired the girl's behavior. It would have been over if it had been like this. There is no time for the other party to rescue him. Jiraiya, humph. I was the one who came to the rescue in time. Uzumaki Naruto, is Sasuke going to be on the opposite side of Pervy Sage? Namikaze Minato, what a scene I don't want to see. Uzumaki Kushina, hey. It's really confusing to have teacher Jiraiya on one side and my daughter-in-law on the other side. Hi. Toad Sage of Mount Maiboku. Come on. Although Jiraiya, who is standing on the head of the big toad on the screen, appears very funny. But it gives people a sense of security. And when Jiraiya saw Tsunade covered in blood, his face suddenly darkened. TCH. If you don't succeed enough, you will fail more than you can. Orochimaru. This was all your fault. Sasuke flicked the bloodline on his sword bitterly. An otherwise foolproof move. This time Orochimaru also resorted to bonding. What a pig teammate. Orochimaru has been in the ninja world for many years. Known for being cold-blooded. But this time it was hard for him to refute. Because it's really all his problem. So I could only laugh from the sidelines. But there is no way, Hashirama cells will not be given until the matter is completed. Sasuke really didn't want to give up. Her eyesight had really declined a lot since the Battle of Konoha. But she saw something new in Danzo. Stop him together. Yakushi Kabuto, take Tsunade away first. Yakushi Kabuto on the side was stunned. Is there such a good thing? After being an undercover agent for so many years. This is the first time. But it's not hard to guess if you think about it carefully. Yakushi Kabuto's strength cannot help at all. It's better to transport Tsunade away first. Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya will think of the girl who severely injured Danzo in Konoha that day. He immediately became serious. Get out of here now. Looking at Yakushi Kabuto, he was still in a daze. Sasuke snapped. Oh. This is the most dazed Yakushi Kabuto has been in so many years. The main reason is that the content is too complicated and I didn't respond well. Don't even think about it. Jiraiya immediately flew forward. He's fast, but Orochimaru's neck is faster. Boom. The sound of the clash of long swords and kunai was heard. Jiraiya's eyes were full of pain. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Haha, it's just old friends catching up. Although I don't know how Orochimaru can still talk while holding a sword in his mouth. But Sasuke didn't have time to think too much. Chidori Blade. I have to say that the Sachi sword obtained by Orochimaru is really a magical weapon. It is powerful and saves chakra. Sasuke is really starting to like it more and more. Boom! The raging lightning cracked a gap in the ground. Jiraiya got out of the way just in time. But at this time, Yakushi Kabuto had already run away. Damn it! Jiraiya bit her finger. Sasuke had quick eyes and quick hands, and wiped the bloodline on his palm at the same time. Ninpo. Summoning technique. Ninpo. Summoning technique. Boom. Boom. 2 clouds of smoke exploded instantly. 2 gigantic beasts emerged. 10,000 snakes. Gamabunta looked surprised. He hadn't seen this old rival for a long time. Yo stinky toad. Wan Shi showed an extremely disdainful attitude towards Gamabunta. Orochimaru's summoning technique. Jiraiya's heart sank when he saw Wan Shi's figure. I originally thought that Orochimaru's hands were disabled. But I never expected that Sasuke would actually. Moreover, Boss Wentai is no match for Wan Shi. Wan Shi, stop that toad. Yes. Looking at the well-behaved Wan Shi at his feet. Orochimaru also looked shocked. Hey? Where's your unruliness, Wan Shi? But Wan Shi didn't even look at Orochimaru. Don't contact Orochimaru, I'm afraid Sasuke will misunderstand. Bunta. Use oil. Jiraiya immediately took a preemptive strike. Otherwise, the follow-up Wenta will definitely not be Wan Shi's opponent. Good. Fire style. Toad oil fire bomb. The huge amount of oil and Jiraiya's powerful fire style made Orochimaru subconsciously want to retreat. Damn it! If it weren't for my hands. Orochimaru said that he is not afraid of ninjutsu anymore. Fire style. Great fire extinguishes. Sasuke's reaction was also quick. A huge sea of fire erupted from her mouth. He actually covered up the opponent's kerosene in an instant. What? The range of this ninjutsu? Jiraiya was immediately shocked. But you can only increase the amount of chakra. He can get out of the way. Wentai can't avoid it. Boom. The sky seemed to be burned red. And just when Sasuke finished the ninjutsu, he looked back and almost got mad to death. I saw Shizune running out at some point, blocking Kabuto's path. Although he was suppressed by Kabuto, he was at a disadvantage. But it really stopped Kabuto. Orochimaru, are all your men useless? Same as you. Wan Shi, stop them. He rushed down quickly. Sasuke went straight to the Tsunade battlefield. She seemed to find that Tsunade seemed to have a slight tendency to move. Are you going to overcome your hemophobia? Sasuke frowned. It would be troublesome if Tsunade recovered. With 2 cage-level experts, she could only turn around and run away. Because the current Orochimaru is not even half cage level. As for Kabuto, the previous Kakashi was barely able to compete with him, and was insignificant in cage-level battles. I won't let you get close. Go away. Shizune had just spit out a puff of poisonous mist. But the next moment, his body was pierced by a thundering blade. I'm so soft-hearted. Slowly pulled out the long knife. Sasuke sighed slightly. If only I had done this from the beginning. Tsunade has been carried away by now. Shizune. Tsunade's pupils shrank suddenly. The body also slowly started to move. I can't be like this. I cannot. I need to be strong, Tsunade stood up with difficulty. Try your best not to look at the bloodline on the ground. But the next moment, her neck had been strangled directly by Sasuke. Stop. Jiraiya's heart was a little confused. But his figure was blocked by a head. Orochimaru. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. At this time, Tsunade's eyes had lost their sparkle. What emerged was the mysterious 3 Megatama. Then they formed a strange pattern. You should still live in fear. Tsunade-sama. Sasuke gently let go of his hand. But at this time, Tsunade had no intention of resisting. Elder sister. It hurts. Sister, save me. Sister. Tsunade seemed to be trapped in a special environment. His brother's screams and calls for help kept coming to his ears. The next moment, her eyes were full of fear. Nawaka's figure appeared in front of her. At this moment, Nawaka was covered in blood and kept calling him. Then there is the death scene of Nawaka. Once. Again. No. Tsunade knelt on the ground and was shaking. The bloodline in front of her also continued to expand in her sight. But the good thing is the next moment. She woke up from the illusion. But then I felt a sharp pain in my body. Pfft. The Caog sword passed directly through her body. Then he pulled it out without any hesitation. Puff. Puff. This action continued twice more. Tsunade finally fell to the ground. Ninpo. Uchiha 3 swords and 6 holes. Sasuke looked at Tsunade, who fell at his feet. I have to lament that the Senju clan has great vitality. For some reason, she had the urge to dissect Tsunade. How could I have such pervert thoughts? Must have been with Orochimaru for a long time. He quickly shook the pervert thoughts out of his mind. Sasuke immediately became wary. Take away. Throwing the seriously injured Tsunade to Kabuto. Sasuke thought for a while and threw Shizune on the ground. Kabuto doesn't talk nonsense either. He knows very well that he is a drag now. So he immediately picked up the 2 of them and left. At this time, Jiraiya also broke through Orochimaru's limitations. After all, Orochimaru can only use some oral skills. Hey! Orochimaru! It's your problem this time. I'll pay more later. Sasuke cursed silently. A great fireball has been sprayed. Jiraiya immediately summoned an earth wall to block. The smoke slowly dissipated. The earthen walls were falling apart. But at this moment, Jiraiya clasped his hands together. There were 2 thin toads standing on the shoulders. Stop him! Sasuke! Orochimaru immediately reminded. He knew very well the abilities of his best friend. Sasuke also understood what Orochimaru meant. She could clearly feel a magical energy in the air gathering towards Jiraiya. How dare you make such a gesture in battle? You're so underestimated. Fire style. Fire is extinguished. Jiraiya quickly dodged. His legs were running very fast and he looked extremely embarrassed. But he couldn't help it. His sage mode isn't perfect. It takes a long time to accumulate energy. In fact, he is not afraid of protracted battles. But looking at Yakushi Kabuto walking away, Jiraiya has no choice. The only thing we can do is to think of a quick solution. Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Jiraiya prayed. But at this time, Wenta had been completely suppressed by Wanshi. Found you! Lord Jiraiya! So fast! Looking at Sasuke, who was filled with lightning, Jiraiya was shocked. How long has it been since then? How could the little girl in front of me improve so quickly? The last time I was in Konoha, I hadn't reached Kage level yet. Now he has completely fought against himself. How long has it been since then? Chidori spear. The sharp spear cut through the air with a hint of thunder. Raise Nan. Jiraiya can no longer gather natural energy. Boom. The Raise Nan and the Chidori spear clashed together. There was a violent explosion immediately. But didn't play. The next moment, Jiraiya felt a numbness all over his body. The arc of electricity that exploded from the Chidori gun fell on him. The next moment it suddenly lit up. Chidori Ryu. Chidori blade. Oops. Taking advantage of Jiraiya's brief paralysis, Sasuke's grass sword had already struck hard. The toad is singing. Fortunately, there are Fukaze Sennin and Shima Sennin to protect Jiraiya. A wide area sonic attack immediately pushed Sasuke back. Sasuke felt a brief ringing in his ears. The mind also seems to be unclear. Raise Nan. Of course Jiraiya will not give up this good opportunity. He decisively abandoned Sage Mode. Head straight for Sasuke. Fire Style. Dust Hidden Technique. Even though my head is dizzy, Sasuke released this jutsu anyway. It exploded with a cloud of black smoke. Jiraiya immediately lost sight of Sasuke. On the left, little Jiraiya. But Shima Sennin quickly sensed Sasuke's location. And give tips. Caught you. The toad is singing. Raise Nan. A large-scale sonic attack was carried out in conjunction with Jiraiya's Raise Nan. It gave Sasuke, who was hiding in the black smoke, a headache. This was the first time she felt how terrifying the summoning beast was. There is actually a summoning man that can use ninjutsu. Compared to Wan Chuentai, Sasuke felt even more terrifying towards these two old toads. Boom! Under the control of the two immortals, Jiraiya's Raise Nan hit Sasuke very accurately. But the black smoke cleared. All he saw was a huge purple skeleton and Sasuke's eyes filled with blood and tears. But in just a moment the skeleton disappeared. We really suffered a big loss this time. Feeling the pupil power decrease again, Sasuke sighed. Although I have been very careful, but Jiraiya's information is still too little. And the other party hasn't entered that strange mode yet. Is this the value of Sennin? Sasuke was thinking a lot. But the next moment she didn't hesitate. Just turn around and run. Anyway, it's far away now. Stop! Jiraiya, who still wanted to pursue, was blocked by Orochimaru. Buying Sasuke time. Snort! Sasuke snorted. The dead snake finally emerged. If he doesn't take action, I will turn him around and make him a snake soup. Despite this, even Orochimaru, who lost his hands, obviously couldn't stop Jiraiya. Feeling Jiraiya getting closer, Sasuke also fell into great pressure. Are we still going to use Manjiki? No. Absolutely not. Sasuke denied it outright. Susanoo was only used for a moment just now. My eyesight has already declined significantly. Fight. You can't escape by running. After making a brief decision, Sasuke immediately turned around. Fire Style. Phoenix Fire. Claw Red. Hundreds of fireballs flew away. At the same time, her three Megatama were also turning crazily. Ninja Technique. Dark Walk Technique. Well done. Jiraiya also seemed to be angry. The next moment, his white hair grew crazily. Messy Lion Hair Technique. The swarming white hair accurately pierced the Phoenix Immortal Fire. The shuriken that then popped up was also thrown away with a sweep of Jiraiya's long hair. But the dark technique has a real effect on Jiraiya. Jiraiya's figure paused significantly. Even Jiraiya couldn't undo the genjutsu in an instant. Chidori. A violent lightning burst out from his hand. Sasuke rushed towards Jiraiya again. At this moment, Jiraiya, who was confused, suddenly sneered. Raise Nan. Humph. You kid. Are you using illusions to deal with me? With the help of two immortals, the illusion can be lifted in an instant. Lightning and Raise Nan are about to collide. But there was no fear in Sasuke's eyes. You're so confident. Sasuke. The chakra in Jiraiya's hand is strengthened a bit. He believed that he had won. He had never doubted Rasengan's power. We're about to hit him. Chidori and Raise Nan are about to collide. But the next moment, Sasuke's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Jiraiya. How can it be? Jiraiya's eyes widened, but at this moment he could no longer take back his actions. At this time, Sasuke has appeared behind Jiraiya. The Chidori in his hand was facing Jiraiya's back heart. At the same time, she held a shuriken in her hand. It was the one that the Phoenix Immortal Fire Claw's red bullet flew from earlier. The shuriken also had complex techniques engraved on it. I won. Lord Jiraiya. Flying Thunder God Technique. Chapter 73. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how is it possible? This. Namikaze Minato, it's only been a few days. How could it be so fast? I think it took me a whole time. Onoki, hey. Konoha's forbidden technique is nothing more than that, how can you learn it so easily? Reikage AI, that's right, the geniuses of the 4th generation look like that now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, humph. Childish arguments only serve the purpose of words. Senju Tobirama, impossible. How could it be so fast? Orochimaru, haha, I feel like she used it by chance. Uzumaki Naruto, how is that possible? She won't do anything she's not sure about. Orochimaru, looking at the picture confidently, she was also shocked that she successfully used Flying Thunder God. Following Orochimaru's speech, everyone looked carefully. Sure enough, a hint of surprise was caught on Sasuke's face. Jiraiya, does that mean she is gambling? That's too hasty. Have you thought about the consequences? Uzumaki Naruto, that is indeed very dangerous. Chidori will most likely not be able to touch Rei's Nan. Uchiha Sasuke, hey? What did you say, you idiot? Uzumaki Naruto, I said Chidori can't touch Rei's Nan. Uchiha Sasuke, what? After the comparison, let's go to the collision? Uzumaki Naruto, no time, I have to save my time to meet her. Uzumaki Kushina, what a nonsense, how dangerous. Uchiha Mikoto, hey, hey, hey. This seems to be my daughter. Hitaki Kakashi, from what I know about her, she usually doesn't do anything that she's not sure about, so if Flying Thunder God fails, she probably has a backup plan. Might Guy, what's the backup? Hitaki Kakashi, how do I know this? Namikaze Minato, compared to these, Jiraiya-sensei seems to be in danger. The Flying Thunder God was too fast to dodge. Jiraiya, hey! The most important thing in a ninja duel is intelligence. Sure enough, Jiraiya on the screen instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. Flying Thunder God is the ninjutsu that his disciple is best at. He couldn't understand it better. Although I know that Sasuke got the sealed book. But he never expected that Sasuke would learn it so quickly. You must know that Minato also took a very long time. I don't understand. Between the lightning and flint. Jiraiya's hair grew rapidly. Then protect yourself with all your strength. Ninpo. Needle Jizo. This is the biggest move he can make. Pfft. But in a hurry, Sasuke's Chidori penetrated Jiraiya's back. Fortunately, there is protection from Jizo. Sasuke's hand didn't penetrate Jiraiya's heart. Even though he was in a terrible state. But Jiraiya immediately distanced himself. At this moment, Jiraiya has almost lost his fighting ability. After all, it was a wound that almost penetrated the body. It should be impossible to fight again. There was also a slight feeling of numbness around the wound. Make Jiraiya miserable. Gently raise the Cao's Heijian. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya lost, but is he better than him? The answer is definitely no. First of all, Orochimaru's assistance is not included. Jiraiya is better than him in every aspect. But he lost because of intelligence. This is the most charming thing about ninjas. The control of intelligence is likely to allow the weaker party to turn defeat into victory. Orochimaru. Kill him. Sasuke ordered, glaring at Sharingan. Orochimaru's eyes sank subconsciously. But he walked towards Jiraiya slowly. Ahem. Jiraiya lay on the ground, showing no fear. Just looking at his best friend so gently. Finally, Orochimaru stopped. He turned to look at Sasuke. Haha, what do you want? Your manpower. Make a deal. There was no pause in the conversation between the two. But Orochimaru was clearly frustrated. Recovered all the snakes in the distance. Sasuke turned around and left. Orochimaru just said big idiot and followed him. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you mean? Why can't I understand it? Terumi Mei, why not kill Jiraiya? That is Konoha's greatest strength. I don't understand. Hands of the Salamander, haha, maybe it's because of their poor bond. Onoki, no, it's a wise choice. Kuratsuki, old man, what do you mean? Hatake Kakashi, very simple, Lord Jiraiya can check and balance the radical faction in Konoha. Let Konoha scale back against Uchiha in the mid to high level. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke, idiot. The only one who can kill Jiraiya Hokage is Danzo. At that time, Danzo is likely to launch a national war against the country of waves. Without Jiraiya, no one can check him. Hatake Kakashi, and we can use Lord Jiraiya's death to march into the country of waves openly. Hatake Kakashi, and most importantly, if Jiraiya dies, Naruto will be completely reduced to a war machine. Haruno Sakura, I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Then why does Orochimaru look so ugly? Nara Shikamaru, because they are testing each other. Sasuke takes advantage of Orochimaru's bond, and Orochimaru takes advantage of Sasuke's concerns. But in the end it was clear that Sasuke won, blackmailing Orochimaru into a contest. Jiraiya, ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, don't you care about me very much? Orochimaru retracted a message. Senju Tsunade, what about me? Cat, what about me? I was just taken away? Uchiha Sasuke, hey. Just having Jiraiya as a check and balance is enough, you will probably get ripped off. Hands of the Salamander, that's not necessarily the case, there may be a kid who is bound to let him go. Orochimaru : It's over, one of my soft-heartedness has completely become a laughing stock. From then on, the image of cold Lord Orochimaru was gone forever. At this time, the screen also changed. It was a gloomy base. It is filled with various experimental props. Haha, after all, we have fought side by side. Do you need to be so cautious? Looking at Shisui behind Sasuke. Orochimaru's mouth twitched subconsciously. I wouldn't dare break into your Orochimaru base. Sasuke gave Orochimaru enough respect. This is already the third day since Tsunade was captured. It's time for her to collect her rewards. Your things. Orochimaru threw the closed container casually. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. Very strong breath of life. It's what she wants. Haha, what did you think of? Orochimaru's eyes seemed to become fanatical. Everyone blamed him for these taboo things. I never expected Sasuke to be interested. Sasuke didn't hide it, he said it bluntly. There seems to be some connection between Senju and Uchiha. The balance between the two seems to create a new kind of power. Of course, the specifics still need to be studied. Orochimaru's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then we can study together. He definitely didn't want to miss this kind of scientific research experiment. You. Never mind. Sasuke refused without hesitation. This involves some secrets of Uchiha. And she subconsciously felt that this snake was dangerous. Is that so? That's such a pity. Orochimaru also expected this possibility. Although it is regrettable, there is nothing we can do about it. Okay. Next is the manpower I promised you. Orochimaru clapped his hands. Immediately, 4 strangely dressed ninjas walked out from behind. Haha, let me introduce it to you. These are what I cultivated. Orochimaru, just forget it if you don't want to give it. There's no need to try to prevaricate me with a bunch of rubbish. Sasuke interrupted Orochimaru. He just waved his hand and wanted to leave. What? Arrogant. Where did this kid come from? Kill you. The four sound ninjas have never failed since their debut. Originally, I was already very unhappy today when I heard Master Orochimaru say that they were asked to help a little brat. But I didn't expect that this little kid would dare to say something rude. The four people immediately rushed forward. I plan to teach this little girl a lesson. Especially the female ninja Teiwa. She looked at Sasuke's beautiful face and subconsciously became jealous. And Orochimaru just smiled softly. He had no intention of stopping it. Hey! Sasuke didn't move. Just stand there. The next moment her Sharingan suddenly lit up. The four sound ninjas immediately froze on the spot. His eyes became dull and then filled with fear. After only a few seconds, they all knelt down. Orochimaru, you really have no sincerity in cooperating. Sasuke shook his head and planned to leave directly. But at this time, the four sound ninjas actually took action again. Del. Sasuke looked at the strange four people in front of him. Suddenly I became interested. Haha, this is my masterpiece, the curse seal. I originally planned to give it to you, but you refused. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. To him, these are works of art. Kid. Die. 3 minutes later. Sasuke looked at the four people lying on the ground. This time I finally got a little interested. A very magical energy. Somewhat similar to what Jiraiya absorbed. But it's different. Sasuke began to study the principles of curse seals. He actually started discussing it with Orochimaru for a while. You mean the thing Jiraiya absorbs is called natural energy? That's right. That's Mount Miboku's magic. After absorbing it, you can enter Sage mode. Is this so? Sasuke nodded. Gained some understanding of the makeup of natural energy. But how do you know the existence of magic? You don't know Sage mode? Haha. Orochimaru just smiled and didn't answer. He can't say that he went to Longland to practice immortality, failed, and then turned into a snake. Sasuke is not considered one of his own now. This can be used as a bargaining chip. And Sasuke also roughly understands a little bit. Orochimaru actually has a secret? What a treasure! Orochimaru, let's talk about it. Your curse seal is really good. But these people are really useless. Can't carry out the mission I want to carry out. The reason why Sasuke wanted to gather people. It was because of her subsequent actions. Influence Jinchūriki with your love. Of course, if you can't change it. Then physical influence. So she needs some powerful cannon fodder. Haha, then you choose. Orochimaru invited Sasuke to his storage room without hesitation. Sasuke was also shocked. Ninjas from all major countries are included here. There is even a lost bloodline limit. This Orochimaru is simply a human trafficker. Del. Sasuke is soon attracted to a little boy trapped in a water jar. This boy actually has the ability to hydrate. Haha, people from the Ghost Lantern clan are very talented. Orochimaru introduced it like a product. Boom. Sasuke smashed the jug with one punch. But the power didn't stop. He hit Shuiyu directly in front of him. Guideng Shuiyu had no intention of hiding. It followed Sasuke's hand and turned into a puddle of water. Interesting. I want this. Sasuke's eyes lit up, he was very capable of this. If used properly, it can be used against tailed beasts, making it a good cannon fodder. He's not very strong. Orochimaru added. Potential is important. From now on, you follow me. Two swords casually cut off Shuiyu's shackles. Sasuke didn't spare him a second glance. But Shuiyu's eyes were stunned. After a few seconds, he slowly followed. His face was solemn, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hey? That little girl! Looking at a shivering little girl in the corner, Sasuke was curious. If it is too weak, it will have almost no fighting power. But there seems to be a strange atmosphere. Her name is Yang Phosphorus. Orochimaru introduced. More than that. Sasuke looked into Orochimaru's eyes with a hint of fame. Haha. Orochimaru chuckled twice. He said somewhat helplessly. Uzumaki aromatic phosphorus. Uzumaki. Sure enough. I want this person too. Sasuke didn't hesitate. We are so lucky to meet the surviving Uzumaki clan members. The Uzumaki clan is a natural Jinchūriki. This fragrant phosphorus is of great use to her. Come with me. I may introduce you to a clan member in the future. Ah. Kosovo looked at Orochimaru first. Then he followed him in confusion. You have good taste. Orochimaru was a little reluctant to give up. You must know that Sien Glan is not only a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. He also has the innate skill Kagura Heart Eye. Able to detect chakra movements around a wide range. He is an extremely powerful auxiliary ninja. The most important thing is her physique. One bite of her chakra almost brought him back to life. Why? Orochimaru really regrets it. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary Yang Phosphorus would actually fall in love with Sasuke at a glance? It seems that they are all crooked and cracked. Sasuke spun around a few times. Although there are some blood inheritance limits. But they all have little potential. And just when she was about to leave. But he was attracted by a room next door. The room was separated by a door curtain, and there seemed to be a faint breath coming from inside. Inside here. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru. She was very polite. But unexpectedly Orochimaru's expression changed. Oh? Not willing to give up? Of course not. Orochimaru quickly denied it. He also wants to know the secrets of Uchiha and Senju. Received Orochimaru's heartbreaking approval. Sasuke gently touched the door curtain. But the next moment, she felt a strong wind coming. Whoosh! A weak-looking man quickly rushed towards her with a strange weapon. Sasuke drew his sword to block. But the other party's movements did not stop. I saw that the other party actually pulled out a rib from his lower back. Then the two ribs immediately created afterimages. Dance of the stake. Boom! The continuous resistance made Sasuke take a few steps back subconsciously. Very strong. This man is close to Shadow's strength. Kimimaro, country. This is a distinguished guest. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Kimimaro just put away his ribs. But the next moment he coughed violently. This is... Sasuke was curious, she had never heard of this kind of blood inheritance limit. At this time, Shisui's voice sounded from behind. This is the dead bone pulse of the Jinchūriki clan. A very powerful blood inheritance limit. I didn't expect Orochimaru to have one under his command. But this man is already terminally ill. Orochimaru glanced at Shisui subconsciously after hearing this. I didn't expect Uchiha to have so much information. Terminally ill. Sasuke looked at the extremely weak Kimimaro, lost in thought. After a while, she made her decision. Orochimaru, this. I want it.